In Sioux City, autumn and September had strewn fallen leaves across the ground. The gates of a remote, deserted prison slowly swung open, and a solitary figure stepped out. As the heavy door slammed shut behind him, Chu Fan instinctively narrowed his eyes. 7 years behind iron bars had nearly made him forget how blinding sunlight could be. Standing on the concrete ground, a backpack dangling from his hand, he drew in deep breaths of the outside air. He turned around, watching the tall prison walls cast a long shadow beneath the sun. 7 years ago it had been autumn when he was escorted inside. Now it was autumn again as he walked out. Yet the high-spirited young heir of the Chu family from back then had vanished, replaced by one who now bore himself like a sovereign lord over the world. "Chu Fan, once you're out, live an honest life," someone had said. The prison guard had offered those final words, then turned away to lock the gate. Chu Fan drew a deep breath and followed the dusty road leading away from the prison, walking for 10 minutes before a distant bus stop finally came into view. He did not have a single coin in his pocket. Before release, the guards had symbolically given him 50 yuan as travel expenses, and he had used that meager sum to buy a long-distance ticket back to the city. After boarding, he took a seat in the very last row. From time to time, the passengers around him cast strange glances his way, as if sensing that faint aura of someone freshly released from prison. Chu Fan turned his face toward the window, watching fields and trees race past in reverse. 7 years ago, he had been one of Sioux City's youngest rising stars in business, the only son of the chairman of the Chu Group. He had been a top student in the law department at Sioux City University, and he had a beautiful girlfriend with whom he had been together for 3 years. Sue won the law department's celebrated beauty, smart and lovely. Everyone said they were a match made in heaven. He remembered clearly it was December 5th, Sue Wan's 22nd birthday. They were at the Civil Affairs Bureau completing the registration for their marriage certificate. Afterward, they had dinner at an upscale restaurant in the city center and shared some red wine. He had planned to propose that night. The ring was in his pocket, a carefully chosen 1-carat diamond. After the meal, he escorted her back to her apartment. Both of them were slightly tipsy, sitting on the sofa as they reminisced about their university days. Sue Wan leaned against his shoulder, her long hair carrying a faint, delicate fragrance. "Chu Fan, if only we could stay like this forever," she murmured. "We will stay like this," he replied, taking the ring box from his pocket and opening it. "Sue Wan, marry me." Sue Wan froze, staring at the glittering diamond. Suddenly tears welled up in her eyes. "You don't wanna?" Chu Fan felt his heart sink. "No, it's not that." She shook her head and said, "It's all so sudden." Chu Fan exhaled with relief, and smiling slipped the ring onto her finger. Then he kissed her. At first the kiss was gentle, but as the alcohol and emotion fermented, it gradually grew more intense. "Chu Fan, wait a moment," she said. Sue Wan pushed against him, but he did not stop. For 7 long years, Chu Fan had revisited that moment in countless prison midnights. Alcohol, desire, and the thrill of impending fulfillment fusing together, drowning out reason. He remembered her struggling, remembered her saying no, remembered the hands that tried to push him away. But he did not stop. Afterwards, Sue Wan curled up in a corner of the sofa, hugging her knees, silent and withdrawn. Most of the drunken haze had lifted from Chu Fan, and he realized what he had done. "Sue Wan, I'm sorry, I leave," she said. Her voice was very soft, and she did not look at him. "Sue Wan, I truly love you, I just go." Chu Fan stared at her indifferent profile, and a surge of panic rose in his chest. He stood up, hastily dressed, and when he reached the door, he turned back and said, "I'll come find you tomorrow. We'll talk properly." Sue Wan gave no reply. Early the next morning, the police knocked on the door of Chu Fan's home. Sue Wan had reported him, accusing him of rape. In the interrogation room, Chu Fan repeated his explanation again and again. "We're boyfriend and girlfriend. We were about to get married. I just what?" the officer asked icily. The victim clearly stated she said no, and there are signs of You had no marital relationship, and even if you did, forcing a woman against her will still constitutes rape. You studied law, you should understand this better than I do. Chu Fan opened his mouth, but no words came out. He had studied law, of course he understood. In court, Sue Wan tearfully recounted what had happened that night. "I said no, I pushed him, but he was too strong. I always trusted him more than anyone. I never imagined." There were scratch marks on her neck, bruises on her arms. The forensic report matched her account. Chu Fan's lawyer attempted to argue that they had been lovers, but Sue Wan's testimony was resolute and unassailable. The jury took only 2 hours to return a guilty verdict, 7 years of fixed-term imprisonment. When the judge pronounced the sentence, Chu Fan looked toward the gallery where Sue Wan sat. Her head was bowed, shoulders trembling slightly, as if she were still crying. Yet in the brief moment when their gazes met across the empty air, Chu Fan caught a flicker of something complex in her eyes, Was it guilt? Or resolve? He could not tell. In his first month in prison, his father came to visit, face dark with anger. Do you know how much the company's stock has dropped because of this? Chu Fan kept his head lowered. I'm sorry, Dad. What use is sorry? His father slammed the table in rage, jabbing a finger at his face. I spent so much money to raise you, sent you to study law, and this is what you bring me. Do you have any idea what people are saying about the Chu family now? Chu Fan remained silent. Of course he knew. Rapist, debauched rich kid bully who abused his power. All those who had once envied him and flattered him now avoided him like the plague. In the third month his mother came to visit, her eyes swollen from crying. Son, are you doing all right in there? Is anyone bullying you? Chu Fan shook his head. Mom, I'm fine. How is Su-won? His mother's expression grew complicated. I heard she went to another city. Fan, did you really do that to her? Chu Fan looked at his mother, the woman who loved him more than anyone else in the world, and he could not lie. That night we had both been drinking. I was too impulsive. I didn't respect her wishes, but I truly believed we would get married. His mother sighed and wiped away her tears. That girl too. Why take it all the way to court? Couldn't it have been settled privately? He had studied law, he knew exactly what his actions constituted. Yet whenever the nights grew still he could not help but think. If he had not drunk that night, if he had controlled himself, if. There were no ifs. In the second year his father stopped coming to visit. His mother's visits grew fewer as well, and each time she appeared, she seemed more haggard than before. When Chu Fan asked about the family situation, his mother always answered vaguely, It's fine, everything's fine. In the third year she finally told him the truth. The company has gone bankrupt. Your father owes a great deal of debt. The house, the cars, everything's been sold, and it's still not enough. The creditors come to the door every day. Chu Fan's fingers tightened around the phone. Mom, I'm sorry. It's all because of me. Not entirely. His mother shook her head, her eyes vacant, and her voice choked. In truth, the company had long since run into trouble. Your father was merely forcing himself to hold on. What happened to you was simply the last straw that broke the camel's back. In the fourth year his mother stopped coming to visit him in prison. Chu Fan asked the guard to inquire, but the only answer he received was, something happened at home. In the fifth year he received a letter, the handwriting scrawled and shaky. It was from his mother. Son, I'm sorry. Your mother can't hold on anymore. The house is gone, and your father hanged himself. They are forcing me to repay the debts, and I have no way out. Xiaoya and Xiaoxi have been taken away. They said they were going south to work, but I know that's not true. Son, your mother loves you. You must live on. There were faint yellow stains on the paper. Chu Fan stared at them for a long time before realizing they were marks left by dried tears. His father had hanged himself. Chu Fan recalled the last time he had seen his father. The man who had always stood ramrod straight and kept himself impeccably neat now had hair that was more than half white, and his eyes were filled entirely with disappointment toward his son. And now he was dead, because of the company's bankruptcy, because of debt, because his son was a rapist. That night, Chu Fan lay on his prison bunk with his eyes open until dawn. For the first time in 7 years, he truly grasped the weight of his own sins, not only against Su-won but against his entire family. In the 6th year, an old man took him as a disciple and asked, Do you hate Su-won? Chu Fan pondered for a long time. I hate myself. She was only safeguarding her own rights. I was the one who did wrong, so I deserve punishment. It's just that. The punishment is too severe, and not only for me. Then what do you plan to do after you're released? I'll find my younger sister and my older sister if they are still alive. And then, find a job and keep living. You've never thought of revenge, or of going to find Su-won. Chu Fan shook his head. I have no right, and I don't have the ability. No. You do have the ability as long as you become my disciple. The old man smiled, eyes narrowed, trying to coax him. In the 7th year, due to good behavior, his sentence was reduced, and he was released 3 months early. When the long-distance bus pulled into Jiangxing passenger station, the sky was already growing dark. Chu Fan got off the bus and stood on an unfamiliar street. In 7 years, the city had changed too much. Towering buildings clustered together, neon lights blazed everywhere. He could scarcely recognize it. Relying on memory, he searched out his former home, the villa district in the southern part of the city. But when he stood at the gate, he saw only unfamiliar house numbers and unfamiliar cars. The 3-story villa where he had grown up already had new owners. Through the fence, he could see children playing in the yard. Chu Fan turned away and left, heading to his aunt's home. It was his cousin who opened the door, a young man in his early 20s with dyed yellow hair. Who are you looking for? I'm Chu Fan. I'm here to see my aunt.
However, it was later discovered that the star realm could not only transmit resources, but also exotic creatures from other realms could be transported to Earth. Humanity
How did you get out? Sentence reduction. I was released today. Oh, his aunt made no move to let him in. Do you need something? I just got out. I have nowhere to go and no money on me. Could you lend me some? I'll pay you back once I find work. His aunt let out a cold laugh. Borrow money. Do you have any idea how much your father owed? Our family was almost dragged down with him. And you still have the nerve to ask us for money. And I really need help. Don't call me aunt. The Chu family has no place for a rapist like you. With a loud bang, she shut the door. Standing outside, Chu Fan slowly clenched his fists, then slowly loosened them again. He remained at the doorway for 2 minutes, then turned and walked away. He did not blame his aunt. Over these years, he had learned not to blame anyone. His eldest uncle's family lived in the old district. It took Chu Fan 40 minutes to find the place. When his eldest uncle's wife opened the door and saw him, she immediately shrieked, "Old Chu, come here. That walking disaster has arrived." His eldest uncle emerged from the inner room. Upon seeing Chu Fan, his face turned livid. "What are you doing here?" "Uncle, I just got out of prison and wanted to borrow a little money." "Borrow money?" His uncle cut him off grimly. "Do you know how much debt your father left behind? The creditors came knocking on our door. And that shameless mother of yours actually went and did that sort of thing, disgracing the Chu family completely." Chu Fan's head snapped up. "What happened to my mother?" "Don't play dumb. To pay off the debts, your mother went to a full massage parlor to sell herself. Later she was caught in a prostitution sweep, and I heard she fell sick and died in the hospital. That's the retribution your family deserves." A wave of dizziness washed over Chu Fan, and a blaze of fury surged in his chest. He braced himself against the doorframe. "Then, what about my younger sister and my older sister?" "Sold," his eldest uncle's wife shrieked. "I heard they were sold off by human traffickers to northern Myanmar, doing scams or selling themselves. Who knows? Serves them right." Chu Fan's fists were clenched so tightly they turned white, his knuckles cracking audibly, yet in the end, he loosened his grip. "Get out of here." His eldest uncle slammed the door shut. Moving mechanically, Chu Fan turned away and walked for a long time in the darkness before finally arriving at his second uncle's home. His second uncle was his father's youngest brother and had once doted on him the most. When his second uncle opened the door and saw him, he paused, then let out a sigh. "Xiao Fan, come in." This was the first time since his release that anyone had invited Chu Fan into their home. His second uncle poured him a glass of water and sat in silence for a long time. "Uncle, I want to know what really happened." Chu Fan's voice was hoarse. His second uncle lit a cigarette and slowly began to speak. "After your father went bankrupt, he owed nearly 20 million. Even auctioning off the house and cars wasn't enough. Some of those creditors were from the underworld. They forced your father to repay, and when he truly had no way out, he hanged himself." Chu Fan finished for him. His second uncle's expression turned bleak as he nodded. "Your mother was forced by those people to sell her body to pay the debts. Later she was caught in a prostitution crackdown, and in the detention center they discovered she had late-stage cancer. There was no money for treatment, so your younger sister Xiaoxi and your older sister Xiaoya were taken away by the creditors. I heard they were sold to human traffickers and transported to northern Myanmar. I asked people to look into it, but there was no news." "Why didn't you call the police?" Chu Fan asked. "Call the police." His second uncle let out a bitter laugh, mocking himself. "Those people are powerful. They even have men inside the police. Besides, your father really did owe the money. It's all there in black and white. Illegally, they were in the right. Xiao Fan, I know you want to find them, but northern Myanmar is far too dangerous." Chu Fan fell silent. For 7 years he had believed that the suffering he endured in prison was punishment enough, yet he had never imagined that his family outside had been living through hell. "Uncle, could you lend me some money? I need a place to stay and to look for work." His second uncle's gaze flickered, his expression deeply troubled. "Xiao Fan, it's not that I don't want to help you. Your aunt-in-law, we're not well off either. And if you were to live here, once those creditors found out, they would come knocking on our door again." "I understand." Chu Fan rose to his feet. "Thank you for telling me all this. Wait." His second uncle took out his wallet and pulled out 2 100 yuan notes. "Take this. Buy yourself something to eat." Chu Fan looked at the 200 yuan. 7 years ago it was more than enough for a meal. Yet he still accepted it, saying thank you. Leaving his uncle's house, he wandered aimlessly on the street. The night wind in late autumn was cold, and he was only wearing a thin jacket. Passing by a convenience store, he bought a loaf of bread and a bottle of water, sitting by the roadside to eat. Halfway through his meal, he suddenly thought of someone, his aunt. She was his mother's youngest sister and had always doted on him when he was young. His aunt lived in an old neighborhood in the west of the city. When Chu Fan arrived, it was almost 10 o'clock at night. He knocked on the door, and a cautious voice came from inside. "Who is it?" "And it's me, Chu Fan." The door opened slightly, and his aunt's face appeared behind it. Seeing Chu Fan, she was momentarily stunned, then her eyes immediately turned red as she opened the door wider, saying, "Xiao Fan, is it really you? Come in." His aunt's home was small, just a one-bedroom apartment, but it was very tidy. She pulled Chu Fan to sit down and examined him closely, saying, "You've lost weight. You must have suffered a lot during your time inside, right?" "It's okay," Chu Fan replied. "And I want to know." "I know everything." His aunt wiped her tears, saying, "Your mother came to see me once before she left. She gave me a photo and told me to give it to you when you got out." She took out a yellowing photo from an iron box. It was a family portrait: father, mother, sister Xiaoya, younger sister Xiaoxua, and a 17-year-old Chu Fan, all smiling brightly on the lawn in front of their villa. Chu Fan's fingers gently brushed over his mother's face in the photo. "Your mother said she was sorry for you that she didn't get to see you come out." His aunt choked up, saying, "She asked me to tell you to find Xiaoxi and Xiaoya and bring them home." Chu Fan nodded and carefully put the photo into his pocket. "And I need a job and a place. You can stay with me," his aunt immediately said. "Although it's a small place, it's better than sleeping on the street. As for work, let me think. By the way, I know a manager at a delivery station. They are hiring people right now. Delivering food might be tough, but the pay is decent and there aren't many requirements." Chu Fan had no other choice. "Okay, thank you, aunt." The next day, his aunt took him to get a phone card, bought him a second-hand electric bike, and took him to the delivery station for an interview. The manager frowned when he heard that Chu Fan was a former inmate, but after his aunt pleaded and slipped him 200 yuan, he agreed to let him try for a week. That afternoon, Chu Fan started taking orders. It had been 7 years since he last rode an electric bike, and it took him some time to adapt. The first few orders were delivered to office buildings or residential complexes and went smoothly. At 8 o'clock in the evening, he received an order from a nightclub, Royal No. 1 KTV room, 888, ordering 2 bottles of premium foreign wine and some snacks. Chu Fan was not familiar with Jiangxing anymore, but he found this nightclub located in the bustling city center, relying on the navigation. The entrance was dazzling and luxury cars were parked outside. He walked inside with the delivery bag, but was stopped by a security guard. Delivery people use the side entrance. Chu Fan walked around to the side door, passed through the dim corridor, and found room 888. He knocked on the door, and the music inside was deafening. The door opened, and a young girl dressed provocatively stuck her head out, asking delivery. "Yes, 2 bottles of Royal Canin fruit platter and snacks." Chu Fan handed over the bag. The girl took it and shouted inside, "Sister, when your wine has arrived." A familiar voice came from inside. "How much is it?" "Mobile payment." Chu Fan froze in place. Even after 7 years, he could still recognize that voice immediately. Su Wan. The woman in the room walked to the door. She was wearing a black spaghetti strap dress, her makeup exquisite, and she held the latest smartphone. When she looked up and saw Chu Fan, the smile on her face instantly froze. The two stared at each other, and time seemed to stand still. The music inside continued to play, but for them the world suddenly became silent. Su Wan was the first to react, her expression shifting from shock to coldness. "Chu Fan." "It's me," Chu Fan said calmly. "A total of 860 yuan. Would you like to pay via scan or cash?" Su Wan stared at him for a few seconds before suddenly laughing, her smile devoid of warmth. "Go ahead and scan." She took out her phone, scanned Chu Fan's payment code, and paid. "So now, you're delivering food?" she asked, her tone void of emotion. "Yes." "Not bad," Su Wan nodded. "Self-sufficient." Chu Fan didn't respond, simply saying, "Order delivered, please give a good review." He turned to leave, but Su Wan suddenly called out to him, "Chu Fan." He stopped, but didn't turn around. "Do you hate me?" Her voice was very soft. Chu Fan remained silent for a long time before finally saying, "I hate myself." Then he walked away through the dim corridor and exited the side door of the nightclub. The cold wind of late autumn blew across his face, carrying a chill. As Chu Fan mounted the electric bike, he glanced at his phone. The order was completed, and Su Wan had given him a 5-star rating along with a 20 yuan tip. He stared at the 20 yuan, suddenly recalling how he had spent an entire year's internship salary to buy her a diamond ring 7 years ago. Back then he thought it was only natural to give her the best. Now she had tipped him 20 yuan for delivering food. Chu Fan put away his phone, started the electric bike, and merged into the flow of traffic in the night. He knew he could never repay the debt he owed Su Wan. But there were some people he had to find. His father, mother, sister, and younger sister. The debts owed to them needed to be repaid. And this night was just the beginning. "Hey, Chu Fan." At that moment a young man walked toward him, looking down at him disdainfully. "Tisk, you just got out, huh?" Chu Fan was surprised at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was his university classmate. They had never gotten along well during college, and they had even fought before. "Young Master Zhang, who is this guy?" The woman nestled in Zhang Hao's arms asked sarcastically. Zhang Hao snorted, "Just an old classmate from university. Later he was convicted of rape." Tisk turns out to be a reform for a labor convict. The woman was heavily made up, dressed provocatively, and looked at Chu Fan with disdain. Chu Fan glanced at Zhang Hao. It's been 7 years, and you still have no taste. Zhang Hao's expression suddenly darkened, and he pulled out his phone, opened a video, and waved it in front of Chu Fan. I may lack taste, but your sisters and your younger sister have all been with me, haven't they? At that time the sisters served me together, and I played with them in all positions. Tisk, don't mention how enjoyable it was. Seeing the humiliation of his younger sister and sister once again, Chu Fan's eyes turned cold as he stepped forward to grab Zhang Hao's phone, but he dodged away. Chu Fan's hand froze in midair. The light from the phone screen felt like a cold knife in the dim corridor, stabbing painfully at his eyes. The video lasted only a few seconds, but it was enough. He saw his sister Chu Yu pinned to the bed, tears on her face, her eyes hollow. His younger sister Chu Shui curled up in the corner, her hair disheveled, her shoulders trembling. The background was a dark room, the curtains drawn tightly, but the gaudy leopard print wallpaper on the wall. Chu Fan had seen something similar in some KTV room. Zhang Hao. Chu Fan's voice was very calm, frighteningly calm. What? Do you want to hit me? Zhang Hao provocatively raised his phone. Haven't you had enough of prison food after 7 years? If you make a move, I guarantee you'll be back inside for another 10 years. The woman nestled in Zhang Hao's arms laughed. Zhang Xiao, why are you arguing with a convict? It's... Zhang Hao tightened his embrace. Let's go, baby, don't let such people dirty our eyes. He deliberately bumped into Chu Fan's shoulder as he walked into the nightclub. 7 years ago, he was the young master of the Chu family, while Zhang Hao was merely a sycophant trailing. Chu Fan remembered clearly that in his sophomore year, Zhang Hao tried to pursue Su, once sending her flowers every day. When Chu Fan found out, they fought on the basketball court. Zhang Hao was beaten badly, and from then on a grudge was formed. Later, when Chu Fan was imprisoned, the Zhang family took advantage of the Chu family's downfall to rise rapidly. It is said that Zhang Hao's father bought part of the Chu corporation's assets. Now the Zhang family is somewhat well known in Sioux City. His sister Chu Yue, 3 years older than him, had always taken care of him like a little mother. He remembered being bullied in elementary school, and Chu Yu rushed to the school, grabbing the boy by the ear to make him apologize. He remembered during high school, when he failed an exam, Chu Yu stayed with him on the rooftop all night saying, Xiao Fan, I believe in you. You're the best. His younger sister Chu Shui, 2 years younger, was a crybaby, but also loved to laugh. She studied art and dreamed of having her own exhibition. Before Chu Fan went to prison, Chu Shui had just been accepted into an art academy, excitedly twirling around with her acceptance letter. Go, when I become a great painter, I'll paint you an incredibly handsome portrait. And now, Zhang Hao, I'm giving you a chance to live, Chu Fan said, coldly staring at Zhang Hao. Both Zhang Hao and the woman in his arms froze, then almost simultaneously burst into piercing laughter. A chance to live? Zhang Hao laughed so hard he nearly cried. Chu Fan has 7 years in prison made you lose your mind. You should look at yourself. You're just a delivery man, a convict. What do you have to give me a chance? The woman laughed as well, her heavily made-up face filled with disdain. Zhang Xiao, is this person crazy? Should we call security to throw him out? Zhang Hao stopped laughing, his gaze darkening. Chu Fan, you think you deserve respect? Do you believe I could make you unable to survive in Sioux City with just one word? Do you believe I can put you back in prison for another 10 years? The dim light of the nightclub corridor illuminated Chu Fan's face, his expression unchanged. Only his eyes were sharp as knives. Give me your phone. Chu Fan extended his hand. They'll let today's incident go. What are you? You think you can? The woman scoffed sharply. Before she could finish, slap. A crisp, loud slap echoed. The woman staggered back, hitting the wall, 5 clear finger marks quickly appearing on her face. She covered her face, staring at Chu Fan in disbelief. You dare hit me? Zhang Hao was also stunned, clearly not expecting Chu Fan to actually strike. This slap is to teach you to learn to shut up. Chu Fan's voice remained calm, as if he had merely swatted away a fly. Adults are speaking, you children shouldn't interrupt. Chu Fan. Zhang Hao snapped back to reality, furious. You're looking for death. He swung his fist towards Chu Fan's face. 7 years ago, he had lost badly. During these years, he had specifically trained in boxing just to avenge his humiliation one day. But Chu Fan merely leaned slightly to the side, easily dodging the punch. After 7 years in prison, he had experienced far too much. At the beginning, due to his identity as a rapist, he was at the bottom, getting beaten almost every day. To survive, he had to fight back. Later, he met that old man, and his life in prison changed completely. Zhang Hao's punch missed, losing his balance. Chu Fan seized his wrist, pulling him forward, while simultaneously driving a knee into him. Ugh! Zhang Hao let out a scream, clutching his stomach and kneeling on the ground. Chu Fan released his grip and looked down at him. Now can you give me your phone? Give it to your mother. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth in pain, but still refused to back down. Do you know who I am? My dad is Zhang Tianda. If you touch me, I'll... Chu Fan didn't let him finish. He crouched down, grabbed Zhang Hao's hair, forced him to look up, and then punched him in the face. Bang! Zhang Hao's nose emitted a slight crack, blood gushing out instantly. This punch is for my sister. Chu Fan's voice was soft, but sent shivers down Zhang Hao's spine. Another punch landed in his abdomen. This punch is for my younger sister. Zhang Hao curled up in pain, unable to utter threats anymore. The woman in his arms was already dumbfounded, trembling against the wall, wanting to run, but too scared to move. Chu Fan pulled out Zhang Hao's phone from his pocket, using his fingerprint to unlock it, quickly browsing through photos, videos, communication records. The more he looked, the colder Chu Fan's gaze became. He saw even more unspeakable images, not just of Chu Yu and Chu Shui, but also of other girls, some of whom looked underage. In one video, Zhang Hao and several men were forcing a girl to drink, the girl crying and begging for mercy, only to be slapped to the ground. Chu Fan forwarded all the critical content to his phone, using Zhang Hao's phone, then deleted the sending records. After finishing all this, he stood up and threw the phone at Zhang Hao. Who did it? Who didn't sell her to Myanmar? Chu Fan's gaze was cold as he stepped on one of Zhang Hao's hands. You better tell the truth, or I won't hesitate to kill you. Hearing that Chu Fan wanted to kill him, Zhang Hao's scalp went numb and his hair stood on end, but he still held firm. Why you dare kill me? I'm with Buddha Yi. If you touch me, Buddha Yi will kill you. Faced with Zhang Hao's threat, Chu Fan applied pressure, and with a crack he crushed one of Zhang Hao's fingers. Zhang Hao's screams echoed in the narrow corridor like a chicken with its neck broken. Ah, my hand. My hand. He curled up on the ground, his left index finger bent at a strange angle, purple-black, bruises visible under the skin. Chu Fan's foot was still on that finger, slightly grinding it. Oh, stop. Stop. Zhang Hao was in tears, no longer the arrogant person he was before. Who sold them to Myanmar? Chu Fan's voice was as cold as ice. If you keep talking nonsense, the next one will be worse. It's Buddha Yi. Zhang Hao screamed, but the idea was someone else's. Chu Shui and Chu Yu were specifically requested by Buddha Yi. Buddha Yi. This name rang a bell. Even in prison, he had heard this name. One of the true rulers of Sioux City's underground world, known for being ruthless and secretive, operating in both legal and illegal realms. No one knew his true identity, not even a photo. Have you seen Buddha Yi? Chu Fan relaxed his foot slightly. Why did he want them? I don't know. I really don't know. Zhang Hao trembled in pain. Buddha Yi just said that they had something he wanted. What thing? Chu Fan's gaze was icy. I don't know. My father never told me. He only said delivering the two Chu sisters to Buddha Master would secure 3 years of protection from Tianda Group. Chu Fan stared into Zhang Hao's eyes, gauging whether his words held truth. Fear and anguish flooded Zhang Hao's gaze, genuine, unfeigned. How do you contact Buddha Master? And I can't contact him. Only my father communicates with him directly. Zhang Hao wailed, tears streaming down his face. Please, let me go. I've told you everything. Chu Fan lifted his foot, and Zhang Hao instantly recoiled, clutching his mangled finger as fresh cries tore from his throat. Where is your father now? At home. At Faitsue Villa. Chu Fan memorized the address. Faitsue Villa, the most exclusive villa enclave in Jiang City, fortified by impenetrable security. What does Buddha Master look like? Any distinguishing features? I don't know. I've truly never seen him. Zhang Hao shook his head violently, cold sweat drenching his brow. My father said he met him once. He's unusually young, wears gold-rimmed spectacles, and looks like a university professor. But his left hand bears a deep scar running from the web of his thumb all the way to his wrist. Gold-rimmed spectacles. Not scarred hand. Chu Fan etched these details into memory. Anything else? What else do you know about my sisters? After they were sent to the Malamine compound, Buddha Master assigned men to oversee them personally. Zhang Hao's eyes darted away. They seemed to be searching for something. I genuinely don't know anything more. My father warned me. Knowing too much means dying sooner. Chu Fan fell silent for several seconds, then crouched low, locking eyes with Zhang Hao. If you tell your father, or call the police. About today, he'll release these videos and photos online to the authorities, to every major news outlet. Then not only will you be ruined, but your father and the entire Zhang family will collapse with you. Zhang Hao turned ashen, nodding frantically. I won't speak. I swear it. And if anything happens to my sisters in northern Myanmar, not even a single hair harmed, I will hold you personally accountable. Chu Fan spoke each word with chilling precision. When that day comes, I will show you what true suffering means. Zhang Hao shuddered involuntarily. He had no doubt whatsoever that Chu Fan would fulfill that promise. Chu Fan rose and cast one last glance at Zhang Hao curled helplessly on the floor before turning to leave. In Zhang Hao. Chu Fan, what did you do to Zhang Hao? A familiar figure approached. Su Wan frowned, her voice edged with unmistakable reproach. In Chu Fan's gaze remained unervingly calm, empty, almost hollow. It has nothing to do with you. She knelt first to examine Zhang Hao's injuries. His nose was crooked, his finger grotesquely twisted. He trembled, uncontrollably curled, like a wounded shrimp. Good heavens. She looked up, fury blazing in her eyes as she snapped, Chu Fan, are you insane? Do you even realize who this is? The sole heir of the Zhang family. Do you want to return to prison for another decade? In Chu Fan didn't answer, only watched her silently. In 7 years had transformed Su Wan. Her features softened with maturity, her gaze sharpened with resolve. What are you staring at? Su Wan stood, disappointment thick in her voice. Chu Fan, it's been 7 years. I thought at the very least you'd have learned to master your emotions behind bars. And yet the moment you walked free you resorted again to brute force. Brute force. Chu Fan finally spoke. Softly, yet Su Wan instinctively stepped half a pace back. Su Wan, tell me, if you hadn't falsely accused me 7 years ago, would I still be serving time? Su Wan's face paled instantly. You still blame me. Chu Fan, you committed a crime. Rape is a grave felony. I know. Chu Fan nodded, a bitter smile curling his lips. I admit my guilt. I pleaded guilty. I served my sentence. But let me ask you, Su Wan, have you even once in these 7 years felt a single second of remorse? Su Wan's expression grew cold and detached. Why should I regret? You broke the law, that's fact. Yet the moment you're released you beat Zhang Hao so savagely. Do you hold any regard for justice? My actions require no justification from you, Su Wan. His tone reverted to its former detachment. Step aside, I'm leaving. You will not walk away. Su Wan blocked his path. You've reduced Zhang Hao to this state. You must answer for it, and answer. Chu Fan nearly laughed. Su Wan, you remain astonishingly naive. Do you think this is a schoolyard scuffle requiring an apology letter to the headmaster? And do you know what he's done to my sisters? How many girls has he trafficked to northern Myanmar? Su Wan froze. What? What do you mean? Exactly what it sounds like. Chu Fan stated flatly, Zhang Hao and his so-called philanthropist father are human traffickers, and my sisters were sold to northern Myanmar by them. Impossible. Su Wan whispered. The Zhangs are legitimate businessmen. Legitimate businessmen. Chu Fan pulled out his phone, tapped open a video, lowered the volume, and held it towards Su Wan. The clip lasted barely a dozen seconds, but it was enough. In the dim, squalid room, several girls huddled in the corner. One lifted her face, and Su Wan recognized her instantly, the shy, gentle art student who used to call her sister Wan. This? Su Wan clapped a hand over her mouth, nearly dropping the phone. Now, do you still believe I shouldn't have struck him? Chu Fan retrieved his phone. Or would you prefer ID handed him a formal legal notice, like some polished gentleman? Su Wan could utter no reply. She gazed at Zhang Hao writhing on the floor, then at Chu Fan, and suddenly reality itself seemed to warp and blur. Su Wan, what's wrong? What happened? Several young women rushed out from the private lounge, Su Wan's closest friends. They took in the scene and froze speechless. Heavens! Young Master Zhang! A woman in a crimson dress shrieked. Who did this? Her eyes locked onto Chu Fan, scanning his worn jacket and canvas shoes, and contempt flared raw and undisguised. Was it you? Red sister, don't. Su Wan tried to intervene, but it was too late. Oh well, now, I see who it is. Another girl, short-haired, smirking, recognized Chu Fan. Isn't this the eldest son of the Chu family? Oh right, now we should probably call him a convict. Chu Fan. The woman in red suddenly understood, and her disdain deepened. So it's you, the rapist. Did 7 years in prison not satisfy you? Are you eager to return? Chu Fan ignored them entirely, his gaze fixed solely on Su Wan. Keep your friends under control. This isn't their affair. Who exactly are you calling nosy? The woman in red stepped forward, nearly jabbing her finger into Chu Fan's nose. Let me make this clear, young Master Zhang is Su Wan's fiancé. Hitting him is the same as slapping Su Wan across the face. Fiancé. Chu Fan's body stiffened imperceptibly. He looked at Su Wan, who avoided his gaze. Chu Fan's voice was devoid of emotion. Congratulations. Who wants your congratulations? The girl in the red dress exclaimed sharply. Trash like you doesn't deserve to speak with us. Let me tell you, hurry up and kneel down to apologize to Zhang Xiao, then go to the police station and turn yourself in. You might even get a lighter sentence. Sister Hong, enough. Su-won finally spoke, her voice weary. Let him go. Go. Won, how can you? The short-haired girl said discontentedly, her arrogance unabated. He beat Zhang Hao like this. We must call the police. I said let him go. Su-won's voice rose by 8 degrees, carrying an undeniable authority. The several close friends were stunned. They had never seen Su-won like this. Chu Fan gazed deeply at Su-won, his eyes filled with a multitude of complex emotions, which ultimately transformed into a silent darkness. He turned to leave, this time not looking back. The corridor fell silent, leaving only Zhang Hao's faint groan. Su-won, are you crazy? The girl in the red dress said in disbelief. You actually let him go? Su-won did not answer. She squatted down, took out a tissue from her bag, and tried to wipe the blood off Zhang Hao's face. Don't touch me. Zhang Hao suddenly screamed, pushing her away. Get lost. All of you get lost. Su-won fell to the ground, staring blankly at the grotesque man before her. Is this still the elegant and obedient Zhang Hao she knew? Zhang Hao, you. I told you to get lost. Zhang Hao struggled to get up, glaring at her with hatred in his eyes. And tell Chu Fan he's dead. My dad won't let him go. If he wants to kill him, he'll sell him to Myanmar. He suddenly stopped, realizing he had let slip too much. Su-won's heart sank. Did you just say Myanmar? It's nothing. Zhang Hao turned his head away, staggering to his feet, his fingers oozing blood. Call an ambulance quickly. Only then did several close friends react, hurriedly making calls. Su-won stood up, watching Zhang Hao's back, suddenly feeling a chill all over. Chu Fan's earlier words echoed in her mind. Do you know what he did to my sister? Do you know how many girls he sold to Myanmar? And that video. Chu Shui's terrified and desperate face. Su-won slowly backed away until she reached the wall. The dim light in the corridor illuminated her pale face, revealing a nearly sickly fragility. She took out her phone, wanting to call Chu Fan, but discovered she didn't have his number at all. 7 years had passed, as she had changed phones 3 times and had long deleted all contact information related to Chu Fan. She thought this would bury the past, allowing her to start a new life. But now she realized that some pasts cannot be buried alive. It would crawl out of the grave, catching you off guard at midnight, grabbing your ankle and dragging you into the abyss. Su-won, are you okay? The short-haired girl approached, concerned. Su-won shook her head, forcing a smile. I'm fine. You all go with Zhang Hao to the hospital. I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'm heading back. Can you manage alone? I can. Su-won almost fled the nightclub. She stepped out onto the street. The cold wind at night cleared her head somewhat. She took out her phone and dialed a number. Dad, I want to ask you something. 1-1. Why are you still awake so? On the other end of the line was her father's gentle voice. Zhang Hao, what kind of business does his family do? There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Why are you suddenly asking this? Dad, tell me the truth. Has our family encountered trouble in business recently? Do we need the Zhang family's help? A longer silence followed. Girl, you don't need to worry about business matters. That kid Zhang Hao is not bad. He treats you well. Just, Dad. Su-won's voice had a hint of crying, even pleading. Tell me the truth. Is the Zhang family forcing you on something? Is it because of Chu Fan? Chu Fan. Her father's voice suddenly turned severe. 1-1. Do not mention that person again. He has harmed you. He deserves it. The Zhang family has helped us a lot over the years. You must learn to be grateful. But, no buts. Her father interrupted. Next month your engagement banquet with Zhang Hao must proceed as scheduled. This concerns the future of our Su family. Do you understand? Su-won's hand dropped weakly, her phone slipping to the ground. She understood. She understood why her father suddenly urged her to be with Zhang Hao, why the atmosphere at home had been tense lately, why her mother always seemed hesitant to speak. It turned out that the Su family had also fallen into difficulties, and the Zhang family was the only one who could lend them a hand. The price would be her. Just like years ago when the Chu family fell into trouble, Chu Fan's sister and mother became the price. Su-won squatted down, picked up her phone, the screen, already shattered, mirroring her current emotions. She remembered that night 7 years ago. When Chu Fan escorted her home and took out the engagement ring to propose, she had intended to agree. But that afternoon her father called, his voice weary. Girl, something happened at the company. Someone reported us for tax evasion and the evidence is conclusive. If this blows up, Dad might go to jail. What should we do? There's only one way. Her father hesitated, speaking in a low voice. The Zhang family is willing to help, but the condition. The condition is that you must break up with Chu Fan and then testify that he raped you. What? Su-won thought she misheard, incredulously saying, Dad, do you know what you're saying? I know this is excessive, but Luo Shui, Dad really has no other choice. Her father's voice choked, yet his attitude remained firm. The Zhang family said that as long as Chu Fan goes, and they can guarantee the safety of our Su family. Moreover, they will also give a large sum of money, enough for us to get through this difficult time. No, I can't do it. Su-won screamed. Then can you bear to see Dad go to jail? Can you bear to see our Su family go bankrupt? Her father shouted hoarsely with a hint of tears in his voice. Girl, I'm sorry, but really. There really is no choice. That night, when Shu Fan sent her home, her heart was bleeding. When he took out the ring, she almost broke down. What followed? She said no, but Shu Fan did not stop. That was true, as she did not lie. But if it weren't for the pressure from her family, if it weren't for her resentment towards Chu Fan, resenting him for being the son of the Chu family, resenting him for not understanding her difficulties, she might not have been so resolute in calling the police. She might have chosen to forgive, to communicate, to choose other possibilities. But there are no buts. 7 years have passed as she thought everything was over. She accepted Zhang Hao's pursuit, accepted her father's arrangement, and accepted this life without Chu Fan. Until tonight, when Chu Fan appeared again like a rusty knife, stabbing her painfully. Suwon wandered aimlessly on the street, unknowingly walking to the riverbank. This was the place they often came to during college. Chu Fan would discuss legal cases here, and she would lean on his shoulder to listen. Suwon, do you know that sometimes the law is powerless? Chu Fan once said it can punish crimes, but cannot prevent them. It can compensate for harm, but cannot heal it. Then what's the use of the law? She asked. To maintain the bare minimum of justice. Chu Fan smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, to tell everyone there are some lines that cannot be crossed. Will you cross the line? She asked jokingly. Chu Fan remained silent for a long time before saying, I hope not. Later he crossed the line due to alcohol desire and other reasons. And she crossed the line as well because of family pressure and fear. They both betrayed their former selves. Sitting by the river, hugging his knees, he gazed at the lights across the shore. His phone rang again. It was Zhang Hao calling. She did not answer. The phone rang repeatedly until it finally fell silent. Suwon opened her contacts and found a name she hadn't contacted in a long time. Journalist Lu from Sioux City Daily, who had once been a senior to her and Chu Fan. After a few rings, the call was answered. Senior Lu, it's Suwon. Suwon. A rare guest, Lu Chaos' voice carried surprise. What's the matter? I wanted to ask. Has Chu Fan contacted you recently? There was silence on the other end for a moment. Why do you ask that? He called Zhang Hao tonight saying that Zhang Hao was involved in human trafficking and that his sister was sold to northern Myanmar. Suwon's voice trembled. Senior, is this true? Lu Chao remained silent for a long time. Suwon, some things are better left unknown. Lu Chao finally said, the more you know, the more dangerous it becomes. I am already in danger. Suwon paused for a moment before slowly speaking. Senior Lu, if you know anything, please tell me. I need to know the truth. Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon at the old Doc Tea House. Come alone and don't tell anyone. All right. Hanging up the phone, Suwon stood up. The night wind blew her long hair and dried the tears on her face. 7 years ago, she chose silence, compromise, and a lie. Today, 7 years later, she no longer wanted to continue like this. No matter how cruel the truth was, no matter what the cost, she wanted to know. Because some debts once incurred must always be repaid. Just as Chu Fan said, what he owed her could never be paid back. And what she owed Chu Fan may also be unpayable. But at least she could stop running away. At least she could try to be the brave Suwon from 7 years ago. The girl who believed in law, justice, and true love. Even if it was already too late. Chu Fan returned to the community, just parked his electric scooter, and heard a scream from his aunt's room. Aunt, don't touch my daughter. Please, please. Chu Fan's heart stopped beating at that moment. Killing intent surged. The scream of his aunt was like a burning knife piercing through all his reason and calm. He rushed upstairs in 3 strides. Bang! He almost broke down the door. The force was so great that even the iron door was dented. The scene before him froze his blood instantly. His aunt was slumped on the floor, her left cheek swollen and her mouth bleeding. A punk with dyed yellow hair was gripping his cousin Xiaoyu's hair, pressing her against the wall. The little girl was only 6 years old, wearing pajamas, trembling in fear, tears streaming down her face, but not daring to cry out loud. There were 3 other thugs in the room, one standing on the coffee table, while the other 2 were ransacking the place. The entire living room was in shambles. The sofa was torn, the cabinet was toppled, and picture frames lay shattered on the floor. Let them go. Chu Fan's voice was terrifyingly calm. The yellow-haired thug turned his head, saw Chu Fan, and grinned. Oh, the main character has returned. He let go of the little girl and pushed her aside, walking toward Chu Fan. You are Chu Fan. Zhang Xiao asked us to deliver a message. His words were cut short, because Chu Fan's fist had already struck his face. This punch was thrown with all his strength, sending the yellow-haired thug flying back into the wall with a loud thud. The sound of his nose and jaw breaking echoed and blood gushed out. Damn it! How dare you hit me? The other 3 thugs reacted, and all pounced on him at once. Chu Fan did not dodge. He met them head-on. The first thug swung his fist, and Chu Fan sidestepped, grabbing his arm and twisting it backwards. Crack! The thug screamed and fell to the ground as his arm dislocated. The second thug picked up an ashtray from the table and smashed it over. Chu Fan ducked down and kicked him in the knee. Another crack. The thug cried out in pain, clutching his leg. The third thug drew a dagger and lunged at Chu Fan. Instead of retreating, Chu Fan advanced, grabbing his wrist and twisting it forcefully. The dagger clattered to the ground. Chu Fan's knee slammed into his abdomen, causing the thug to curl up in agony. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. All four thugs lay on the ground, moaning incessantly. Chu Fan walked up to the yellow-haired thug, squatted down, and pulled him up by the hair. "Did Zhang Hao send you?" His face covered in blood, the yellow-haired thug trembled in fear. It's Zhang Xiao. He said to teach you a lesson." "What lesson?" "He said, to let you know the consequences of offending the Zhang family in Sioux City." The yellow-haired thug, bruised and trembling, continued, "He also said, if you dare to get close to Miss Su again, he will sell your aunt and cousin to northern Myanmar." Chu Fan's eyes narrowed. He released the yellow-haired thug, stood up, and walked to his aunt to help her up. "And it's all right now." "One." His aunt cried as she rushed to embrace her daughter. Chu Fan looked at the mess around him, at the injuries on his aunt and cousin's trembling faces. He picked up the yellow-haired thug's phone and dialed Zhang Hao's number. After 5 rings, the call was connected. "Chu Fan." Zhang Hao's voice was smug. "Did you receive my gift? Do you like it?" "Zhang Hao." Chu Fan's voice was as cold as a knife, filled with killing intent. "Before noon tomorrow, have your father personally apologize, compensate for all losses, and guarantee never to harm my family again otherwise." "Otherwise what?" Zhang Hao interrupted him, arrogant and overbearing. "Are you going to come and hit me again?" Chu Fan, understand this. This is a society where connections matter. What do you have to fight against me? Haha, you have no idea that my revenge has just begun, understand? There will be more to come. Chu Fan remained silent for a few seconds, then smiled. That laugh was light, yet it sent a chill down Zhang Hao's spine on the other end of the line. "Why are you laughing, you idiot? Tonight you hitting me was due to my negligence, and I didn't even bring my bodyguards. Let me tell you, any relative connected to you, I will never let them go. I want you to watch helplessly as your family is slowly killed by me, or even sold to northern Myanmar." Chu Fan's voice was indifferent. "The Zhang family is courting death. So what? Are you going to kill me?" Zhang Hao feigned calmness, increasingly arrogant. "Do you dare? If you kill me, you will die too. I don't need to kill you." Chu Fan's voice was cold and merciless. "I only need to ruin you, ruin your father, ruin the Zhang family, ruin everything you run. Just based on you. A delivery worker and a convict. By me alone." Chu Fan's expression remained impassive. "Noon tomorrow. Remember that." He ended the call and turned his gaze to the 4 thugs sprawled on the floor. "Can you still move?" The 4 thugs nodded in terror. "Clean this place up." Chu Fan swept his eyes across the floor. "Compensate for all damages, full market value, and then get out." They dared not disobey, gritting their teeth against the pain as they staggered to their feet and began tidying the room. One of them pulled a wad of cash, roughly 5,000 yuan, from his wallet and placed it on the table. "Big brother, this is all we have on us." "Insufficient." Chu Fan shot him a cold, unblinking glance. "Bring 100,000 yuan by noon tomorrow, every single yuan, or I will come looking for you." "Yes." The thugs scrambled away, tumbling headlong down the stairs. Silence settled over the room. Xiao Nan rushed into her aunt's arms and finally burst into sobs. Chu Fan approached and gently stroked Xiao Nan's head. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." His aunt looked at him, her eyes clouded with conflicting emotions. "Xiao Fan, are you truly going to confront the Zhang family? Their influence is immense. It isn't I who seek conflict with them. It's they who refuse to let me be." Chu Fan guided her to sit on the sofa. "Auntie, take Xiao Nan to the countryside for a few days. I'll bring you both back once I've resolved matters here." "What exactly do you plan to do?" she asked, her voice thick with worry. "Don't act rashly. This Zhang family is beyond our reach. I'll do what must be done." Chu Fan offered no further explanation. "Pack your things now. I'll drive you to the station. By the way, where's Uncle Li?" His aunt froze, then forced a faint smile. "Your uncle and I are divorced. He cheated." "Cheated?" A subtle hardening flickered in Chu Fan's eyes. His aunt lowered her head, fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her shirt. "It happened half a year ago. He was involved with a female colleague from his company. I found out." Chu Fan fell silent for several seconds. In his memory, Uncle Li had always been a humble, upright man. He worked at a state-owned enterprise, not wealthy, but gentle-natured and devoted to his wife. Every spring festival he'd hand Chu Fan a generous red envelope, smiling warmly. "Xiao Fan, study hard. When you grow up and succeed, don't forget your Uncle Li. When did the divorce happen? Chu Fan asked. 3 months ago, his aunt replied, her voice breaking, tears streaming freely. He begged me for forgiveness, claiming it was just a momentary lapse. But I couldn't bear it. Xiao Fan, do you know? That day, I saw them together in our bed. She trailed off, but Chu Fan understood instantly. What about Xiao Nanan? Does she know? His aunt shook her head. I haven't told her the truth, only that her parents have separated. Her father visits her once a week and provides child support. Chu Fan studied his aunt's haggard profile and suddenly realized for these past 7 years he hadn't been the only one enduring suffering. Auntie, I'm sorry, Chu Fan murmured softly, guilt welling within him. All these years, you've borne so much. She lifted her face, eyes rimmed with red. Silly child. What are you saying? I'm the one who failed to help your mother, to protect Xiao Shui and Xiao Yu. No, you've done. Chu Fan clasped his aunt's hand, speaking gently. Thank you for taking me in. Thank you for still treating me as family. Xiao Nanan emerged from her room, a small backpack slung over her shoulder, eyes swollen from crying. She stepped beside Chu Fan and whispered, Brother Fan, where are we going? He knelt, meeting the gaze of his Tianjiao cousin. We're staying with Grandma for a while. Would that be all right? Why can't we stay here? This place isn't safe right now. Chu Fan stroked her hair, his expression shadowed with quiet shame. Once I've handled certain matters, I'll come fetch you both. Then, will you take me to the amusement park and buy me delicious food? Xiao Nanan nodded, then shook her head. What about Dad? Will he come with us? His aunt's body stiffened. Chu Fan gazed into Xiao Nanan's hopeful eyes and felt a sharp pang pierce his heart. He recalled his own childhood, how he too had once longed for his father's presence. Yet some longings are destined to remain unfulfilled. Nanan Dad has his own life, Chu Fan said tenderly, pinching her cheek. But I promise you, no matter what happens, I will protect you and Mom. Xiao Nanan nodded uncertainly, burying her face in Chu Fan's shoulder. He hoisted her small backpack and lifted his aunt's suitcase. As the three stepped out the door, Chu Fan paused for one last look at the cramped yet warm apartment. On the wall hung a family portrait, his aunt, Uncle Li, and Xiao Nanan, all radiant with smiles. Now that family was shattered, just as his own had been. Descending the stairwell, Chu Fan noticed several unfamiliar cigarette butts scattered in the landing. A chill ran through him, but he said nothing, only quickened his pace. He wheeled out the electric scooter and helped his aunt and Xiao Nanan settle onto it. The scooter was tiny, squeezing 3 people aboard was barely possible, but it was their only means of transport. Xiao Fan, what about your things? His aunt asked. I'll retrieve them later, Chu Fan replied calmly. Let's get you to the station first. The scooter glided along the midnight streets. Chu Fan rode steadily, but his eyes remained vigilant, scanning every shadow, every passing vehicle. He noted a black sedan trailing them at a measured, deliberate distance. The Zhang family's men. He made no sound, only subtly altered his route, turning sharply into a narrow alley. The black sedan followed without hesitation. Auntie, hold Xiao Nanan tight, Chu Fan murmured. What's wrong? Nothing, just hold on. Then without warning he accelerated, the scooter surging forward like a dart through the winding alley. The sedan hadn't anticipated the sudden burst of speed. Its driver swerved urgently, but the alley was too narrow, its turns too sharp. After several frantic maneuvers, Chu Fan vanished from their sight. Emerging from the alley's far end, he sped straight toward the long-distance bus station. They arrived just 10 minutes before the last departure to the countryside. Chu Fan purchased tickets and escorted them to the boarding gate. Xiao Fan, you must be careful. His aunt gripped his hand tightly, her expression fraught with anxiety. If it becomes too dangerous. There is no if, Chu Fan cut her off, voice resolute. I will find them. Auntie, once you reach Grandma's, send me a message. Also, during this time, answer no calls from unknown numbers. Open the door for no strangers. I understand. Xiao Nanan clung to Chu Fan's leg. Brother Fan, you must come get us. I will, he knelt, locking eyes with her, solemn and unwavering. I swear it. Watching his aunt and Xiao Nanan disappear through the boarding gate, Chu Fan exhaled slowly, only to turn and see a familiar figure standing at the station entrance. Su Wan. She wore a beige trench coat, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, a handbag held lightly in one hand, as though preparing for a journey far away. Upon seeing Chu Fan, she was clearly taken aback. Chu Fan. She approached him, her expression filled with concern. What are you doing here? Just dropping someone off. Chu Fan replied, briefly brushing past her. Su Wan suddenly turned around and fiercely grabbed his arm. Do you really hate me this much? Chu Fan turned to stare at her, his gaze devoid of anger. If you put yourself in my shoes, you would feel the same way about the events from 7 years ago. I Su Wan's hand froze in the air, her lips trembled, yet she couldn't form a complete sentence. Chu Fan, I know it's too late for me to say anything. Tears glimmered in Su Wan's eyes. But if I told you that I didn't mean it 7 years ago, would you believe me? Chu Fan quietly watched her, offering no reply. That night you were drunk, and I did say no, yet you did not. Su Wan's voice was very low, almost drowned out by the surrounding noise, but I reported it not just because. She took a deep breath. That afternoon my father received a call, and the other party said that if I didn't accuse you, our family would be finished. My father has a heart condition, and the company is on the brink of bankruptcy. I was so scared at that time, Chu Fan, I was so scared. So you chose to sacrifice me. Chu Fan's tone was calm, terrifyingly calm. It wasn't a sacrifice. Su Wan shook her head, tears finally falling at that time. I hated you. I hated you for not respecting me, hated you for being the son of the Chu family. There are no what-ifs. Chu Fan interrupted her, his expression indifferent. The events have already unfolded. You chose your family, and I understand. But the price was 7 years, the lives of my family members, and the disappearance of my sister and younger siblings. Su Wan, how can you expect me to forgive? Su Wan covered her mouth, trying not to cry out loud. She knew that everything Chu Fan said was true, yet she couldn't help but want to argue, to explain, to tell him that she hadn't had it easy in these 7 years. You were going to northern Myanmar, right? Su Wan wiped away her tears, her voice regaining some calmness. I checked on Zhang Hao's family's business. They indeed have connections to northern Myanmar. Chu Fan going alone is tantamount to suicide. That's my own business. Let me help you. Su Wan stepped forward, her gaze resolute. I know people there. They are very familiar with northern Myanmar. Chu Fan. At that moment a stern voice interrupted them. Mom and Dad, what are you doing here? Su Wan's voice carried a clear panic, and she instinctively released Chu Fan's arm, stepping back. Su's mother stepped forward with a stern face, blocking her daughter behind her, her gaze piercing Chu Fan like a knife. Chu Fan, my daughter already has a fiancé. You'd better stay away from her. He looked at Su Jiangwo, who was standing a little further away. Su Wan's father, the middle-aged man who had once praised him and even hinted at wanting him as a son-in-law. At that moment Su Jiangwo's expression was blank, but the distance and coldness in his eyes were more hurtful than any words. Chu Fan, one must have self-awareness. The current you is unworthy of my daughter. This remark pierced Chu Fan's heart like a needle hitting the softest spot. But he showed no emotion, merely responding flatly. I never pursued her. She has always been the one bothering me. You. Su Wan's face turned pale, looking at Chu Fan in disbelief. Su's mother scoffed, bothering you. My daughter would harass a convict. Chu Fan, stop flattering yourself. Let me tell you, next month Xiao Wan is going to get engaged to Zhang Hao. The Zhang family is a good match for us. Someone like you should know your place and stay far away so you don't ruin Xiao Wan's happiness. He looked at Su Wan, finding her head, lowered her hands, tightly gripping the strap of her handbag, her knuckles turning white. She did not refute her mother's words, merely biting her lips silent. Did you hear that? Su's mother pressed on aggressively. You should be clear about the Zhang family's status in Sioux City. Mom. Su Wan finally raised her head, her eyes red. Please stop talking. Why can't I say it? Su's mother turned to glare at her daughter, her tone fierce. Xiao Wan, have you forgotten how he treated you 7 years ago? A rapist, and you still want to be entangled with him. Are you trying to drive your father and me to our graves? I didn't. Then come home with us. Su's mother grabbed her daughter's arm. Now immediately. Su Jiangwo also approached, his tone leaving no room for argument. Xiao Wan, be obedient. Your mother is right. Oh, Chu Fan is no longer the young master of the Chu family from 7 years ago. You should be clear about what his current status is. The atmosphere among the three was tense, and curious onlookers were starting to gather. Chu Fan stood there like an outsider, coldly observing everything. 7 years have passed, some things have changed while others have remained the same. The Su couple remained practical, keenly aware of the situation. 7 years ago, when the Chu family was at its peak, they treated Chu Fan with utmost courtesy. 7 years later, with the Chu family in decline, and Chu Fan a convict, they avoided him like the plague. However, this was human nature. Chu Fan smiled bitterly to himself and turned to leave. Chu Fan. Su Wan suddenly called out to him, breaking free from her mother's grasp, quickly walking up to him and whispering, the password for that bank card is indeed your birthday. The information on the USB drive is what I've secretly investigated over the years. It can help you. Xiao Wan. Su's mother rushed over and pulled her daughter back to her side. What are you doing? What are you giving him? Nothing. Su Wan shook her head, looking at Chu Fan with pleading eyes. Hurry and go. Chu Fan gave her a deep look, put the items into his pocket, and without lingering turned and left quickly. Stepping out of the station, the cold night wind hit his face, bringing a chill. He hopped onto his bike heading back to the community. His things were still there. Just as he walked into a small alley suddenly, he heard cries for help. Chu Fan's steps came to an abrupt halt. In the silent alley, the cries for help and the sounds of struggle were exceptionally clear, mixed with men's curses and the girl's desperate sobs. "Help me. Let go of me. You bunch of bastards. Damn it, are you asking for it?" Brothers hold her down. The alley was deep, devoid of streetlights, with only a faint glimmer from the distant street lamp barely illuminating the scene. 3 men were pinning a girl against the wall, one of them tearing at her clothes. "Stop it." Chu Fan's voice was not loud, but it was particularly clear in the quiet alley. The 3 men turned simultaneously. In the dim light, Chu Fan saw their faces clearly. All were in their 20s, looking like thugs. One of them had a scar on his face. Oh, a hero saving a damsel in distress. The scar-faced man released the girl and walked towards Chu Fan. "Kid, wise up and get lost. Don't meddle in others' business." The girl seized the opportunity to break free from the control of the other 2, hiding in the corner, trembling with fear. Her clothes were torn, and there were clear handprints on her face with blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Chu Fan noticed that the girl looked to be only around 21 or 22, her eyes filled with terror. "I have already called the police," Chu Fan said calmly to the 3. "They will arrive in 3 minutes. The scar-faced man was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Call the police. Ha ha ha, are they coming to collect your corpse?" The smile on his face vanished as he drew a spring knife from his waist. "Kid, it seems you want to die." He charged forward suddenly, the knife aimed directly at Chu Fan's chest. Chu Fan sidestepped to avoid it, simultaneously striking the scar-faced man's wrist with his stick. Crack! The sound of a broken wrist echoed. The scar-faced man let out a cry of agony, and the knife fell to the ground. The other 2, seeing this, also pulled out their weapons and rushed forward. One wielded a steel pipe, while the other picked up a brick. 7 years in prison had exposed him to too much. The moves of these thugs were full of flaws in his eyes. The steel pipe swung towards him, and Chu Fan lowered his head to dodge, then kicked the assailant's knee. The man cried out in pain and fell to the ground, clutching his knee. As the brick came flying, Chu Fan sidestepped and stepped forward, delivering a punch to the man's nose. Blood gushed from the man's nose. In less than a minute, all 3 thugs lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Chu Fan walked over to the corner, took off his coat, and handed it to the girl. "Put this on you, I will take you to the hospital." The girl trembled as she accepted the coat, wrapping it around herself. When she raised her head, Chu Fan could see her face clearly. She was fair and youthful, but there was an indescribable stubbornness in her eyes. "Are you Chu Fan?" the girl suddenly asked. Chu Fan was taken aback. "Do you know me?" I am a student at Jian University." "Oh, I have heard about you. 7 years ago, Senior Chu, a top student in the law department." Chu Fan's heart sank. It was surprising that even after 7 years there were still juniors who remembered. "Let's not talk about that. We need to get out of here first." Chu Fan helped the girl up, being careful. "Can you walk?" The girl nodded, but as she took a step she cried out in pain and almost fell. Only then did Chu Fan notice that her ankle was badly swollen. "You sprained it." He frowned, lifting her pant leg to take a look. "I will carry you." He crouched down, allowing the girl to climb onto his back. She hesitated for a moment, her cheeks flushing slightly, but she complied. Chu Fan carried her and quickly walked out of the alley. The 3 thugs were still lying on the ground groaning, but Chu Fan paid them no mind. Upon reaching the alley entrance, he placed the girl on the back seat of his electric bike. "Where do you live?" "I will take you home." I don't dare go home." The girl shook her head, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. "Those people know where I live. They will come to take revenge." Chu Fan frowned. This indeed posed a problem. "Do you have anywhere else you can go?" he asked, realizing that bringing her to his home would be inconvenient. "A friend's house." "Relatives?" The girl shook her head, tears streaming down her face again. "My parents are working out of town. I am all alone studying in Sioux City." Chu Fan glanced at the time. It was already past 1 in the morning. "Let's go to my aunt's place for now," he finally said. "We can think of a solution tomorrow." The girl nodded softly, saying, "Thank you, Senior Chu." Chu Fan said nothing, starting the electric bike and heading towards his aunt's house. All the way he vigilantly scanned the surroundings, ensuring they were not being followed. Upon arriving at his aunt's building, Chu Fan first instructed the girl to wait in the hallway while he went upstairs to check. After confirming safety, he allowed her to come up. The girl limped into the room and was startled to see the mess everywhere. "What happened here?" "Don't ask," Chu Fan said briefly, pointing to the sofa. "Sit down first. I will find some medicine to treat your wounds." He took out alcohol, cotton swabs, and band-aids from the medical kit, and also grabbed an ice pack to apply to the girl's ankle. Ouch. The girl couldn't help but gasp. "Senior Chu, my name is Mu Ruoqing from the journalism department at Jian University." Chu Fan's movements paused slightly. Mu watching, he repeated the name, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. You are Professor Mu's daughter. Mu watching looked up in surprise. You know my father. Chu Fan did not answer immediately, but continued to treat her injured ankle. As the ice pack was applied to the swollen area, Mu watching couldn't help but gasp again. Professor Mu Tianjiao, the director of the journalism department at Sioux City University, an authority in the field of investigative reporting in the country. Chu Fan's tone was flat, but his eyes were complicated. 7 years ago, he was one of the few teachers who was willing to speak up for me. Mu Rooking's eyes widened. You mean? My father back then. He wrote a letter of appeal to the court, Chu Fan said, though it didn't do much. I have always remembered it. The room fell into a brief silence with only the faint sound of the cotton swab rubbing against her wound. My father. Mu watching lowered her head. He suffered a stroke last year and has been in the hospital since. Chu Fan's hand froze in midair. I'm sorry. It's fine. Mu watching shook her head, her voice choking. Ding. Suddenly her phone in her pocket rang. Senior Chu, I need to take this call. Chu Fan discreetly stepped aside, continuing to tidy the medical kit. Mu watching took out her phone, and upon seeing the caller ID, her expression changed dramatically. Hello, Mom. Her voice grew tense. What happened? A woman's anxious voice came from the other end of the line. Though Chu Fan could not make out the specific content from Mu Rooking's increasingly pale face, it was clear that something was wrong. What? How can this be? Mu Rooking's voice began to tremble, her eyes reddening. Didn't the doctor say his condition was stable? How could it suddenly worsen? As she listened to the phone, silent tears streamed down her face. Okay, I will be right there. Mom, don't worry, just wait for me. Mu watching hung up the phone, her entire being feeling drained of strength as she collapsed onto the sofa. Your father? Chu Fan tentatively asked. The doctor said his condition suddenly worsened and he might not make it through the night. Mu watching covered her face, her shoulders shaking violently. Mom asked me to go to the hospital right away to see him for the last time. I will take you to the hospital. Chu Fan did not hesitate. But Mu watching looked up, her eyes swollen. No more talking. Saving your father is the priority. I might be able to help. Chu Fan interrupted her. Mu watching looked at him gratefully. Senior Chu, thank you. The two hurried downstairs and Chu Fan hailed a taxi, taking them towards the Sioux City University Hospital. Throughout the ride, neither of them spoke. Chu Fan could feel Mu watching silently, crying, her tears soaking into his clothes. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the hospital. Chu Fan quickly carried her into the elevator. 10th floor, Mu Rooking's voice trembled, fearing the loss of her father. Chu Fan pressed the button for the 10th floor. The elevator slowly ascended, the numbers continually changing. Mu watching tightly grasped Chu Fan's clothing, her nails almost digging into the fabric. Her breath was rapid and irregular, her entire body trembling slightly. It will be fine, Chu Fan whispered, although he himself was not certain. Dad can't be in trouble. Mu Rooking's voice choked, nearly breaking into tears. He hasn't seen me graduate, hasn't seen me become a reporter yet. The elevator dinged as it reached the 10th floor. The doors opened to reveal a long corridor. The walls were a cold white, the lighting harsh, and the air was filled with the scent of disinfectant. Several medical staff were gathered around the hospital bed, their expressions serious. A middle-aged woman knelt on the floor, hands clasped together, praying. She was Mu Rooking's mother. Mom. Mu watching broke free from Chu Fan's support and staggered over. Her mother looked up, tears welling again as she saw her daughter, Xiaoqing. Your father. Doctor, how is my father? Mu watching grasped the doctor's white coat. The doctor was a man in his 40s wearing glasses, his expression grave. Miss Mu, your father's condition is very serious. There is re-bleeding in the skull, pressing on the brainstem. We have done our best, but what? Mu Rooking's voice rose sharply. But the success rate of the surgery is less than 10%. The doctor adjusted his glasses, his tone somber. And even if the surgery is successful, the best outcome is a vegetative state. Mu watching felt as if struck by a heavy blow, her body swayed. And if not for Chu Fan supporting her, she would have fallen. No. Impossible. She murmured, tears streaming down her face. Dad was fine yesterday, he even video called me. Chu Fan suddenly spoke up. Why don't I take a look at Professor Mu? Mu Rooking's mother looked at Chu Fan in surprise, watching. Who is this? Mu Rooking's mother was a woman in her 50s with a hint of her youthful beauty still visible. She scrutinized Chu Fan with a critical gaze. Her eyes were red and swollen, clearly having cried for a long time, yet her gaze remained sharp. Mom, this is Chu Fan, my father's former student. Mu watching hurriedly introduced, her voice still choked. Senior Chu heard that Dad was hospitalized and specifically came to visit. Mu's mother nodded, but the doubt in her eyes had not completely dissipated. Chu Fan. I think I heard old Mu mention you. The incident 7 years ago. Her sentence trailed off, but Chu Fan understood her meaning. 7 years ago, during that lawsuit, Professor Mu had advocated for him, and Mu's mother surely knew as well. Aunt, thank you and Professor Mu for your trust in me back then. Chu Fan said, sincerely, appearing humble. I know it's not appropriate to say this now, but I might be able to help. I have some knowledge of medicine. Let me see Professor Mu's condition. The doctor frowned. Sir, the patient is currently in critical care and non-family members are not allowed to visit. Moreover, the patient's condition is critical. It's not something you can solve just by taking a glance. Besides, you are so young, how could you possibly understand medicine? The experts in the hospital have decades of experience. They know much more than you do. Chu Fan's gaze remained unwavering, calmly meeting the doctor's challenge. I have studied medicine and have saved some people. How will we know unless we try? The doctor's expression darkened. He adjusted his glasses, trying to assert his authority over Chu Fan. Sir, this is a hospital, not a place for you to play the hero. Professor Mu's condition is critical. Any non-professional intervention could lead to irretrievable consequences. Mu's mother looked at Chu Fan's determined gaze, then at the obviously agitated doctor, and her internal scale began to tip. She recalled what her husband once said to her. That child Chu Fan is steadfast and upright. He will surely achieve great things in the future. Let him take a look. Mu's mother suddenly spoke, her voice not loud, but filled with undeniable firmness. Mrs. Mu. The doctor immediately became anxious, still unwilling to relent. You are joking with Professor Mu's life. I trust old Mu's judgment. Mu's mother looked at Chu Fan, forcing out a smile. Child, do you really understand medicine? Chu Fan nodded. In the 7 years in prison, I learned a lot from an old Chinese medicine practitioner. A trace of disdain flickered in the doctor's eyes. How dare a convict speak so boldly here? But Mu's mother quickly regained her composure. All right, Dr. Li, let him in. Dr. Li's lips moved, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately swallowed his words. He glowered, stepped aside to open the door, and led Chu Fan inside. Mu Ruoqing and her mother anxiously followed in. Several elderly doctors with white hair wearing masks were pushing equipment and performing resuscitation. Dad. Mu Ruoqing, tears streaming down her face, wanted to step forward, but was stopped by her mother. Glancing at the pale Professor Mu on the hospital bed, Chu Fan strode forward and grasped his icy wrist to check his pulse. Who are you? Who let you in? An elderly doctor with a full head of white hair scolded, his authority evident without anger. What's going on? Li Ming, hurry and throw him out. The other elderly doctors also chimed in, scolding him. Shut up. Chu Fan's gaze was sharper than a knife. His demeanor suddenly changed. If you don't want Professor Mu to die, then immediately go get silver needles. You. Faced with Chu Fan's imposing presence, the elderly doctors were momentarily speechless. Chu Fan's gaze swept across their faces, finally settling on Professor Mu on the hospital bed. His face was as pale as paper, his breathing so weak that it was almost imperceptible, with only the faint flutter of the ECG monitor proving that he was still alive. The pulse is faint and thin. Chu Fan's voice was icy. There is stagnant blood in the skull, obstructing the qi and blood. If rescue is not administered, he will surely perish within 3 minutes. Nonsense. The elderly doctor who had scolded Chu Fan earlier with the name tag reading, Wang Jiren, on his chest retorted, We are doing everything we can to save him. What do you, a young punk, understand? Dr. Li Ming quickly stepped forward. Director Wang, this is someone the patient's family brought in. He says he understands some Chinese medicine. Chinese medicine? Wang Jiren sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Chinese medicine can treat headaches and fevers, but treating intracranial bleeding, that's simply a fantasy. Chu Fan ignored their argument, his fingers still resting on Professor Mu's pulse, feeling the almost disappearing signs of life. 7 years ago, the old man in prison had imparted both martial arts and medical teachings without reservation. Silver needles. Chu Fan raised his head, his gaze piercing. Now immediately. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority. The wards suddenly fell silent. Even the beeping of the machines sounded exceptionally harsh. Mu's mother looked at Chu Fan's determined gaze, then at her unconscious husband, and bit her lip. Director Wang, let him try. Old Mu. He might not make it. Wang Jiren's expression shifted as he glanced at the ECG monitor. The heart rate had dropped to 30 beats per minute, blood pressure at 6,040, and oxygen saturation at only 80. These were signs of imminent death. Director, the patient's condition is deteriorating rapidly, a young doctor exclaimed. Prepare for electric defibrillation. Wang Jiren made a prompt decision. No, Chu Fan said sternly, his gaze sharp as a knife. He is currently in a state of extreme weakness. Forcing electric shocks will only hasten his death. Then what do you suggest? Wang Jiren shouted. Silver needles stimulate Baihui Renzhong Neguan and Zusanli. Chu Fan spoke rapidly, leaving no room for doubt. First stabilize the heart pulse, then guide the qi and blood upward to clear the obstruction. Wang Jiren stared hard at Chu Fan. A few seconds later, he shouted to the nurse, go get a set of silver needles. Quickly. The nurse rushed out. In the rescue room, everyone anxiously stared at Professor Mu and Chu Fan. Mu, watching, held her mother's hand tightly, tears blurring her vision. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Each second felt as long as a year. Finally, the nurse returned, holding a syringe. Chu Fan took it, quickly opened it, and drew out the longest silver needle. Disinfect, he said briefly. The nurse handed him some alcohol swabs. Chu Fan carefully wiped the silver needle, then took a deep breath. Everyone held their breath. Chu Fan's fingers hovered momentarily above the Baihui acupuncture point on Professor Mu's head before steadily descending. As the silver needle pierced the skin, Professor Mu's body seemed to twitch slightly. Immediately after, Chu Fan took another needle and inserted it into the Renzhong acupuncture point. Third needle, Nei Guan acupuncture point. Fourth needle, Zhu Sanli. With 4 needles inserted, beads of sweat began to form on Chu Fan's forehead. He closed his eyes, his fingers gently manipulating the silver needle with a soft and focused motion. Wang Jiren stared intently at the heart monitor. In the first few seconds, there was no change. Just as he was about to voice his doubts, a miracle occurred. The heart rate line began to rise slowly. 32. 35. 40. Blood pressure was also rising. 6,545. 70. 50. 7,555. Blood oxygen saturation, 82. 85. 88. How is this possible? A young doctor murmured. A glimmer of shock flashed in Wang Jiren's eyes. As a neurosurgery authority, he had seen too many life-and-death situations, but the scene before him completely exceeded his comprehension. Chu Fan did not stop. He took a few short needles and inserted one into each of Professor Mu's 10 acupuncture points, the tips of his 10 fingers. This was the bloodletting therapy, used in emergency treatment to awaken the mind. Dark red blood beads seeped from the fingertips. What are you doing? Li Ming exclaimed. The patient is already weak and you are letting his blood out. Although still pale, it was no longer the ashen gray of death. Chu Fan continued to insert needles, his technique growing faster. His fingers danced between the silver needles, each insertion Although still pale, it was no longer the ashen gray of death. Chu Fan continued to insert needles, his technique growing faster. His fingers danced between the silver needles, each insertion precise and appropriately deep. Gradually, Professor Mu's breathing became steady and strong, with noticeable rises and falls in his chest. 10 minutes later, Chu Fan slowly withdrew the needles. As the last silver needle was removed, Professor Mu's eyelids fluttered slightly. Dad. Mu, watching excitedly, wanted to rush forward, but was held back by her mother. Chu Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead and stepped back. His complexion was also somewhat pale. The earlier rescue had consumed a significant amount of his true energy. Wang Jiren quickly walked to the bedside, carefully checking Professor Mu's condition. The more he examined, the more astonished his expression became. The intracranial pressure has decreased. Pupil light reflex has returned. He murmured, trembling with excitement. This is simply a medical miracle. He turned to look at Chu Fan, his gaze complex. Young man, who did you learn from? An old man in prison, surname Sun, first name unknown, Chu Fan calmly replied. Wang Jiren pondered for a moment. Suddenly his eyes brightened. Could it be that legendary ghost Dr. Sun Shana? Chu Fan neither denied nor confirmed. Wang Jiren gasped in shock. No wonder your medical skills are so extraordinary. Old Sun disappeared 10 years ago. It turns out he was. He did not continue, but everyone understood the implication. Professor Mu is temporarily stable, Chu Fan said lightly. But the intracranial stasis blood remains. There could be a re-bleed at any time. We must perform surgery as soon as possible. I understand. Wang Jiren nodded, his tone grave. But given the patient's current physical condition, the surgical risks remain very high. Young man, do you wish to participate in this surgery? I can do it myself. Chu Fan's voice was calm, but it plunged the entire rescue room into silence. Wang Jiren was stunned. What did you say? This is a craniotomy. It requires a professional neurosurgery team, a microscope, and what is needed is to clear the stasis blood and unblock the meridians. Chu Fan coldly interrupted him. And the silver needle can do that. He took out the longest silver needle from the syringe package, measuring 7 inches. The needle gleamed coldly under the light. I need quiet. Chu Fan said, waving his hand. Everyone take 3 steps back. No one dared to question. The earlier miracle had proven that this young man possessed abilities beyond their comprehension. Chu Fan took a deep breath, concentrating all his mind on his fingertips. He remembered the old man saying, the highest realm of medicine is where the needle is the eye, the chi is the hand. With a vision in the heart, the hands will encounter no obstacles. At this moment, a 3-dimensional image of Professor Mu's interior emerged in his mind, the result of his true energy probing during the earlier pulse diagnosis. The location, size, and pressure on the nerves and blood vessels of the stasis blood were all clear. The first needle pierced the Tianling point. The true energy flowed down with the needle, directly reaching the edge of the stasis blood. The second needle entered the temple at a tricky angle, avoiding major blood vessels. The third needle at the Feng Fu point on the back of the neck stabilized the central nervous system. With 3 needles inserted, beads of fine sweat formed on Chu Fan's forehead, but his fingers remained as steady as a rock. The true energy created subtle vibration fields within Professor Mu's skull through the silver needles. It was like using ultrasound to break stones, but 1,000,000 times more precise. Wang Jiren stared intently at the monitor. The intracranial pressure value began to decrease slowly. 25. 23. 21. The normal range is 715, but this was already an unimaginable improvement. Chu Fan closed his eyes, relying solely on his true energy perception. His fingers gently manipulated the silver needle, controlling the frequency and intensity of the true energy. The stasis blood began to slowly decompose and dilute under the vibration of the true energy. 4th needle, 5th needle. When the 6th needle was inserted, dark red blood suddenly flowed from Professor Mu's nasal cavity. There's bleeding, a nurse exclaimed. It's not bleeding, it's stasis blood, Wang Jiren excitedly interjected. He is drawing out the stasis blood. Indeed, the blood that flowed out quickly turned dark brown, characteristic of old stasis blood. As the stasis blood was expelled, Professor Mu's complexion improved visibly. The last needle Chu Fan inserted into the Baihui point. This needle was the deepest, and the true energy was the most abundant. The needle went 3 inches deep, reaching the core of the stasis blood. Break, Chu Fan said softly. The last piece of stasis blood within the skull dispersed, turning into fine particles carried away by the circulatory system. Chu Fan slowly withdrew the needle. The 7 silver needles were pulled out one by one, each needle tip stained with a faint dark red hue. The values on the heart monitor returned to normal. Heart rate 75, blood pressure 12,080, blood oxygen saturation 98. The intracranial pressure stabilized at 14. Completely normal. The entire rescue room was silent. Everyone looked at Chu Fan as if gazing at a deity. Without surgery, without blood loss, just using 7 silver needles, he had completed the most difficult neurosurgery. This was not just medical skill, it was a miracle. Chu Fan staggered a step, propping himself against the wall to steady himself. The earlier rescue had nearly exhausted half of his true energy. Wang Jiren stepped forward to support him, his voice trembling. You did it. Divine doctor. This is simply a miracle. Chu Fan shook his head, wanting to say that this was just superficial, but he truly had no strength left. Mu's mother and Mu Ruoqing rushed to the bedside. Seeing Professor Mu's steady breathing and rosy complexion, they finally couldn't help but burst into tears. Old Mu has come back to life. Dad. Chu Fan smiled faintly at this scene. At that moment, Professor Mu's eyelids fluttered and slowly opened. Dad. Mu Ruoqing exclaimed in delight. Professor Mu's gaze was still somewhat dazed, but when he saw Chu Fan, his eyes suddenly lit up. Chu Fan. His lips moved slightly, struggling to utter a few words. Before he could finish, he fell asleep again. But this time it was a normal postoperative sleep. Wang Jiren, however, felt as if he had discovered a treasure. The patient can speak. Consciousness has returned. This is simply. He didn't know what words to use to describe it. Chu Fan waved his hand. Let him rest well. Don't move for a week. I will write a prescription for him to take on schedule. After saying that, he wrote out a prescription and handed it to Wang Jiren. Prepare the medicine according to this. Boil 3 bowls of water down to 1. Take it morning and night. Wang Jiren took the prescription as if it were a treasure, carefully examining each ingredient. Wonderful. Too wonderful. This formula. I have other matters to attend to, so I will leave first. Chu Fan turned to leave. Wait. Wang Jiren called out to him. Can you stay at the hospital? I am hiring you as a distinguished expert, and you can set your own terms. Chu Fan shook his head. I have no intention of staying here. 5 million. Wang Jiren's voice echoed in the emergency room, filled with urgency. An annual salary of 5 million with a dedicated car assistant and an independent laboratory. You can research whatever you want. This figure made all the doctors and nurses present gasp in shock. An annual salary of 5 million was absolutely a top-tier treatment in the medical field of Sioux City. But Chu Fan did not stop his steps, nor did he look back. 10 million. Wang Jiren gritted his teeth and upped the ante, plus a house in the city center. As long as you stay. Chu Fan had already reached the door, reaching out to push it open. 20 million. Wang Jiren almost shouted. Chu Fan, think this through. With this money you can do anything you want. You can help your family, you can. Director Wang. Chu Fan finally turned around, his gaze chillingly calm. Some things cannot be bought with money. Moreover, I don't have time to see patients. Wang Jiren waved his hand, speaking urgently. You don't need to see patients, you just need to have your name on the hospital's roster. Occasionally come to guide difficult cases 3 to 5 times a year is fine. You will be completely free the rest of the time. The sound of a needle dropping could be heard in the emergency room. All the doctors and nurses stared at Chu Fan, their eyes filled with disbelief. Just having his name listed 3 to 5 times a year with a 20 million annual salary. This was simply unheard of. Mu Ruoqing and her mother were even more dumbfounded. Chu Fan, however, smiled, a faint trace of sarcasm in his expression. Director Wang, do you think I lack money? This? Wang Jiren was momentarily speechless. Seeing Wang Jiren's troubled expression, Chu Fan remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. I agree to have my name listed, but I have 3 conditions. First, Wang Jiren's eyes brightened. You can say. I will agree to any condition. First, Chu Fan raised a finger. I do not accept any mandatory treatment tasks. Who I wish to treat, and when to treat them is entirely up to me. Of course. Wang Jiren nodded quickly. You only need to occasionally come and look at difficult cases at your convenience. Second, Chu Fan raised a second finger. I will not participate in any administrative affairs of the hospital, attend any meetings, or accept any interviews or promotions. No problem. Wang Jiren patted his chest. You will be our hospital's distinguished consultant with only a few people aware of your existence. Third, Chu Fan raised a third finger, his gaze becoming sharp. I need an absolutely safe identity. Outwardly, you cannot disclose any of my information. Internally, my file needs the highest level of encryption. Wang Jiren paused for a moment, then understood Chu Fan's meaning. This young man was clearly burdened with unknown secrets and dangers. I understand. Wang Jiren nodded solemnly. I will personally handle your file. Only I and the dean will have access to it. Additionally, please leave me your personal number, and it will never be disclosed. Chu Fan nodded and wrote down. Wait. Wang Jiren quickly walked to the desk, took out some documents from the drawer. Just sign here. He then took out a black bank card from the safe. This is the hospital's advance on your annual salary. The 20 million has already been credited. The password is 6/8. You can change it anytime. Chu Fan looked at the card, but did not immediately take it. 20 million was indeed a considerable sum for him at the moment. But he didn't want to owe too many favors. I only need to advance a portion. Chu Fan left his account info. Transfer it to my account, and the rest I will take once I have truly contributed to the hospital. Wang Jiren, however, insisted on shoving the card into his hand. Mr. Chu, you must accept this money. Chu Fan held the bank card, a complex emotion surging in his heart. 7 years ago, he lost everything. 7 years later, he actually received such recognition and respect for his medical skills. Is this not a form of irony? Thank you. In the end, he only said these 2 words. After signing the documents, Chu Fan put away his phone and the bank card, turning to leave once more. This time Wang Jiren did not stop him. He only bowed deeply. Mr. Chu, take care. Sioux City University affiliated hospital welcomes you back anytime. Chu Fan nodded and pushed the door open. In the corridor, Mu Ruoqing was still waiting for him. Brother Chu Fan, did you really agree to Director Wang? Her eyes were filled with both joy and worry. It's just a name on the roster. Chu Fan smiled slightly. From now on you can just call me Chu Fan. Mu Ruoqing was momentarily stunned, then a blush crept onto her face. Then, you can call me Ruoqing too. The two exchanged a glance, and the atmosphere became somewhat subtle. For the first time in 7 years, Chu Fan felt this kind of pure concern after being released from prison, devoid of any ulterior motives mixed with no interests. Ding! At this moment, Chu Fan's phone rang. He answered the call. Young Master Chu, you asked me to investigate has yielded some clues. A hoarse voice spoke, the tone filled with respect. 7 years ago, after you were imprisoned, the Chu family suffered a catastrophic disaster, and the Chu group was divided among various families in Sioux City. Miss Chu and the third lady were even subjected to humiliation, among whom were not only Zhang Hao, but also the young masters of various families in Sioux City. Even Su Wan's younger brother Su Qing, as well as your uncle and second uncle's family were involved. Moreover, your father did not die by hanging. he was forcibly injected with drugs and ultimately strangled to death. Your father was strangled. Those people took his heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys. Some were transplanted into others, and some were sold for a high price. Very little information about your mother remains. Most of it has been deliberately erased. I found out that your mother's cancer was not due to natural causes, but was deliberately induced as part of an experiment. Continue. His voice was unusually calm, terrifyingly so. During her detention, Miss Chu Yu suffered sexual assaults and abuse from at least 17 individuals. Mu Ruoqing noticed something was off with Chu Fan and cautiously asked Chu Fan what's wrong? Chu Fan's fingers gripping the phone had turned pale, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. But his face showed no expression. Only those eyes, unfathomable, cold as an icy pool. Continue. Chu Fan spoke to the person on the other end of the phone, his voice eerily steady. The hoarse voice on the other end hesitated. Chu Xiao, are you sure you want to hear all the details? Some of the content is very cruel. Speak. Chu Fan uttered a single word, but it carried an undeniable command. Zhang Hao from the Zhang family, Su Qing from the Su family, Wang Lin, the eldest daughter of the Wang family, Li Cheng from the Li family, Zhou Ming from the Zhou family, Zhao Bin from the Zhao family. A total of 17 people, all second-generation heirs from prominent families in Su City. Among them, some of them were your classmates back when you were at Su University. Mu Ruoqing covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. She could not imagine the pain Chu Fan felt upon hearing this. Chu Xiao, do you need me to mobilize resources? The voice on the other end was respectful. Chu Fan refused. Not yet. I will notify you if needed. By the way, this noon, Zhang Hao will accompany his father to attend Wang Lin's wedding. The person on the other end reminded. A cold smile crept across Chu Fan's lips. Location: Intercontinental Hotel, in Sioux City, top floor, banquet hall, 12 noon. The wedding begins. The person on the other end replied cautiously. Chu Xiao, what do you plan to? Send a gift. Chu Fan said calmly, but his eyes were filled with a murderous intent as palpable as reality. Send me the guest list for the wedding. Understood. The call ended. Chu Fan stood motionless in place. Mu Ruoqing wanted to step forward to comfort him, but was deterred by the cold aura radiating from him, afraid to approach. She could sense that at this moment Chu Fan was like a volcano about to erupt, calm on the surface, but seething with the power to destroy everything within. The phone vibrated, and a detailed guest list arrived. Chu Fan glanced at the densely packed names, all prominent figures from Sioux City. Zhang Tian, Su Jiangwo, Wang Jinhai, head of the Wang family, Li family, Zhou family, Zhao family. Very good, they are all here. Chu Fan. Mu Ruoqing finally mustered the courage to speak. What are you going to do? Nothing much. I'm going to attend a classmate's wedding. Chu Fan's voice was eerily calm, contrasting sharply with the murderous intent swirling in his eyes. Mu Ruoqing was stunned. A classmate's wedding? Chu Fan, don't be impulsive. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Chu Fan. Don't worry, I'm just going to send a gift. Chu Fan's lips curled into a chilling arc. After all, it would be impolite not to attend a wedding of an old classmate. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Prepare a suit for me along with a special gift. Deliver it to the Intercontinental Hotel within an hour. An hour later, at the entrance of the Intercontinental Hotel, a black Rolls-Royce slowly came to a stop. The car door opened, and Chu Fan stepped out. He wore a well-tailored black suit, a luxury watch adorning his wrist. He looked impressive, entirely unlike a recently released prisoner, but rather like the heir of a prominent family. The attendant at the entrance was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting such a distinguished guest to appear suddenly. Sir, please show your invitation. The attendant said politely. Chu Fan pulled out a gold-embossed invitation from the inner pocket of his suit. This was just produced by the monkey, enough to pass for genuine. After checking, the attendant respectfully bowed. Mr. Chu, please come in. Chu Fan stepped into the hotel lobby. It had been lavishly decorated with flowers and ribbons everywhere. Guests chatted in small groups, the air filled with the scents of champagne and perfume. His appearance immediately caught the attention of some. Though 7 years had passed, Chu Fan's appearance had not changed much, especially that unique aura that allowed some old classmates to recognize him quickly. Though 7 years had passed, Chu Fan's appearance had not changed much, especially that unique aura that allowed some old classmates to recognize him. It's really him. How did he get out? How dare he come here? Whispers spread through the crowd. Yet Chu Fan seemed to hear nothing and walked straight to the registration desk. The person responsible for registration at the desk was a distant relative of the Wang family, a woman in her 40s. When she saw Chu Fan's name, her expression changed, and she looked up to scrutinize him. Chu Fan. Her voice trembled slightly. It's me. Chu Fan smiled faintly. I'm here to send a gift for my old classmate's wedding. The woman hesitated for a moment before writing down Chu Fan's name. After Chu Fan signed, he turned to walk toward the banquet hall. Along the way, many cast surprised, curious, and even fearful glances at him. Inside the banquet hall, the wedding was in full swing. Wang Lin wore an expensive wedding gown, her arm linked with her father Wang Zhenhai's, as they slowly walked toward the stage. The groom stood on stage, beaming with joy. Everything seemed so beautiful, so harmonious. Until Chu Fan entered the banquet hall. His arrival was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, immediately creating ripples. Many recognized him, exclamations of surprise and discussions erupted. Zhang Hao was drinking with several wealthy youths in a corner, and when he saw Chu Fan, the wine glass in his hand fell to the ground with a loud crash. Chu Fan. His voice was sharp with fear. This exclamation drew everyone's attention to Chu Fan. On stage, Wang Lin saw Chu Fan, and her complexion instantly went pale. She instinctively tightened her grip on her father's arm. Wang Zhenhai's expression darkened. He waved his hand to signal for the music to stop, and then glared at Chu Fan, who allowed you to come. Uncle Wang, I'm here to send a gift for my old classmate's wedding. Chu Fan said with a smile, but the smile did not reach his eyes. What, am I not welcome? You are not welcome here. Wang Zhenhai said coldly, please leave immediately. Leave? Chu Fan laughed, pulling out a chair to sit down. Uncle Wang, I'm not just here to attend the wedding today. I also have a few accounts to settle with some people present. His gaze swept over Zhang Hao, then over several wealthy youths, finally landing on Wang Lin. 7 years ago, I was wrongfully imprisoned due to Su Wan slander. My father was strangled, his organs harvested, and sold. My mother was used as an experimental subject, and cancer was artificially induced. My sister Chu Yu was repeatedly sexually assaulted and abused by 17 men, and my sister Chu, she is missing. Chu Fan's voice was not loud, but every word resonated clearly throughout the entire banquet hall. And you all, he pointed at Zhang Hao, at Wang Lin, at those wealthy youths, are the murderers. You're talking nonsense. Zhang Tianda suddenly stood up, his arrogance palpable. Security, break his legs and throw him out. A few security guards rushed over, looking fierce and intimidating. But Chu Fan simply waved his hand lightly, and those security guards seemed to be struck by an invisible force, flying backward and crashing into several tables. Everyone was stunned. What kind of power is this? Chu Fan walked step by step towards Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's face turned pale, his throat bobbing in fear as he retreated repeatedly, his legs trembling as if he might kneel. What are you afraid of? Chu Fan asked softly. Zhang Hao's voice trembled. I don't understand what you're saying. Chu Fan smiled a smile that sent chills down Zhang Hao's spine. Then let me help you remember. He reached out and lightly placed his hand on Zhang Hao's shoulder. With a crack, Zhang Hao's shoulder dislocated. Oh! Zhang Hao let out a piercing scream. This is for the collarbone you broke of my sister. Chu Fan said calmly. He then kicked Zhang Hao's knee. Crack! The kneecap shattered. This is for the rib you broke of my sister. Zhang Hao fell to the ground, rolling in pain. His screams echoed through the banquet hall, but no one dared to step forward to help him. Stop! Zhang Tian's voice boomed like thunder, resonating throughout the banquet hall. The tycoon of the Sioux City business community looked pale, his eyes burning with rage. He pushed through the crowd, blocking his way, and strode towards Chu Fan. Following Zhang Tianda were a dozen bodyguards in black, each tall and sharpied. Their hands rested on their waists, ready to draw their guns at any moment. The atmosphere in the banquet hall dropped to freezing point. The guests held their breath, watching the imminent conflict unfold. Chu Fan slowly turned around, calmly looking at Zhang Tianda. Mr. Zhang, long time no see. What's the matter? Are you pained to see your son suffering? Chu Fan, you a convict, dare to act wild here. Zhang Tian's voice was cold. Have you forgotten how you ended up here 7 years ago? How could I forget? Chu Fan smiled, his smile full of sarcasm. Thanks to your Zhang family, I spent 7 years in prison. Thanks to your son, my sister was tormented beyond recognition. Thanks to your Zhang family, my father was strangled to death, his organs harvested and sold. Zhang Tianda, tell me, how should I repay you? Zhang Tian's pupils constricted slightly. He didn't expect Chu Fan to publicly speak about these matters, nor did he expect Chu Fan to know them so clearly. Nonsense! Zhang Tianda shouted sharply, his face pale. Your father committed suicide and your mother passed away from illness. All of this is officially recorded. As for your sister, who knows where she is messing around? Really? Chu Fan took out his phone from his pocket and played a video. Then please explain, what is this? The screen showed Zhang Hao and several other young masters abusing the Chu sisters in a club. Although it was pixelated, the brutal scenes and sounds made everyone present gasp in shock. Zhang Tian's face changed. He hadn't expected Chu Fan to have such evidence. The other young masters also changed their expressions, feeling a chill creeping up their spines. Many young masters saw their own figures in the video on Chu Fan's phone. Nonsense! Chu Fan, stopped spreading these fallacies. Li Qingting stood up, indignantly refuting. Zhou Ming angrily said, Chu Fan, today is Wang Lin's wedding. EYC, you're just here to cause trouble. The other young masters jumped up to accuse Chu Fan. Chu Fan paused, his gaze sweeping over Li Cheng, Zhou Ming, and the others. Are you getting anxious? Can't help but jump out to defend yourselves. I know all about the dirty deeds you've done. The banquet hall erupted in a murmur. Many reporters had already started secretly recording audio and video. A trace of panic flashed in Zhang Tian's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a fierce glare. Chu Fan, do you think you can leave here alive today? He waved his hand, and a dozen bodyguards drew their guns simultaneously, aiming at Chu Fan. Kill him, Zhang Tian ordered. But before the bodyguards could pull the trigger, Chu Fan moved. His speed was astonishing, like a black lightning darting through the crowd. With a series of dull thuds, all the bodyguards fell to the ground, each of their wrists bent at unnatural angles, guns taken away, wrist bones broken. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Everyone was stunned. What kind of speed is this? What kind of power is this? Chu Fan stood in place, holding a dozen handguns. He casually squeezed, and those steel barrels crumpled like paper, then were thrown to the ground with a dull. Zhang Tian, did you think these few people could stop me? A cold smile crept onto Chu Fan's lips. A bunch of ants dare to compete. Wang Jinhai stepped forward with a pale face, trying to maintain the last shred of dignity. Chu Fan, this is the Wang family's wedding, not a place for you to run wild. I warn you, leave immediately, or what? Chu Fan interrupted him, his gaze like a knife. Have you forgotten what your daughter did to my sister? He walked step by step towards Wang Jinhai like the Grim Reaper approaching. Your daughter Wang Lin burned my sister's skin with a cigarette, but a total of 17 places. She said the scars burned this way look like plum blossoms, very beautiful. Your daughter Wang Lin injected my sister with drugs, leaving her in a daze, then brought a group of men. Enough! Wang Jinhai roared, veins bulging on his forehead. Chu Fan, you're slandering. How could my daughter do such a thing? Impossible. Chu Fan pulled out a video from his phone and held it up in front of Wang Jinhai. Take a look for yourself. In the video, Wang Lin was smiling as she burned a girl's arm with a cigarette, but the girl struggled in pain but was held down by several people. Although the girl's face was pixelated, Wang Lin's face was clearly visible. Several young masters around were laughing, including Zhang Haoli Cheng and Zhou Ming. Wang Zhenhai's face instantly turned as pale as paper. He trembled, pointing at the phone. It's impossible. This is forged. Forged? Chu Fan sneered, his gaze sharp as a blade. Do you believe that yourselves? He looked around, raising his voice. Everyone present should recognize these people in the video, right? Zhang Haoli Cheng, Zhou Ming, Zhao Bin. And your sons and daughters. The banquet hall fell silent. The representatives of the families named looked grim, some wanting to refute, but were intimidated by Chu Fan's icy gaze. Chu Fan's voice was particularly clear in the silence. Over the past 7 years you have caused my father's death, tortured my mother, abused my sister, and sold my younger sister. Today I have come to collect debts. I know that many of you think I am merely a powerless labor reformed convict who cannot stir up any waves. Chu Fan's gaze swept over each face, his expression indifferent, but I want to tell you that from today onwards the rules of the game have changed. The debts of the Chu family, I want you to repay them one by one. With your money, your power, and your lives. What if I don't? Li Jinhua, the head of the Li family, asked bravely. Chu Fan smiled a smile that sent shivers down Li Jinhua's spine. You can try, he said softly, revealing a row of white teeth, but I must remind you, your daughter Li Sha is still lying in the hospital, isn't she? What do you think she would feel if she knew she needed my antidote every month to survive? Li Jinhua's face changed dramatically. What have you done to my daughter? Nothing much, just gave her a little something. Chu Fan replied casually. She will need my antidote every month, or she will rot to death. Mr. Li, are you willing to take a gamble? Li Jinhua opened his mouth, but ultimately sat down in despair, no longer speaking. The other families fell silent as well. They knew Chu Fan was not joking. The young man who had been at the mercy of others 7 years ago had now grown into a fierce beast. Chu Fan, what you're doing is making an enemy of the entire Sioux city. Zhou Wei, the head of the Zhou family, said solemnly. Making an enemy of the entire Sioux city. Chu Fan laughed, his eyes dismissive. Master Zhou, you think too highly of yourself. In my eyes you are merely a group of insects. Blood debts must be repaid with blood, am I wrong? Arrogant. Zhou Wei slammed the table. The elderly head of the Zhou family turned red, clearly enraged by Chu Fan's insect remark. The Zhou family had operated in Sioux City for decades with profound foundations and intricate connections. Though not as powerful as the Zhang family, the Zhou family was still a prominent family, and they had never endured such humiliation. Chu Fan, don't think that just because you learned some skills in prison for 7 years you can run rampant in Sioux City. Zhou Wei shouted angrily, let me tell you, the waters in Sioux City are deeper than you think. Really? Chu Fan slowly walked towards Zhou Wei, each step seeming to tread upon everyone's heartbeat. Then I want to see just how deep these waters are. He stopped in front of Zhou Wei, the two of them barely a meter apart. The bodyguard behind Zhou Wei, filled with rage, wanted to step forward, but was forced back by a mere glance from Chu Fan. Who dares to move? Chu Fan's gaze was sharper than a knife, and where his eyes swept the air seemed to freeze. The bodyguard behind Zhou Wei stood frozen in place, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. They had killed before and had seen ruthless characters, but the aura emanating from this young man instilled a fear deep within them. That terrifying killing intent crashed upon them like a vast ocean, as if it were going to engulf them. It was said that when a true dragon is enraged, all beasts bow down. At this moment, Chu Fan gave them that feeling. Kneel. Chu Fan's voice was not loud, but it sounded like thunder, causing Zhou Wei's blood to surge and his face to turn pale. Yet as the head of the Zhou family, his inherent pride forced him to hold on and not kneel. How could the Zhou family maintain their footing in Sioux City if he knelt today? He gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging as if a mountain was pressing down on him, yet his legs had already begun to tremble slightly. I am the head of the Zhou family. You. Why should you? Zhou Wei's words were halting, each one seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Why should I? Chu Fan laughed, and there was no warmth in that smile, just because I can crush you right now as easily as squashing an ant. He took a step forward. That step felt as if it was crushing Zhou Wei's heart. Zhou Wei felt a sudden sharp pain in his chest, his throat sweetened, and he nearly spat out blood. Seeing his father humiliated in public, Zhou Ming was furious and rushed forward in a fit of rage. Chu Fan, you are looking for death. How dare you make my father kneel? I will kill you. Zhou Ming shouted, grabbing a nearby wine bottle and smashing it violently against the back of Chu Fan's head. He exerted all his strength, wishing to crush Chu Fan. The guests around gasped, some even closed their eyes. But Chu Fan didn't even turn his head. Just as the wine bottle was about to hit him, he swiftly grabbed Zhou Ming's wrist. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. Zhou Ming's wrist was crushed. The wine bottle fell to the ground with a crash, shattering into pieces. Ah! Zhou Ming let out a scream like a slaughtered pig, his face contorting in pain. Chu Fan turned around and calmly looked at him. Zhou Ming, I haven't sought you out, yet you came knocking on my door. Let me go? Zhou Ming was drenched in cold sweat from the pain, trying to break free, but Chu Fan's grip was as unyielding as a steel clamp. Let you go? Chu Fan laughed, causing Zhou Ming's hair to stand on end. 7 years ago, when you broke 3 of my sister's ribs at the club, didn't you think to let her go? I don't know what you're talking about. Zhou Ming gritted his teeth and denied it. Don't know? Chu Fan's eyes turned cold, and he tightened his grip. Then let me help you remember. Slap. A resounding slap rang out, the force so great that Zhou Ming flew across the room, knocking over 2 tables before coming to a stop. Half of his face instantly swelled up, blood spraying from his mouth and nose, several teeth knocked out, and he lay on the ground for a long time, unable to recover. The banquet hall fell into a dead silence. Everyone was stunned. They had seen fights before, but they had never witnessed anything like this. That slap felt like a steel fan striking the face. Just the sound of it was chilling. Zhou Ming struggled to rise, his eyes filled with resentment. Chu Fan, I will fuck you. Slap. Another slap came. This time Chu Fan held nothing back, and Zhou Ming flew out again, crashing into the wall and sliding down. Do you remember now? Chu Fan walked over slowly, his voice terrifyingly calm. Zhou Ming raised his head, his face covered in blood, still stubbornly retorting. Chu Fan, you're amazing. Kill me if you dare. Zhou Ming raised his bloodied face, his eyes flashing with mad delight. Chu Fan, you're amazing. Kill me if you dare. I admit 7 years ago at the Golden Peacock Club, I did fuck your sister. I did fuck her. I made her play all sorts of positions. I even made her be my dog. Ha ha. Even if I die, it was worth it. What can you do to me? If you dare to kill us today, there will be no place for you in Sioux City tomorrow. The banquet hall fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at Zhou Ming in terror, then glanced at Chu Fan. They knew Zhou Ming was looking for death, but they also knew that what he said might be true. If Chu Fan killed someone here today, there would truly be no way out. Chu Fan stood there unmoving. There was no expression on his face, but everyone could feel a terrifying chill radiating from him, dropping the temperature of the entire banquet hall by several degrees. Are you done? Chu Fan finally spoke, a smile that sent shivers down the spine. Zhou Ming was momentarily stunned, then continued to laugh wildly. What? Are you angry? Your sister cried out that night, but the more she cried, the more excited I became. And Zhang Hao and the others, we took turns. His words were left unfinished. Because Chu Fan moved so swiftly that the action was barely visible. All that was heard was a faint puff sound. Zhou Ming's laughter abruptly ceased. He looked down at his chest. A hand had pierced through his torso. Chu Fan's hand had stabbed in from his back, emerging through his chest, holding a still-beating heart. You? Zhou Ming opened his mouth, but could not utter a sound. I told you, Chu Fan whispered in his ear, blood debts must be repaid in blood. He slowly withdrew his hand, the heart still beating in his grasp. Zhou Ming's body swayed, then crashed to the ground, his eyes wide open, unable to close. A wave of screams erupted in the banquet hall. Some were vomiting, others fainted, while many were retreating in terror, desperate to escape this hellish scene. Minger! Zhou Wei let out a heart-wrenching scream, rushing to his son's corpse. Minger! My Minger! He raised his head, eyes filled with hatred. Chu Fan, I want you to pay with your life. Chu Fan calmly looked at the heart in his hand, then slowly closed his fingers. Puff! The heart was crushed, blood splattering across his face. He looked up at Zhou Wei. Repay with a life. Does your son's life compare to the suffering my sister endured? You monster! Zhou Wei lunged at him like a madman. With a light wave of his hand, Chu Fan sent Zhou Wei flying like a kite, with a severed string crashing against the wall, and then sliding down, spitting out blood and losing consciousness. Chu Fan turned to look at the younger generations of the other families. Li Chung, Xiaobin, Qian, Tao, Sun, Lily. Each person he laid eyes on was terrified, with some even losing control and wetting themselves. You all. Chu Fan's voice resonated in the silence, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. The causes of yesterday lead to the consequences of today. No one responded. Everyone lowered their heads, trembling in fear, even their breaths cautious. Chu Fan approached Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was already pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Chu Fan, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Please spare me. Spare you? Chu Fan laughed, his tone increasingly cold. 7 years ago my sister pleaded with you, didn't she? Did you spare her? I. Zhang Hao's expression turned to horror, words failing him. Chu Fan squatted down, looking into his eyes. Don't worry, I won't kill you. At least not now. He extended his hand, pressing against Zhang Hao's chest. You? What have you done to me? Zhang Hao clutched his chest, his face as pale as paper, large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He could distinctly feel something drilling into his heart, like a cold needle stabbing deep within. With each heartbeat came a tearing pain. Chu Fan watched him calmly, his eyes devoid of warmth. From today onwards, your heart will experience intense pain at intervals, each time more severe than the last. Ultimately, your organs will gradually fail, and you will die in extreme agony. Zhang Hao's eyes widened in terror, speechless. Chu Fan didn't need to finish, but Zhang Hao understood. His life and death were entirely in Chu Fan's hands. Watching Chu Fan's retreating figure, Zhang Hao finally broke down, crying loudly, Dad. Save me. Dad. It hurts so much. Zhang Tianda rushed over to embrace his son, looking at Chu Fan with a complex expression. He knew that from this day forth the Zhang family was completely under Chu Fan's control. Howard, don't be afraid. Zhang Tianda grit his teeth, anger and unwillingness evident. Dad will save you. I promise. He picked up his son and hurriedly left the banquet hall. Behind them lay a scene of devastation and a stunned crowd. Chu Fan approached Wang Lin, his gaze calmly fixed on her. The more he did so, the more it instilled fear in Wang Lin and sent shivers down the spines of those present. Wang Zhenhai's face was dark as if water could drip from it. He suddenly waved his hand. The side door of the banquet hall bang opened and 50 or 60 bodyguards in black rushed in, surrounding Chu Fan. Each of these men was burly, their eyes fierce, wielding either batons or knives, exuding a murderous aura. The atmosphere in the entire banquet hall instantly dropped to freezing point, as if the air had solidified. Chu Fan, Wang Zhenhai's voice was as cold as iron. Today is my daughter's wedding day, yet you come here to kill and create chaos. Do you really think the Wang family is a soft persimmon? Chu Fan stood calmly in place, not even turning to look at the bodyguards. His gaze remained locked on Wang Lin, and that calm gaze only heightened her fear. Wang Zhenhai. Chu Fan finally spoke, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. I originally only wanted to find your daughter. But it seems you want the entire Wang family to accompany her to the grave. Arrogant. Wang Zhenhai laughed in anger, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. I want to see how you alone will bring the Wang family to ruin. He waved his hand. Take him down. No regard for life or death. The bodyguards moved at the same time. 50 or 60 of them charged at Chu Fan from all directions. The scene resembled hungry wolves pouncing on a lone sheep. Guests gasped and retreated, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Some had already taken out their phones to call the police, but were stopped by the Wang family subordinates. Everyone thought that this time Chu Fan was doomed. One person against 50 or 60 professional bodyguards was simply a massacre. But in the next second, everyone froze. Because Chu Fan moved, his actions did not seem swift. Every movement was clearly visible, yet strangely, all the bodyguards' attacks missed. Chu Fan moved like a fleeting shadow weaving through the crowd. Each of his strikes was precise and deadly. Bang! A punch landed squarely on the first charging bodyguard's face. The bodyguard's nose collapsed, sending him flying back and knocking over 3 others behind him. Crack! A kick struck the second bodyguard's knee. The sound of shattering kneecaps made everyone wince. Chu Fan's moves were devoid of any flourish, just the simplest punches and kicks, yet each strike carried terrifying force. The most frightening aspect was his speed. Incredible speed. One moment he appeared on the left, the next he was on the right. Even when attacked by 5 or 6 individuals simultaneously, he always managed to dodge from the most unexpected angles and counterattack. "Ah! My hand!" Cries of anguish rose and fell. In just 3 minutes, over 20 bodyguards lay on the ground, unable to rise. Limbs were broken, either hands or feet, and none could stand again. Yet Chu Fan hadn't even broken a sweat. He stood as if he had never moved, surrounded by the wailing bodies. How is this possible?" Someone murmured. "He is not human. He is a monster." Wang Zhenhai's expression had completely changed. He finally understood why Zhang Tianda and Zhou Wei were so wary of Chu Fan. This young man had surpassed their understanding. "What are you waiting for? Attack together!" Wang Zhenhai roared. The remaining 30 or so bodyguards exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and charged forward simultaneously. This time, they held nothing back, launching lethal attacks. Knives, batons, daggers. Various weapons were aimed at Chu Fan. Yet the result remained the same. Chu Fan's figure weaved through the crowd, and with each strike a bodyguard fell. 2 minutes later, the last bodyguard collapsed. With 50 or 60 bodyguards lying on the ground, wails merged into a chorus. Chu Fan, however, remained unruffled, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. Wang Zhenhai's face had turned as pale as paper. He looked at the fallen bodyguards, and then at the calm Chu Fan, finally realizing that he had made a fatal error. "Chu Fan, you demon!" The head of the Zhou family's eyes bulged with rage as he clutched his son's lifeless body, his eyes bloodshot. The hatred in his voice caused the temperature in the banquet hall to drop several degrees. He slowly set Zhou Ming's body down unsteadily, rising to his feet, staring at Chu Fan like a mad beast. "My Zhou family has had 3 generations of single inheritance. He was my only son." Zhou Wei's voice was hoarse, each word squeezed from his throat. "You severed my Zhou family's lineage. I want your life." Chu Fan turned around, looking at him calmly. "Head Zhou, did you ever consider my Chu family when your son harmed my sister? That was your sister's own fault." Zhou Wei shouted hysterically, "A worthless woman, it was her fortune to be noticed by me. She dared to resist. Dared to." He did not finish his sentence, because Chu Fan had already appeared before him, so fast that no one could see how he moved. Slap. A resounding slap sent Zhou Wei flying, crashing against the wall before falling heavily to the ground. Chu Fan stepped forward, placing his foot on Zhou Wei's chest, looking down at him. "Say it again, what is my sister?" Cough, cough. Zhou Wei coughed up blood, yet his eyes remained filled with resentment. "Wretched. Wretched thing." Crack. Chu Fan exerted force, breaking one of Zhou Wei's ribs. "Ah!" Zhou Wei screamed in agony. "Say it again. You. Crack. Another rib snapped. Zhou Wei writhed in pain, finally too terrified to curse any longer. Chu Fan crouched down, observing his suffering. "Head Zhou, do you now understand pain? When your son harmed my sister, she felt 10-fold, 100-fold of what you feel now. So what?" Zhou Wei looked tragic, blood foaming at his lips as he sneered. "This head of the family regrets not having toyed with your mother back then." Suddenly Zhou Wei's eyes glinted with malice as he drew a dagger from behind, swiftly lunging for Chu Fan's chest. "Die! Kill my son! You must die too." Zhou Wei's eyes flashed with fury, the dagger gleaming coldly under the light, aimed at Chu Fan's heart at an extremely cunning angle. This strike had been long planned. Although Zhou Wei was gravely injured, this thrust gathered all his power and hatred, moving with astonishing speed at a deadly angle. Chu Fan was crouching, utterly unable to evade. A gasp filled the banquet hall. Everyone believed that Chu Fan was undoubtedly doomed this time. Yet Chu Fan merely stared calmly at the incoming dagger, his expression betraying not a hint of disturbance. Just as the dagger was about to pierce his chest, ding! A crisp sound rang out. Zhou Wei froze. He looked down at his hand. The finely crafted dagger halted just an inch from Chu Fan's chest. It was not Zhou Wei who stopped it. Rather, the tip of the dagger was pinched between two fingers. Chu Fan's index and middle fingers gripped the dagger's tip like iron pincers. No matter how Zhou Wei struggled, the dagger could not advance an inch. How? How is this possible? Zhou Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. Chu Fan gently twisted. Crack. The dagger snapped in response. Zhou Wei held the broken handle, utterly bewildered. Head Zhou. Chu Fan slowly rose, looking down at him. I had given you a chance. Zhou Wei wanted to say something, but Chu Fan had no interest in listening. He slapped Zhou Wei atop his head. This slap seemed light, yet Zhou Wei's entire body froze. His eyes bulged, his pupils dilating, blood surging from his mouth and nose. Moments later, he collapsed straight down, never to rise again. The banquet hall fell into a deathly silence. All eyes were horrified as they gazed at Zhou Wei's corpse, then at the calm Chu Fan. With one slap, he had killed the head of the Zhou family. What kind of power is this? What kind of method is this? Is there anyone else who wants to take action? Chu Fan surveyed the room. No one responded. Everyone lowered their heads, too afraid to meet his gaze. Even Wang Xinhai fell silent. He realized that Chu Fan had surpassed the realm they could control. This young man was no longer someone he could suppress with his status as an elder. Wang Lin was utterly stunned. Chu Fan's appearance today had already dealt her a significant shock. She collapsed to the ground, her face pale, the white wedding dress soaked with blood from the Zhou father and son, a horrifying sight. Just thinking about what she had done to Chu Yu and Chu Shi 7 years ago made Wang Lin shiver uncontrollably. If Chu Fan dared to kill the Zhou father and son, would he care about the Wang family? But she knew that she could never admit to what happened 7 years ago. Once admitted, the fate of the Wang family would be the same as that of the Zhou father and son. Chu Fan. A furious roar echoed like thunder throughout the banquet hall. At the entrance, a young man in a groom's suit strode in. He was about 27 or 28 years old, tall and handsome, but at this moment his face was full of anger with flames of fury burning in his eyes. This man was the groom of the day, the third young master of the Qin family, Qin Yu. He was also one of Chu Fan's classmates. The Qin family was truly the top family in Sioux City, their strength far exceeding that of the Zhang Wangzhou families and others. Qin Yu was the outstanding member of this generation of the Qin family, having received elite education since childhood, studied abroad, and upon returning took charge of the Qin group, employing ruthless methods and displaying remarkable capability. As soon as Qin Yu appeared, the atmosphere in the banquet hall changed. The guests, who had been utterly terrified just moments ago, now revealed glimmers of hope. Those young men who had been intimidated by Chu Fan straightened their backs as if they had found their backbone. Young Master Qin. Young Master Qin is here. Young Master Qin quickly killed Chu Fan. He's gone mad. The Zhou father and son are dead. Young Master Qin, you must stand up for us. Wang Lin, seeing her fiancé arrive, tears immediately filled her eyes as she rushed into Qin Yu's arms. You go. Chu Fan, he wants to kill me. Qin Yu embraced Wang Lin, his gaze icy as he looked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan, you have some nerve. Daring to cause trouble at my wedding. Chu Fan calmly stared at him, unresponsive. 7 years without seeing you, you've really gained some skills. Qin Yu sneered, looking down on Chu Fan. But let me tell you, this is Sioux City, not a place where you can run rampant. He waved his hand. Come take him down. As the words fell, a dozen men in black suits rushed in from outside. Each of them exuded a steady aura, and their eyes were sharp, clearly masters. Unlike the bodyguards from the Wang family earlier, these individuals carried a palpable killing intent. This was the aura of those who had truly taken lives. The Qin family's bodyguards. Someone exclaimed in shock. Tianjiao is serious this time. Chu Fan is doomed. A dozen hidden guards surrounded Chu Fan, but they did not strike immediately, awaiting Qin Yu's command. Qin Yu looked coldly at Chu Fan. Chu Fan, I will give you a chance. Kneel down, apologize to my wife, and then break your own hands. I might consider sparing your life. Chu Fan chuckled. Qin Yu, after 7 years you're still so self-righteous. What did you say? Qin Yu's expression darkened. I said, do you really think that just because you brought a few bodyguards you can intimidate me? Chu Fan shook his head, his demeanor calm. You, and they are all overestimating yourselves. Arrogant. Qin Yu sneered in anger, his eyes filled with a fierce, killing intent. Fine, since you seek death, I will grant it to you. He waved his hand. Take him down. No matter what. The dozen bodyguards moved simultaneously. Their movements were synchronized, their physiques robust, evidently rigorously trained. A dozen men attacked Chu Fan from different angles, their eyes gleaming with menace, cutting off all his escape routes. Moreover, they were not using fists or feet, but short blades and clubs, launching lethal strikes. Everyone believed that Chu Fan was undoubtedly doomed this time. The Qin family's bodyguards were notorious for their prowess in Sioux City. It was said that each of them was a retired Special Forces soldier having experienced real battlefield combat. There were even desperate criminals among them. But in the next moment, everyone froze. Because Chu Fan moved as well. His actions did not appear fast, yet oddly all of their attacks missed. Chu Fan darted through the crowd like a ferocious beast. Every strike he delivered was precise and lethal. Puff! A dull thud echoed, accompanied by the sound of shattered bones and splattered brain matter. The head of a Qin family bodyguard exploded under Chu Fan's fist like a watermelon, red and white splattering everywhere, dousing those nearby. The banquet hall plunged into a dead silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Another murder. Murdered, and in such a brutal manner. A single punch exploding a man's head. This was not battle, this was slaughter. Qin Ye's expression changed, his lips trembled as he pointed at Chu Fan and shouted in rage, "You dare!" But before he could finish, Chu Fan had already appeared before the second bodyguard. Crack! The bodyguard's neck was twisted, his head tilting at an unnatural angle, his wide eyes still reflecting terror. The third. Chu Fan's voice was chillingly calm, as if he were simply counting rather than taking lives. He flickered, appearing behind the third bodyguard, grabbing the man's head and twisting it forcefully. The sound of a broken cervical vertebra was distinctly audible. The third bodyguard collapsed limply to the ground, breathless. The fourth. He kicked out, striking a bodyguard squarely in the chest. The bodyguard's chest caved in instantly, sending him flying into the wall, and when he slid down, he was already breathless. The fifth. The sixth. The seventh. Chu Fan moved like a walking harbinger of death, reaping lives among the crowd. His movements were devoid of any flair. They were the simplest of strikes, yet each hit carried terrifying power enough to be fatal. Moreover, his speed was astonishing. One moment, he was seen on the left, the next he appeared on the right. When attacked by 5 or 6 men simultaneously, he always managed to dodge from the most improbable angles before counterattacking. In just a minute, over a dozen bodyguards had fallen. Not injured, but dead. Each one had died in a gruesome manner. Either their heads exploded, necks twisted, or chests caved in. The banquet hall was filled with the stench of blood. Some began to vomit, others fainted, while many more retreated in terror, trying to escape this hellish scene. Qin Yu was so frightened that he could no longer speak. Was this still the Chu Fan he knew? 7 years ago, Chu Fan was an outstanding student in the law department of Sioux City University. Gentle and refined, though occasionally a bit arrogant, overall, he was a reasonable young man who adhered to rules. Back then, Chu Fan rarely got into fights, let alone killed. But now, Qin Yu looked at the horrific bodies scattered on the ground, at the bodyguards with exploded heads, twisted necks, and caved chests. His stomach churned, nearly causing him to vomit. What was this? This was clearly a demon that had crawled out from hell. What did Chu Fan go through in prison for 7 years? Qin Yu murmured, his eyes filled with fear. This question lingered in the hearts of everyone present. 7 years, not too long, yet not too short. But for a young man just over 20, those 7 years were enough to change everything. Especially in a place, Sioux City, first prison renowned throughout the province, and even the nation for housing violent offenders. Inside were murderers, robbers, and drug dealers. None were anything but ruthless scoundrels. A 20-year-old young man thrown into such a place bearing the label of rapist. Within prison, rapists are the lowest of the low, often bullied and beaten by other inmates. Logically, Chu Fan should have been tortured to the point of losing his humanity, or perhaps he would have died in prison long ago. Yet now he returned in this terrifying manner. Not only had he not been broken, but he had become even stronger, even more ruthless. How did he survive? Wang Zhenhai murmured, his face pale. What they did not know was that in those 7 years in prison, Chu Fan indeed faced unimaginable suffering. On the first day of his incarceration, because of his identity as a rapist, he was beaten repeatedly by fellow inmates. As they beat him, they cursed rapist. Scum. Despicable. Chu Fan did not retaliate, for he knew that fighting back would only invite more severe beatings. He could only curl up in a corner, protecting his head, silently enduring. That night he lay on the cold concrete floor, covered in wounds, staring at the ceiling. His only thought was to survive. No matter what, he had to survive. Because there were family and those who needed his protection outside. The next day the beatings continued. On the third day, the fourth day. For a whole month Chu Fan was beaten every day. His wounds healed only to be replaced by new ones, old injuries unhealed and new ones added. But he did not back down, or instead he honed himself amid the pain. A month later, when the inmates attacked him again, he fought back for the first time. They did not expect that this rapist who had been bullied by them would dare to fight back. Chu Fan stood up, though his body was covered in scars. His gaze was chillingly fierce. From today on, whoever dares to provoke me, I will kill. The others were intimidated by his aura, and no one dared to step forward. From that point on, Chu Fan's status in the cell began to change. Chu Fan, you are outrageous. Just out of prison and not hiding, you dare to cause a scene at my son's wedding. A stern middle-aged man's voice suddenly echoed outside the hotel, filled with uncontrollable anger. The door of the banquet hall was pushed open heavily, and a middle-aged man in his 40s strode in. He was dressed in a well-tailored dark suit, his hair meticulously styled, his features bearing a 7-point resemblance to Qin Yu, yet with a more imposing and composed demeanor, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. The newcomer was none other than Qin Shanha, the head of the Qin family, Qin Ye's father, and the helmsman of the Qin group. As Qin Shanha stepped into the banquet hall, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. 50 to 60 bodyguards clad in black uniforms and wearing sunglasses filed in quickly, forming a perimeter around the banquet hall. These bodyguards were entirely different from those of the Wang and Zhou families. Their movements were uniform, their strides steady, each one tall and robust with sharp eyes and slightly bulging temples, clearly all skilled martial artists. More crucially, their waistbands were stuffed, evidently armed with guns. This was not a team that could be trained by an ordinary security company. This was the true private armed force of the Qin family, the elite of the Qin family security team. Dad. Upon seeing his father and the team, Qin Yu immediately straightened his posture. Qin Shanha did not respond to his son right away, but instead walked slowly to the center of the banquet hall, his gaze slicing through the corpses and chaos strewn across the floor. When he saw the horrid state of Zhou Wei and his son, their eyes wide open in death, and the bodyguards with their skulls shattered and chests caved in, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. However, as the head of the Qin family for 20 years, he was deeply calculating and quickly regained his Xiao Fan. Qin Shan's gaze finally locked onto Chu Fan, his voice steady, yet carrying an undeniable authority. It has been 7 years. You have indeed given me quite a surprise. Chu Fan stood his ground, surrounded by dozens of armed bodyguards, his expression still calm. Uncle Qin, 7 years have passed, and you still possess your charm. Qin Shanha and Chu Fan's father were once blood brothers. 7 years ago, before the Chu family fell, Qin Shanha and Chu Fan's father were known as the twin heroes of the business world in Sioux City. The two had started their businesses together in their youth, having gone through life and death together, sharing a bond of life. Chu Fan still remembered that when he was young, Qin Shanha often visited their home, always bringing gifts for him and his sisters. Back then, Qin Shanha appeared to him as a kind and amiable elder. But later, when the Chu family faced calamity, Qin Shanha chose to stand by and watch. Not only did he stand by, but after the fall of the Chu family, the Qin family even annexed parts of the Chu group's assets. Chu Fan remembered all of this. Seeing the expression in Qin Shan's eyes shift as he heard Chu Fan's words, he remarked, "Xiao Fan, you have people inevitably grow up." Chu Fan replied calmly, especially after experiencing the destruction of one's family. Qin Shanha remained silent for a moment. "I regret the matter of the Chu family, but I had my reasons." "Reasons?" Chu Fan laughed, his smile dripping with sarcasm. "Uncle Qin, your reasons involve colluding with others to carve up the Chu family's assets, don't they? It's not as you think." Qin Shanha shook his head, patiently explaining, "The situation at that time was very complex. If the Qin family had not acted as such, we would have faced targeting. So you chose to sacrifice the Chu family to protect the Qin family." Chu Fan interrupted him, narrowing his eyes. "Uncle Qin, you and my father were blood brothers. Is this how you treat your brother?" Qin Shan's expression darkened. The atmosphere in the banquet hall grew tense once more. Everyone watched the confrontation between the old acquaintances, an elder not daring to breathe. "Xiao Fan." Qin Shanha took a deep breath, forcing a smile. "The past is already in the past. Now let's discuss the matter at hand. You killed someone and caused a ruckus on my territory today, and you must give me an explanation." "Explanation?" Chu Fan retorted. "Uncle Qin, what explanation do you want? The events of 7 years ago may not matter to you, but for me, they are unresolved. I also want to ask you, Uncle Qin, and everyone present, for an explanation regarding my assassination in prison 7 years ago. I ask that you all provide me with an explanation." Instantly, the crowd was shaken. No one expected that Chu Fan's ruckus at the Qin family wedding today was actually about this matter. Qin Shanha feigned ignorance. "Xiao Fan. What assassination?" Chu Fan smiled, his expression filled with sarcasm. "Uncle Qin, you remain as consistent as ever." "What did you say?" Qin Shan's expression darkened. "Impudence." Xiao Zhun bellowed, stepping forward. "Chu Fan, do you dare to speak to the family head like that? What are you to speak to me like that?" Chu Fan's voice was not loud, but it held an undeniable authority, causing Xiao Zhun, the head of the Qin family security, to flush red instantly. "Chu Fan." Qiu Zhan's eyes gleamed coldly, letting out a sneer. 7 years ago, you were just a wet behind-the-ears kid from the Chu family. Now that you have come out of 7 years in prison, do you truly think you are someone of significance? Before his words ended, Qiu Zhan darted forward, like lightning, throwing a punch directly at Chu Fan's face. This punch was fast, precise, and fierce, accompanied by a sharp whoosh, clearly from a skilled martial artist. Qiu Zhan, serving as the head of security for the Qin family, naturally possessed considerable strength. This punch was enough to shatter stone. Qin Shanhe did not intervene, clearly permitting his actions. Yet Chu Fan did not even blink. Just as the fist was about to strike his face, Chu Fan suddenly moved. His motion appeared casual, merely tilting his body slightly, yet precisely avoiding the punch. At the same time, his right hand shot out like a true dragon, fingers clawing towards Qiu Zhan's wrist. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. Qiu Zhan let out a cry of agony, his entire right arm hanging limply, his wrist bent at a strange angle. You? Qiu Zhan stared in horror at his wrist, the intense pain causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. He could not comprehend how Chu Fan had struck. With such little skill, you dare to boast in front of me? Chu Fan released his grip, coldly regarding him. Chu Fan forcefully flung him away, and Qiu Zhan stumbled back several steps, blood surging, his anger uncontrollable. He felt as though his wrist was about to be crushed, instinctively shivering, the terrifying strength unprecedented. Just how strong is this Chu Fan? Qin Shan's expression grew even darker. He did not expect that even Qiu Zhan was no match for Chu Fan. Qiu Zhan was one of his most trusted subordinates, and with 7 or 8 bodyguards unable to approach him, how was it that now he could not even subdue Chu Fan? Now that Qiu Zhan's wrist was crippled by Chu Fan's single move, this was not only a humiliation for the Qin family, but also a challenge to his authority as the family head. Xiao Fan. Qin Shanhe took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. It seems you have indeed made considerable progress these past 7 years. But how could Qin Shanhe possibly admit to it? Admitting it would mean Qin Shanhe had hired someone to commit murder, implicating the Qin family in the destruction of the Chu family 7 years ago. It also meant he had betrayed the deep bond he shared with Chu Zhenghua. However, those who wished for Chu Fan to die in prison were not limited to Qin Shanhe. Every prominent family in Sioux City had participated to varying extents in the feast of dividing the Chu family. For them, Chu Fan's survival and release from prison posed the greatest threat. Yet no one had anticipated that this threat would return in such a terrifying manner. Not only did he create chaos at the wedding between the Wang and Qin families, but he also ruthlessly killed Zhou Ming, crushing his heart. He stepped on the faces of the Qin and Wang families without any hesitation. Xiao Fan. Qin Shanhe slowly began to speak, his voice carrying a sense of elder authority. Some things are not simply black and white. The events from 7 years ago were quite complex, involving too many parties. It cannot be clarified with just one assassination. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the crowd in the banquet hall. Everyone present had dealings with the Chu family back then. If you seek justice, you should not only target my Qin family alone. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the banquet hall shifted instantly. Qin Shanhe was dragging everyone into the mire. Zhang Tianjiao expression darkened. Qin brother, what do you mean by that? What does the matter of the Chu family have to do with my Zhang family? What does it have to do with you? Qin Shanhe sneered, narrowing his eyes. Brother Zhang, who ended up with that piece of land belonging to the Chu family back then? Who took over those client resources of the Chu group? Wang Zhenhai could no longer contain himself. Qin Shanhe, don't slander us. We of the Wang family act justly and sit upright. Act justly. Qin Shanhe interrupted him. Do you truly not know what Wang Lin did 7 years ago as his father? Wang Zhenhai's face turned pale, unable to speak. Li Jinhua, head of the Li family, Zhou Wei, head of the Zhou family, Zhao Bin, head of the Zhao family. Everyone's expression turned grim. Qin Shan's move was extremely ruthless. He dragged everyone down, forcing them to take sides. Either they would collectively deal with Chu Fan, or they would be individually accounted for by him. Qin Shanhe. Chu Fan suddenly laughed, a fierce, killing intent emanating from him. You don't need to drag them down, I will find trouble with them myself. I am merely stating the facts, Qin Shanhe said calmly, revealing no signs of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. Xiao Fan, your father indeed offended the wrong people back then. But the fall of the Chu family was not the doing of 1 or 2 individuals, it was the choice of the entire business community in Sioux City. Your father was too stubborn, his thoughts outdated and weak. He only wanted to cling to a small piece of land. Chu Fan's gaze suddenly turned cold, and the temperature in the banquet hall seemed to drop several degrees. He understood his father's character. Perhaps Chu Zhenghua was not ruthless enough in the business arena, or perhaps to some he seemed overly law-abiding, but he was by no means the outdated weakling that Qin Shan had described. He was a man with principles and boundaries, someone who would rather suffer losses than betray his conscience. A man who would send cotton clothing to dock workers in the winter personally, provide compensation to the families of injured workers, and firmly reject lucrative, yet harmful businesses. Such a father, in the eyes of the pack of wolves before him, naturally became a stumbling block obstructing their pursuit of greater profits. Qin Shan's words were not only an insult to Chu Zhenghua, but also a trampling of the entire Chu family. Outdated. Weak. Chu Fan's voice was soft, yet it pierced every ear like a knife. Qin Shana, your so-called progress and wisdom is merely using dirty means to eliminate dissent. Is it exchanging the blood and sweat of workers for exorbitant profits and corrupting this city with drugs and dirty money? He raised his hand, pointing at Qin Shanha and the other heads of families present. My father upheld the bottom line of being human and the conscience of business. He refused to sink to the same level as you, unwilling to let the Chu group become a tool for you parasites to suck blood from. Is that his crime? He declined to participate in your smuggling network, refused to cut corners on safety measures in the mines. He rejected sending benefits to the protectors behind you. So must he die? Must the Chu family perish? Each word struck like a heavy hammer on the hearts of those present. Some of the younger generation who had participated only lightly back then or had risen to power later displayed uncertain expressions. They perhaps only knew that the Chu family fell 7 years ago and was divided up, yet they were unaware of the bloody and dirty truth behind it. Meanwhile, those like Wang Jinhai and Li Jinhua, who were well aware of the situation, had faces that turned ashen. Qin Shan's expression darkened. He knew Chu Fan was attacking their hearts, dismantling their ranks, and nailing them down morally. Clever words and flowery speeches. Qin Shanha forced himself to stay calm, snorting coldly. The business world is like a battlefield. The winner takes all. Your father was out of touch, unable to adapt, and failure was inevitable. Isn't it ridiculous to beautify failure as virtue? What is ridiculous is you. Chu Fan suddenly stepped forward, his aura overwhelming. To treat shamelessness as wisdom, to regard plunder as ability, and to consider murder and silencing as removing obstacles. Do you truly believe that there is no justice in this world, no moral law? Justice? Moral law? Qin Shan's lips twitched a few times as if he had heard a joke. He glanced at the dozens of armed bodyguards surrounding them, feeling somewhat reassured, and spoke with a hardened tone. Xiao Fan, look around you. Here and now guns are justice, and power is moral law. He no longer pretended, tearing off the last facade of elderhood. I admit your performance today surprised me. 7 years in prison has indeed honed your skills. But do you think that as a single person barehanded you can contend against the will of all Sioux City? Can you withstand the depth of my Qin family's 180 years of legacy? I will give you one last chance. Put aside your ridiculous thoughts of revenge and kneel to admit your. Out of respect for your father's past friendship, I might spare your life, and I will give you a large sum of money to send you away from Sioux City, never to return. Otherwise. His gaze turned cold, raising his hand to signal. This will be your burial ground. With his words, the remaining bodyguards all aimed their guns at Chu Fan, the sound of bullets being chambered crisp and densed the air thick with killing intent. The other heads of families, seeing Qin Shanha so resolute, seemed to find their backbone. Wang Jinhai was the first to express, Qin brother is right. This boy is ruthless. He killed our Wang family's guests, caused chaos at the wedding, and slandered our reputations. He absolutely cannot be spared. That's right. Let's go together and kill him. Li Jinhua also said fiercely. Zhao Bin and others echoed, knowing that if Chu Fan left alive today, they would all be doomed. Only by joining forces to kill him could they eliminate future troubles. In an instant, Chu Fan seemed to be trapped in absolute despair. Hiding behind his father Qin Yu wore a smile of resentment and delight, as if he had already envisioned the scene of Chu Fan being shot to death by a hail of bullets. However, in the face of this deadly situation, Chu Fan suddenly smiled. In that smile there was no fear, no despair, only a mocking coldness and a hint of pity. Chu Fan, even when death is looming, you can still smile. Qin Yu leaned out half his body behind Qin Shana, his voice filled with resentment, and the smile on his face twisted. Do you think you are in a movie? One person against the whole world. Today is your day of death. He seemed to envision Chu Fan being turned into a sieve, and the humiliation from today's wedding would be washed away with Chu Fan's blood. Chu Fan didn't even glance at Qin Yu, as if he were just a fly buzzing in his ear. His gaze remained calm, fixated on Qin Shan's face with an increased tinge of pity. Uncle Qin, Chu Fan smirked slightly. Your son. has truly inherited your superficial arrogance, yet failed to learn that last bit of situational awareness inherent in you. What do you mean? Qin Yu was infuriated by such complete disregard. Dad. Kill him. Order him to be killed. However, Qin Shan's expression had already changed. Zhao Bin stood up abruptly, pointing at Chu Fan and mockingly scolding. Enough. Chu Fan, we are all classmates. What are you pretending for? Today is the joyous day for Qin Yu and Wang Lin. It's not easy for old classmates to gather together. If you came to drink the wedding wine, you should know your place and sit back down. If you insist on causing trouble and want to continue making a scene, then don't blame me for turning hostile. As long as you stop, the Zhao family will take responsibility for today's lives. Zhao Bin's words were resolute, carrying an undeniable dominance. He was the young master of the Zhao family in Sioux City. Although not as powerful as the Qin family, the Zhao family had a special background. They had deep connections in the provincial capital and even higher levels, known for their domineering actions and unpredictable power. At this moment, he stood up, thinking that no matter how arrogant Chu Fan was, he wouldn't dare offend all the families at once. Secondly, he wanted to show off the Zhao family's capabilities in front of the Qin family and everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone was initially taken aback, then showed expressions of surprise and anticipation. Although Zhao Bin was usually arrogant and overbearing, the power of the Zhao family was indeed evident. Oh, perhaps he could really suppress this god of death, Chu Fan. Even Wang Zhenhai and Li Jinhua, who looked ashen, had a glimmer of faint hope rekindled in their eyes. Qin Yu was like a drowning man clutching at a straw, quickly agreeing. Yes, Zhao Xiao is right. Chu Fan, Zhao Xiao is giving you an opportunity. Don't be ungrateful. Hurry up and come sit down. Otherwise, if the Zhao family gets angry, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Chu Fan didn't even lift his eyelids, merely shaking his wine glass gently. Zhao Bin. It seemed as if he had just noticed this person glancing at him sideways. After 7 years, you are still the same. Foolish. Zhao Bin's face instantly turned red. Who the hell are you calling foolish? You? Chu Fan set down his wine glass, raised his eyes to look at him, his gaze akin to that of a person observing an insect. Back then you followed behind me, living off my leftovers. And when the Chu family ran into trouble, you were the first to bring people to smash my family's windows. Now you jump out to play the big shot. Zhao Bin was furious, ashamed. What are you bringing up old stories for? Now I am the young master of the Zhao family. Chu Fan warned him one last time. Kneel down and apologize to Uncle Qin and Uncle Wang immediately, then roll out. Otherwise what? Chu Fan interrupted him, a playful smile curling his lips. Are you going to have your grandpa from provincial capital call to pressure me? Zhao Bin's pupils constricted. How did he know? Chu Fan snickered, his gaze returning to Qin Shana. Uncle Qin, I came here today merely to deliver a grand gift to Wang Lin. Don't think too much of it. Qin Shan's expression froze for a moment, glancing at the corpse of Zhou Ming on the ground, as if saying, do you think I believe you? Naturally, everyone scoffed at this statement. After all, Zhou Ming had already been killed. A grand gift. Qin Shan's voice was dry, his expression indifferent. Xiao Fan, this gift of yours is rather heavy. Heavy? Chu Fan raised an eyebrow, casually replying, I find it quite appropriate. Creak. Suddenly at the hotel entrance, a pickup truck came to a screeching halt, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The pickup truck was pulling a rectangular object. Then several other vehicles also stopped at the hotel entrance. From both the front and rear of the vehicles, a dozen men descended. Those men had sharp eyes and a fierce, killing intent, all dressed in Zhongshan suits, their movements brisk. The grand gift has arrived. Chu Fan revealed a slight smile. Bring the item inside. A young man in a Zhongshan suit respectfully nodded at Chu Fan, then the other men got to work pulling off the red cloth covering the rectangular object. Instantly, a vermilion coffin appeared before everyone. Boom. The vermilion coffin was heavily placed in the center of the banquet hall with a harsh scraping sound. Its red color was piercing like coagulated blood. Everyone gasped sharply, their scalps tingling. Qin Shan's face turned completely black. Chu Fan. What do you mean by this? Chu Fan patted the coffin lid, producing a muffled sound, his smile unwavering, yet his eyes were as cold as frost. Uncle Qin, head of the Wang family, today is the joyous day for Qin Yu and Wang Lin. I, Chu Fan, have nothing of worth to offer. This exquisite Namu coffin is simply a way to weigh down the joy for the two newcomers. He deliberately emphasized the phrase weigh down the joy, imbued with sarcasm. Wang Zhenhai was shaking with rage, pointing at Chu Fan. You are going too far. Too far. Chu Fan's smile faded, his gaze suddenly sharp. 7 years ago, when you colluded to force my parents to death and divided the Chu family's assets, did you not think that was too far? When Wang Lin took the opportunity to insult my sister while I was imprisoned, did you not think that was too far? With each sentence he spoke, he stepped forward, his imposing manner palpable. Today this coffin is merely an appetizer. Chu Fan's gaze swept over Qin Yu and Wang Lin's pale faces, finally landing on Qin Shanha. Uncle Qin, I wonder if you are satisfied with my grand gift. Qin Shan's face was so dark it could drip water. That flash of killing intent, although fleeting, did not escape Chu Fan's eyes. Could he dare to say he was not satisfied? Once denied, Chu Fan would surely continue to provoke him until he was thoroughly enraged. Qin Shanha understood clearly what Chu Fan was scheming, which was nothing more than to infuriate the Qin family. Qin Shan's eyelids twitched violently, his jaw clenched to the point of cracking. This brat was forcing him to flip the table. Satisfied? Your son is getting married and you send a coffin. Could he be satisfied? Not satisfied. Then that would be an excuse for Chu Fan to continue making trouble. Chu Fan. Qin Shanha took a deep breath, forcing down the boiling rage and humiliation, squeezing out a smile that was more hideous than crying. You still love to joke around, don't you? Sending a coffin on the day of the wedding, this joke has gone a bit too far. Too far. Chu Fan raised an eyebrow, seeming to smile, yet not. Uncle Qin, do you think this is too far compared to what you all did to my Chu family 7 years ago? He slowly walked to the coffin, gently gliding his fingers over the icy wood. This is high-quality golden silk Nanmu, immortal for 100 years. I specifically selected this for Qin Yu and Wang Lin, signifying everlasting longevity. You. Wang Zhenhai's vision went dark with anger, his finger trembling as he pointed at Chu Fan. Brat. Arrogant. Qin Shanha restrained the nearly explosive Wang Zhenhai, his eyes coldly fixed on Chu Fan. Chu Fan, what do you want? Why pretend to be confused when you understand clearly? Chu Fan's smile vanished, his eyes suddenly icy. Did I not make myself clear just now? Those involved in harming my Chu family, clean your necks. The assets you have taken must be returned tenfold. With each demand he made, his voice grew colder. If even one of these two conditions is not met, everyone here today. His gaze slowly swept across the entire room like the gaze of death. Not a single one of you shall leave standing. Enough. Qin Shanha could no longer suppress his anger, slamming his palm down on the nearby table. Do you really think my Qin family is made of mud? My Qin family has been established in Sioux City for decades, and it cannot be intimidated by your mere harsh words. Chu Fan, for the sake of old times, I will give you one last chance. Take your people and leave immediately. Today's events I can treat as if they never happened. Otherwise, Qin Shan's eyes were fierce, clearly prepared for a desperate fight. Even if I exhaust the Qin family's resources, I will ensure you remain here. Let's see if your overreaching dragon is stronger, or if I, this local snake, am more venomous. The atmosphere instantly tightened to its peak. The tension was palpable. All the bodyguards instinctively gripped their gun handles, cold sweat soaking their backs. Wang Zhenhai and the others stared at Chu Fan, observing how he would respond. But Chu Fan smiled. The smile was sarcastic, disdainful, even contemptuous. Suddenly Chu Fan moved, fast as a ghost. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes, and Chu Fan was already standing before Qin Shanha. Between the two there had been a distance of 3 to 4 meters, and several bodyguards. The bodyguards hadn't even had time to react. Qin Shan's pupils constricted, his hair standing on end, instinctively wanting to retreat. But a cold hand had already clamped around his throat like an iron claw. Ugh! Qin Shanha found it hard to breathe, his eyes wide open, his face turning a deep shade of purple. Head of the family. Let go of the head of the family. The bodyguards were shocked and raised their guns, yet they hesitated, afraid to act rashly. Dad. Chu Fan, let go of my dad, or he'll beat you to a pulp, believe it. Qin Yu was furious, his anger boiling over. Chu Fan tightened his grip on Qin Shan's throat slightly, tilting his head to look at the frantic Qin Yu, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Just you. Before his words could finish, he held Qin Shanha firmly while his other hand casually swept toward Qin Yu's direction. An invisible force surged forth. Slap. A crisp, sharp sound of a slap echoed. Qin Yu was sent flying as if struck by a speeding truck, spinning through the air before crashing heavily onto a table laden with champagne towers. Crash. The sound of shattering glass and spilled wine filled the air. Half of Qin Yu's face visibly swelled up, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, lying amidst the shards of glass and wine, unable to even scream in pain. The entire scene fell into silence. A slap from a distance sent someone flying. What in the world is this technique? The bodyguards' hands trembled as they looked at Chu Fan, their expressions akin to encountering a ghost. Wang Zhenhai and the others were even more terrified, their spirits shattered, legs turning weak. Chu Fan, however, seemed to have done something trivial, his gaze returning to Qin Shanha, whose face was now purple and swollen eyes bulging. Husband. Seeing Qin Yu sent flying, Wang Lin's pretty face changed dramatically as she hurried over to support him. She glared angrily, rushing in front of Chu Fan, wishing she could swallow him whole. What do you want, Chu Fan? Isn't it enough to disrupt my wedding with Qin Yu? Is killing not enough? Do you still believe in the law? Do you truly think no one in Sioux City can deal with you? Slap. Chu Fan slapped Wang Lin away coldly, stating, then call the one who can deal with me. Ah. Qin Yu's expression twisted in rage as he howled in pain and charged at Chu Fan with a wine bottle in hand. Chu Fan. Go to hell. Facing the irrationally charging Qin Yu, Chu Fan lifted his leg and kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. Ah. Qin Yu clutched his abdomen, rolling far on the ground, his face pale, blood frothing from his mouth. Qin Shan's throat was gripped. He could not make a sound, only staring at Chu Fan with intense fear, anger, and a hint of pleading in his eyes. Don't look at me with those eyes. Chu Fan's gaze was icy as he fixed it on him. 7 years ago, when your father pleaded to you, did you ever soften your heart for even a moment? Qin Shan's body trembled violently. Slap. Chu Fan forcefully swung his right arm. Qin Shanha flew out like a broken sack, crashing heavily onto the lid of a crimson coffin. Boom. The dull sound of impact sent shivers down the spine. The coffin lid caved in, and Qin Shanha coughed up blood from his mouth and nose, his spine nearly breaking. He collapsed like a pile of mud on the ground, breath escaping with no air entering. He widened his eyes, staring at Chu Fan, his throat producing a wheezing sound, seemingly wanting to say something, but only spewing more blood. Chu Fan walked slowly to him, looking down from above, his eyes holding not a shred of pity. Qin Shanha, did you ever think about today when you divided the Chu family back then? When you and my father were calling each other brothers, did you ever think about stabbing me in the back? When you tacitly allowed or even planned the assassination in prison, did you think I would come back alive? Pausing, Chu Fan's gaze swept over some of the families present. I know you all wish for my death, wishing to kill me. 7 years ago, I was falsely accused of rape by Su Wanu. I know this matter is not simple. The Chu family's assets were divided, my parents died, and my sister and younger sister went missing. Many of you present participated in these matters. I welcome your revenge on me. Chu Fan's voice was not loud, but it was like a knife cutting open the darkest thoughts in everyone's hearts. Those who want to kill me can stand up now. He calmly scanned each face that was either terrified, resentful, or evasive. I give you the opportunity after today if you dare to lay a finger on me or anyone beside me. Chu Fan's eyes suddenly turned sharp, his killing intent palpable. I guarantee that your ending will be 10-fold, 100-fold worse than Qin Shan's. Not only will you die, but your families, your bloodlines, I will uproot them completely, leaving not a single blade of grass. No one doubted his words. Qin Shanha was the best proof. Some young descendants who had hidden resentment in their eyes now turned pale, lowering their heads, not daring to meet Chu Fan's gaze. It seems no one is left. Chu Fan waited for a moment, a faint smile appearing yet devoid of warmth. Very well. He turned around, looking at the guests sprawled on the ground, smiling. Everyone please sit, you all came here, continue eating and drinking. Returning to the dining table, Chu Fan picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of cold lobster meat, and slowly chewed it. In the vast banquet hall, only the faint sound of him dining remained. The atmosphere had turned eerily strange. Everyone was frozen in place, unable to sit, stand, or dare to walk. The air was still thick with the scent of blood, and Zhou Ming's cold corpse lay on the ground. Qin Shanha gasped for breath. Suffering unbearably beside him was the glaring crimson coffin and a pile of family bigwigs who had slumped like mud waiting for their fate. Who the hell could still eat at this feast? But if Chu Fan didn't speak, who dared to move? Wang Zhenhai endured the pain and fear, secretly signaling a well-connected guest, hoping he would say something to ease the tension. The guest's face turned green, shaking his head vigorously, wishing he could retract his head into his neck. Chu Fan seemed not to notice these small gestures, pouring himself half a glass of red wine and gently swirling it. What? He raised his eyes, scanning the silent crowd. Is the food not to your taste? Everyone's hearts jerked violently. Who dared to respond to that? To say the food was bad. Wasn't that slapping Chu Fan's face? To say it was unappetizing. Wasn't that admitting to having an opinion on Qin Shan's fate? No. The food is great. Very good. A shrewd middle-aged businessman quickly forced a smile that was more grotesque than crying. Chu. Young master, please enjoy. We will accompany you. Saying this, he trembled as he picked up his chopsticks, but dared not reach for the food, merely holding them stiffly. Seeing this, the others followed suit, picking up their chopsticks, as if holding a red-hot iron rod. Chu Fan glanced at the businessman and nodded. "You're Boss Zhang, right? I remember you 7 years ago at the charity banquet hosted by the Chu family. You donated 500,000. My father praised you for your kindness." Boss Zhang was taken aback, then felt flattered and anxious. "Chu, young master, you remember. Just a small matter. That was only expected. Kindness is met with kindness." Chu Fan's tone was flat. Boss Zhang's business doesn't seem to have progressed much in recent years. Boss Zhang's heart sank, quickly responding, Yes, it's a small business, just making ends meet." Chu Fan took a sip of wine, speaking leisurely. "Tomorrow, I will take over the logistics park in the west of Qin's territory." Boom. Boss Zhang's mind buzzed, hardly believing his ears. The logistics park in the west of Qin's territory. That was one of Qin's most profitable assets. Worth billions. Just like that. Given to him. The other guests widened their eyes in an instant, filled with envy, jealousy, shock, and disbelief. A myriad of emotions intertwined. Then came the ecstatic joy. Chu Fan was dividing the cake. Moreover, he did so with the absolute demeanor of a ruler reshaping the distribution of interests in Sioux City. Thank you, young Master Chu. Thank you, young Master Chu." Boss Zhang was so excited that he stammered, nearly kneeling to bow. Chu Fan waved his hand and turned his gaze to another elder who had been keeping his head down, trying to minimize his presence. "Oldly, I heard your pharmaceutical factory has been suffering greatly under the Wang family recently." Oldly trembled all over and quickly stood up. "Yes. There are some difficulties. From tomorrow, the Wang family's medical channels will belong to you." Chu Fan said lightly, "Do it well, and do not harm others with counterfeit medicine." "I wouldn't dare. Absolutely wouldn't dare. Thank you for your grace, young Master Chu." Old Li was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Next, Chu Fan casually pointed out a few more individuals redistributing the high-quality assets originally belonging to families like Qin Wang, Li, and Zhao to several small to medium-sized families that had been friendly with the Chu family in the past, or at least had not kicked them while they were down. Those who were pointed out were ecstatic and filled with gratitude. Meanwhile, those who were not chosen felt even more anxious and uneasy, watching Chu Fan with eager eyes, hoping for a hint of favor. Chu Fan's maneuver was remarkably brilliant. He rewarded his own people, stabilized part of the public sentiment, and thoroughly dismantled the former alliance centered around the Qin family. Those who benefited would naturally remember his kindness, becoming his new supporters in Sioux City. Meanwhile, those who did not benefit or might even face retribution fell into deeper fear and isolation. The atmosphere in the banquet hall quietly changed. From pure fear, it shifted to something more complex. There was relief, anticipation, and even deeper reverence. Chu Fan put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. "The food today is quite good." He stood up, sweeping his gaze across the room once more. "The rules of Sioux City change from today onwards. Those who abide by my rules will have a share of my meat, and you will not be denied a bowl of soup. Those who do not abide by the rules." He cast a glance at Qin Shanha and the coffin. The meaning was self-evident. "You may leave now." After saying this, he no longer lingered and turned to walk out the door. It was only when Chu Fan's figure completely disappeared at the entrance that the tense atmosphere in the banquet hall suddenly relaxed. Phew, oh my God. The god of death finally left. Many people slumped directly into their chairs, gasping for breath, their clothes already soaked in cold sweat. Looking at the almost untouched delicacies on the table, the bloodstains on the floor, and reminiscing about the heart-stopping events that had unfolded in just half an hour. Everyone understood. Sioux City had changed. And from this night onwards, the name Chu Fan would become the new taboo and ruler of Sioux City. Boss Zhang wiped the sweat off his forehead, looking at the transfer intention letter for the logistics park that Chu Fan had casually assigned to him, his hands still trembling slightly. He glanced at the equally complex-faced Old Li beside him and whispered, "Old Li, this young Master Chu is not simple at all." Old Li took a deep breath and slowly nodded. "It's not just not simple." He gazed in the direction Chu Fan left, his eyes filled with deep apprehension and a trace of reverence. With a flip of his hand, he could summon clouds, and with a flick he could bring rain. With both grace and severity, his methods reached the heavens. This Sioux City, no, perhaps this provincial capital, is about to be stirred into a tremendous wave because of him. After leaving the hotel, Chu Fan stretched, his bones cracking like popping beans. Seeing this, Chen Feng approached respectfully. "Young Master Chu, we just received word from Kuei-Nyo that most of the parks in northern Myanmar have been largely controlled. Only a few parks are still resisting fiercely, and many of those desperately resisting have connections to domestic forces. It even involves some official backgrounds. Chu Fan's stretching motion slightly paused, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Official background. A cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. Find out clearly which faction's hand has reached so far, daring to touch dirty money from northern Myanmar. Yes. Chen Feng bowed and replied, Kuei Nyo is already investigating deeply, and initial clues point to some restless families in the provincial capital, and several white gloves of powerful figures in Jiangnan province. They are using these parks for money laundering, asset relocation, and even carrying out some unspeakable treatments. Chu Fan snorted coldly. It truly is a small temple with big demons, a shallow pool with many turtles. Even such dealings are involved. He pondered for a moment and asked, what are the losses on our side? Basically none. Chen Feng replied with a hint of pride. Kuei Nyo personally led the teams sweeping through with thunderous force. Those armed forces in the parks crumbled before the Black Dragon flag. Do it cleanly. Chu Fan instructed, lighting a cigarette. Especially for the victims, arrange for their proper accommodation and contact reliable domestic channels to ensure those who can be sent back are safely returned as soon as possible. Has Kuei Nyo found any news about my sister and younger sister yet? Chen Feng hesitated. Kuei Nyo suspects that the eldest young lady and the third young lady may not be in the northern Myanmar parks, but in the Cambodian parks. Chu Fan's gaze suddenly turned extremely sharp, the temperature seeming to drop several degrees. Cambodia? He pondered over the 3 words, a chilling coldness seeping into his voice. Compared to northern Myanmar, some parks in Cambodia are even more hidden with more complex backgrounds. They are intertwined with certain international criminal groups, and even some military forces of small countries, truly resembling a hell on earth. If his sister and younger sister were really taken there. Chu Fan's fingers silently tightened the armrest of the chair, making a slight creaking sound. Tell Kuei Nyo, his voice was low, suppressing the boiling anger and worry. At all costs expand the search range and infiltrate all suspicious parks in Cambodia. Utilize all our hidden lines there, contact the ferryman, and I want to get accurate news in the shortest time possible. Yes, I will convey it immediately. Chen Feng felt the almost palpable killing intent emanating from him, his heart shivering as he hurriedly replied. Also, Chu Fan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Focus on investigating the illegal human trafficking channels from Jiangnan province, especially in Sioux City and the provincial capital, over the past 7 years. Which families and individuals have been frequently involved, especially the Sioux family. He could almost be certain that if his sister and younger sister were really sent to Southeast Asia, the Sioux family would undoubtedly be the prime suspect. This was not only revenge, but also possibly to completely cut off any chance of the Chu family rising again. Understood, Chen Feng noted. At that moment, a BMW slowly stopped. Chen Feng opened the car door, and Chu Fan immediately, with his backpack open, Chu Fan held in his hand a thick stack of yellowed marriage contracts, frowning tightly, his temples throbbing faintly. These marriage contracts were made of ancient paper, but the ink was still clear, each one stamped with the family head seal of the Chu family and his father Chu Xingwo's private seal, along with his childhood fingerprint, in a crooked manner. 9 marriage contracts corresponded to 9 names, each representing a family that could be considered a giant in various fields within the country. This was a betrothal arranged by his father during the peak of the Chu family's glory, labeled as a strong alliance for a better future. In reality, Chu Fan seriously doubted whether his father had some strange collecting hobby or simply wanted to use this method to sell him for a good price, spreading the investment. In the past, he had thought it was a childhood joke and had cast it aside after the Chu family fell. But after returning from prison this time, Uncle Fu solemnly returned the stack of marriage contracts to him while sorting through the remains. He informed him that according to the old man's instructions and some hidden agreements, these marriage contracts seemed to hold more weight than mere child's play, especially the elders of several of those families who seemed to have not forgotten this old matter over the years. This was quite troublesome. With his heart filled with thoughts of revenge, he had no time to deal with these old agreements. Moreover, 9 at once. What kind of joke is this? Young Master Chu. Chen Feng saw Chu Fan's pained expression in the rearview mirror, and choosing his words carefully, said the patriarch's actions back then must have carried deep intent. The 9 marriage contracts link you to families whose influence spans the military, government, commerce, and even overseas. If handled judiciously, they could become a tremendous aid to your vengeance. If mishandled, he did not finish the sentence, but the implication was clear, they could just as easily become an enormous liability. Not one of those families is to be trifled with. Abandon the engagements. That would be to slap them in the face and invite enmity. Accept them. How could I accept? Marry them all. Chu Fan rubbed his brow and tossed the marriage documents back into his backpack in frustration. Never mind that for now. The immediate priority is to find my eldest sister and my younger sister and to settle old scores. His gaze hardened. To my uncle's house. The car turned once more and drove toward the old eastern district of Sioux City. Chu Fan's maternal uncle Shun Guohua, the elder brother of his mother Shin Yuru, was one of the few relatives who, after the Chu family's calamity, had not added insult to injury and had even tried to help. His other uncles, however, had not been so kind. Powerless and squeezed out by forces such as the Qin family, they had lived in penury over the years, occupying decrepit apartment units in the old city. Chu Fan's feelings toward this uncle were complex gratitude for his loyalties back then, but also resentment at his limited ability to protect his sisters. More importantly, Chu Fan hoped to glean from him the finer details surrounding the disappearance of his sister Chu Yu and his younger sister Chu Xing before and after the Chu family's downfall. Relatives on his mother's side might know particulars that his father's side did not. The car stopped outside a weathered residential block that bore the marks of age. The stairwell was narrow and dimly lit. Chu Fan told Shin Feng and the driver to wait below and climbed the stairs alone, then knocked on a rusted security door on the third floor. A rustling sound came from within, then a wary, weary, middle-aged man's voice. "Who is it at this hour?" "Uncle, it's me, Xiao Fan," Chu Fan said in a low voice. Silence followed. Seconds later, the security door was flung open, revealing a haggard, graying man in a faded undershirt, Shun Guohua. He stared with wide, unbelieving eyes at the tall, upright, cold-spirited figure in the doorway. His lips trembled, and his eyes immediately reddened. Xiao Fan, is it really you? You're out." Shun Guohua's voice quivered as he seized Chu Fan's arm with astonishing strength. "Come in quickly. Come in." He pulled Chu Fan into the small apartment. The room was modest and worn, but it had been kept clean and orderly. A similarly haggard middle-aged woman poked her head out from the inner room. Seeing Chu Fan, she froze, and then wiped her eyes. "Uncle An, it's me. I'm back." Chu Fan felt a faint warmth inside, though his face remained composed. Good that you're back. Shun Guohua held him and made him sit, studying him with tears streaming down his face. "You've grown, and you've become sturdier. You must have suffered in there." "I managed," Chu Fan answered briefly, moved inwardly. "Uncle, the reason I've returned is to uncover what happened back then, to find my eldest sister and my younger sister, and to avenge our parents." At those words, Shun Guohua's expression changed. He sighed, eyes filled with pain and helplessness. "Xiao Fan, what happened back then? The waters ran too deep. The Qin family, the Wang family, those beasts, and the people from the provincial city. We could not. That you emerged alive is already a blessing. Take your aunt, heed your uncle's advice, leave Sioux City, find a place to live quietly, and do not, uncle." Chu Fan interrupted him, eyes resolute. "Now that I've returned, I will not let it rest. The blood debts of 7 years ago must be repaid in blood, none of them will escape. Within 3 days the Qin Wang and Zhou families will wish they were dead." "What?" Shun Guohua and his wife cried out together, staring at Chu Fan in disbelief. Chu Fan briefly recounted the events that had unfolded tonight in the banquet hall. Shun Guohua listened in stunned silence for a long time, regarding Chu Fan as if he were a stranger. The nephew he once felt obliged to shield had grown to his terror into a man capable of reducing Sioux City's great houses to ruin with but a gesture. Good. They deserve it. Retribution. It's all retribution." Aunt was the first to react, slapping her thigh in excitement, laughing through her tears. Shun Guohua drew several deep breaths to calm himself. His eyes toward Chu Fan held newfound reverence, though worry predominated. "Xiao Fan, you have power now. Your uncle is glad for you. But the families from the provincial city are of a different order than those in Sioux City. Their reach is vast, and their methods ruthless. You must be exceedingly careful." "I know." Chu Fan nodded, clasping his uncle's rough hand. "Uncle, the reason I'm here today is to ask, after the Chu family's misfortune, what exactly happened to Chu Yu and Chu Shi? How did they vanish? When did you last see them? Were there any particular clues?" At the mention of Chu Yu and Chu Shi, Shun Guohua and his wife grew pale, sorrow welling in their eyes. "Your eldest sister and little Shi." Shun Guohua's voice choked. "The night the Chu family was struck, it was utter chaos. By the time your aunt and I received the news and rushed over, it was already too late. Later we heard you had been taken. We wanted to find Yuer and Sierra, but their room was empty. Neighbors said a strange car came the night before. There seemed to be an argument, and afterward no one was seen." Aunt wiped her tears and added, "We reported it, but the police were perfunctory, saying they might have run away or been taken by relatives. We searched every possible place and called in every favor, but found no trace. As if they had vanished from the world." "Vanished from the world?" Chu Fan's gaze turned ice-cold, murderous intent coiling beneath the surface. With my eldest sister's composure and Chu's eyes' cleverness, even if they tried to hide, they would have found a way to contact you. Unless they were taken by force, perhaps even brought under control. Shun Guohua nodded. We suspected as much. Later I secretly picked up a whisper. He lowered his voice, fear and caution etched on his face. Someone said that not long after the Chu household's disaster, a car with provincial plates, something unusual looking, was seen near the docks. And there were sounds of a woman's crying. But no one saw clearly. When I asked around the docks, the workers either pretended ignorance or averted their eyes. After that, even the person who first told me the rumors suffered a mysterious accident. There was a sudden, insistent knock at the door. Suddenly someone knocked. The Shun couple's faces went pale, and they trembled. Chu Fan frowned. Uncle Aunt, what is it? What are you pretending for, Shun Guohua? I know you and your wife are at home. Hurry up and open the door. Don't force me to break it down. A man's rough, threatening voice suddenly echoed from outside. Shun Guohua's face turned pale. Xiao Fan. You. Go hide inside. Your aunt and I can handle this. Though Aunt was terrified, she steeled herself and pulled Chu Fan toward the bedroom, saying, those people are all local ruffians. You stay in the bedroom and don't come out. But Chu Fan remained unmoved, reaching out to hold the two back, smiling. Uncle, Aunt, just sit tight. I'll handle this. Xiao Fan. Shun Guohua opened his mouth, not wanting him to take risks. The people outside are here to collect a debt. We can't afford to provoke them. Aunt nodded, tears streaming down her face, softly sobbing. Chu Fan said lightly, Uncle, do you still think of me as that child from 7 years ago? Then Chu Fan walked to the door and swung it open with a loud clang, revealing a rugged man's face with 4 or 5 tattooed men standing behind him. These men were all tattooed with crew cuts, swaying their heads, smoking cigarettes, dyed hair, and holding clubs, exuding a fierce arrogance. Lu Biao, upon seeing the door open, was surprised to find not the usual timid Shun Guohua, but a strange young face instead. Lu Biao, nicknamed Brother Biao, was a notorious local thug in this old district, specializing in collecting debts for shady businesses. Shun Guohua had incurred a considerable amount of usury while desperately searching for Chu Yu and Chu Shi years ago, and had been secretly sabotaged by others. He had not been spared from harassment and bullying by Lu Biao and his gang over the years. Oh, Lu Biao eyed Chu Fan up and down. Seeing his ordinary attire but cold demeanor, which was unlike most people, he didn't take it too seriously due to their numbers, and asked slantingly, Who the hell are you? Where's that old thing, Shun Guohua? Tell him to roll out. The thugs behind him also began making a racket, banging their clubs against the door frame and walls, creating a harsh noise. Chu Fan's expression remained calm. He even took a half step forward, effectively blocking the doorway, leaving his uncle and aunt completely behind him. Here to collect a debt. Chu Fan's voice was not loud, yet it carried an inexplicable sense of oppression. No kidding. Lu Biao spat out the cigarette, but growling angrily. Shun Guohua owes our brother Long 500,000, and with interest it's now 800,000. If the money isn't repaid today, he'll demolish this broken house and drag him and his sickly wife out to sell their organs to settle the debt. Hearing the word sell organs, Shun Guohua and his wife trembled in fear. Chu Fan's gaze suddenly turned cold. 800,000. All right, I'll pay it back. Lu Biao was taken aback, not expecting Chu Fan to be so straightforward, then revealed a greedy smile. Hey kid, you're quite cooperative. Where's the money? Cash or bank transfer? Let me tell you, if it's a penny short, this matter isn't over today. Chu Fan remained silent, simply pulling out a checkbook and a pen from his pocket. Lu Biao and his thug's eyes brightened. Being able to use a check meant he was either wealthy or of high status. It seemed they had stumbled upon a fat sheep today. Chu Fan quickly signed a check, tore it off, and handed it to Lu Biao. Lu Biao took the check, glanced down, and the smile on his face instantly froze. The payee on the check was clearly marked as the Huaxia Strategic Reserve Bank. Despite being a thug, Lu Biao wasn't completely ignorant. He had vaguely heard of a special bank whose checks never circulated in the market, only used for a very limited number of specific individuals and national-level settlements. This check, regardless of its material anti-counterfeiting features or seal, emanated an aura he couldn't comprehend but instinctively felt uneasy about. What made him feel even more uneasy was that next to the signature there was an extremely small but unmistakably clear steel stamp pattern. That pattern resembled a black dragon coiling around a mountain peak. Lu Biao's hand began to tremble slightly. He raised his head, looking at Chu Fan with uncertainty. Brother, where did you get this check? Chu Fan did not answer his question, merely stating calmly, The money I paid for my uncle. Now it's time to settle your accounts. What accounts do we have? Lu Biao instinctively took a half step back, his tone fierce yet weak. Repaying debts is a matter of justice. Repaying debts is indeed a matter of justice, Chu Fan nodded. But what about the years of you beating and kicking my uncle and aunt, threatening them, smashing their door and splashing paint? How do we account for those? His voice grew colder. And just now you said you wanted to sell my uncle and aunt's organs. Lu Biao's cold sweat broke out instantly. He finally realized that this young man before him was definitely not someone he could provoke. That checked that kind of momentum. Brother, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Lu Biao quickly put on a smile, feeling chills running down his spine. We're just doing this for someone else. We don't want the money anymore. The check is yours. Well, leave right now. Saying this, he was about to return the check. Chu Fan, however, didn't even glance at it. Leave? A cold smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Did I let you go? Before the words fell, Chu Fan moved. Fast as lightning. Lu Biao felt a blur before his eyes, a sharp pain in his wrist. Crack. The hand holding the check was directly crushed by Chu Fan. The check fell to the ground. Oh. Lu Biao let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. The thugs behind him hadn't reacted yet, and Chu Fan was already like a tiger among sheep. Bang! A punch to the face caused one thug's nose to collapse as he fell backward. Slap. A backhanded slap sent another thug flying to the side, crashing into the wall, blood and teeth flying. Crack. A kick struck the knee of the thug on the right, breaking his leg as he screamed and fell. Within just 2 or 3 seconds, all 4 fierce thugs were on the ground, howling and rendered powerless. Only Lu Biao was left clutching his wrist, pale-faced and terrified. Chu Fan walked up to him, picked up the check from the ground, and lightly tapped it against his sweating face. Now can we talk properly? Lu Biao, scared out of his wits, nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes. Big brother, what do you want to ask? He'll tell you everything. Who sent you to collect the debt? Who is the real creditor? Chu Fan asked. It's a steward from the Jiang family, Wang Fu. He sent us here. He said Shen Guohua offended someone he shouldn't have and told us to pressure him to death. The more forceful, the better. Lu Biao dared not hide anything. The Jiang family. It was indeed them pulling the strings. They were cutting down the grass and eliminating the roots, not even sparing Chu Fan's relatives. So all these years it was you who harassed my uncle, eh? Yes. It was Wang Fu's instructions. We were just doing our jobs, big brother. Besides harassing, what else have you done? Have you secretly monitored or inquired about anything? Lu Biao's eyes flickered. Chu Fan's gaze turned sharp. He'll tell you. He'll tell you. Lu Biao hurriedly said, his face pale, trembling. Wang Fu indeed instructed us to keep an eye on whether Shen Guohua had any contact with any special individuals, especially inquiring about the whereabouts of the 2 missing daughters of the Chu family. Indeed, the Jiang family, or rather the entity behind the Jiang family, had been monitoring his uncle, trying to cut off all leads in the search for his sister and younger sister. Chu Fan's killing intent grew stronger. Does Jiang know her? Lu Biao was sweating profusely, his lips trembling. Jiang is the true owner of our group. Wang Fu is merely her subordinate. We are such minor characters, it's hard for us to even see her. He cautiously observed Chu Fan's expression, tentatively asking, Big brother, do you know our Jiang? Know her? It's more than just knowing. Jiang Wan. How could Chu Fan forget that name? 7 years ago, she was one of the most dazzling socialites in Sioux City, the only daughter of the Jiang family, excelling in beauty, talent, and cunning. She and Chu Fan's sister Chu Yue were known as the twin beauties of Sioux City, and the 2 families even had intentions for a business marriage which involved Chu Fan and Jiang Wan. At that time, Chu Fan was young, and his impression of this beautiful, proud, and capable fiancé candidate was quite complex. He admired her excellence, but was also put off by her occasional cold calculations that treated everything as a bargaining chip. After the Chu family's incident, the Jiang family was the first to sever ties, swiftly merging with one of the Chu family's prime assets. As for Jiang Wen herself, it was said that shortly after Chu Fan was imprisoned, she quickly got engaged to a scion of a prominent family in the provincial city, completely cutting off the last thread connecting her to the Chu family. Now it seems that the Jiang family's actions back then were likely more than just opportunism. Monitoring her uncle cutting off leads to find her sister and mother. Behind this, there may also be Jiang Wen, or rather the shadow of the Jiang family. Know her? Chu Fan scoffed. You could say we are old acquaintances. He stared at Lu Biao. Where's Jiang Wen now? She primarily manages the group's business in the provincial city and rarely returns to Sioux City. Tonight, I heard Jiang is attending a birthday banquet for a significant figure. Lu Biao dared not conceal. A birthday banquet for a significant figure. Chu Fan's eyes flickered, pondering for a moment. Whose birthday banquet? Lu Biao tried hard to recall the scattered rumors he had heard. It seems. It's for an old retired leader from the provincial city surnamed Song. Yes, old Song. It is said that he was quite influential in the provincial city before retirement and is now living in Sioux City with former students and acquaintances spread throughout Jiangnan. His 80th birthday banquet will be attended by prominent figures from Sioux City, and the Jiang family of such stature will surely be invited. Old Song, a retired high-ranking official from the capital. Relevant information quickly flashed through Chu. He had heard of this Old Song. He was one of the powerful figures in Jiangnan province. Although he had retired, his influence remained formidable, a target of interest for various factions. Jiang, when attending his birthday banquet, was merely to expand her connections and solidify the Jiang family's relationship with the upper echelons of the provincial city. Location of the banquet. Specific time. Chu Fan pressed. The location is at Heaven and Earth, and the time seems to be tomorrow at noon. Lu Biao divulged everything he knew. Chu Fan took note. Heaven and Earth, one of the most upscale private clubs in Sioux City known for its strict security, only the wealthy and powerful could enter. What about Wang Fu? Will he be attending tomorrow? Chu Fan asked. If Wang Fu also went, perhaps he could seize the opportunity to capture him and extract more details about Jiang 1 and the events of that year. Lu Biao shook his head. Someone of Wang Fu's caliber isn't qualified to attend Old Song's banquet. He will most likely just wait outside or handle some peripheral tasks. Chu Fan nodded, asking no more. Get lost, and remember today's events and my words. If a single word leaks. Chu Fan did not finish, but the murderous intent in his gaze sent chills down Lu Biao's spine. I won't dare. Absolutely won't dare. He'll leave Sioux City with my brothers tonight. Never to return. Lu Biao swore, scrambling away. The room fell silent again. Shun Guohua and his wife looked at Chu Fan, feeling both gratified by his growth and strength and deeply worried about the impending storm. Mom and Dad am back. At that moment, a graceful figure ran in from outside, standing tall. A girl in her early 20s stood at the door wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans with a backpack on her shoulders and her hair tied in a high ponytail. Her fair face radiated a relaxed smile of coming home. She was Shun Guohua and his wife's daughter, Chu Fan's cousin, Shin Qingxue. 7 years ago, when the Chu family incident occurred, Shin Qingxue was just a half-grown child in middle school. Over the years, she worked hard in her studies and was admitted to a key university in Sioux City, usually living on campus, only returning on weekends or holidays. After Chu Fan was imprisoned, she was one of the few relatives who had secretly visited him. Each time she had red eyes, sneaking him some saved pocket money and small notes of encouragement. Qingxue. Chu Fan looked at his cousin, who had grown into a graceful young woman, and for once a hint of gentleness showed in his usually cold gaze. Shin Qingxue pushed the door open, and her smile froze upon seeing Chu Fan. Her eyes widened, the backpack in her hand fell with a thud, her lips slightly parted, as if she wanted to say something, but couldn't make a sound. Shock, disbelief, joy, and worry. Various emotions flashed rapidly in her eyes. Cousin. Shin Qingxue's voice trembled, her eyes turning red in an instant. Is it really you? You got out. She rushed forward as if trying to confirm this wasn't an illusion, but halted abruptly, just a step away from Chu Fan, looking at him helplessly as tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. It's me, Qingxue, I'm back. Chu Fan looked at the girl who had always followed him since childhood, feeling his heart soften. He reached out his hand and gently ruffled her hair. You've grown taller and prettier. This familiar gesture and tone dispelled the last trace of doubt in Shun Qingxue's heart, and 7 years of longing and grievances burst forth like a dam breaking. Cousin. She could no longer hold back and threw herself into Chu Fan's arms, sobbing loudly. You finally came back. I missed you so much. Mom and Dad missed you too. We all thought. Boo-hoo. Shun Guohua and his wife looked on, tears streaming down their faces. Their daughter and Chu Fan had always shared a close bond. Chu Fan's incident had a huge impact on Qingxue. She became quieter and more mature than before, studying hard, likely hoping to become stronger one day to help her cousin. Chu Fan gently patted his cousin's back, allowing her to vent her emotions. He could feel that though this home was dilapidated and had endured so much hardship, this bond of family remained one of the softest places in his heart. After a moment, Shin Qingxue finally stopped sobbing, lifted her head from Chu Fan's embrace, her face still glistening with tears, yet she eagerly asked, Cousin, how have you been these past years? Has anyone bullied you? How did you get out? Will you leave again? A series of questions revealed her deep concern. I'm good, Chu Fan replied, briefly wiping the tears from her face. I won't leave again. Shin Qingxue, though innocent, was not foolish. She subtly sensed something from her parents' grave expressions, the faint sounds she had heard outside earlier, and the chilling aura emanating from her cousin, which was drastically different from 7 years ago. She bit her lip, her gaze becoming resolute. Cousin, are you going to seek revenge on those people? I can help you. I am currently studying computer science and know some hacking techniques. I can. Chu Fan interrupted her, his tone gentle yet firm. You don't need to concern yourself with these matters. Just focus on your studies. Staying safe is the greatest help you can offer your cousin. He did not want to involve his innocent cousin in this bloody revenge. But, be obedient. Chu Fan patted her shoulder and turned to Shen Guohua and his wife, pulling out his phone. Uncle N, I'm transferring some money to you. Chu Fan took out his phone and operated it for a moment. Shen Guohua's phone soon chimed with a notification. He looked at it in confusion, his eyes widening and his hands trembling. What is this? He stared at the long string of numbers on the screen, followed by a string of zeros, his voice trembling. 10 million. Chu Fan had directly transferred 10 million to Shen Guohua's account. Xiao Fan. This is too much. We can't accept this. Shen Guohua quickly waved his hands, and Aunt also shook her head anxiously. Uncle Aunt, Chu Fan said calmly yet firmly, you have endured too much hardship and humiliation because of me and the Chu family over the past 7 years. This amount is nothing but just to help you switch to a better environment, improve your lives, and provide better support for Qingxue. Rest assured, this is just the beginning. What the Chu family has lost, I will recover 100-fold. What you deserve is far more than this. But, no buts. Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively. Take it. Your safety and comfort are my top priority, allowing me to focus without worries. Shen Guohua and his wife looked at Chu Fan's resolute gaze, knowing that further refusal was futile, feeling both moved and bittersweet. They understood that this money was not just money, it was Chu Fan's way of repaying their unwavering support over the years of responsibility he bore as a descendant of the Chu family and as a nephew. Cousin. Shen Qingxue also saw the astonishing sum and was shocked in her heart. She realized more clearly that her cousin now possessed power far beyond her imagination. Qingxue, Chu Fan looked at his cousin, a slight smile on his face. A part of this money is for you. Shen Qingxue nodded earnestly, her eyes glimmering with tears. Cousin, thank you. Chu Fan gently flicked Shen Qingxue's fair forehead. Why be so polite with me? Shen Qingxue smiled mischievously. Cousin, why don't you stay for dinner? Today is my birthday. Shen Guohua shot a glare at his daughter. Stop messing around, your cousin has things to do tonight. Chu Fan paused slightly at the words, then expressed regret. Today is Qingxue's birthday. I didn't know and didn't prepare a gift. No need for a gift. Your return is the best birthday present. Shen Qingxue quickly waved her hands, though a hint of anticipation flickered in her eyes. Chu Fan glanced at the time, then at his smiling cousin. His heart softened. Then let's go to Wangjiang Tower to celebrate your birthday, shall we? Wangjiang Tower. Shen Qingxue was slightly taken aback. That's a high-end restaurant in Sioux City. The dishes are expensive, and only the rich can dine there. Aunt quickly waved her hands. Yes, Xiao Fan, Wangjiang Tower is too expensive. We can eat at home, it's clean and affordable. Shen Guohua didn't speak, but his eyes showed agreement. They were used to being frugal and didn't want Chu Fan to spend money unnecessarily. Chu Fan smiled. Uncle Aunt Qingxue, you don't need to worry about the money. Wangjiang Tower is one of the best restaurants in Sioux City with a great environment and dishes. It's only right to celebrate Qingxue's birthday there. Consider it my way of making up for my absence on your birthdays over the years. His tone was gentle yet firm, carrying an air of finality. Shen Qingxue looked at Chu Fan with bright eyes filled with longing for Wangjiang Tower and a bit of shyness. Cousin, is that really okay? Of course. Chu Fan nodded and pulled out his phone to send a message to Chen Feng. With the capabilities and wealth Chu Fan now controlled, booking the best private room at Wangjiang Tower was merely a matter of words. Seeing that Chu Fan was resolute in his intentions, Shen Guohua and his wife didn't try to argue further, feeling both touched and a bit uneasy, sensing that their nephew was now truly unfathomable. Soon Chen Feng replied, Young Master Chu, it's arranged. The top-level private room Guanyin Pavilion at Wangjiang Tower has been reserved and is ready for you to go at any time. Guanyin Pavilion. Shen Qingxue couldn't help but exclaim softly. She grew up in Sioux City and had heard of the top-tier Guanyin Pavilion private room at Wangjiang Tower. It not only required a long reservation in advance, but also had a high spending threshold accessible only to true top-tier wealthy individuals and elites. Her cousin actually secured it with just one phone call. Chu Fan smiled and took her hand. Let's go, birthday girl. The family boarded the prearranged car and headed towards the landmark building in the center of Sioux City right by the river, Wangjiang Tower. The car stopped directly at the entrance of Wangjiang Tower where the manager was already waiting. Meanwhile, several luxury cars also parked outside Wangjiang Tower. As the cars came to a halt, the doors of several luxury cars swung open, and several young men and women stepped out. "Oh, Xinqingxue, what are you doing at Wangjiang Tower?" A sharp, condescending female voice rang out, laced with a strong sense of superiority and mockery. Chu Fan turned to look and saw a group of stylishly dressed young men and women stepping out of a nearby Porsche and Maserati. Leading them was a girl in a Chanel outfit holding an Hermes bag with an exquisitely made-up face, the one who had just spoken. The others beside her were also dressed in luxury brands, their expressions haughty. Seeing this girl, Shin Qingsu's face changed slightly, instinctively wanting to hide behind Chu Fan. "Zhao Qian," Shin Qingxue whispered. Zhao Qian was a side-branch young lady of the Zhao family in Sioux City and also a classmate of Shin Qingxue at university, though from a different department. While the Zhao family was not as powerful as the Qin and Wang families, they were still considered a second-tier family in Sioux City. Zhao Qian always regarded herself as a socialite looking down on the ordinary Shin Qingxue, and had bullied and mocked her both openly and covertly at school. "What? Can I come?" Shin Qingxue steadied her nerves, straightened her back, feeling a bit more confident with her cousin by her side. Zhao Qian scoffed, eyeing Shin Qingxue's plain t-shirt and jeans, then glanced at Chu Fan and Shun Guohua, who were dressed equally, simply her disdain growing. "Wangjiang Tower is the top restaurant in Sioux City. A meal here is probably worth a year's earnings for your dad, right? Do you even think your family deserves to come here?" Her entourage burst into laughter. "Exactly. Don't you know your own status? You didn't get lost, did you? The street stalls nearby are more suitable for you." Shun Guohua and his wife turned pale with anger, but dared not offend these rich kids, opting to endure. Shin Qingsu's face flushed, biting her lip tightly. Chu Fan's originally gentle gaze instantly turned cold. He gently pulled Shin Qingxue behind him, standing in front of Zhao Qian and her group. "Wangjiang Tower is open for business. Oh, every guest is welcome. Whether you belong here is not for you to decide." Chu Fan's voice was calm, yet it carried an inexplicable sense of pressure. Only then did Zhao Qian take a proper look at Chu Fan. She noticed this ordinary-looking man was tall and imposing, with a stern demeanor and an extraordinary aura, especially those eyes which were so calm they unnerved her. But accustomed to being arrogant and relying on her numbers, she immediately lifted her chin. "Who are you?" "We're talking to Shin Qingxue. What does it have to do with you?" "I am her cousin." Chu Fan glanced at her indifferently. "Besides, you disturbed us. Step aside." "You..." Zhao Qian was enraged by Chu Fan's impolite demeanor. "What a big tone. Do you know who I am? I am a member of the Zhao family. Do you believe I can make it impossible for you to stay in Sioux City?" "The Zhao family." Chu Fan raised an eyebrow, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. "Just an ant. What are you boasting about?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian and her companions were stunned, then erupted into louder laughter. "Huh? What did he say? The Zhao family of Sioux City is an ant? That's hilarious. This kid can't be crazy, can he? Shin Qingxue, has your cousin just come out of a mental hospital?" Shin Qingxue was both angry and anxious, tightly gripping Chu Fan's shirt hem. At that moment, the manager of Wangjiang Tower hurried over, originally to greet Chu Fan, but upon seeing the tense atmosphere at the entrance, especially Chu Fan's cold expression, his heart sank. He quickly put on the most respectful smile and bowed to Chu Fan at a 90-degree angle. "Mr. Chu, you have arrived. The viewing cloud pavilion is ready for you. Please follow me." He then turned to Zhao Qian and the others with a stern face. "Miss Zhao, please step aside and do not block the path of our esteemed guest." Zhao Qian and the others were instantly dumbfounded. The manager's almost fawning respect for Chu Fan and his unceremonious dismissal of them formed a stark contrast. The viewing cloud pavilion. That is the most exclusive private room of Wangjiang Tower. It's difficult for even her father to reserve it. Why should this ordinarily dressed man be allowed in? "Manager Wang, are you mistaken? What esteemed guest is he? Can he enter the viewing cloud pavilion?" Zhao Qian asked incredulously. Manager Wang shot her a cold glance. "Mr. Chu is our most distinguished guest at Wangjiang Tower. Miss Zhao, please mind your words. If you continue to act unruly and disturb Mr. Chu's meal, I will have to ask security to escort you out." Zhao Qian's face turned a mix of green and white, and her companions exchanged glances, not daring to speak up again. No matter how arrogant they were, they knew the immense power of the owner behind Wangjiang Tower, which they could not easily offend. Chu Fan was too lazy to pay them any more attention. Holding Shin Qingsu's hand, he said softly to Shun Guohua, and his wife. Uncle, Aunt, let's go in. Under the manager's respectful guidance, Chu Fan's family walked calmly into Wangjiang Tower, leaving Zhao Qian and the others at the door with gloomy faces like clowns. Entering the exclusive elevator, Shen Qingxue was still in shock, quietly asking, "Cousin, why is that manager Wang so respectful to you?" Chu Fan smiled. "Maybe it's because I'm quite handsome." Shen Qingxue understood he didn't want to elaborate and stopped questioning, but her admiration and curiosity for her cousin deepened. The luxury of the viewing cloud pavilion once again shocked Shen Guohua's family, but with Chu Fan beside them, they gradually relaxed and began to enjoy this rare top-tier experience. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Zhao Qian gritted her teeth watching the direction in which Chu Fan and the others disappeared, whispering to a follower, "Go investigate. Find out the background of that man. Also call my dad and tell him someone insulted our Zhao family at Wangjiang Tower." She didn't believe that a nameless kid could stir up much trouble. However, what she didn't know was that the kid, in her eyes, had just nearly obliterated several top families in Sioux City at the Qin family's wedding. And the Zhao family she relied on had already been placed on Chu Fan's list for settling accounts. She was even more unaware that her earlier arrogance and insults had already brought about a catastrophic disaster for herself and the Zhao family. Chu Fan's revenge list might just have a few more names added. At this moment in the warm birthday atmosphere of the viewing cloud pavilion, Chu Fan temporarily set aside these jumping clowns. He just wanted to spend this birthday well with his cousin. Soon plate after plate of delicious dishes were served by the waitstaff. The dishes were exquisite and fragrant. Shen Qingxue looked at the delicacies she had never seen before. Her eyes lit up, but she felt a bit shy and didn't know where to start. Chu Fan picked up his chopsticks, first serving his uncle and aunt, and then specially serving Qingxue a piece of her favorite steamed Eastern Star grouper from childhood, gently saying, "Try this, the chef here has good skills." "Thank you, cousin." Shen Qingxue smiled sweetly, carefully tasted a bite, her eyes instantly curving into crescent moons. "It's delicious." Shen Guohua and his wife also gradually relaxed, savoring the delicious food and watching their daughter happily, their faces revealing a long-lost heartfelt smile. During the meal, Chu Fan asked about Kingsu's situation at school and her future plans like any caring older brother would. Shen Qingxue chattered about the fun things at school, temporarily forgetting the unpleasantness at the entrance. The warm moments always pass quickly. The birthday cake was brought out, and Shen Qingxue made a wish and blew out the candles amidst the blessings of everyone, her face radiating happiness. "Cousin, you should have a piece too." Shen Qingxue cut the largest piece of cake and handed it to Chu Fan. Bang! At that moment, the door of the private room was violently kicked open, the wooden board dented and even cracked. The loud noise shattered the warmth in the private room. Shen Guohua and his wife trembled in fear, nearly dropping the utensils in their hands. Shen Qingxue also took a step back in shock, almost losing her grip on the cake plate. Chu Fan frowned, his gaze instantly turning cold. He steadily took the cake plate from Kingsu's hand, gently placed it on the table, and then slowly turned around to look at the entrance. At the door of the private room stood several imposing muscular men. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a floral shirt, bald, with a thick gold chain around his neck, his face full of flesh and his eyes fierce. Behind him were 4 or 5 others, all with a rogue look, holding baseball bats and steel pipes. It was this bald man who had kicked the door. "You looks like you're having a good time." The bald man glanced at the leftover dishes and cake on the table, his gaze lingering on Shen Qingsu's youthful and beautiful face, for a moment revealing a hint of lewdness. Then he swaggered in, stepping on a nearby chair, and tilted his head at Chu Fan and the others. "Which one is the surname Chu? Step forward." Shen Guohua's face turned pale, instinctively wanting to block in front of Chu Fan, but was gently stopped by Chu Fan. Chu Fan stood up calmly, looking at the uninvited guest. "Are you looking for me? Are you Chu Fan?" The bald man looked Chu Fan up and down, seemingly surprised by his youth and composure, but then sneered, "Kid, I heard you're quite arrogant. You even dared to offend our Miss Zhao." "Miss Zhao?" "Zhao Qian." Chu Fan immediately understood. It seemed Zhao Qian was upset and had found someone to retaliate. That was quite fast. "Did Zhao Qian send you?" Chu Fan asked. "That's right." The bald man snarled, his eyes gleaming with malice. "Miss Zhao demands you crawl out on your knees and kowed out to her in apology. And this young lady," he pointed at Shen Qingxue, "shall accompany us for a few drinks, to atone before Miss Zhao. Otherwise, he'll snap your legs and smash this wretched private room to pieces." His gang of thugs roared in unison, slamming clubs against doorframes and walls, filling the air with menacing clamor. Shen Guohua and his wife trembled with shock and fury. Shen Qingxue paled visibly, gripping Chu Fan's sleeve tightly. The manager of Wangjiang Lu rushed over upon hearing the commotion. At the sight before him, his face drained of color, and he hurried forward to address the bald man. Brother Hu, please calm yourself. These are esteemed guests from Guanyun Pavilion. Might I beg you to grant them face? Face. Fang Hu shoved the manager aside with a thunderous slap. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you dare demand face from me? Get lost. Even if the heavenly sovereign himself descended today, this brat would still kneel before me. The manager staggered backward, seething inwardly, yet too terrified to protest. Fang Hu was a notorious underworld figure in Suching, hired by powerful families to carry out their dirtiest work. Ruthless and backed by the Zhao clan, he was far beyond the reach of a mere restaurant manager. Fang Hu turned his gaze back to Chu Fan, a cruel grin twisting his lips. Boy, have you decided? Will you kneel of your own accord? Or must I force you down? Chu Fan suddenly smiled. It was a quiet, placid smile, yet it sent an inexplicable chill slithering up Fang Hu's spine. Uncle Andy, I ask you to take cousin Qingshuang outside and wait for me a moment. Though deeply anxious, Shun Guohua and his wife recalled Chu Fan's lightning-swift, overwhelming display moments earlier, and realized their presence would only hinder him. Auntie hastily pulled Shun Qingshuang, who stood dazed, by the hand. Qingshuang, listen to your cousin. Let's step outside. Shun Qingshuang gazed at Chu Fan, eyes brimming with worry. Yet when she met his calm, unwavering gaze, she bit her lip and followed her parents swiftly out of the private room. Manager Wang discreetly withdrew, as well carefully closing the damaged door behind him and standing guard outside, blocking all access. Though momentarily unnerved by Chu Fan's chilling aura and commanding presence, Fang, whose fear quickly curdled into renewed arrogance upon seeing Chu Fan dismiss his family, leaving him utterly alone against 5 armed thugs. Chu Fan took a single deliberate step forward, slow yet radiating an invisible pressure that tightened every throat in the room. Come at me together, he said, voice cool and detached. I'm pressed for time. Damn it. You refuse honor when it's offered. Enraged beyond reason, Fang Hu bared his teeth in a vicious grin. Brothers, beat him to death. The Zhao clan will shield us. The thugs had been itching for violence. Their response was instantaneous. With savage howls they lunged forward, brandishing clubs. The first swung a heavy blow straight toward Chu Fan's skull, a whistling arc cleaving the air. Yet the club struck empty air. Chu Fan merely tilted his body aside, evading the crushing blow with effortless grace. Simultaneously, his right hand darted forth like a phantom, brushing lightly across the thug's wrist. Snap! A sharp, brittle fracture echoed through the room. F! The thug shrieked, dropping his weapon, clutching his shattered wrist as he stumbled backward. The second thug thrust a steel pipe toward Chu Fan's abdomen. Chu Fan neither flinched nor retreated. His left hand shot out, seizing the attacker's wrist mid-thrust, then twisted with surgical precision. Snap! Another sickening crack, bone snapping under unbearable torque. Without pause, Chu Fan drove a kick into the man's gut, launching him backward into tables and chairs with violent force. The third and fourth thugs attacked simultaneously from both sides. Chu Fan blurred, slipping between them like smoke, then struck both ribs in one seamless motion, palms striking like twin hammers. Pooh! Pooh! They crumpled instantly, spitting blood, ribs shattered, bodies collapsing like puppets with severed strings. The entire sequence lasted barely 2 seconds. Fang Hu hadn't even registered Chu Fan's movements. Before he knew it, his 5 most trusted men lay writhing on the floor, broken and helpless, screams tearing from their throats. Fang Hu's cruel smirk froze, then shattered into raw, incredulous horror. This isn't human. Chu Fan brushed non-existent dust from his hands as though he'd merely swatted away a few gnats. He fixed Fang Hu with eyes like frozen voids. Now it's your turn. Fang Hu's soul fled his body. He spun to flee. But before his foot touched the ground, a cold iron grip seized his collar from behind, lifting him clean off his feet. GHK. Let go. Fang Hu kicked wildly, face purpling, eyes bulging. Chu Fan's voice dropped, low, hollow, echoing from the deepest abyss. Which foot did you use to kick down the door? Fang Hu convulsed violently, icy dread surging from soles to crown. Ah, right foot then. Chu Fan answered his own question. Before the final syllable faded, his left hand slashed downward, blade-sharp, lightning-fast, striking Fang Hu's right knee. Crack! A bone-splitting, gut-wrenching shatter resounded. Fang Hu's right knee pulverized beneath that single merciless strike. His leg bent at an impossible, grotesque angle. Fang Hu's scream tore from the depths of agony, so excruciating consciousness teetered on oblivion. Chu Fan released him. Fang Hu collapsed like a sack of offal, clutching his mangled leg emitting animalistic, incoherent wails. "Cousin!" Hearing the shrieks, Shen Qingxuang burst into the room, only to freeze mid-stride, voice caught in her, body sprawled in chaotic disarray, groaning, bleeding faces contorted in anguish. And Feng Hu, the arrogant bald thug who'd swaggered in moments before, now curled on the floor like discarded refuse. His right leg twisted into a nightmare geometry, tears and snot streaked his terror-ravaged face, mingling with pain as he choked out garbled whimpering sounds. And there stood Chu Fan, calm amid the wreckage, methodically wiping his hands with a tissue. "Qingxuang, didn't I ask you to wait outside?" Seeing her cousin's stern frown, Shen Qingxuang felt rebuked, but more than that she sensed his desire to shield her from such brutality. Her heart hammered, not from fear of him, but awe at what he'd just done. She knew her cousin had changed, grown formidable, enigmatic, but witnessing his swift, merciless justice firsthand surpassed even her wildest imaginings. "Cousin, are you hurt?" Her voice trembled as she rushed to his side, scanning him frantically from, "I'm unharmed." He tossed the soiled tissue aside and gently patted her shoulder. "Were you frightened?" She shook her head, then nodded, cheeks pale. "A little, but they deserved it. Who dares bully others?" Watching her brave, trembling facade, Chu Fan's expression softened. "It's over. These men will never cross your path again." He turned toward the door and addressed Manager Wang, who had arrived breathlessly. "Manager Wang, please handle the cleanup." Yes. Rest assured, Mr. Chu." Manager Wang bowed repeatedly, eyes wide with reverent awe. Chu Fan paid no further heed to Feng Hu and his groaning men, leading Shen Qingxuang out of the room. Outside, Shen Guohua and his wife stood trembling, relief flooding their faces when they saw Chu Fan and their daughter emerge unscathed. "Xiao Fan, this." Shen Guohua faltered, words failing him. "Uncle, it's settled. Merely some blind fools who mistook shadows for substance. No need to dwell on them." Chu Fan smiled faintly. "Let's leave this place." Chu Fan and his cousin's family were just about to step outside when a large group of people came towards them. Shun Qingsu's delicate face changed slightly. Zhao Qian. Truly relentless. She was accompanied by 7 or 8 young men and women dressed even more flamboyantly and exuding arrogance, clearly her sycophants. In addition, there were 2 burly bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses following behind, exuding a fierce aura. Zhao Qian wore an expression of pride mixed with resentment, clearly unwilling to accept the embarrassment from earlier, and had purposely brought more people and bodyguards to confront them. "Stop right there." Zhao Qian blocked Chu Fan and the others, arrogantly pointing at Chu Fan. "You think you can just leave after hitting someone? Do you think Wangjiang Building is your family's business?" Her followers also shouted, "Exactly. You dare to offend our sister Qian. You've got a death wish. And Shen Qingxu, you poor thing, how dare you come to Wangjiang Building? You must have found some rich local tyrant, right?" sneered a heavily made-up girl, casting a disdainful glance. Shen Guohua and his wife were trembling with anger, while Shen Qingxu clenched her fists. Chu Fan shielded Shen Qingxu behind him, calmly watching Zhao Qian and her group as if observing a pack of noisy monkeys. "Zhao Qian," Chu Fan said in a flat tone, stepping forward, "it seems my lesson for you wasn't enough." "Lesson?" Zhao Qian exclaimed as if hearing the biggest joke. That was just your good luck. Now that I have bodyguards, let's see how arrogant you can be. Along, Ahu, go for it. Break this little brat's legs." The 2 bodyguards behind her moved forward immediately, assuming a combat stance. These 2 muscular men had fierce gazes, clearly seasoned fighters, much more professional than the thugs from earlier. Manager Wang of Wangjiang Building, seeing this, was in a cold sweat, wanting to step forward to mediate, but was glared at by Zhao Qian. "Get lost. Anyone who stops me from dealing with this brat today will have to face the Zhao family." Manager Wang suddenly dared not move. He couldn't afford to offend the Zhao family, but he certainly couldn't afford to provoke Chu Fan either. What to do? The 2 bodyguards had already lunged at Chu Fan from both sides, striking with ruthless intent aimed at vital points. Shen Qingxu exclaimed, "Cousin, be careful." However, Chu Fan didn't even lift an eyelid. Just as the fists of the 2 bodyguards were about to reach Chu Fan's body, 2 shadows suddenly flashed out from the side like phantoms. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds almost simultaneously resonated. The crowd barely saw the movements. The 2 aggressive bodyguards were sent flying back at an even faster speed, crashing heavily against the corridor wall, then sliding down to the ground unconscious and not making a sound. The one who struck was none other than Song Qiong, like a shadow following Chu Fan. He flicked his wrist and grinned. "Is that all?" Zhao Qian and her followers were all dumbfounded. The 2 highly priced bodyguards they had boasted about couldn't even withstand a single move. You. Zhao Qian's face turned pale, her voice trembling. Shun Guohua and his wife were shocked. The family stood beside Chu Fan, not even noticing when the towering Song Qiong, nearly 2 meters tall, had appeared. Shun Qingxua looked at the giant man standing before her, feeling an intense sense of oppression. Chu Fan slowly walked up to her, looking down at her with a cold gaze devoid of anger, as if viewing an ant that could be crushed at any moment. Zhao Qian, you love to bully others, enjoy insulting them, and like to plot against their loved ones, don't you? Chu Fan's voice was light, yet it carried an oppressive chill that pierced to the bone. Zhao Qian felt a chill run down her spine under his gaze, but her arrogant nature wouldn't allow her to submit. She forced herself to reply, so what? My brother is Zhao Bin. My dad is Zhao Qianquan. Try touching me. As you wish. In the instant Chu Fan's voice fell, no one saw how he moved. All they heard was a crisp and resounding slap echoing through the empty corridor. Zhao Qian was sent spinning through the air, landing heavily on the ground like a broken sack. The side of her face swelled visibly, her mouth split open, blood mixed with saliva dripping down her ears, buzzing her mind blank, forgetting even to cry out. All her sycophants were stunned like ducks with their necks grasped, unable to make a sound. Chu Fan shook his hand, as if swatting a fly. This slap was for Qingxua. Zhao Qian lay on the ground, only then feeling the fiery pain and immense humiliation. She raised her head, glaring at Chu Fan with eyes full of resentment, incoherently screaming, You dare hit me. My dad and brother won't let you off. I want you dead. Oh. Chu Fan leaned slightly, his gaze as cold as steel. Even if your father is the king of heaven, it won't matter. Slap. Another, even harder and louder slap struck Zhao Qian on the other side of her face. This time Zhao Qian was sent flying sideways, crashing against the corridor wall before sliding down to the ground. Both sides of her face were swollen, symmetrical like a pig's head, her teeth loosened, and her mouth was filled with blood, unable to let out a scream. All she could manage were gasping sounds, her eyes filled with disbelief, fear, and excruciating pain. Her sycophants were terrified, with several girls fainting outright. Chu Fan approached her, squatted down, and looked down at her with a cold gaze. Call your dad and brother, and tell them to come here immediately. His voice was not loud, but it carried a bone-chilling coldness. Zhao Qian was frightened to her core by Chu Fan's gaze, which seemed to regard her as if she were already dead, all her arrogance and resentment replaced by boundless fear. She had no doubt that if she dared to utter a single no, this man would truly kill her on the spot. I apologize. Zhao Qian sobbed incoherently, struggling to get up, trembling as she began to bow towards Shun Qingxua, mumbling, I'm sorry, as she did. Then she started to hit her own swollen face with her red hand, each slap pulling at her injuries, causing her to grimace in pain, tears mixed with blood streaming down her face in a wretched state. Chu Fan stood there expressionless, watching her finish all of this. The entire corridor was deathly silent, only the sound of Zhao Qian slapping her own cheeks, and her stifled cries and sobs filled the air. Shun Guohua and his wife, watching this scene, felt complicated emotions. While they certainly hated Zhao Qian's arrogance, they also felt a twinge of compassion seeing her current miserable state. But they also knew that if it weren't for Chu Fan's immense strength, it would have been them in a miserable state today. After 100 slaps, Zhao Qian's face was unrecognizably swollen, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, her gaze vacant. Only then did Chu Fan take out his phone, tossing it in front of her, make the call. Zhao Qian trembled as she picked up her phone and dialed her father's number, her voice choked with tears and fear as she recounted the events in fragmented sentences. On the other end of the line, Zhao Qianquan's furious roar echoed, though the specifics were indistinguishable. Chu Fan took the phone, speaking coldly into the microphone, Zhao Qianquan, you have half an hour. Bring your son Zhao Bin and come to Wangjiang Tower. If you're late or try to play tricks, just wait for your daughter's corpse, and the Zhao family will be removed. After saying this, he hung up abruptly and tossed the phone back to Zhao Qian. She held the phone as if it were a red-hot iron, her face ashen. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of Wangjiang Tower, luxury cars screeched to a halt, one after another, nearly blocking the passage. Leading the pack was a black Rolls-Royce. The door swung open violently, and a slightly plump, ashen-faced, middle-aged man with burning fury in his eyes stepped out. It was Zhao Qianquan, the head of the Zhao family. Right behind him was Zhao Bin, stepping out of another vehicle, followed by over 30 stern-looking bodyguards clad in black suits. Zhao Qianquan was in the provincial capital negotiating business with an important client when he received his daughter's call. Upon hearing his daughter's tearful plea for help and Chu Fan's threat, he nearly smashed his phone in rage. He immediately interrupted the meeting and, while rushing to Wangjiang Tower, notified his son Zhao Bin to gather a group to go there. In his view, regardless of who the opponent was, daring to touch Zhao Qianqin's daughter and threaten the Zhao family was simply an act of extreme audacity. Today he was determined to make this ignorant kid understand whose territory Sioux City belonged to. Zhao Bin's expression was equally grim. He had just been enjoying himself at a nightclub when he received his father's call and learned that his sister had caused such a huge mess, with the opponent being audacious enough to demand that his father and he personally come to retrieve her. Surround Wangjiang Tower. Not a fly is to be let out. Zhao Qianquan ordered the head of the bodyguards sharply, then strode inside with Zhao Bin closely following and a group of bodyguards trailing ominously behind. The security guards at Wangjiang Tower attempted to block them, but were forcefully pushed aside by the Zhao family's bodyguards. Manager Wang, having heard the news, stiffened and approached Mr. Zhao. Young Master Zhao, this. Get lost, Zhao Qianquan said without even glancing at him. Which little bastard dares to be so arrogant, daring to touch my daughter? Are they tired of living? His loud voice filled with rage, and the pressure of authority drew the attention of other guests and staff in the hall, who began to whisper among themselves. Zhao Qianquan has arrived. He's brought so many people. It seems he's truly enraged. That person is going to be in trouble. The Zhao family is not to be trifled with. I heard his daughter was assaulted. Who's so bold? Chu Fan said it was me. Zhao Bin's face instantly turned pale as paper, his legs feeling like lead rooted to the spot. He never expected to encounter the calamity that was Chu Fan again at Wangjiang Tower. How did he end up? This calamity, who had just taken down Qin Shanhao, Wang Zhenhai, and others at the Qin family wedding like a demonic god, how could he be appearing at Wangjiang Tower? He even harmed his own sister. A chill surged from his feet to the top of his head. Zhao Bin instantly recalled the bloody scenes from the wedding and the cold, merciless gaze of Chu Fan. Dad, wait. Zhao Bin suddenly grabbed onto the furious Zhao Qianquan, his voice trembling with fear. Wait for what? Zhao Qianquan flung his son's hand away, angrily, saying, Don't you see what state your sister is in? Get in there. Waste this kid. Dad, we can't go in. He's Chu Fan. It's Chu Fan. Zhao Bin almost shouted in desperation. Chu Fan. Which Chu Fan? Zhao Qianquan momentarily didn't react. That's the Chu Fan who killed Zhou Ming and beat up Qin Shanha at the Qin family wedding this afternoon. Chu family's Chu Fan. Zhao Bin spoke rapidly, his voice trembling. What? Zhao Qianquan felt as if struck by lightning, abruptly halting in his tracks. He incredulously turned to look at the still calm Chu Fan, then at his son's pale face, and the anger in his heart was instantly doused by a bucket of icy water, replaced by boundless shock and fear. Qin Shanha was nearly killed. Zhou Ming's heart was crushed. Is it this young man standing before me who did it? Though he was in the provincial capital, he had vaguely heard that something significant had happened in Sioux City today, but he never expected it to be this terrifying. He never imagined that this demon was standing right in front of him, and just a moment ago, he had still dared to threaten him. Cold sweat broke out on Zhao Qianqin's forehead as the effects of alcohol and anger evaporated completely. Chu. Young Master Chu. Zhao Qianqin's voice was dry, his previous anger transforming into extreme trepidation and a hint of appeasement. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. My little girl is ignorant and offended, young Master Chu, and your sister why. I apologize on her behalf. As he spoke, he even bowed deeply to Chu Fan, disregarding the many subordinates and onlookers around. This scene caused an uproar among the crowd once again. The head of the Zhao family, who had just been so imposing and threatening, suddenly became so subservient and apologetic. Zhao Qian was dumbfounded. She never expected her father, who usually doted on her and dominated Sioux City, would be so servile to the man who had hit her. Dad, what are you doing? He hit me. You have to let someone kill him. Zhao Qian couldn't understand and screamed in protest. Shut up, you ungrateful girl. Zhao Qianquan turned back, sternly scolding her, wishing he could slap his daughter. This fool, why provoke anyone else and choose to mess with this god of death? Chu Fan looked at Zhao Qianquan's comical display of arrogance, turned servility, a faint smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Misunderstanding. He stepped forward, slowly fixing his gaze on Zhao Qianqin's face. Your daughter brought people to humiliate my cousin and even intended to harm her. Now, with just a word of misunderstanding, you think you can brush it aside. With every word Chu Fan spoke, Zhao Qianqin's complexion grew paler, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Young Master Chu, I am willing to compensate. 10 times. 100 times compensation. Zhao Qianquan hurriedly smiled. As long as young Master Chu shows mercy, spares my little girl, spares the Zhao family, I will agree to any conditions. Oh. Chu Fan raised an eyebrow, looking at him mockingly. Any conditions? Yes. Zhao Qiankuan grasped at the lifeline. Well then, Chu Fan nodded his tone, leaving no room for doubt. Zhao Qian, slap yourself 200 times, kneel, and apologize to my cousin until she forgives you. What? Zhao Qian's face turned horrified as she screamed in refusal. Impossible. Chu Fan, you must be dreaming. I, Zhao Qian, would rather die than submit. Dad, save me. What are you afraid of? Big brother. You have to say something. Zhao Qian, seeing her father silent, turned to Zhao Bin, her eyes filled with confusion and resentment. How can you be afraid of him? When has our Zhao family ever suffered such humiliation? Zhao Bin's face was ashen, his lips trembling as he looked at his sister's reckless behavior, filled with anger, urgency, and fear. He roared, shut up. Do you know who he is? He is Chu Fan, the one who just killed Zhou Ming and beat up Qin Shanhe at the Qin family wedding. Why provoke him of all people? Do you want to get our entire family killed? If it weren't for his father being present, Zhao Bin would have wanted to slap his sister hard. That is the Chu Demon King, the scourge who dared to wreak havoc at the Qin family's wedding. Why did you have to provoke anyone? Why did you have to provoke this Demon King? Zhao Bin's roar resounded like thunder in her ears. Chu Demon King. Zhao Qian was struck as if by lightning, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looked at Chu Fan. Zhou Ming is dead. His heart was crushed by this Chu Demon King. He also attacked Qin Shanhe and personally delivered a coffin during the wedding of Qin Yu and Wang Lin. All these horrifying deeds were done by this very person before her. Although she was willful, she wasn't completely foolish, as she knew the status of the Qin and Wang families in Sioux City. Oh my, what kind of existence has she provoked? An overwhelming fear instantly engulfed her, washing away her previous arrogance and resentment, leaving only a chilling regret. Chu Fan ignored her terror and merely looked at Zhao Qiankuan, saying, Zhao family head, it seems your daughter is quite disobedient. Zhao Qiankuan trembled. He knew this was the last chance. If he hesitated any longer, or if Zhao Qian continued to make a scene, Chu Fan would likely truly take action. You wretched girl. Why don't you do as Chu Xiao says? If you don't want to die, just do it. Zhao Qiankuan shouted sternly at Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian was frightened by her father's unprecedented severity. Looking at her brother's pale face and Chu Fan's cold gaze, the last shred of her resistance faded away. Trembling, she awkwardly moved in front of Shun Qingxue under everyone's watchful eyes. Shun Qingxue looked at this once arrogant, but now pitiful Zhao Qian with mixed feelings, instinctively shrinking back behind Chu Fan. Trembling, she awkwardly moved in front of Shun Qingxue under everyone's watchful eyes. Shun Qingxue looked at this once arrogant, but now pitiful Zhao Qian with mixed feelings in slap, slap, slap. The sounds echoed clearly in the silent hall. Each blow tugged at her wounds, piercing her heart, but more so was the immense humiliation on a spiritual level. As she slapped herself, she mumbled to Shun Qingxue, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Shun Qingxue turned her face away, unable to bear watching, and softly said, cousin, why don't we just let it go? Chu Fan, however, gently shook his head. Qingxue, mercy toward enemies is cruelty toward oneself. If I weren't here today, how would she treat you? How would the Zhao family treat you? Shun Qingxue fell silent. She knew her cousin was right. 200 slaps finally came to an end after a long and torturous time. Zhao Qian's face was so swollen that her original appearance was entirely unrecognizable. Her mouth was cracked, her eyes were dull, and she was nearly on the verge of collapse. Now it's your turn. Chu Fan's gaze shifted to Zhao Qiankuan and Zhao Bin. The faces of the Zhao father and son turned ashen, knowing they could not escape. Wait. At that moment a voice came from upstairs, causing Zhao Qiankuan and his son to breathe a sigh of relief. Chu Fan looked up to see a young man standing in the second-floor corridor, hands clasped behind his back. The man was tall and handsome, with sharp eyebrows and an extraordinary presence, dressed in military attire. On either side of him stood 2 guards. Guests on both the first and second floors turned their heads to look, whispering among themselves. Hiss! Isn't that Su Yuan too? He's the youngest military commander in the 1st Military District of Sioux City. His future is boundless. Impressive. He's not just impressive. His father and grandfather. Now they are the truly formidable ones. Zhao Qiankuan's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting Commander Su. What brings you here? Su Yuntu ignored Zhao Qiankuan's flattery. His sharp gaze landed on Chu Fan, filled with scrutiny and a hint of aloofness. You are Chu Fan. Su Yuan's voice was steady, carrying the resonance of a soldier, yet also exuding an undeniable authority. Chu Fan's expression remained unchanged as he calmly met his gaze. That's me. I am Su Yuantu, Deputy Commander of the Sioux City Military District. Su Yuantu introduced himself, his tone flat, yet it felt like a statement of a fact capable of shaking everyone. The Zhao family has some connections with my Su family. I think this matter is about done. Zhao Qian has already been punished. Give me some face, and let it end here. How about it? His words seemed like a discussion, yet they carried a commanding tone. With his status and Su family's background, few in Su City, or even Jiangnan province would dare disregard this request. The hope rekindled in the eyes of Zhao Qianquan and his son. As long as Su Yuantu was willing to appear, could Chu Fan still dare to go against the deeply entrenched Su family? Guests on both floors held their breath, eager to see how Chu Fan would respond. Su Yuantu's appearance undoubtedly made the situation more delicate. Shun Guohua and his wife along with Shun Qingxue became tense. Though they didn't know how formidable Su Yuantu was, they could tell from the reactions of those around them and his military uniform that he was a person of great importance. After hearing Su Yuantu's words, Chu Fan suddenly smiled. The smile was faint yet held a trace of undeniable sarcasm. Su Commander's face. What is it worth? The room fell into stunned silence. He actually dared to speak to Su Yuantu like he directly rebuffed Commander Zu's face and even questioned the worth of his face. The calmness on Su Yuantu's face shattered in an instant, his brows furrowing slightly as a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. He held a high position, was young and accomplished. Who had ever looked down on him like this? Chu Fan, I advise you to stop while you're ahead. Su Yuantu's tone suddenly turned colder. Some matters are not for you to touch. Some people are not for you to provoke. Let the Zhao family's matter end here. It is for the best for both of us. For your best. Chu Fan seemed to have heard a joke. Commander Su, you might be mistaken about something. He stepped forward, his gaze locking onto Su Yuantu, an invisible aura rising, completely matching the authority cultivated from years in the military, even colder and sharper. Zhao Qian bullied my relatives and touched my reverse scales. How I deal with them is my business. It is not for outsiders to meddle. If your Su family has connections with the Zhao family, what does it matter to me? If you have the time, you might as well investigate how many heinous and illegal acts the Zhao family has committed over the years under the guise of your Su family's name. Don't let it come back to haunt you. This was an unreserved warning. Su Yuantu's face fell completely. Chu Fan not only refuted his face, but even dared to warn him about the Su family. You insolent. One of the guards on Su Yuantu's left couldn't help but step forward, shouting sternly, how dare you be so disrespectful to the commander? Chu Fan didn't even glance at the guard, just fixed his gaze on Su Yuantu. Commander Su, you are a soldier. Your duty is to protect the country. As for local matters, especially personal grievances like this, I advise you not to interfere. Otherwise, even if you carry the title of a general and have the Su family behind you, it won't work with me. Crazy. Too crazy. How could he disregard both the Su family and the military? Everyone was stunned, left speechless by Chu Fan's outrageous words. Su Yuantu laughed in anger. Chu Fan is too arrogant to live long. He never expected that someone would dare to confront him so boldly in Su City. However, being a person in a high position, he was deeply cunning and knew that it was not appropriate to directly confront Chu Fan in a public place like Wanzhong Tower. Yet he could not simply ignore the matter concerning the Zhao family. The Zhao family had indeed shown respect over the years and assisted the Su family with some inconvenient matters, acting like a relatively obedient dog. More importantly, if he Su Yuantu were present today and allowed the Zhao family to be trampled upon by Chu Fan without any response, how could he save face for the Su family? Who would still dare to ally with the Su family in the future? Chu Fan Su Yuantu suppressed his anger, his voice returning to calm as he took a step back. Zhao Qian has already been punished. The punishment is sufficient. As for the rest, I hope you Su can give me a little face and let this be the end of it. This was the greatest concession and reconciliation he could offer. In his view, this was already a huge favor to Chu Fan. After all, it was rare for him, Su Yuantu, to personally mediate in Jiangnan province. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qianquan and his son felt a flicker of hope ignite in their eyes, looking at Chu Fan with pleading expressions. The crowd held their breath, looking at Chu Fan. With Major General Su personally mediating and promising compensation from the Zhao family, the steps had already been ample for retreat. Chu Fan should have taken the opportunity to step down right. After all, it was the Su family. Old Master Su was one of the prominent figures in the military of Jiangnan province, wielding immense power. His father also held a significant position in the military. Su Yuantu's two older brothers also held substantial influence in different military districts, their ranks not to be taken lightly. His three sisters had either ventured into business or the entertainment and medical fields. Shun Guohua and his wife watched Chu Fan, nervously fearing that in his youthful arrogance he would once again humiliate Su Yuantu, thus creating a bitter enmity with the Su family. Chu Fan quietly listened to Su Yuantu's words, showing no signs of emotion on his face. He slowly raised his head, gazing calmly at Su Yuan-tu, as if looking at a meddling stranger. Major General Su Chu-fan began, his voice not loud, but clearly resonating in the silent hall. It seems you didn't quite understand what I just said. I, Chu-fan, do not require anyone to give me face, nor do I need others to define my actions. The Zhao family has touched my reverse scale and wronged my kin. Their crimes deserve punishment. I have shown mercy by sparing their lives. As for compensation, Chu-fan's lips curled into a cold arc. Everything belonging to the Zhao family will soon be under the Chu name. Whether they leave or stay is of no importance, for from this night forth, there will be no place for the Zhao family in Su City. If Major General Su truly wishes to meddle, you might as well thoroughly investigate how much dirty gain your Su family has reaped over the years by using the Zhao family as a tool, and how many evils you have condoned. Don't wait until I uncover the truth about your Su family before you come to me for face. Boom. Chu-fan's words were like a thunderclap, shocking everyone's scalp once again. He not only rejected Su Yuan-tu's mediation once again, but also directly pointed the spear at the Su family, implying that the Su family was in cahoots with the Zhao family, possibly engaging in illicit dealings. This was no longer just a matter of losing face, it was a blatant slap in the face and a declaration of war. Su Yuan-tu could no longer maintain his calm facade, his face turning ashen, fury surging in his eyes. In a high position, how had he ever suffered such humiliation? The other party even dared to publicly question the Su family's integrity and threatened to investigate them. Chu-fan, do you even know what you're saying? Su Yuan-tu shouted fiercely, his military authorities suddenly erupting with overwhelming pressure, slandering senior military officers and their families. Do you know what crime that is? The two guards behind him also stepped forward, hands resting on their holsters, their eyes sharply fixed on Chu-fan, ready to act at a moment's notice upon Su Yuan-tu's command. The atmosphere instantly tensed to the extreme, swords drawn and arrows poised. The Shun Guohua family was so frightened that their hearts nearly jumped out of their chests. Yet Chu-fan seemed oblivious to the heavy murderous intent and military might. He even took a step forward, fearlessly locking eyes with Su Yuan-tu. Crime. Is Major General Su trying to suppress me with power, or is he trying to kill me to silence me? He paused, his voice suddenly turning cold, imbued with an air of dominance. Since I, Chu-fan, dare to speak, I am not afraid of you taking action. However, I advise you to think carefully about the consequences of taking action against me. Can you and your Su family bear the cost? Silence. Absolute silence. Everyone was shaken to their core by Chu-fan's words, which were both wildly arrogant, yet brimming with endless confidence and murderous intent. He actually dared to threaten Su Yuan-tu. Threaten the entire Su family. Su Yuan-tu's chest heaved violently, staring fixedly at Chu-fan, the murderous intent in his eyes almost materializing. He had never wanted to kill someone so badly as he did today, but in the end he forcefully suppressed that impulse. Chu-fan's composure was too unnerving, disturbingly calm. Without fully understanding the other party's background, acting recklessly would be too risky. More importantly, Chu-fan's earlier words regarding the Su family's dealings with the Zhao family were like a thorn piercing deeply into his heart. Over the years, the Su family had indeed dealt with some gray area profits through the Zhao family. Though he deemed it trivial, if someone as ruthless as Chu-fan focused on it and dug it out, it could indeed become a problem. Weighing the pros and cons, Su Yuan-tu knew that he could only temporarily swallow this loss today. Good. Well done, Chu-fan. Su Yuan-tu spat out a few words through clenched teeth, his gaze sinister. I will remember today's events. Mountains are high and waters are long, we shall see. With that, he no longer glanced at the Zhao father and son, coldly snorted and strode away, filled with rage and humiliation. The two guards warily cast a glance at Chu-fan, one of them even giving him the middle finger before quickly following behind. Did I allow you to leave? Chu-fan's voice was not loud, but rang like a thunderclap, halting Su Yuan-tu, who had already turned to leave. Everyone's heart tightened at once. Su Yuan-tu slowly turned around, his face dark enough to drip water. The suppressed anger in his eyes was about to erupt. Chu-fan, what else do you want? The guards beside him were on high alert, hands already resting on their gun handles, and the one who had given the middle finger was glaring at Chu-fan with fierce eyes. Chu-fan's gaze, however, calmly landed on the guard who had given the middle finger. Chu-fan raised his hand, pointing at him coldly. What about that hand gesture you made earlier? Do you not want it anymore? The guard's expression changed. He never expected Chu-fan would retaliate over such a provocative gesture. He puffed out his chest, relying on Su Yuan-tu's presence, and blustered, so what if I did? Do you dare to touch me? I am an active military personnel. A soldier. Chu-fan's lips curled into a mocking smile. Soldiers should understand discipline and respect better than anyone else. Your earlier actions not only insulted me, but also this military uniform you wear. Step forward, slap yourself 20 times, or I can help you break that finger. Choose. Arrogant, overbearing, relentlessly vengeful, even daring to touch Su Yuanta's personal guard. Su Yuanta trembled with rage. Chu Fan was clearly slapping his face. Slapping the Su family's face. Chu Fan, don't go too far. Su Yuanta shouted sternly, he is my man. Just because he is your man, does that mean he can disregard the rules? Chu Fan gazed sharply at Su Yuanta. General Su, is this the quality of the soldiers you lead? It seems your command is lacking. Su Yuanta was left speechless. The guard was both shocked and angry looking at Su Yuanta. General. Su Yuanta's eyes were filled with conflict. If he backed down now and let the guard slap himself, Su Yuanta would lose all face. But if he stood firm looking at the 2-meter-tall man behind Chu Fan, in the end reason triumphed over anger. He knew that turning hostile now would not yield any advantage, and he might suffer an even greater loss. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his humiliation and said to the guard in a deep voice, Xiao Wang, do as he says. General. Guard Xiao Wang couldn't believe it. Follow the orders. Su Yuanta barked his face. Guard Xiao Wang gritted his teeth in humiliation and raised his hand under the watchful eyes of the crowd, beginning to slap his own face with a loud smack. Each slap was forceful, serving as both punishment and release. 20 slaps quickly concluded. Xiao Wang's cheeks turned red and swollen as he hung his head, fists clenched, eyes filled with resentment. Only then did Chu Fan slightly nod as if he had merely dealt with a trivial matter. He looked at Su Yuanta, his tone flat, yet warning, General Su, manage your men well. Next time if you dare to show me any disrespect, it won't just be your face that's at stake. What? Are you threatening to kill my brother? A clear, melodious voice tinged with evident anger cut through from the entrance. Everyone turned to the sound only to see a young woman in a white Chanel suit, her exquisite beauty and cold, noble demeanor resembling a white lotus on a snowy mountain, walking in alongside several other equally impressive women. Her features bore a resemblance to Su Yuanta's, but were more delicate. At this moment her beautiful eyes were filled with anger as she coldly fixed her gaze on Chu Fan. Elder sister. Su Yuanta's face lit up upon seeing her, and he hurried to greet her, as if the pent-up frustration and anger in his heart had found an outlet. His elder sister Su Qingya, though not in the military or politics, held a special position in the Su family and had exceptional abilities. She had extensive connections in the business world and certain special fields, and even he felt a bit of respect for her. Miss Su Qingya, Zhao Qianquan exclaimed as if he had grasped a lifeline, his excitement palpable. Su Qingjia's arrival gave him renewed hope. Su Qingya, how did she also come? The eldest daughter of the Su family. I heard she has significant influence in the provincial capital and is the most beloved granddaughter of the old Master Su. Now we're in for a show. The eldest daughter of the Su family is notorious for protecting her own. The guests whispered, the atmosphere turning subtly tense again. Su Qingya approached, first glancing at her younger brother Su Yuanta's slightly swollen face, and then at guard Xiao Wang, whose face was also red and swollen, looking humiliated. She then caught sight of the miserable state of Zhao Qianquan and his son on the ground before her gaze finally settled on Chu Fan. You must be Chu Fan. Su Qingjia's voice remained cold, laced with scrutiny. That's me. Chu Fan's expression remained unchanged as he calmly met her gaze. This woman exuded an exceptional aura, clearly someone who had long held power, yet to him it made no difference. What tremendous arrogance! A faint hint of disdain curled at the corners of Su Qingjia's mouth. Forcing my brother's guard to slap himself, and even threatening to cripple a finger. Chu Fan, do you think that in Sioux City or in Jiangnan province no one can deal with you? Deal with me, eh? A cold smile crept across Chu Fan's lips. Just you, or your Sioux family? Presumptuous. A man behind Su Qingya, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and resembling a secretary, admonished fiercely, how dare you disrespect Miss Qingya? Chu Fan didn't even lift his eyelids. Su Qingya waved her hand, halting her subordinate. She looked at Chu Fan, her eyes sharp. Chu Fan, I know you have some skills and can stir up chaos in Sioux City. But you must understand there are heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond the people. The Su family is not a trivial Zhao family. You have already offended my brother. Now immediately apologize to him and guarantee that you will not pursue the Zhao family's matters any further. I can pretend that today's incident never happened. Though her words seemed to offer Chu Fan a way out, they were in essence still delivered in a commanding tone. In her view, with the Su family's power and her influence, any wise person would have to concede. Zhao Qianquan and his son felt a glimmer of hope rekindle. Su Yuantu also coldly stared at Chu Fan, waiting for him to submit. Everyone looked at Chu Fan, eager to see how he would respond to the more influential eldest daughter of the Su family. Yet Chu Fan suddenly laughed, a smile filled with sarcasm. Are all the people from the Su family this self-righteous? He stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Su Qingya. His calm eyes were unerringly steady, causing Su Qingya to involuntarily shudder within. Apologize to you. Guarantee not to pursue. Su Qingya, you probably still don't understand the situation. It was your brother's people who first disrespected me. I merely imposed a reasonable punishment. If anyone should apologize, it should be him to me. The matters regarding the Zhao family are my personal affairs, and it is not for your Su family to meddle in. Don't think that even if the old master of the Su family came personally, it would change my decision. Chu Fan paused, his tone carrying a hint of dominance. Are you asking if I think no one can deal with me? Then let me tell you, in Jiangnan province, whatever I wish to do, no one can stop me. Whoever I wish to kill, no one can protect. If your Su family is unconvinced, feel free to try. Let's see whether your Su family's foundation is stronger or my Chu Fan's fist. Arrogant. So unbearably arrogant. So suffocatingly arrogant. He didn't even put the old master of the Su family in his eyes, openly declaring war against the entire Su family. Su Qingjia's stunningly beautiful face displayed a violent shift in emotions for the first time, going from shock to anger, then to a hint of disbelief. She had never encountered such an arrogant person. Su Yuantu was so enraged that he trembled all over, wishing he could pull out a gun immediately. Zhao Qingquan and his son were utterly despaired. If even the eldest daughter of the Su family was humiliated like this, their Zhao family was truly finished. What an audacious person, daring to provoke the Su family and disrespect my elder sister. Who gave you the audacity and courage? Su Yuantu could no longer endure it, his eyes sharp. Someone slap him. Tear his mouth apart. That guard Xiao Wang had been holding back a belly full of anger and humiliation. Now receiving the order, he charged forward like a tiger released from its cage, his eyes fierce, and his speed swift, a powerful slap, slicing through the air, aimed directly at Chu Fan's face. He struck out in anger, delivering a forceful blow, clearly seeking revenge for the previous humiliation, while also wanting to showcase in front of his new master Su Yuantu and elder sister Su Qingya. Seeking death. Song Xiong snorted coldly and was about to step forward. Yet Chu Fan's speed was even faster. He didn't even move his feet. At the moment the palm was about to touch his cheek, his right hand shot up like a phantom, striking first. Smack! A sound far louder than the slap that Xiao Wang had given himself exploded. Everyone only saw a fleeting shadow pass by. Immediately the guard Xiao Wang flew back with a speed even faster than when he charged forward, as if hit by a speeding truck. He spun in midair several times, then, with a heavy bang, crashed into the wall several meters away, sliding down to the ground unconscious. Half of his face was swollen, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth, several teeth, mixed with blood, spitting out. Meanwhile, Chu Fan remained standing in place, slowly lowering his right hand, as if he had merely swatted away an annoying fly. The entire process was so fast it left people dizzy. Su Yuantu and Su Qingjia's pupils constricted. The guards they brought, all elite soldiers, were effortlessly sent flying by Chu Fan's seemingly casual slap, without any power to fight back. This strength is simply terrifying. Su Qingjia's heart was filled with both fear and anger, but at the same time a deep sense of dread began to rise. This Chu Fan was indeed not simple. Su Yuantu was both shocked and angry, his subordinate knocked out in public, which was even more humiliating than when Xiao Wang slapped himself. Chu Fan, you dare to strike an active duty soldier. This is a crime. Su Yuantu shouted fiercely, his hand already resting on his gun holster. The other guard and attendants behind him also stepped forward, instantly tightening the atmosphere to its breaking point. However, Chu Fan didn't even glance at the unconscious Xiao Wang, his calm gaze settling on Su Yuantu's hand resting on the gun, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. What does Commander Su still want to draw his gun? He stepped forward and a terrifying aura erupted like a primordial beast, instantly enveloping the entire hall. That aura was cold, bloody, and domineering, as if it came from the depths of a valley of corpses and a sea of blood, sending chills down everyone's spine, causing their breaths to hitch. Su Yuantu was at the front, feeling as if he were being targeted by a prehistoric beast, his heart racing, and his hand on the gun became somewhat stiff, cold sweat instantly breaking out on his forehead. The guards and attendants behind him felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, their hairs standing on end, experiencing a fear akin to facing a deity, not daring to move at all. You dare to draw a gun in front of me? Chu Fan's voice was like that from the depths of the nine hells, carrying an icy indifference to life and death. You can try see if you can draw your gun faster, or if I can break your neck faster. Su Yuan's face turned pale. He had no doubt about Chu Fan's words. The speed and strength of the opponent had already been laid bare. He might not even draw his gun before becoming a corpse. Humiliation. Boundless humiliation. As a soldier being intimidated into not daring to draw his gun. But he truly did not dare. Su Qingya also felt that terrifying pressure, her pretty face turning slightly pale. But having seen much of the world, she steadied herself and stepped forward, standing in front of her brother. Her voice trembled slightly, but she still tried to maintain her composure. Chu Fan, what do you want? Do you truly intend to have a life-and-death conflict with our Su family? Chu Fan reined in some of his aura, but his gaze remained cold. I don't want anything. It's your Su family that has repeatedly provoked me. Now take your people and immediately roll out of my... If you dare to say another word of nonsense or show even the slightest disrespect. His gaze swept over Su Yuan to Su Qingya and their attendants. I don't mind having your Su family hold 2 funerals tonight. A blatant threat of death. Su Qingya trembled. She knew Chu Fan was truly capable. This madman didn't care about the Su family's background at all. Su Yuan was shaking with rage, but felt utterly helpless. In the face of absolute strength and the threat of death, his so-called identity and background appeared so pale and powerless. We should go upstairs. Su Qingya squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth. She knew that staying any longer would only bring more shame and might even cost them their lives. She supported the furious Su Yuan, casting a deep resentful glance at Chu Fan. Then, with the unconscious guard and their disoriented attendants, they hurriedly ascended to the 2nd floor, even neglecting the Zhao family's father and son still sprawled on the ground. That night the Su siblings were utterly defeated before Chu Fan, losing all face. And Chu Fan's fierce reputation reached a chilling peak. If even the Su family had to bow their heads and retreat before him, who else could balance him? Chu Fan watched their panicked retreating figures, his gaze showing not the slightest ripple. The Su family. Just so. Young friend Chu, may I invite you to a private room on the 2nd floor for a chat? Suddenly, an elderly voice came from a room on the 2nd floor. Su Qingya and Su Yuan, upon hearing that familiar and aged voice, stiffened, suddenly disbelief showing on their faces. Grandfather, how could he be at Wangjiang Tower? And why is he actively inviting Chu Fan? Did grandfather not refuse to hold this year's birthday banquet? The humiliation and anger in their hearts were instantly replaced by suspicion and a hint of unease. Their grandfather, although already retired, remained a true anchor of the Su family, his influence immeasurable. He usually kept a low profile, rarely appearing, let alone inviting a young man in such circumstances. Could it be? Grandfather knows this Chu Fan. Or perhaps Chu Fan's background is such that even grandfather has to take it seriously. This thought sent a chill down the Su siblings' spines, and their intention to use their family's influence to retaliate against Chu Fan wavered. Hearing the voice, Chu Fan paused slightly, raising his eyes toward the direction of the sound coming from the 2nd. It was a half-open room with 2 older men standing at the entrance, dressed simply, but with sharp gazes like eagles, their temples slightly bulging, clearly masters. Despite the commotion caused by the Su siblings, this private room had shown no reaction until now. Clearly the people inside held a significant status and had been paying attention to everything happening downstairs. Chu Fan's eyes flickered. The fact that they only spoke up when the Su siblings retreated in such embarrassment, and their tone showed no joy or anger, indicated a level of composure and depth far beyond Su Yuan and Su Qingya. Young master, do you want? Song Qiong stepped forward and asked in a low voice. Chu Fan waved his hand. No need. He wanted to see what this elder of the Su family had in store. Uncle Aunt Qingxue, you all wait for me in the car first, Chu Fan said gently to his family. Although Shun Guohua's family was worried, they knew they were not suitable for this occasion and nodded, leaving first under Song Qiong's arrangement. Chu Fan adjusted his sleeves, maintaining his composure as he stepped toward the 2nd floor. As he passed by Su Qingya and Su Yuan, the 2 instinctively made way, looking at him with complex expressions. Chu Fan didn't even glance at them, striding straight toward that private room. The 2 old men at the doorway nodded slightly at Chu Fan stepping aside to open the door. Chu Fan stepped inside. The room was not particularly luxurious, but it was arranged with a classical charm, exuding a certain elegance. At a yellow pear-wood tea table sat an old man dressed in a gray Zhongshan suit, with graying hair, a thin face, but deep-set eyes like a well. He was none other than the true leader of the Su family, Elder Su Huiran. In front of Elder Su was a set of purple clay tea utensils, with fragrant tea wafting through the air. He was leisurely washing and brewing tea, as if the bloody conflict and tense standoff downstairs had never occurred. Young friend Chu, please sit. Elder Su did not look up, pointing to the seat opposite him, his voice calm. Chu Fan was not polite, and sat down openly. Elder Su then raised his eyes, carefully examining Chu Fan, a glint of unnoticeable brilliance flashing in his eyes as he nodded slightly. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. We have met a few times before. Old Master Su pushed a cup of brewed tea towards Chu Fan. Your father was a man of integrity, possessing the demeanor of an ancient gentleman, yet fate was unkind to him. He paused, looking at Chu Fan. Young friend, your thunderous methods today, swift in vengeance and benevolence, are quite different from your father's character. Environment shapes a person. Chu Fan raised his teacup, gently inhaling the aroma of the tea without taking a sip. If my father had had even a fraction of my ruthlessness back, then the Chu family might not have met such a fate. Old Master Su fell silent for a moment, letting out a sigh. The events from 7 years ago involved many parties. The waters run deep. Your father obstructed too many people, so he deserved to die, eh? Chu Fan's gaze turned slightly cold. That was not my intention. Old Master Su shook his head, sighing gently. I was merely stating facts. There are some rules that are invisible on the surface, yet truly exist. If you touch them, you must pay the price. So what I did today was also touching the rules. But the support you rely on seems to be a different, older set of rules. Power, absolute power that crushes everything. His gaze profound. But the support you rely on seems to be a different, older set of rules. Power, absolute power that crushes everything. Chu Fan did not respond. Old Su did not call me here merely to discuss rules, did he? Chu Fan set down his teacup. Old Master Su smiled, a complex expression on his face. Young friend, you speak plainly and directly. I came here today to catch up with an old friend, but did not expect to encounter this situation. Yuan Tu and Qinya are young and impetuous, not recognizing a true dragon. They have offended you, and I apologize on their behalf. As he spoke, this elder, whose mere stomp could shake Jiangnan province, actually bowed slightly to Chu Fan. Outside the door, Su Qinya and Su Yuan Tu, who saw this scene through the crack, were shocked to the point of almost exclaiming, "Grandfather actually apologized to Chu Fan. How is this possible?" A hint of surprise flashed in Chu Fan's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. It seems this old Master Su is more formidable than I imagined, and more adaptable. Old Su, you speak too heavily. I have already punished them for the conflicts, and as long as they do not trouble me again, this matter can be considered settled, Chu Fan said lightly. Given the face they have shown, he would not pursue the matter further. After all, the Su family, and he did not harbor deep-seated grudges. Young friend, you are magnanimous. Old Su nodded, changing the subject. But do you know that by revealing your brilliance today, you have indeed placed yourself at the center of a storm? The events of Sioux City will soon reach the provincial capital and into the ears of certain individuals, especially the Deng and Jiang families. Moreover, the waters behind them run deeper than the Zhao family or even my Sioux family. Is old Su warning me? Chu Fan looked at him. Sort of. Old Master Su poured himself a cup of tea. Though I have no deep ties with your father, I have great respect for his character. Seeing you today, I find you even more extraordinary. I do not wish to see the last bloodline of the Chu family follow in your father's footsteps. Thank you for your kindness, old Su. Chu Fan cupped his hands, not overly concerned. However, since I have returned, I must face what I must face. Old Master Su looked at Chu Fan as if seeing the same stubbornness in him that once belonged to Chu Zhenghua, yet lacking his decisive ruthlessness. He sighed inwardly, knowing he could not change his mind. In that case, I shall say no more. Old Master Su took out an ancient business card from his pocket and pushed it towards Chu Fan. This is my personal contact information. If you encounter any minor troubles with official or military matters in Jiangnan province, I may be able to help a little. Of course, in case of major troubles, I can also lend a hand or two. This was already a very clear goodwill and investment. Old Master Su clearly recognized Chu Fan's potential and wanted to establish a good relationship in advance, at least not to become enemies. Chu Fan looked at the business card and did not immediately take it. Old Zu's kindness, I appreciate it, but I am not someone who likes to owe favors. This is not a favor, but my sincere intention towards you. Old Master Su waved his hand. Just take it. It may not come in handy, but it is better than having none. Chu Fan pondered for a moment and ultimately accepted the business card. Old Master Su was right. In Jiangnan province, having one more path is always beneficial, even if it is just temporary. Thank you, Chu Fan said. No need to be polite. Old Master Su smiled. Qinya Yuan Tu, come in and speak. Hearing this, Su Qinya and Su Yuan Tu quickly tidied their appearance, suppressing the turbulent emotions within, and cautiously entered the private room, respectfully standing in front of Old Master Su. Grandfather, The two called out in unison, their voices slightly tense. Old Master Su did not speak immediately, but leisurely sipped his tea, calmly surveying his grandchildren, who usually held themselves high, but now appeared somewhat anxious. "Sit down." Old Master Su pointed to the seats beside them. Su Qingya and Su Yuan too complied, sitting upright like students awaiting a lecture. "Young friend Chu, what do you think of my grandson and granddaughter?" Su Huairan asked lightly. This question from Old Master Su seemed a bit abrupt, but Chu Fan instantly understood his intention. This old man wants to use his words to awaken his proud grandchildren. Chu Fan glanced at Su Qingya and Su Yuan too, who were sitting upright, their expressions tense, and spoke in a calm tone, yet each word was like a knife. "Commander Su is overly brave, lacking steadiness, quick to anger, and impulsive, not suitable for great use." Su Yuan Tu's face instantly turned red, his fists clenched, yet he did not dare to explode. Chu Fan continued, "Miss Su is intelligent and capable with an impressive vision, but overly confident, lacking reverence, protective, yet unable to distinguish right from wrong." Su Qingya's delicate face turned slightly pale, her lips pressed tightly together. Chu Fan's words were merciless, striking at the very heart. Yet after listening, Old Master Su not only did not get angry, but nodded slightly, letting out a sigh. "Young friend, your vision is keen, hitting the nail on the head." Yuan too grew up in the military camp, used to giving orders, lacking some tempering and settling. Qingya has ability, but she has indeed been spoiled by the family to the point of being somewhat unaware of her limits. He looked at his grandson and granddaughter, his tone serious. "Did you hear what Chu Xiaoyu said about you?" Su Qingya and Su Yuan too lowered their heads, not daring to retort. Though it was harsh reflecting on their performances tonight, it seemed. Indeed it was so. You two, born into the Su family, accustomed to smooth sailing, always thinking the heavens are the greatest, you are merely second. Old Master Su spoke earnestly. "Meeting Chu Xiaoyu today serves as a lesson for you. Remember, in this world there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. The little wealth of the Su family means nothing in the eyes of some truly great figures. In future actions, be sure to speak and act with caution and temper your brilliance." "Yes, grandfather, we will remember," the Su siblings responded sincerely. After this incident, their arrogant spirits were indeed significantly subdued. Only then did Old Master Su turn to Chu Fan, his face once again breaking into a smile. "Young friend, would you be willing to take my two grandchildren as disciples?" Taking disciples. Not to mention Chu Fan, even Su Qingya and Su Yuan too thought they had misheard. Did my grandfather really want to take in Chu Fan, who had just humiliated them and almost made an enemy of? Su Yuan too instinctively wanted to object, but seeing his grandfather's serious expression, he swallowed the words back down. Su Qingya was also rapidly weighing the pros and cons in her mind, shocked. After a brief moment of surprise, Chu Fan immediately understood the deeper meaning behind the old gentleman's words. This old fox with his keen insight had recognized his extraordinary potential and the terrifying power that might lie behind him. The so-called apprenticeship was merely a pretext. The true intention was to tie the Su family's next generation of outstanding talents to his own ship. In other words, he wanted them to follow him to learn and hone their skills, and even to gain protection. At the same time, this was the Su family's strongest gesture of goodwill, showing sincerity by offering their most cherished descendants. "Old Su is joking." Chu Fan shook his head and directly refused. "I am still young and have many troubles of my own. How can I take on the role of a teacher? Moreover, the path I walk may not suit Miss Su and Colonel Su." He spoke the truth. His path was one of vengeance, marked by blood and slaughter. The Su siblings had sensitive identities and were too entangled in affairs, making them more of a burden if brought along. It seemed that the old gentleman Su had anticipated this and did not press further, only sighing, "I was too abrupt indeed. Little friend, your ambitions lie elsewhere. What a pity, what a pity." He shifted his tone. "However, I imagine you might need some assistance in Su City and even in Jiangnan province. Qingya has some abilities in the business world and information gathering, while Yuanta has connections in the military and official circles. If you do not mind, they could accompany you for a while, awaiting your orders. It would serve as training for them, and also as an apology for today. How does that sound?" This proposal, though a compromise, is much more practical. It's not a master-student relationship, but more akin to that of a retainer or an assistant. It would not only strengthen their relationship, but also allow the Su siblings to closely observe Chu Fan and grow, while also providing help when necessary. This time, Su Qingya and Su Yuanta did not immediately show resistance. After the earlier shock and their grandfather's insight, their mindset had already shifted. If they could follow someone as mysterious and formidable as Chu Fan, although there might be danger, it was also an opportunity to expand their horizons. Chu Fan pondered for a moment. Given that the old gentleman Su had put the matter this way, further refusal would seem rather unreasonable. Moreover, he was going to the provincial city and indeed needed some capable people familiar with the local situation. The Su siblings, one skilled in social maneuvering and the other well-connected, were indeed suitable candidates. In that case, Chu Fan finally nodded. I will trouble Miss Su and Colonel Su for the time being. However, I must say this up front: following me may involve danger, and you must absolutely obey orders. If you cannot do so, you may withdraw now. Su Qingya and Su Yuantu exchanged glances, both able to see the determination in each other's eyes. Su Yuantu was the first to clasp his fists. Rest assured, Mr. Chu, military orders are like mountains. Since I, Su Yuantu, have agreed, I shall obey. Su Qingya also gracefully bowed. I, Qingya, am willing to heed Mr. Chu's orders. Good. Chu Fan said no more. He could still trust the character of Su Huiran. Seeing this old gentleman, Su showed a satisfied smile. Though this move was somewhat risky, if done right it might greatly benefit the future of the Su family. Chu Fan did not linger, preparing to take his leave, but suddenly thought of something and sat back down. Old gentleman Su, your family hasn't been involved in the projects in northern Myanmar and Cambodia, have they? Chu Fan's question was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up turbulent waves in the private room. Projects in northern Myanmar and Cambodia. That was a notorious hell on earth involving telecom fraud, drugs, organ trafficking, human trafficking, and countless other crimes. It was also the key clue in Chu Fan's search for his sister and younger siblings. The Su siblings' expressions changed drastically, although they were aware of some gray areas. They never expected Chu Fan would directly ask about this topic, which involved such a sensitive and dark region. The smile on old gentleman Zu's face instantly froze, his gaze becoming sharp and grave. He set down his teacup, fixing his gaze on Chu Fan, his voice low and serious. Little friend, Chu, what brings you to ask this? Chu Fan's expression remained calm as he met his gaze, just confirming. He did not finish his sentence, but the cold, killing intent in his eyes spoke volumes. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly became exceedingly oppressive and tense. Su Qingya and Su Yuantu held their breath, nervously watching their grandfather. They knew that this question concerned the very survival of the Su family. If their grandfather's answer did not satisfy Chu Fan, given the ruthlessness he had just displayed and his hatred for such matters, the Su family could very well become his next target. Old gentleman Su was silent for a moment, a hint of a bitter smile and frankness appearing on his aged face. Little friend, Chu, I can swear by the honor of the Su family's ancestors that my Su family has never participated in any illegal activities related to the projects in northern Myanmar or Cambodia, nor have we profited unjustly from them. His voice was resolute and carried an undeniable frankness. I, Su Huiran, may not be considered a paragon of virtue. I have used some means in business in certain fields, but there are some bottom lines that my Su family has never crossed. Harming our compatriots and bringing disaster to the nation is something my Su family despises and would never dare to do. This is a principle, and it is the foundation of my Su family's ability to stand strong until now. He paused, looking at Chu Fan with a complex expression. If you have friends or relatives who have unfortunately fallen into that situation, I express my deepest sympathy. If my Su family can be of any help, whether it be information or otherwise, as long as it does not violate our principles and the law, we will certainly do our utmost. Chu Fan carefully scrutinized the old gentleman Zu's expression and gaze. With his perception and experience, he could discern that the other party was not lying. That sincerity and subtle fury came from the heart and could not be feigned. The coldness in his heart eased slightly, and he nodded slightly. I trust the character of old gentleman Su. I was abrupt earlier, please forgive me. Old gentleman Su breathed a sigh of relief, waving his hand. It's nothing, your question is entirely reasonable. Such places are indeed hell on earth. Anyone with a shred of conscience detests them deeply. Chu Fan said no more, since he confirmed that the Su family had nothing to do with it. That was good enough. He stood up. I take my leave. Chu Fan got into the car, rubbing his forehead. He had not expected that coming for a meal would not only resolve the Zhao family issue, but also recruit the Su siblings as temporary subordinates. The world is unpredictable. However, this is good as well. With the help of 2 local snakes during his future trip to the provincial city, things would be much easier. Cousin, those Su family members did not make things difficult for you, did they? Inside the car, Shin Qingxue looked concerned. No. Chu Fan smiled at his cousin, his tone gentle. We just chatted a bit. Old Master Su is a reasonable person. Shin Qingxue sighed with relief, but still worried that Commander Su and Miss Su look fierce. Oh, will they? Don't worry, they won't dare in the future. Chu Fan ruffled her hair with an undeniable confidence in his voice. Besides, for now they are one of us. Shen Qingxue blinked, somewhat confused. Yes, old Master Su has asked them to assist me temporarily as a form of apology and also for training. Chu Fan explained briefly. Shen Qingxue nodded, half understanding, feeling more at ease and proud. Cousin, you are truly impressive, she said sincerely. Chu Fan chuckled and said nothing more. The car quickly took Shen Qingxue and her family to their new safe residence. It was a tranquil and secure high-end community that Chen Feng had arranged well in advance. Uncle Aunt Qingxue, you will stay here for now. If you need anything, just let Chen Feng know. Chu Fan said lightly. This place is very safe. No one will disturb you. Shun Guohua and his wife looked at the vastly improved environment compared to their previous residence, feeling overwhelmed with gratitude, and they repeatedly expressed their thanks. Xiao Fan, you must be careful, Shun Guohua urged again. I will, uncle, don't worry. Chu Fan nodded. I'll also bring my aunt here. It's good for you all to be together for mutual support. Shen Guohua's eyes reddened as he nodded repeatedly. Good. Xiao Fan, you are so thoughtful. Yufan. She has really had it hard. Aunt also wiped her tears. Yufan has a gentle nature and has been terribly bullied by that worthless husband of hers. Xiao Fan, it's really wonderful that you can bring her out. Shen Qingxue had seen that poor aunt a few times and felt both heartbroken and happy upon hearing this. Cousin, my aunt will be so happy to know you're here to pick her up. Chu Fan instructed Chen Feng. Beside him, arrange for someone to pick up my aunt immediately. Yes, young master. Chen Feng replied, quickly making arrangements. Ding! At that moment, Chu Fan's phone rang. He glanced at the unfamiliar number on the screen and frowned. Very few people knew this private number of his. He pressed the answer button without speaking. There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds before a domineering woman's voice came through Chu Fan. Chu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Who are you? Jiang Wan. The woman on the phone spat out 2 words coldly, her voice laced with the arrogance of someone used to power and a hint of undisguised disdain. General Jiang, what guidance do you have? Chu Fan asked knowingly. Guidance is not the right term. Jiang Wen's voice carried a hint of mockery. I just didn't expect that the little bastard from the Chu family, who should have died in prison 7 years ago, actually crawled out and made such a commotion. Chu Fan replied coldly, did General Jiang eat shit for lunch? Why is your speech so foul? On the other end, Jiang Wen was clearly taken aback by Chu Fan's crude and direct retort. She gasped sharply, followed by an outburst of suppressed anger and disbelief. Chu Fan. What? What did you say? How dare you speak to me like that? I said your mouth stinks. Chu Fan's tone was calm, yet each word cut like a knife. What's wrong, General Jiang? Can't you hear? Do I need to say it again? Or has General Jiang become accustomed to this taste, so you don't notice? You are outrageous. Jiang Wen's voice trembled with anger. She had never been humiliated like this in her life. Chu Fan, you are courting death. The one courting death is you, Jiang Wen. Chu Fan's voice suddenly turned cold, the murderous intent palpable through the phone. How many heads do you have to give my uncle those predatory loans? How did you know my number? Jiang Wen on the other end seemed momentarily stunned, then chuckled with a sense of pride. In Jiangnan province, there's nothing I can't find out. No one can hide from me. Chu Fan scoffed, so what do you want with me? You beat up my people and act so. Jiang Wen's voice was filled with suppressed anger. Chu Fan, do you think that with a few wild dogs you brought back you can act wantonly in Sioux City? Chu Fan replied sarcastically, predatory loans are not protected by the laws of Huaxia. Not killing them is already being lenient. You. Jiang Wen was left speechless by Chu Fan's unexpected response. She had intended to use power and threats to intimidate him, but found that Chu Fan was not taking the bait. Instead, he pointed out the illegal actions of her subordinates, catching her off guard. Chu Fan, don't get carried away. Jiang Wen took a breath, her voice turning colder. Law? In Jiangnan province, what the Jiang family says sometimes holds more weight than the law. As for Wang Fu, I can overlook it. But you must give me an explanation regarding the Zhao family. The Zhao family is under the protection of my Jiang family. An explanation? Chu Fan responded with a cold smile. What explanation does General Jiang want? Did a donkey kick your brain? The Zhao family engaged in predatory loans and harassed my family. I didn't even hold you Jiang family accountable, yet you come to me demanding retribution. You are talking nonsense. Jiang Wen denied vehemently. That was a legitimate loan. Where does the term predatory loan come from? It's mutually agreed, both parties signed a contract. Do you think you can back out? Chu Fan's expression was indifferent. So, I can forego the money, but you cannot touch the Zhao family. Jiang Wen's voice carried a commanding tone. Immediately cease all pressure on the Zhao family. Chu Fan was almost amused by Jiang Wen's shamelessness. Do you think all the principles in this world should revolve around your Jiang family? The Zhao family has wronged my relatives and touched my reverse scale. it is only natural for me to strike back. What does your Jiang family count as? Do you even have the right to negotiate with me? He paused, his tone suddenly turning icy. Let me tell you, I am determined to deal with the Zhao family. And this is just the beginning. If your Jiang family wants to stand up for the Zhao family, feel free to come. I want to see whether the bones of the Jiang family are tough or my methods are ruthless. On the other end, Jiang Wen was thoroughly enraged by Chu Fan. Her voice trembled slightly with fury. Good. What a Chu Fan. Since you won't accept my kindness, don't blame me for being merciless. Chu Fan, listen to me. Tomorrow at Old Song's birthday banquet, I will let you know what the consequences are for offending me, Jiang Wen, and the Jiang family. Chu Fan sneered. I'll be waiting. After hanging up, Su Yuan called in. Mr. Chu, my grandfather asked me to invite you to join him tomorrow for the birthday banquet of an old friend. Su Yuan spoke with a hint of respect. Chu Fan's eyes flickered. Old Master Su was quite quick in his actions. Whose birthday banquet? Chu Fan asked knowingly. It's Old Song de Ping, a retired leader who is highly respected in Jiangnan province. Su Yuan's tone was respectful, lacking the previous arrogance. My grandfather says that Old Song has always appreciated young talents. If you go, Mr. Chu, Old Song will surely welcome you. Old Su is thoughtful. Chu Fan replied lightly. Time and place. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning at Tianjiao Rinjian in Sioux City. If it's convenient for Mr. Chu, we can go together. Su Yuan said. No need. Chu Fan refused. I will arrive on time. The next day, the sky was clear and the sun shone brightly. Chu Fan finished his breakfast, performed a set of Tai Chi, and conveniently dropped Xin Xingxue off at school. Even though he transferred 10 million to his uncle and aunt still hesitated to spend. The couple was accustomed to being frugal and went to work as usual. After dropping Xin Xingxue at school, Chu Fan checked the time, then hopped on a shared bicycle preparing to head to Tianjiao Rinjian. Xin Xingxue waved vigorously at Chu Fan at the school gate, her face glowing with youthful joy. I know, don't run around after school, wait for me. Chu Fan smiled back at her while riding the shared bike. Watching his cousin's figure disappear into the campus, his gentle expression gradually faded. The shared bike. This was probably the most down-to-earth mode of transportation he had after being released from prison. However, riding a shared bike to a place like Tianjiao Rinjian was quite an interesting experience. He looked at the time. It was 9:20. It would take about half an hour to ride to Tianjiao Rinjian, located in the most prosperous area of Sioux City, which was just right. Chu Fan pedaled leisurely, blending into the morning rush hour traffic. The sunlight warmed him, surrounded by the noisy sounds of horns and hurried pedestrians, all of which carried an ordinary, yet genuine essence of life. 20 minutes later, Chu Fan arrived at Tianjiao Rinjian. This was a high-end commercial area bustling with luxury cars and well-dressed men and women coming and going. Chu Fan's simple casual attire and the shared bike under him seemed out of place in this environment, attracting curious or disdainful glances from some passers-by. Unbothered, Chu Fan parked the shared bike in the designated area and walked straight toward the resplendent entrance of Tianjiao Rinjian. A man in a neatly pressed uniform and white gloves at the entrance frowned slightly upon seeing Chu Fan's attire and the way he walked. However, he maintained a professional smile, stepped forward, and slightly bowed to obstruct him. Hello, sir, may I ask if you have a reservation? Chu Fan glanced at him and replied flatly, I am looking for Su Yuan. The man was taken aback. Su Yuan, the fifth young master of the Su family, deputy commander of the military district in Sioux City, a frequent guest here and a top VIP. This young man, arriving on a shared bike, dared to call out the name of the military commander directly. Chu Fan, are you out of your mind? How dare you call out Commander Zu's name? Is this a place you can come to? Suddenly, a reprimanding voice rang out, laced with a hint of reproach. Chu Fan turned his head, his expression slightly darkened. Chu Tao. Chu Tao was his cousin, known for his arrogance and overbearing attitude. He had served in the military, spent a few years in the Navy, received first-class honors twice and second-class honors 3 times, and attained the rank of major. After retiring, he went abroad, struggled in the Middle East for several years, and returned to start a security company. He was in charge of the security for Song de Ping's birthday banquet. Following Chu Tao were his brothers Chu Peng and Chu Jia. They were the sons of his second uncle. Both had served in the military, but did not fare well, and after retiring they were not assigned jobs. They later followed Chu Tao to the Middle East, and spent a few more years scraping by. Chu Tao, clad in a perfectly tailored suit, had a robust physique and sharp eyes, exuding an aura of someone seasoned by battle. Chu Peng and Chu Jia appeared somewhat rough, their gazes fixed on Chu Fan with hostility. The three of them looked at Chu Fan, who appeared in a place like Tianjiao Rinjian, dressed so ordinarily, and even riding a shared bike, their eyes revealing blatant surprise and contempt. Chu Fan, it really is you. Chu Tao scanned Chu Fan from head to toe, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. It's been 7 years. I didn't expect you to still be alive. What? You just got out and dare to come to a place like this. You even called out Commander Zu's name. Who gave you the courage? Hurry up and scram. Don't embarrass our Chu family here. Chu Jia crossed his arms, a mocking glint in his eyes. Oh, I heard you were quite impressive at Wang Jianglu last night. You even dared to touch the Zhao family. You even hit someone from the Su family. Chu Fan, have you gone crazy in prison? Don't you know your own weight? These 3 brothers had benefited from the Chu family's reputation during its heyday. However, they did not hold much respect for Chu Fan, the crown prince, and had often competed with him in secret. After the Chu family fell from grace, they were the first to distance themselves, even stepping on a few toes, and later went abroad. Now that they had made a name for themselves, they were even more arrogant. Chu Fan looked at these so-called cousins with cold eyes devoid of any familial affection. My affairs are none of your business. Chu Fan's tone was indifferent. Move aside. Move aside. Chu Tao seemed to have heard a joke, stepping forward to block Chu Fan, looking down at him. Chu Fan, do you think you are still the young master of the Chu family from 7 years ago? The Chu family is gone now. You are nothing. You dare to act tough in front of me. Do you believe I can throw you back in prison for a few more years? He pointed a finger at Chu Fan's nose, saliva almost spraying onto Chu Fan's face. Let me tell you, I am responsible for the security of Old Song's birthday banquet today. People like you with a criminal record and unknown background, who dare to offend the Su family, I won't let you in first. If you are smart, hurry up and roll. Don't force me to take action. Chu Peng and Chu Jia also surrounded him, their expressions unfriendly, ready to fight at the slightest provocation. The doorman beside them turned pale, not knowing whom to help. Chu Fan stared at the finger pointing at him, his eyes suddenly turning icy. Remove your hand. His voice was not loud, but it carried a chilling sense that sent shivers down the spine. Chu Tao felt an inexplicable pang in his heart under Chu Fan's gaze, but soon became furious. I won't remove it. What can you do? Do you dare to make a move? Try hitting me. He, taking pride in his skills and being the security head for tonight, did not take Chu Fan seriously at all. Chu Fan stopped wasting words and struck like lightning. Chu Tao didn't even see Chu Fan's movement before he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Crack! Chu Fan directly seized his wrist, gently twisted and dislocated the joint. Oh! Chu Tao screamed, his face turning pale, instantly, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and the hand that had pointed at Chu Fan fell limply. Big brother. Chu Peng and Chu Jia were taken aback and shouted angrily, ready to rush up. Stop! At this moment, a stern voice came from the direction of the private room. Su Yuantu strode out quickly, his face dark as he looked at the scene before him. He had just vaguely heard some commotion in the private room, and to his surprise, he came out to find the Chu brothers provoking Chu Fan, only to be subdued by him in an instant. Su Shao. Chu Tao endured the pain seeing Su Yuantu. He hurriedly shouted through gritted teeth. This kid barged in and even hit people. Quick, call someone to arrest him. Su Yuantu didn't even glance at Chu Tao and quickly walked to Chu Fan, slightly bowing, his tone carrying an apology. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry I'm late. A few flies disturbed you. Boom. The 3 Chu brothers were struck dumb by Su Yuantu's respectful attitude toward Chu Fan, their minds blank. Commander Su actually treated Chu Fan with such courtesy. Even apologized. How could this be possible? Chu Fan released his grip, and Chu Tao staggered back, supported by Chu Peng and Chu Jia. The 3 of them looked at Chu Fan with eyes filled with disbelief and fear. Chu Fan. What exactly did he do to make Su Yuantu so apprehensive? Chu Fan glanced at Su Yuantu indifferently. Su Shao, your security here needs a change. Anyone can come and bark here. Su Yuantu's expression darkened as he turned to look at the pale-faced Chu Tao and his 2 brothers, coldly stating, Chu Tao, you 3 are hereby dismissed. The security for Old Song's birthday banquet no longer requires your oversight. Immediately get out of Tianjiao Renjian. From now on, you are forbidden to step into any property of the Su family. The faces of the Chu brothers turned as white as paper, their bodies freezing with shock. Dismissed. Offending the Su family. All their years of effort and accumulation could very well go to waste. Su Shao? It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Chu Tao tried to plead. Get lost. Su Yuantu replied bluntly. If you say one more word, I'll make you disappear from Jiangnan province. The 3 of them trembled in fear, no longer daring to speak, casting a resentful and fearful glance at Chu Fan before scurrying away with their tails between their legs. Su Yuantu then turned to Chu Fan, apologizing again. Mr. Chu, I sincerely apologized. It was my mismanagement. Chu Fan nodded, no longer looking in the direction the 3 had left, as if he had merely swatted away a few annoying flies. He followed Su Yuan back inside. The incident involving the Chu brothers and Su Yuan's extreme respect towards Chu Fan spread rapidly within Tianjiao Renjian, soon reaching the upper circles of Su City. Everyone was speculating about who exactly this Chu Fan was. Chu Tao, what's going on? What happened? Meanwhile, a Bentley slowly stopped and a young man stepped out of the car. Seeing Song Zhe arrive, Chu Tao's eyes lit up as he approached with a mournful expression to complain. Song Zhe was one of the 3 young masters of the Song family, and he was quite close to Chu Tao. Moreover, the security company he operated also had shares owned by Song Zhe. Additionally, the Song family held shares in other industries of Chu Tao's, not just Song Zhe. Song Sin Shao, I'm sorry, but I can no longer continue with the security for the old man's birthday banquet today, Chu Tao expressed with an apologetic demeanor. Song Zhe had just arrived and was unaware of what had transpired, looking quite confused. What's going on? Tell me what happened. Your security company has my shares as well. I have a say in my grandfather's birthday banquet security matters. Who dares to target you? Chu Tao, like a drowning man grasping a lifeline, quickly recounted the earlier events with embellishments. Naturally, he emphasized Chu Fan's arrogance barging into the club and assaulting him. He also highlighted how Su Yuan had favored Chu Fan, even dismissing them. Song San Shao that Chu Fan must have had some incredible luck getting close to the Su family, and Su Yuan is extremely respectful towards him. I merely asked him a few questions according to the rules, and he broke my wrist. Su Yuan immediately dismissed us without a word. This clearly shows a lack of respect towards old Song and you. Chu Tao clutched his still painful wrist, his face filled with indignation. Song's expression darkened immediately. Chu Fan, that remnant of the Chu family from 7 years ago. He has emerged, and he has gotten close to the Su family. Su Yuan actually dismissed the head of security for his grandfather's birthday banquet because of him. This was indeed a slap to the face of the Song family. More critically, since Chu Tao's security company had shares belonging to him, Chu Tao being publicly humiliated and dismissed was equivalent to slapping Song Zhe's face. Where is Chu Fan now? Song Zhe asked coldly. Right inside. Chu Tao quickly pointed toward the hall of Tianjiao Renjian. Let's go. Take me in. Song Zhe waved his hand, leading the Chu brothers and several followers with an imposing demeanor toward the entrance. The doorman saw this and wanted to stop them, but dared not. The young master of the Song family was not someone he could offend. At this moment, many people had gathered in the hall. They were all notable figures, either wealthy or powerful, with many socialites present. Those who were invited or came voluntarily to attend Song Deping's birthday banquet held a significant status in Sioux City. Moreover, even those who came voluntarily had to meet certain qualifications, otherwise they would not be admitted. After Su Yuan introduced Chu Fan into the hall, he was called away by someone else. Chu Fan, feeling bored, wandered around the hall. The banquet had yet to start, but many places in the hall were already laid out with a variety of food. There were some self-serve fruits, delicious pastries, as well as rare delicacies and various fine wines. Chu Fan casually picked up a bunch of crystal-clear grapes, leaning against an inconspicuous corner, savoring them leisurely. His calm gaze swept across the well-dressed individuals coming and going in the hall. These people either engaged in grand discussions, whispered secrets, or smiled coyly. Among them, some faces were familiar to Chu Fan, possibly from 7 years ago when the Chu family thrived, having had interactions with his father, or he might have seen them in certain occasions when he was younger. However, at this moment, no one recognized this simply dressed Chu Fan, who was just like the Chu Fan of years past. No one approached him to converse. His parents were dead, and the once glorious Chu family had collapsed. Who would remember him? Who is that person? Why is he dressed like this to attend old Song's birthday banquet? A young socialite dressed in Chanel, linking arms with her male companion, pointed disdainfully towards Chu Fan, her tone laced with undisguised contempt. I don't know him. He's probably a descendant of some small family who doesn't know better, or he might have snuck in. Her male companion, a pretty boy with slicked back hair, glanced at Chu Fan dismissively. The security isn't even managing this. It really lowers the standards. The socialite wrinkled her nose in disgust. Their voices were not loud, but Chu Fan heard everything clearly. He merely cast them a faint glance, his expression calm and unruffled, as if he were observing a couple of buzzing flies before shifting his gaze away to continue enjoying his grapes. Such ant-like discussions couldn't stir even a ripple in his heart. However, while he refrained from seeking trouble would always seek him out. Chu Fan, you really dare to come? A voice filled with resentment and anger rang out from not. Chu Fan looked up and saw Zhao Qian, her face still bearing the bruises and swelling from last night, angrily approaching him, while holding the arm of a young man dressed in exquisite clothing with an arrogant demeanor. The young man was Jiang Zhao, a young master from the Jiang family in the provincial city, and he was also Jiang Wen's younger brother. The Jiang family was not as strong as the Su family, but they were still among the better second-line families, having some business dealings with the Zhao family. Zhao Qian's association with him likely aimed to seek refuge in the provincial city under the Jiang family's influence, or perhaps to take revenge on Chu Fan. Jiang Xiao, that's him. He was the one who hit me last night. Zhao Qian pointed at Chu Fan, her voice piercing with her eyes instantly reddening, appearing pitiful and wronged. Jiang Zhao's gaze turned cold as he looked at Chu Fan, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. Zhao Qian was now his woman. Having someone slap her in public was equivalent to slapping his face. You are Chu Fan. Jiang Zhao approached Chu Fan, scrutinizing him from head to toe, his tone haughty. I've heard you were quite impressive last night. You didn't even take the Su family seriously. Chu Fan casually swallowed the last grape, then looked at Jiang Zhao with an indifferent tone. Is there something you need? Is there something? Jiang Zhao was enraged by Chu Fan's nonchalant attitude. You hit my girlfriend, and you still dare to ask me if I need something. Chu Fan, the Zhao family is backed by the Jiang family. You cannot act recklessly. Oh, Chu Fan nodded as if just understanding. So you're here to back her up. So what if I am? Jiang Zhao puffed out his chest, brimming with arrogance. Immediately kneeled down and apologized to Qian Qian. Otherwise don't expect to leave this door standing today. His voice was not small, instantly attracting the attention of many people. Many recognized Jiang Zhao and Zhao Qian and had heard about the events that took place at Wangjiang Tower last night. At this moment they gathered around with great interest, wanting to see this spectacle. Isn't that young Master Jiang? Who is the young man opposite him? What did he do to provoke young Master Jiang? Don't you know about the incident at Wangjiang Tower last night? This person is called Chu Fan, and I heard he almost caused a disaster for the Zhao family. Is it really him? He looks so ordinary. How could he have such great power? Did young Master Jiang hit a brick wall this time? But this place is not the provincial city. People whispered among themselves. Seeing that more people were gathered around, Zhao Qian became even more animated, crying out, Young Master Jiang, you must seek justice for me. This Chu Fan is lawless and doesn't take us seriously at all. Jiang Zhao sensed the gazes around him, his vanity satisfied, becoming even more arrogant as he pointed his finger at Chu Fan. Did you hear that? Kneel down immediately. My patience is limited. Chu Fan looked at Jiang Zhao's finger, which was almost poking his face, and his eyes turned slightly cold. I hate it when others point at me. Before the words finished, Jiang Zhao didn't even see Chu Fan's movement and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his finger. Crack! The clear sound of a bone breaking echoed. Jiang Zhao's index finger was broken in an instant by Chu Fan's lightning-fast strike. Oh! Jiang Zhao let out a pig-like scream, clutching his hand, and stumbling back a few steps, his face turning pale as sweat poured from him. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. Chu Fan actually broke Jiang Zhao's finger right in front of everyone during the rehearsal of Old Master Song's birthday banquet. His audacity is astounding. Zhao Qian was so frightened that she screamed and hid behind Jiang Zhao. You dare to hit me? Jiang Zhao gritted his teeth in pain, bewildered and furious. Get him. Disable him. The two bodyguards behind him immediately rushed forward. Chu Fan casually plucked 2 grapes and flicked them with his fingers. Whoosh! The 2 glistening grapes shot out like bullets, making a whistling sound as they accurately aimed at the 2 rushing bodyguards. Thud! Thud! 2 light sounds. The grapes accurately struck the knees of the 2 bodyguards. Their forward momentum was suddenly halted. A piercing pain shot through their knees, their legs weakened, and they fell to the ground with a thud, clutching their knees and groaning in agony, unable to stand up. The entire venue fell into silence once again, using grapes to take down 2 professional bodyguards. What kind of technique is this? All eyes turned to Chu Fan, their astonishment turning into horror. This had completely surpassed their understanding. Jiang Zhao was so scared that his soul nearly left his body, forgetting the pain of his broken finger, his face as white as paper, looking at Chu Fan as if he had seen a ghost. Zhao Qian was even more terrified, trembling all over, tightly grasping Jiang Zhao's clothing. Chu Fan coldly stared at Zhao Qian. Did I not hit you hard enough last night? You? Zhao Qian's face turned pale, her lips trembling. Don't come over. Don't come over. Chu Fan took a step forward, appearing before Zhao Qian like teleportation, his cold, killing intent enveloping her. Zhao Qian felt a chill surge from her feet to the top of her head, as if her blood was freezing. She stared in horror at Chu Fan's cold and emotionless face just inches away. The terrifying memories of being slapped, kneeling, and having her arm broken from last night rushed back, causing her legs to go weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Chu Fan, what do you want? This is old Master Song's birthday banquet. Do you dare to act recklessly? Although Jiang Zhao was also terrified, he still forced himself to stand in front of Zhao Qian, shouting sternly, but his voice was clearly trembling. Slap. A crisp and loud slap rang out, exploding like firecrackers in the hall. Jiang Zhao didn't even have time to react, as he was abruptly slapped into the air by Chu Fan's casual blow, spinning and crashing into a long table filled with exquisite snacks. Crash. Glimmering wine glasses and various snacks and fruits spilled to the ground along with Jiang Zhao's body. The sound of shattering and crashing echoed painfully, juices, wine, and cream splattering everywhere, creating a scene of chaos. Jiang Zhao fell amidst the chaos, one side of his face swelling visibly, his mouth bleeding with fragments of teeth mixed in with blood. He clutched his face, curling up in pain, making indistinct groans, unable to utter a single harsh word. The entire venue was silent. Even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. If using grapes to take down bodyguards had a hint of mystery, then this slap was a blatant display of dominance and contempt. In front of everyone at old Master Song's birthday banquet, a slap sent the young master of the Jiang family flying. This was no longer just slapping the face, it was grinding the Jiang family's pride into the dirt. Zhao Qian was even more terrified, watching Jiang Zhao, who was lying amidst the chaos groaning in pain, and then looking at Chu Fan, who was approaching her step by step. Her legs went weak, and she finally couldn't hold on any longer, collapsing to the ground with a thud, a wet patch forming under her skirt, exuding an unpleasant odor. No, don't come over. Please. I want dare again. Zhao Qian cried and begged incoherently, the terror from last night and the despair of the moment completely breaking her. Chu Fan stood before her, looking down at her with cold, emotionless eyes. Last night I gave you a chance. Unfortunately, you did not cherish it. He lifted his foot. Zhao Qian's eyes widened in terror as she let out a desperate scream. Ah! Stop! Chu Fan, you're being reckless. Songze walked in angrily, declaring, You dare to act in my grandfather's birthday banquet. Do you want to die? Chu Tao sneered. Chu Fan is acting recklessly at old Master Song's birthday banquet. Do you still consider the Song family? Chu Fan, you are audacious. This is simply arrogant. Acting out during old Master Song's birthday banquet, what do you intend to do? The successive reprimands from Songze, Chu Tao, and others ignited the powder keg, making the already tense atmosphere even more charged. As the third young master of the Song family, Songze was furious to see someone so arrogant on his turf. Especially this Chu Fan. Not only had he struck Jiang Zhao, but dared to continue his violence at his grandfather's birthday banquet. It was a blatant provocation against the Song family's authority. Chu Tao seized the opportunity to fan the flames, hoping to escalate the situation and get the Song family to take action to completely crush Chu Fan. Faced with the scoldings from several people and the countless gazes filled with anger, fear, or schadenfreude around, Chu Fan still stepped forward. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out, and Zhao Qian let out a scream that suddenly echoed in the hall. Everyone's pupils shrank in disbelief watching this scene unfold. Chu Fan. He actually went through with it. Under the scoldings of Songze and Chu Tao as old Master Song was about to arrive, he unhesitatingly crushed Zhao Qian's right ankle. That ruthless decisiveness, completely disregarding warnings and consequences, sent a chill down everyone's spine. Zhao Qian clutched her twisted and deformed right foot, her entire body convulsing in pain, tears streaming down her face. Her screams were interrupted by gasps due to the excruciating agony, and her eyes, when looking at Chu Fan, were filled with boundless fear and despair. In her entire life, this was the first time she felt that terrifying and overwhelming killing intent from Chu Fan. Raised in luxury, Zhao Qian had never endured such suffering. At this moment, the pain was so intense that she lost control of her bladder, utterly humiliated. Zhao Qian regretted her actions, wishing she had not provoked Chu Fan again, regretting her arrogance and overstepping. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as a pill for regret in this world. One must bear the consequences of their mistakes, even if that price is death. But now it was too late to say anything. You dare. Songze watched as Chu Fan actually dared to commit violence before him, shaking with anger, his finger trembling as he pointed at Chu Fan. Chu Fan, you are seeking death. Chu Tao was both shocked and angry. He never expected Chu Fan to be so reckless. Yet a flicker of pleasure and anticipation crossed his mind. Chu Fan had just offended the Song family so profoundly. Let's see how he ends this. Someone, take this madman down. Songze shouted fiercely at the approaching security personnel, no matter what it takes. The head of security's face turned grave, realizing that the situation had completely escalated. He waved his hand, and over a dozen well-trained security personnel immediately surrounded Chu Fan, all armed with stun batons and other non-lethal weapons, their eyes warily fixed on him. Su Yuantu and Su Qingjia's expressions changed drastically upon seeing this, and they quickly positioned themselves in front of Chu Fan. Song Zhe, calm down. Su Yuantu shouted, we haven't clarified the situation yet. Do you want to create chaos at Song Lao's birthday banquet? Su Yuantu, get out of my way. Song Zhe retorted angrily. He committed violence before my eyes, trampling on the dignity of the Song family. No one can save him today. The atmosphere instantly tightened to its breaking point, with both sides in a standoff, swords drawn ready to erupt at any moment. The guests around were frightened and retreated, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Su Qingya and Su Yuantu felt a chill in their hearts when they heard Chu Fan speak. They had witnessed how Chu Fan effortlessly incapacitated Fong Hu and others at Wangjiang building. They had also sensed their grandfather's deep-seated apprehension towards Chu Fan, coupled with his solemn warning. This person must not be made an enemy, if possible establish a good relationship with him. At this moment, although Chu Fan showed no murderous intent, the terrifying confidence lurking beneath his calm demeanor seemed capable of crushing everything. They had no doubt that if he truly acted, the heavens and earth would likely turn upside down. The Song family was simply not a match. Mr. Chu. Su Yuantu wanted to say something, but was stopped by a glance from Chu Fan. The calm yet unwavering gaze made him swallow his words. He understood that Chu Fan had made a decision. Su Qingya took a deep breath, tugged at her brother's sleeve, and whispered quickly, listen to Mr. The Su siblings along with the Su family members slowly retreated, while remaining on guard, clearly stating their position. We will not strike first, but if Mr. Chu is in danger, we will not stand idly by. Seeing the Su family back off, a glimmer of smugness flashed in Song Zhe and Chu Tao's eyes. It seemed the Su family was also afraid. They knew they could not protect Chu Fan anymore. Song Zhe's face remained dark, but he felt a slight sense of relief in his heart. If the Su family did not intervene directly, things would be somewhat easier. He did not believe that Chu Fan alone could stir up any major trouble. Chu Fan, if you kneel and admit your mistake now, there's still time. Song Zhe continued to pressure him, his arrogance even more pronounced. But Chu Fan seemed to disregard his words, calmly surveying the surrounding security personnel and the Song family bodyguards. There were probably 20 to 30 of them, all hand-picked experts, armed, and with fierce expressions ready to kill. Just these clowns. Chu Fan spoke lightly, his disdain unapologetic. Arrogant. Attack. Song Zhe could no longer hold back and shouted the order. The 4 security personnel at the front charged forward with a roar, swinging their stun batons, the tips flashing with blue electricity, aimed at Chu Fan's limbs. However, their movements appeared as slow as a snail in Chu Fan's eyes. He did not even move his feet. Instead, he swayed slightly, slipping through the gaps between the 4 stun batons like a ghost, his hands shooting out like lightning. Crack, 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 crack. For crisp sounds of bones breaking echoed simultaneously. The wrists of the 4 security personnel holding the batons were crushed by Chu Fan at an unbelievable speed and precision. Oh! Cries of agony erupted as the stun batons fell to the ground. Chu Fan's toes tapped the ground, and the 4 fallen stun batons flew out, as if controlled by an invisible hand, striking precisely at the knees of the other 4 security personnel, rushing up behind them. Thud! Thud! Another 4 men fell to their knees, screaming in pain. All of this happened in the... Chu Fan remained standing in place, as if he had never moved, while the 8 security personnel on the ground groaned in agony, bearing witness to what had just transpired. Fast. Ruthless. Precise. Everyone was stunned by this terrifying display of skill. The smug expressions on Song Zhe and Chu Tao's faces instantly froze, turning into shock. He had seen many experts, but never anyone like Chu Fan, who made it look so easy, instantly incapacitating 8 skilled fighters. All together. Use guns. Song Zhe was completely panicking, yelling hoarsely. He never expected Chu Fan to be so formidable. Several men, clearly core bodyguards of the Song family bulging at their waists, heeded his command and drew their guns without hesitation. The dark muzzles of the guns were instantly aimed at Chu Fan. Chu Fan, kneel. Otherwise I'll shoot, shouted a head bodyguard sternly. They were going to shoot. The nature of the situation had completely escalated. Su Qingjia's siblings changed color, instinctively wanting to rush over, but were frozen in place by a glance from Chu Fan. Chu Fan looked at the gun barrels, his expression showing no sign of disturbance. Instead, a cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. Shoot. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed towards the armed bodyguards. An invisible, suffocating aura suddenly locked onto the few of them. The bodyguards felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, their hairs standing on end, and their hands holding the guns trembled uncontrollably. It was as if they had been targeted by some prehistoric beast, and the courage to pull the trigger was swiftly draining away. "You dare to point a gun at me?" Chu Fan's voice was like that from the depths of hell. "You are worthy of that." Before the words could leave his mouth, he abruptly vanished from his spot. Not as if he was fast, but as if he had teleported, appearing directly in front of the armed bodyguards. Bang, 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 bang. Several short, dull thuds sounded. The bodyguards didn't even see Chu Fan's movements, only felt intense pain in their wrists, chests, and abdomens simultaneously. It was as if they had been struck by a speeding train, blood spraying from their mouths as they were sent flying, their guns slipping from their hands and soaring into the air. Chu Fan's figure flashed again, darting between the falling men like a phantom. He caught all the guns in midair, his hands moving in a bewildering display of dismantling. Crack, crack, crack. The metal parts rained down to the ground. When Chu Fan stood still again, those guns had turned into a pile of broken pieces scattered everywhere. In his hands, he was left with only a few golden bullets. He toyed with one bullet between his fingers, his gaze coldly directed at the pale-faced Song Zhe and the Chu brothers. "Now it's my turn." Chu Fan flicked his finger. Whoosh! The bullet shot out faster than it could be fired from the gun, accompanied by a piercing sound as it hurtled towards Song Zhe. "Song Shao, be careful!" Chu Tao exclaimed in horror, his voice cracking. Song Zhe had no time to react, and only felt a sharp, warm pain in his ear as the bullet grazed past him, leaving a trail of blood. Then with a ding, it embedded itself deeply into the marble pillar behind him. Song Zhe stood frozen in place, his ear burning with pain, warm liquid flowing down as he trembled and touched his hand to his ear, which was now covered in blood. A whiff of urine reached him. He had been so frightened that he lost control. Chu Fan did not continue the attack, but merely stared coldly at Song Zhe, taking a step forward. "All bodyguards, take your positions and swear to protect Song Shao at all costs." The head bodyguard shouted, and instantly a group of security rushed forward. They sensed the terrifying, killing intent emanating from Chu Fan. Chu Fan lightly stepped onto the ground. Boom! A deep, muffled sound reverberated, as if he were not stepping on the ground, but on everyone's hearts. From the point where he landed, a visible, transparent wave of energy suddenly erupted, sweeping around like a hurricane. The 17 or 18 security personnel at the front were struck as if by an invisible sledgehammer. They were thrown back faster than they had charged in, unable to even scream. They collided with those behind them, tumbling together like rolling gourds, each spitting blood, bones broken instantly, losing their combat effectiveness. The others were also knocked off balance by this terrifying wave, staggering and disrupting their formation. The entire hall was a mess, with tables overturned, dishes shattered, and decorations falling in disarray. The fierce wind even lifted the skirts of some female guests, exposing their long, fair thighs, causing screams to erupt. Such terror from just a single step. The remaining security and Song family's bodyguards were so frightened that their souls fled, frozen in place, no longer daring to step forward. Their gazes toward Chu Fan were as if they were looking at a divine being descended to earth. Song Zhe was even more terrified, his legs giving way as he slumped to the ground, his pants soaked through his face, pale, forgetting even the pain in his ear, overwhelmed by boundless fear. Chu Fan walked forward, traversing the chaotic crowd of terrified people, as if taking a leisurely stroll, moving toward the crumpled Song Zhe. Each step seemed to land on the hearts of everyone present, causing their breaths to catch. "Chu Fan, are you insane?" Chu Tao gritted his teeth against the pain of his broken fingers, forcing himself to stand in front of Song Zhe. "Give me some face." Slap. The crisp sound of a slap was like the last straw that broke Chu Tao's will. He was spun around twice by the force of the slap, half of his face instantly swollen, his teeth mixed with blood flying out, stars dancing before his eyes, his ears ringing as he nearly fainted. Holding his face, he looked at Chu Fan with disbelief and deep resentment, but more than that there was a profound fear. "You." He trembled, but could not utter a complete sentence. "Get lost." Chu Fan's voice was icy, as if looking at a foul insect blocking his way. "Chu Fan, you are utterly arrogant. What do you want to do?" Chu Peng shouted angrily, pointing at Chu Fan. "Song Zhe is the beloved youngest grandson of old Song. Do you really dare to touch him?" "Exactly. Chu Fan, you are simply lawless, causing chaos at old Song's birthday banquet and still wanting to harm Song Shao. Do you know the consequences?" Chu Jia also jumped in to chime in, his fierce demeanor belying his cowardice. Though these two brothers were also afraid of Chu Fan upon seeing their elder brother Chu Tao being struck, They felt that on Song's territory Chu Fan should still have some reservations. Thus, they mustered their courage to stand up, hoping to leverage the Song family's strength to pressure Chu Fan and at the same time demonstrate their loyalty in front of the Song family. Chu Fan looked at these two clowns who had jumped out, his eyes filled with disdain. He couldn't even be bothered to speak, simply raising his hand and pointing at Chu Peng and Chu Jie, each with a casual gesture. Puff, puff. Two invisible finger winds shot forth. Chu Peng and Chu Jie felt as if they had been struck hard in the chest with a heavy hammer, pain surging through them. Simultaneously, they spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering back several steps before falling to the ground. Their faces turned pale, their energy drained, unable to speak further, only able to look at Chu Fan with terror in their eyes. Shooting from a distance. What kind of divine ability is this? The Song family's bodyguards and guests, who had slightly regained their courage due to Chu Peng and Chu Jie stepping up, were once again terrified out of their wits. The way they looked at Chu Fan was no longer that of a person, but as if looking at a divine being walking among them. Step aside. Everyone get out of the way. Commander Song is coming. At that moment, a commotion arose at the entrance of the hall. 30 or so soldiers armed to the teeth and with stern expressions rushed in, quickly, skillfully parting the crowd and taking up advantageous positions. Though their guns were not aimed at anyone in particular, the oppressive atmosphere made the already tense situation even more suffocating. Following closely behind was a man dressed in a sharp military uniform with the insignia of a general on his shoulder, his demeanor imposing without needing to be angry, striding in amidst a group of officers and guards. He was the pillar of the Song family's third-generation, Song Ze's second brother, the powerful deputy commander of the 2nd Military District of Sioux City, Song Weigua. He had been handling official business in the military district when he received an urgent notification from home that something had gone wrong at the birthday banquet and his brother Song Ze might be in peril, prompting him to rush over with a guard detail. Upon entering, Song Weigua immediately saw the chaos on the floor, the wailing guards, the blood-spitting, collapsed Chu brothers, and Song Ze, supported by someone pale-faced with a twisted and deformed right hand, trembling uncontrollably. Third brother. Song Weiguo's eyes widened with fury as he quickly rushed to Song Ze's side. Seeing his brother's tragic state, especially that obviously ruined right hand, an overwhelming rage surged to his head. Who did this? Song Weigua suddenly turned, his gaze sharp as a knife, sweeping across the room, his voice booming like an enraged lion infused with the ferocity of a battle-hardened soldier. Everyone caught in his gaze lowered their heads involuntarily, not daring to breathe. They saw Song Weiguo's fury resembling that of a wounded beast. Along with him was a team of fierce veterans, clearly battle-tested and bloodied, causing Su Yuanta's heart to tighten. This commander himself had relied more on family resources and seniority to rise. Though he had also faced some situations compared to Song Weigua, a true blood-soaked warrior with remarkable achievements, he was lacking in power, momentum, and that fierce aura. He knew that the situation had escalated. Song Weigua was not like Song Ze, who needed to weigh the pros and cons and save face. This was a man who would decisively take action and fiercely protect his own. If his brother had lost a hand, he would undoubtedly seek revenge at any cost. Su Yuantu instinctively glanced at Chu Fan, only to see him still calm, even with a hint of faint mockery in his gaze. As if the one who held the reins of power and exuded killing intent was not a fierce military commander, but rather a clown. Second brother. It's that Chu Fan. Song Ze pointed at Chu Fan, his voice trembling with resentment. Seeing the furious expression on his second brother's face, a glimmer of hope arose in his heart. Perhaps these elite soldiers brought by his brother could suppress Chu Fan. Chu Fan. Song Weiguo's bloodshot eyes instantly locked onto Chu Fan, his gaze as sharp as a knife, wishing he could tear Chu Fan to shreds. Did you hurt my brother? Facing his gaze, Chu Fan calmly nodded. It was me. Good. You have guts. Song Weigua laughed in anger. In Sioux City, you dare to admit to hurting someone from the Song family. You, a dog of the Chu family from 7 years ago, imprisoned for 7 years for committing rape. Haven't you been reformed in there? Do you dare to come out and offend my Song family? Who gave you the courage? Kid, if I don't strip your skin and pull out your tendons today, I will write my name backward. He waved his hand. Take him down. If there is any resistance, kill without mercy. Yes. The 20 or so elite soldiers responded in unison, the sound deafening. They moved in perfect synchronization, instantly raising their guns, the dark muzzles aimed squarely at Chu Fan. A unique atmosphere of iron-blooded slaughter pervaded the battlefield, making the surrounding temperature seem to drop several degrees. These were not ordinary security or bodyguards, but true elite soldiers, hardened warriors who had experienced actual combat. Protect Mr. Chu. Su Yuantu took the lead and stepped forward. Though he felt apprehensive about Song Weiguo's iron-blooded troops, he and Su Qingya did not hesitate to stand in front of Chu Fan with the Su family's bodyguards. This was someone the grandfather had ordered to protect at all costs, also potentially their Su family's greatest reliance for the future. Even in the face of guns, they could not retreat. Although the Su family bodyguards were also skilled compared to Song Weiguo's truly blooded elite soldiers, their momentum was clearly lacking. But their eyes were resolute, equally prepared to fight to the death. Tension filled the air. The atmosphere was frozen to a breaking point. A violent clash was about to erupt. Su Yuantu, what does your Su family mean by this? Song Weiguo's eyelids twitched, his face cold. Does the Su family really want to offend my Song family for this dog of the Chu family? For a dog of a fallen family like Chu Fan, is it worth completely severing ties with the deeply rooted and powerful Song family? This was the question in the minds of everyone present, and the final ultimatum that Song Weiguo issued to the Su family. Su Yuantu's heart tightened, cold sweat forming in his palms. He knew that the choice made at this moment would determine the future of the Su family. Should they completely align with the unfathomable, yet surrounded by enemies Chu Fan, or should they acquiesce to the situation, temporarily retreat, and maintain a facade of peace with the Song family? He subconsciously glanced at his sister Su Qingya. Su Qingya's delicate face was tense, but her eyes were exceptionally resolute. She recalled her grandfather's words about Chu Fan's terrifying strength and potential. More importantly, she had a hunch that if they retreated now, the Su family might temporarily stabilize, but in the future, they might lose far more, even be seen as traitors by Chu Fan and cast aside. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with her brother, her voice cold, yet resolute. Director Song, your words are erroneous. Mr. Chu is a distinguished guest of our Su family and a friend. When a friend is in trouble, how can our Su family stand by idly? As for offending the Song family, Su Qingya met Song Weiguo's icy gaze without flinching. The truth is clear to everyone present. It was Song Zhejiang, Zhao Qian, and others who repeatedly provoked and even sought to harm Mr. Chu first. Mr. Chu was forced to fight back. What fault is there in that? Our Su family seeks justice. What wrong is there in that? If the Song family intends to oppose our Su family for this, Su Qingya paused, her tone turning cold, then our Su family will have to accompany you to the end. Wow. Su Qingya's words were firm, clearly indicating the Su family's stance, supporting Chu Fan even at the cost of turning against the Song family. Everyone was shocked to see this Su family young lady, not expecting that she, a woman, could have such courage and decisiveness. Song Weiguo's face was dark enough to drip water. He hadn't expected the Su family to be so resolute. Good. Very good. Song Weiguo laughed in anger. Su family remembered today's words. He no longer looked at the Su siblings, his blood-red eyes locking back onto Chu Fan, the killing intent almost materializing. Chu Fan, even with the Su family protecting you, you won't leave here unscathed today. You harmed my brother and insulted my Song family. You must pay in blood. He suddenly waved his hand. First squad, control the Su family members. Second squad, target Chu Fan, kill without mercy. At the command, the soldiers immediately sprang into action. Some turned their guns toward the Su family bodyguards while others locked onto Chu Fan, fingers tightening on the triggers. The Su family bodyguards also nervously gripped their weapons. Seeing that conflict was inevitable, bloody violence was about to erupt. Just at that critical moment, enough! An elderly yet powerful voice filled with endless authority boomed like thunder from the side door of the. An old man dressed in a simple Zhongshan suit with graying hair and a thin face, but sharp eyes like an eagle's, swiftly entered, accompanied by several steady-breathing, evidently skilled elders. Seeing this old man, everyone, including the furious Song Weiguo and resolute Su Qingya, changed their expressions. Old Song. Old Master Song. The newcomer was the true anchor of the Song family, the father of the Song Weiguo brothers. A former giant in the military of Jiangnan province, now retired, yet still influential. Old Master Song Guozhong. Song Guozhong ignored the crowd's exclamations. He first glanced at the chaotic scene, and the tragic Song Zhe, his brow furrowing deeply, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes, but mostly a profound seriousness. Then his gaze fell on Chu Fan. That gaze was sharp and deep, as if it could penetrate through all disguises. Chu Fan also looked at the suddenly appearing ancestor of the Song family, his expression still calm. Their eyes met. After a moment, Song Guozhong slowly spoke, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable weight. Weiguo, take your people and withdraw. Father. Song Weiguo couldn't believe it. He heard Xiao Zhe. And, I told you to withdraw? Song Guozhong's tone suddenly intensified, carrying the authority of one who had long been in power and a hint of irrefutable decisiveness. Song Weigua trembled all over looking at his father's undeniable gaze. The anger and unwillingness in his heart ultimately transformed into submission. He glared fiercely at Chu Fan, gritted his teeth, and ordered everyone withdraw. The soldiers of the Song family retreated like a tide, but the tension in the air did not ease. Old Song, it seems I still have the upper hand. At the same time, another elderly voice rang out. The crowd looked over to see Su Huairan in a gray Zhongshan suit, smiling as he slowly walked down the stairs. Grandfather! Grandfather! Su Qingya and her brother were both surprised and delighted upon seeing Su Huairan calling out in unison. Su Huairan nodded slightly at them, but kept his gaze on Song Guozhong and Chu Fan, wearing an inscrutable smile. You flatter me, Su Huairan chuckled as he stepped forward, surveying the wrecked hall and the unconscious Song Zhe on the floor, then shook his head with a rueful sigh. Old Song, every generation has its fate. Why fly into such a rage? Young people squabble. It is only natural. Squabble. Song Guozhong pointed at Song Zhe's ruined hand, his voice icy. You call this a mere squabble? Old Su, stop muddling matters here. This will not end today. Now don't put it like that. Su Huairan waved his hand, turning to Chu Fan with a look of genuine approval. Young friend Chu may be headstrong and his methods severe, but there were reasons. I heard everything upstairs. It was your little Zhe and those useless boys who provoked things first. And then they bring guns. On the surface, his words urged reconciliation, but in truth they exposed the Song family's fault. Song Guozhong's face darkened further. He knew his clan was in the wrong, yet his grandson's mangled hand could not be swallowed with any calm. Worse still, Su family's obvious partiality and Chu Fan's display of power stung his pride. Su Huairan, are you set on protecting him today? Song Guozhong fixed his sharp gaze on his old rival. Not protecting, pleading for reasons, Su Huairan replied. Su smiled with the practiced air of a schemer. Of course, if old Song insists on using numbers and power to bully a young man, the Su family cannot stand idly by either. After years in retirement, these two Jiangnan magnates subtly found themselves at odds over Chu Fan in the midst of this birthday banquet. The guests dared not breathe. The scene surged from one shock to the next. Chu Fan watched the two elders argue on his behalf with unshaken composure. He had already guessed why Su Huairan had arrived so opportunely and defended him so fiercely. Beyond investment and flattery, Su sought to leverage Chu Fan's standing to suppress his old rival, the Song family. It mattered little to Chu Fan. So long as the Su family did not cross a red line, a temporary alliance posed no harm. Master. Song Guozhong's expression turned astonished and mocking. Old Su, have you lost your wits? You would have my grandchildren take him as master. The smile on Su Huairan's face faltered for a moment, then returned more meaningful than before. Old Song, you do not know. As the saying goes, those who are accomplished may be teachers. Su Huairan stroked his whiskers. Though young Chu friend possesses an unfathomable skill set that even I feel unworthy before. If Qingya and Yuantu can receive even a sliver of Chu Fan's instruction, it will be their blessing and a boon to the Su family. With those words, he not only solidified a master-disciple bond, but elevated Chu Fan to an exalted station. So much so that even Su Huairan professed deference. The surrounding guests exchanged bewildered glances. Even the venerable Su praising him so lavishly. What incomparable skill did Chu Fan truly possess? Song Guozhong felt a jolt. Su Huairan was a seasoned fox of calculation. He rarely bestowed such praise, especially upon someone so young. Could it be that Chu Fan harbored a trump card even Su feared, or a secret Su held in the highest? He looked at Chu Fan once more. From beginning to end, the young man had remained unervingly calm, a calm that chilled the heart. He had crippled Song Zhe's hand, faced a gun unflinchingly, and seemed detached amid the bickering between Song and Su. Such equanimity and quiet confidence were not ordinary. Su Huairan pulled Song Guozhong into a corner away from prying ears and lowered his voice to a rapid whisper. Old Song, heed me in this matter here today. It will be best for the Song family. Song Guozhong's fury had not subsided. End it. My grandson's hand is ruined. You want me to end it? Do you think I wish to persuade you? Su Huairan's face turned grave. I am saving your family. Do you think that Chu Fan is ordinary? Do you think he dares act so brazenly in suching simply because of the few men at his side, or because the Su family backs him? Song Guozhong frowned. What exactly do you know? Su lowered his voice until it was barely audible. I used every top-level connection I could, and guess all records of him after his imprisonment 7 years ago are blank. Not erased. Beyond my clearance, they are simply inaccessible. Even my old contacts in Jingdu replied with 4 words, top secret, do not inquire. Top secret, do not inquire. Song Guozhong's pupils constricted. If even Su Huiran's capital contacts spoke in such guarded terms, the implications were terrifying upon reflection. There's more. Su continued in that low tone. I suspect he may hail from certain special units we cannot. The revelation struck Song Guozhong like a thunderbolt. As an ex-military man, he understood what special units signified: instruments of the state with privileges and access that scared the imagination. Moreover, his earlier display, injuring at a distance, disabling a gun with his bare hand, is beyond ordinary capability. Su's tone grew heavier. He may be a legendary Zongshi, perhaps even beyond that. A Zongshi so young. Old Song, have you considered what that implies? Song Guozhong fell silent, cold sweat beading on his brow. Su Huiran's analysis had doused his fury with a basin of ice. Only dread and alarm remained. A Zongshi, young, shrouded in mystery, possibly tied to special units. Could the Song family truly provoke such a force? If they pressed Chu Fan too far, and those hidden powers intervened, the Song family's loss would not be limited to a single ruined hand. Yet Song Guozhong could not easily relinquish his grievance for the sake of prudence. But Zay's hand, one hand for the Song family's safety, is a fair exchange, Su Huiran said without hesitation. Besides, Zay and his companions provoked the trouble and even drew guns. If this escalates, it will ruin the Song family's reputation and future. Chu Fan spared Zay a worse fate. Look at his gaze earlier. That was the look of a man who truly could. Recollecting Chu Fan's icy composure, Song Guozhong shuddered involuntarily. So, shall we let it be? Song Guozhong ground his teeth. Su Huiran smiled wryly. What else do you want? To have the Song family crippled for life. Song weighed the costs and benefits. At last he drew a long breath as if aged in an instant. Very well, do as you say. He yielded, knowing it was the most rational course for now. When the two elders returned to the assembly, their faces bore a renewed calm. Song glanced at the unconscious Song. Zay swallowed his pain and waved to his kin. Take Zay to the hospital, see him treated properly. He then addressed the lingering guests in a low, stern voice. Today's affair was the folly of the younger generation who offended our honored guests. We apologize for the embarrassment. The banquet will continue. Please eat and drink as you please. With those words, he shouldered responsibility onto the juniors, granting Chu Fan a face-saving retreat and preserving the last shred of Song family dignity. The guests breathed as if pardoned, relaxation washing over them, even as private thoughts churned through what they had witnessed would give them much to ponder. Young friend Chu, forgive this day's affront, and thank you for your mercy. I apologize on behalf of my wayward son. Song Guozhong bowed slightly, a gesture that left the crowd agape. Murmurs rippled through the guests' goodness. Chu Fan holds so much sway, forcing old Song to bow. Incredible. 7 years in prison. What did Chu Fan endure in there? Old Song had been proud his whole life, never bowing to anyone. Chu Fan stared at Song Guozhong, then unexpectedly shifted tone. You're sick. Go and die. Chu Fan's words struck like thunder on a clear day, leaving everyone's heads buzzing. What replaced it was shock, shame, and a hint of panic. What? What did you say? Song Guozhong's voice trembled, unsure if it was from anger or something else. The guests around were so astonished that their jaws nearly dropped. Chu Fan not only rejected Song Lao's apology, but also directly accused him of being sick and near death. This was too disrespectful, wasn't it? No, this was not just a lack of respect. It was a blatant curse and provocation. Su Huiran was also stunned, looking at Chu Fan in confusion. Even if Chu Fan was arrogant, it was unreasonable to say such things at this moment. This was equivalent to tearing off all pretense. Su Qingyao and Su Yuantu were so tense that their palms were sweating. Chu Fan, are you seeking death? Daring to curse my father? Song Weiguo was furious, filled with rage. Song Zay gritted his teeth and scolded, Father, do you see? He doesn't appreciate our Song family's kindness. Chu Fan. The newly arrived Su Jiangwo shouted angrily, if you want to die, don't drag the Su family down with you. Song Lao has already given Su Lao face by not pursuing this. How could you push further? How can Song Lao bear this? Yet Chu Fan remained unfazed, his gaze sharp as a knife, directly meeting Song Guozhong's eyes, as if he could see through his very insides. There is black energy hidden in your brow, your forehead lacks brightness, and although your breathing is strong, it is obstructed. Especially at the heart's pulse, your qi and blood are blocked, forming a deadlock. If I guess correctly, have you recently experienced heart palpitations, chest tightness, night sweats, and occasional numbness in your left arm, with little effect from ordinary medicine? Song Guozhong's complexion turned paler with each word Chu Fan spoke. By the end, his face was ashen, filled with disbelief and horror. Because the symptoms Chu Fan described were exactly what he had, and not a single detail was off. He had privately consulted numerous famous doctors, even utilizing military medical resources. But none could identify the specific cause of his illness, only prescribing some regulating medicines which indeed had poor effects. This was his greatest secret and fear which he hadn't fully disclosed even to his family. How could this Chu Fan, just by looking a few times, articulate his symptoms so clearly? How? How do you know? Song Guozhong exclaimed, unable to maintain his composure. I have some knowledge of medicine, Chu Fan replied calmly. This is not an ordinary illness, but rather a severe internal injury from years ago that affected your heart pulse, and at that time, it was not cured, leaving hidden dangers. Now that you are older with declining qi and blood, these hidden dangers have erupted, causing stagnation in the heart pulse's key points. If not cleared in time, at most 3 months. 3 months. Song Guozhong felt as if struck by lightning, stumbling back a step, supported hastily by his bodyguards. He knew his own body. It was clear that he had been feeling increasingly unwell lately, just stubbornly refusing to admit it. Chu Fan's diagnosis perfectly matched his own feelings, and the vague hints from those famous doctors even more specific and despairing. The surrounding guests also snapped back to reality from their shock, their gazes toward Chu Fan shifting once again. Could it be? He was not only powerful in martial arts, but also exceptional in medicine. Could he even see through Song Lao's hidden ailment at a glance? Su Waren's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he looked at Chu Fan with even more fervor. Mastering both martial prowess and medical skills, this young man was simply a genius. Chu Xiaoyu. Song Guozhong's voice was dry, carrying a hint of an unrecognized plea. Can you find a way to cure the ailment? In that moment, all hatred seemed trivial in the face of life and death. Chu Fan looked at him, and after a moment of silence spoke slowly. Clearing the stagnation and reconnecting the heart pulse requires special methods supplemented by rare medicinal materials to solidify the foundation and nurture the essence. The process is painful. Thud. Song Weiguo's legs buckled and he knelt directly in front of Chu Fan, throwing aside all previous conflicts. As the saying goes, a man's knees are worth gold, especially for a tough man like Song Weiguo. This kneel from Song Weiguo was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up waves. This iron-blooded soldier had just been filled with murderous intent, ready to avenge his brother. Yet at this moment, for his father's life, he unhesitatingly cast away all dignity and pride, kneeling heavily before Chu Fan. Mr. Chu, I beg you to save my father. Song Weiguo's forehead touched the ground, his voice choked and earnest. What just happened was my recklessness. I was blind to the truth. Punish me as you will. I, Song Weiguo, have no complaints. I only ask that you save my father. The Iron Man's gentle heart, his filial piety, was evident. This scene moved many guests present, causing them to look at Song Weiguo with less fear and more complex. Song Guozhong looked at his son kneeling on the ground, his eyes reddening, filled with mixed emotions. Chu Fan looked at the kneeling Song Weiguo, his expression still calm, not immediately allowing him to rise. Commander Song, you just said you would kill without question, Chu Fan said mildly. Song Weiguo's body trembled, and he buried his head lower. I was wrong. Do as you see fit, Mr. Chu. I only ask that you extend a helping hand. Get up, Chu Fan finally spoke. For the sake of your filial heart, I can overlook what just happened. Song Weiguo felt like he had received a great reprieve, hurriedly rising, but still standing respectfully to the side, keeping his posture very low. Chu Fan looked back at Song Guozhong. Prepare a quiet room for me. Chu Fan's request was simple and direct. Upon hearing, Song Guozhong hesitated not at all, immediately instructing those nearby, hurry. Get the top floor suite ready. No unauthorized personnel are allowed near. The Song family was highly efficient. Soon Chu Fan was escorted to the top floor suite. This was clearly a place where Song Guozhong usually rested or received his most important guests. The environment was serene, the furnishings ancient and simple, with excellent sound insulation. Su Qingya and Su Yuantu were left outside to wait. Inside the suite, only Chu Fan and the Song father and son remained. Dr. Chu, do you think this place is suitable? Song Guozhong maintained a very humble demeanor. Chu Fan nodded, indicating for Song Guozhong to sit. Song Weiguo stood respectfully by the side, like the most loyal guardian. Relax and do not resist. Chu Fan set his palm hovering above Song Guozhong's head again. He not only warmed and guided, but also separated a strand of subtle true essence, like the most precise silver needle, deeply probing into the heart pulse of Song Guozhong, carefully investigating the root of the old injury and the specific condition of the blockage. Song Guozhong felt an even more pure and penetrating warmth flowing into his body. Wherever it passed, even the tiniest lesions seemed to be illuminated. He dared not make the slightest movement, fully relaxing and cooperating. After a moment, Chu Fan withdrew his palm, a glint of understanding flashing in his eyes. When you were young, did your heart pulse suffer a penetrating injury? Chu Fan asked, his tone certain. Song Guzhong's body trembled, and disbelief flickered in his eyes. Dr. Chu. You can see this. Song Weiguo also wore a look of astonishment. It was a top secret of the Song family that their father had suffered a penetrating injury on the battlefield in his youth, affecting his heart and lungs, known to very few. Moreover, after receiving the highest level of treatment back, then there were no visible scars. How could Chu Fan uncover it? The wound was handled well, it preserved your life. Chu Fan said lightly, then changed the subject. But it injured the source of the heart pulse, and it was not fully repaired at that time, leaving an irreversible hidden injury. As time passed with age, the qi and blood weakened, the hidden injury erupted, and the stagnant blood blocked the vital points of the heart pulse, forming a deadlock. Ordinary medical skills indeed find it difficult to cure completely. He paused for a moment, and continued. To completely cure it, one must first use the 9 yang divine needles method to forcefully open the blocked deadlock. The process will be extremely painful, like scraping bones and washing marrow. Then it is necessary to use the 9 orifices heart-resuming pill to solidify the foundation and nourish the heart pulse, compensating for the deficiency of the source. Finally, special breathing guidance techniques are needed to slowly restore the vitality of the heart pulse. With each word, Chu Fan spoke the hope in Song Guozhong, and his son's eyes brightened. But when they heard 9 orifices heart-resuming pill and 9 yang divine needle, they couldn't help but show concern. Dr. Chu, what kind of medicine is this 9 orifices heart-resuming pill? The Song family will spare no effort in searching for it. Song Guozhong hurriedly said. The medicinal materials required for this pill are extremely rare, and some of the main ingredients are probably seldom seen in the secular world. Chu Fan picked up a pen and paper from the table, quickly writing a list and handing it to Song Guozhong. This is the list of required medicinal materials. You can try your best to gather them first. Additionally, the gold needle needs to be specially made. I will inform you of the requirements. As for the guidance technique, I will teach you when your body can bear it. Song Guozhong took the list with both hands, as if holding a life-saving divine medicine. Looking closely, he saw that it listed dozens of medicinal materials, including century-old blood ginseng, earthly heart fire, lotus cold, jade marrow, dragon spikenard, and more. More than half of them he had never even heard of, and it was clear at a glance that they were not ordinary items. Yet he showed no hesitation and solemnly put it away, saying, Dr. Chu, rest assured the Song family will spare no effort and stop at nothing to gather these medicinal materials. Chu Fan nodded and continued, before that I will first administer acupuncture to you once to clear part of the blockage, relieve symptoms, and ensure your safety for 3 months. After saying this, he instructed Song Guozhong to remove his upper clothing, revealing his chest. Then from an ancient needle pouch he took out several gold needles of varying lengths, as thin as cow hair, but shimmering with a faint golden light. Upon seeing these gold needles, both Song Guozhong and his son felt a jolt in their hearts. These were definitely not ordinary silver needles. Chu Fan's gaze was focused, and his movements were lightning fast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The gold needles precisely pierced into several major acupoints around Song Guzhong's heart pulse, sinking frequency into the flesh, gently vibrating. With each needle that struck, Song Guozhong felt varying sensations of soreness, numbness, swelling, or slight stabbing pain at his heart, but it was not uncomfortable. Instead, it felt like the stagnant substances were being stirred up, creating a sense of unimpeded flow. Chu Fan gently twisted the needle tips like the most delicate craftsman, carefully shaking and flushing the stagnant meridians and acupoints. Song Guzhong's forehead gradually oozed fine beads of sweat, and his body trembled slightly. Clearly he was enduring considerable pain, but he gritted his teeth and held on without a word. Song Weiguo watched nervously from the side, his fists clenched. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Chu Fan suddenly withdrew the needles. Wow! Song Guozhong opened his mouth wide and spat out a small mouthful of dark red thick blood that was as viscous as ink. The blood fell to the ground, emitting a faint stench. After vomiting, Song Guozhong felt his chest clear up as if he had unloaded a heavy burden. Breathing became incredibly smooth, and the previously lingering pain and palpitations in his chest had almost disappeared. He felt completely refreshed, and even his complexion had become much rosier. Father, Song Weiguo exclaimed in delight. I feel so much better. Really so much better. Song Guzhong's voice trembled with excitement. Looking at Chu Fan, his gaze was filled with immense gratitude and reverence. Dr. Chu, you truly are the reincarnation of Huata, the reincarnation of BNK. This is just the first step. As Chu Fan put away the gold needles, his expression remained calm. The stagnant blood has been expelled in part, and the heart pulse is temporarily unblocked. But the root cause remains, and care must still be taken to regulate it, taking medicine on time, avoiding anger, and not overexerting yourself. Once the medicinal materials and specially made gold needles are ready, inform me for the second treatment. Yes. I will definitely follow your medical advice. Song Guozhong hurriedly replied at this moment, treating Chu Fan's words as divine orders. Young friend, Chu, my birthday banquet is about to begin. Oh, why not sit at the same table with me and old Su? Song Guozhong sincerely invited Chu Fan as a gesture of his attitude. After all, Chu Fan's presence was due to an invitation from Su Huiran, and he was there to become familiar without even preparing a birthday gift. Song Guozhong's personal invitation carried significant weight. This was not only an expression of gratitude and goodwill. It was also a declaration to all the guests present in the entire Su city. Chu Fan is the most distinguished guest of the Song family. Whoever touches Chu Fan is an enemy of the Song family. The previous conflicts, insults, and grudges seemed trivial in the face of the life-and-death gratitude and the terrifying strength and potential displayed by Chu Fan. At least on the surface, the Song family had to show the most respectful posture. Su Huiran watched from the side, feeling emotional. This old fellow Song Guozhong truly knows how to bend and stretch, possessing top-notch skills in evaluating the situation. So quickly adjusting his mindset and posture, he not only resolved the enmity, but also sought to use the opportunity to tie Chu Fan to the Song family's chariot, or at least establish a closer connection. Looking into Song Guozhong's sincere eyes, Chu Fan pondered briefly and nodded. All right. Great. Young friend, Chu old Su, please follow me. Song Guozhong's face lit up with joy as he personally led the way. Song Weigua quickly followed, showing utmost respect. This scene left the guests who had just returned to the banquet hall in astonishment once again. The parties who had been at daggers drawn just moments ago, almost spilling blood, were now so harmonious. Song Lao personally leading the way, Song Junzhong respectfully following, inviting Chu Fan and Su Huiran to the main table. This reversal was just too fast. Everyone looked at Chu Fan with increasingly complex and odd expressions. There was even a hint of curiosity. This young man not only possesses divine martial arts and medical skills, but also wields such remarkable means of winning hearts. Just a moment ago, they wished to tear Chu Fan apart, leaving no bones behind. In such a short time, he had transformed from an enemy of the Song family into a guest of honor. Could it be that Chu Fan really healed the hidden ailment of Song Lao? The guests murmured quietly, all wanting to know just how formidable Chu Fan's medical skills truly. Chu Fan paid no heed to the discussions around him. The main table was situated in the most prominent position of the banquet hall, where only the most distinguished figures of Jiangnan province or the closest allies of the Song family could be seated. Seeing Song Guozhong personally escorting Chu Fan and Su Huiran over the other dignitaries at the table showed expressions of surprise, but soon adjusted their expressions and politely stood up to greet them. Song Guozhong arranged for Chu Fan to sit in the prime position on his right, with Su Huiran beside him, while he himself occupied the main seat. Song Weigua sat together with Su Qingya and her brother. This arrangement further underscored Chu Fan's status in Song Guozhong's heart. The birthday banquet officially commenced in a subtly complex atmosphere. On the surface, everything appeared harmonious with toasts exchanged, yet everyone's attention was to varying degrees focused on the main table, especially on the remarkably young yet imposing figure of Chu Fan. Chu Fan wore a calm expression, occasionally raising his glass in acknowledgement, saying little, and quietly listening to the conversations around him. Soon the banquet reached its climax. Guests began presenting birthday gifts. This was not only a means of congratulating the birthday star, but also a showcase of individual strength and a comparison of relationships. One by one, exquisitely prepared valuable gifts were presented, including precious paintings, antique treasures, jade and emerald artifacts, and a dazzling array of renowned handcrafted items, eliciting waves of admiration. Song Guozhong smiled, thanking each presenter, but there was little ripple in his eyes. At his level, he had long since grown indifferent to such worldly possessions. When it was the turn of some heavyweight guests, the gifts became even more astonishing. A certain real estate tycoon presented a foot-tall statue of Guanyin, carved from mutton fat, white jade, crystal clear and luminous. It was said to be an antiquity from the previous dynasty, while a certain energy magnate offered a peak masterpiece from a contemporary national painting master rich in meaning and worth a fortune. Others presented rare medicinal herbs and precious gems. Su Huairan gifted an ancient inkstone used by a great scholar from the previous dynasty, symbolizing deep significance fitting his identity and relationship with Song Guozhong, prompting Song Guozhong to stroke his beard, smile, and nod in approval. However, all eyes inadvertently drifted to the young Chu Fan at the main seat. This young guest had stirred the entire banquet since his arrival, showcasing astonishing strength and background, even making the Song family bow. What gift would he present? And in what manner would he deliver it? Before Chu Fan could express himself, another commotion arose at the entrance, drawing everyone's attention. One luxury car after another slowly came to a stop at the entrance, and a group of 40 to 50 burly men in black suits stepped out. Following that, a Rolls-Royce Phantom opened its door and a tall girl with natural beauty and exquisite features emerged from the vehicle. Then another young girl stepped out of the car, a few years older than the first, exuding an air of arrogance and dressed in luxurious attire. Several young gentlemen also descended from other luxury cars, displaying remarkable demeanor. Miss Song Air has arrived. The Jiang family of Jiangnan Province is here. The Chun family of Jiangnan Province is here. The Meng family of Jiangnan Province is here. The announcement at the entrance was like another stone thrown into a calm lake, once again capturing everyone's attention. Miss Song Qingyao, the second daughter of Song Guozhong, had been attending university in the provincial capital since childhood. The Jiang Linchun and Meng families were the most prestigious families in Jiangnan Province, especially the Jiang family, which stood alongside the Lin family as the true powerhouses of Jiangnan Province. What caught Chu Fan's attention was that among the group of elegantly dressed, uniquely poised noble women, he spotted a familiar figure, Su Wan. Su Wan also noticed Chu Fan, but after a brief, indifferent glance, she withdrew her gaze. Chu Fan frowned. It seemed that after the last incident, Su Wan had been sternly reprimanded by her parents. Soon the group of young nobles and noble women, accompanied by their family bodyguards, entered the hall with their gifts. Is this the most high-end restaurant in Sioux City? It's not even as good as a fly-infested diner in the provincial capital. The sharp, biting critique sounded especially jarring in the slightly silent hall. The speaker was a young girl dressed extravagantly with exquisite makeup, who appeared to be the daughter of a small family from the provincial capital following Jiangning. This remark caused several local guests from Sioux City to turn pale, yet due to the influence of these families from the provincial capital, they dared not express their anger. Jiang Ying's face revealed a hint of smugness, clearly enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention and making casual comments. Song Qingyao frowned slightly, but said nothing. Her personality was relatively gentle, not favoring such ostentatious behavior. Meanwhile, Su Wan was chatting and laughing with the nearby noblewoman. Upon hearing the critique, Chu Fan's gaze turned slightly cold, but he did not erupt. A mere clown was not worth his energy. However, Su Yuanta beside him could not contain himself. A frog at the bottom of a well. Su Yuanta snorted softly, his voice not loud, but enough for those nearby to hear. How can the depth and cuisine of Tianjiao Rinjian be understood by certain nouveau riches? Who are you calling a nouveau riche? The sharp-tongued girl exclaimed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, glaring at Su Yuanta. Her family had risen through relocation, receiving 10 billion in compensation, making them indeed a new power in the provincial capital, and she was particularly sensitive about being called a nouveau riche. Whoever speaks up is who I'm referring to. Su Yuantu, now backed by Chu Fan, felt much more confident, and having come from a military background, he exuded a certain toughness. You? The sharp-tongued girl turned red with anger. All right, Chang Jiao, let's keep it down a bit. Jiang Ying waved her hand, feigning generosity. But her gaze shot a cold glance at Su Yuantu before landing on Chu Fan. It seems that friends from Sioux City have quite the temper. Grandpa Song, your birthday banquet is truly lively. This remark was laced with barbs, subtly suggesting that the people from Sioux City were ignorant of the rules and disrupted the atmosphere of the banquet. Song Guzhong's expression soured slightly, and he chose not to argue with the junior. Chu Fan finally raised his eyes to look at Jiang Ying, speaking in a flat tone. Whether the banquet is lively depends on the host's intentions, as well as the guest's quality. If someone intends to cause trouble, then naturally it becomes lively. His words directly pointed the finger at Jiang Ying's group, who were stirring up trouble. Jiang Ying did not expect Chu Fan to be so direct, her face darkening. What do you mean? Are you saying we have no quality? Whether one has quality, one knows in their heart. Chu Fan was too lazy to waste words with her. The gifts are delivered, so hurry up and take your seats to eat. If you're not going to eat, then get lost. His almost dismissive tone caused Jiang Ying and the group of young nobles behind her to change their expressions. How arrogant! How dare you speak to Miss Jiang Air like that? Who are you? You'd better not be too arrogant. Jiang Ying shouted angrily, pointing at Chu Fan and sneering coldly. Don't think that just because you're at the main table you can consider yourself a figure of importance. In front of the Jiang family, you are nothing at all. The Jiang family. Chu Fan's lips curled into a sneer. Is that something to be proud of? Boom. His words struck like thunder, reverberating once more, openly disrespecting the Jiang family. Chu Fan's audacity was simply beyond measure. Seeing this, Song Qingyao quickly spoke to comfort Jiang Ying. All right, Ying, today is my father's birthday banquet. Why argue with a nameless nobody? Qingyao, how can a nameless nobody dare to sit at the main table with your father? A young noble standing beside Jiang Ying mocked coldly. Song Qingyou's expression darkened as she quickly approached the main table, casting a glance at Chu Fan. Father, who is this person? Song Weiguo stood by, sweating profusely, desperately signaling his sister Song Qingyao to stop talking recklessly and to leave quickly. He was acutely aware of his father's current attitude towards Chu Fan, who was regarded as a revered divine doctor and noble benefactor. Unfortunately, Song Qingyao was in a fit of anger and felt embarrassed in front of her friend Jiang Ying, completely oblivious to her brother's signals, or perhaps she noticed but chose to ignore them. Unfortunately, Song Qingyao was in a fit of anger and felt embarrassed in front of her friend Jiang Ying, completely oblivious. What is my father's status? How dare you sit at the same table with him? Song Guozhong saw his daughter acting so recklessly and then looked at the expressions of the provincial city youths around them, who were waiting to see a joke. His anger flared even more. He had just expressed the utmost respect towards Chu Fan, and now his daughter was trying to undermine that. This not only slapped Chu Fan's face, but also his as a father. It made it seem as if the Song family was completely incapable of teaching their daughter, lacking even the most basic etiquette and discernment. As Song Qingyou's hand reached halfway and had not yet touched Chu Fan's sleeve, a crisp and resounding slap suddenly echoed. It was not Chu Fan who struck. It was Song Weiguo. This iron-blooded general, witnessing his sister's reckless attempt to strike Chu Fan, was filled with a mix of shock and anger. Without caring about sibling feelings, he stepped forward and swung his arm, delivering a fierce slap to Song Qingyou's face. The slap was powerful, causing Song Qingyao to stumble and spin around. One side of her cheek instantly swelled and turned red, marked by a clear 5-finger print, her ear buzzing, her vision darkening, nearly fainting on the spot. Brother, you hit me. Song Qingyao covered her face, looking at her usually loving brother in disbelief, her tears bursting forth. Throughout her life, her brother had never struck her. Since childhood, Song Qingyao had been regarded as the precious daughter of the Song family, spoiled and pampered, never to be hit. But today her brother actually slapped her publicly at their father's birthday banquet for the sake of an unknown minor character. This left Song Qingyao horrified and unable to accept. I'm hitting you for being so reckless. Song Weiguo's anger erupted, pointing at her nose and scolding, who gave you the audacity to disrespect Mr. Chu? Still dare to lay a hand? I see you are spoiled to the point of being oblivious to the world. Kneel down and apologize to Mr. Chu immediately. Otherwise I will break your legs. Kneel and apologize. Break my legs. Song Weiguo's merciless reprimand and punishment left everyone dumbfounded. This elder brother actually struck his sister so harshly to defend Chu Fan. What kind of person was this Chu Fan that made the Song family father and son so fearful and even terrified? The surrounding guests were utterly stunned. This birthday banquet had so many twists and explosive moments, it was truly eye-opening. Why should I? Song Qingyou's eyes brimmed with tears as she covered her flushed face, looking aggrieved at Song Guozhong dad. Song Guozhong immediately glared at her, his voice stern enough. Mr. Chu is our esteemed guest. He is also the benefactor who saved your father. You must apologize to Mr. Chu. Apologize? Me, the dignified daughter of the Song family, apologized to a minor character? Faced with her father's reprimand, Song Qingyao was both shocked and angry. She simply could not understand or accept it. Impossible. I will never apologize to him. His saving you is his own business. What does it have to do with me? Song Qingyou's tearful refusal continued. Throughout my life, you and my brother have never struck me, but now for this person you both hit and scold me. You promised my mother that you would never lay a finger on me, including you and my brother. My mother passed away only a few years ago. Have you forgotten her dying words? Bringing up her deceased mother and her last words caused both Song Guozhong and Song Weiguo's expressions to change dramatically. A flash of pain and guilt crossed Song Guozhong's eyes, while Song Weiguo's tightly clenched fists relaxed slightly, revealing a struggle on his face. Indeed, he had promised his late wife to take good care of their youngest daughter and never harm her in any way. Now after striking his sister out of desperation, he was about to force her to kneel and apologize in public. The surrounding guests also showed strange expressions. They never expected the matter to involve the late Mrs. Song. The Song family father and son were likely to be in a difficult position. Seeing her father and brother's expressions soften, Song Tianjiao felt a bit more settled, but her grievance deepened, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, as if she had suffered the greatest injustice. Chu Fan observed all of this with a calm demeanor. He did not care whether Song Tianjiao would apologize. The pride of a spoiled young lady was worthless in his eyes. What he cared about was the Song family's attitude, and whether the subsequent cooperation would proceed smoothly. If the Song family chose to protect their daughter because of their late wife's wishes, even developing a rift with him, he would not hesitate to reconsider his relationship with the Song family. A family that cannot even distinguish right from wrong and weigh their actions is not worth his efforts. As the atmosphere became tense, and everyone awaited Song Guzhong's decision. Slap. Another crisp slap rang out. This time it was Song Guozhong himself who made the move. His aged hand, filled with determination and pain, struck fiercely against the unmarked side of his daughter's face. The force was so great that Song Tianjiao fell to the ground, both sides of her face swollen like a pig's head. Her cries abruptly cut off, leaving only disbelief. Song Weiguo leaned closer to his sister's ear and spoke quickly and heavily in a voice only the two of them could hear. Don't blame me and father for being heartless, Tianjiao. You know that father was severely injured in his heart veins in his early years. For these years he has relied on medicine and willpower to hold on, but the hidden danger has deepened. Even the imperial doctors in the capital are at a loss and have stated he has at most 1 year left to live. Song Tianjiao trembled all over, looking at her brother in disbelief. Today Mr. Chu not only saw through father's hidden illness at a glance, but also applied his miraculous skills on the spot to stabilize the condition, confidently asserting that he could cure it completely. Song Weiguo's voice was filled with excitement and fear. Do you know what this means? It means father can live on. The anchor of the Song family will not fall. And Mr. Chu is father's lifeline, the hope for the future of the Song family. He paused, his tone becoming more severe. Your earlier antics not only provoked Mr. Chu's authority, but also played with father's life and the future of the Song family. Do you think father and I can remain calm and not angry? She finally realized that her earlier behavior was not just rude, but also a slap in the face to her father, jeopardizing the relationship between the Song family and Chu Fan. An overwhelming sense of regret and fear instantly engulfed her. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu. Song Tianjiao no longer dared to hesitate, deeply bowing towards the direction of Chu Fan, her voice trembling and choked with tears. It was my lack of discernment that offended you. Please forgive me. This time her attitude was even more humble and sincere than before. Chu Fan looked at her, his expression still indifferent. All right, get up. In the future when you act, think more, or else you might be used as a pawn without even realizing it. Yes. Yes. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Chu. Song Tianjiao felt as if she had been granted a reprieve, quickly standing up, but no longer daring to look at Chu Fan nor at the gazes of the surrounding guests. Covering her face, she hurriedly retreated to the back of the crowd at Song Weiguo's signal. Only then did Song Guozhong breathe a sigh of relief and apologetically say to Chu Fan, Young friend, Chu, the misfortune of our family has embarrassed you. It's nothing, just a small matter. Chu Fan waved his hand as if he had merely dealt with an insignificant episode. You are Chu Fan, the ex-boyfriend of our Wanwan. At that moment Jiang Wen suddenly interjected, crossing her arms as she stepped forward. Song Guozhong suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Little girl from the Jiang family, if you are here to congratulate the old man, then sit down and take a seat. Otherwise you can leave after putting down your birthday gift. Jiang Wen was taken aback by Song Guzhong's suddenly stern demeanor, her face paling slightly, as she instinctively took half a step back. The pressure accumulated by the head of the Song family over the years was not something someone of her young generation could easily bear, even in his illness. However, Lin Tiance, who had been silent beside her, took a gentle step forward at this moment, subtly blocking half of Jiang Wen's body. He still wore an appropriate smile on his face, as if he had not sensed the suddenly tense atmosphere in the room, merely bowing slightly. To Song Guozhong, his movements flawless and impeccable. Old Song, please don't be angry. Wen is young and straightforward, she meant no offense. Lin Tiance's voice was calm and soothing, carrying a natural composure. We came here today to represent the elders of our clan, specially to celebrate Old Song's birthday and wish him longevity and prosperity. Saying this, he raised his hand to signal, and a servant behind him immediately respectfully presented a narrow purple sandalwood box. Lin Tiance took it with his own hands and slowly opened it under the gaze of everyone. Inside the box lay bright yellow silk upon which rested a ginseng of excellent quality. Its roots were intact, and its body was graceful with a faint ginseng aroma wafting out clearly a rare treasure. My father heard that old song needs to rest peacefully, so he instructed me to find this century-old wild ginseng from the depths of Changbai Mountain, to slightly replenish his vitality, a small token of respect. I hope old song will accept it. Lin Tiance offered the wooden box with both hands, his posture respectful, his words sincere. Song Guzhong's gaze swept over the ginseng, and his eyes moved slightly. The gift from the Lin family was not only valuable, but also heartfelt, at least on the surface. His stern expression softened slightly as he nodded, allowing a member of the Song family to step forward to accept the gift box. On behalf of the old man, I thank your grandfather. Song Guozhong spoke in a flat tone, revealing no trace of joy or anger. Lin Tiance smiled and nodded, his gaze shifting to Chu Fan, carrying an evaluative look with a hint of indescribable inquiry. Mr. Chu. Lin Tiance's address was polite yet indifferent. This is our first meeting. One often mentions you, saying you are unique. Seeing you today, you are indeed not undeserved of your reputation. He paused, a faint curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. I remember, Mr. Chu just got out of prison. Where did you learn your medical skills? This seemingly polite question in reality contained hidden needles. It not only pointed out the past between Chu Fan and Lin Wanwan, but also shifted the focus to the mysterious origins of Chu Fan's medical skills. Many people in the room perked up their ears, including Song Guozhong and Song Weigua. Su Weiren coughed lightly, wanting to help Chu Fan out of the predicament, but was stopped by Chu Fan's gaze. Chu Fan looked up calmly, meeting Lin Tiance's gaze. He clearly saw the hidden superiority and probing in the other's eyes. Chu Fan. Su Wan stepped forward. Let me introduce you. This is Lin Tiance, the grandson of the old war god from Jiangnan Province's 8 protector families. Chu Fan looked up calmly, meeting Lin Tiance's gaze. He clearly saw the sense of superiority in the other. I learned it in prison. Chu Fan's tone was flat. Is there a problem? Lin Tiance's eyes narrowed slightly. Mr. Chu is joking. His tone turned cold. I'm just curious what prison can teach such medical skills. Curiosity killed the cat. Chu Fan picked up his teacup. Young Master Lin, it would be best for you to be less curious. The air instantly froze. Lin Tiance's smile completely vanished. Why are you so full of yourself? Did you learn some medical skills in prison and think you are better than everyone else? Chang Jiao scoffed, her expression full of disdain. Chen Feng chimed in, exactly. Do you dare to speak to young Master Lin like this? You must be tired of living. Su Wan, thanks to you reporting him for rape 7 years ago and not marrying him, you let him sit in prison for 7 years to learn his lesson. Zheng Miao Miao mocked coldly. Chu Fan raised his eyes, looking at Zheng Miao Miao. 7 years, he said with little fluctuation in his voice, is quite long. Su Wan's expression changed slightly as she bit her lip. Chu Fan, let the past be the past. Miao Miao is just being straightforward. Straightforward? Chu Fan interrupted her, his gaze indifferent. Su Wan, you still like to play the good person. Su Wan was rendered. Jiang Ying sneered, taking out an exquisite brocade box from her handbag and intentionally raising her voice. Alright, why bother with someone who doesn't know etiquette? Old song, this is the longevity pill I specifically requested someone to bring from overseas. It uses 100-year wild ginseng and snow lotus essence, which is very beneficial for conditioning the body. Unlike some people who dare to come empty-handed to crash the banquet. She opened the brocade box, revealing a brown pill lying on velvet, exuding a faint medicinal fragrance. The guests turned their heads, whispering. Song Guozhong slightly nodded. Miss Jiang is thoughtful. Jiang Ying cast a triumphant glance at Chu Fan. However, Chu Fan suddenly spoke up. How much did you spend on this medicine? Jiang Ying was taken aback. What do you mean? This is a priceless treasure. Priceless? Chu Fan shook his head with a hint of mockery. The main ingredients are astragalus wolfberries and ordinary honey with some spices added. The market price won't exceed 500 yuan. It can extend life, though it barely counts as an ordinary health product. You were most likely deceived. You nonsense. Jiang Ying's face turned red, furious. What do you know? This was personally refined by a master at my elder sister's request. Yes, Chu Fan, if you don't understand, don't say random things. Chang Jiao immediately chimed in, angrily accusing. If you can't afford to give a gift, why slander others' intentions? Truly ridiculous. Chen Feng coldly snorted. Having spent too long in prison, everything must seem like a fake to you, right? Lin Tiance crossed his arms, watching with cold eyes. Su Wan sighed softly and gently advised, Chu Fan, please don't act this way. Even if this medicine isn't that miraculous, it is still Jiang Ying's heartfelt intention. Why must you embarrass her in front of everyone? Chu Fan looked at her and suddenly smiled. Think whatever you like. He stood up and took out an unremarkable small cloth bag from his pocket, placing it on the table. Old Song, this is a birthday gift I've prepared. Everyone's gaze converged. The bag was ordinary, even somewhat old. Jiang Ying sneered. What is this? Where did you pick it up? Chu Fan ignored her and poured out 3 dark red dates from the bag. The dates looked shriveled and ordinary, utterly unimpressive. Puffed. Chang Jiao laughed out loud, unable to contain herself. 3 lousy dates. Chu Fan, are you here to joke around? Even Song Qingyao couldn't help but frown. However, Song Guozhong was staring at the 3 dates, his expression gradually changing. He reached out to pick one up, examining it closely before bringing it to his nose to sniff. Suddenly, he trembled all over, looking at Chu Fan with wide eyes, his voice quivering. Could it be Blood Jade Spirit Dates? Chu Fan nodded. Old Song knows his stuff. Blood Jade Spirit Dates. Lin Tiance's brow furrowed. He had never heard of this before. An old man with white hair who had been silent in the corner suddenly stood up and hurried to the table, staring intently at the dates. It really is Blood Jade Spirit Dates. The old man's voice trembled. They only grow on the peak of Kunlun, blooming every 30 years, bearing fruit every 30 years, and each time producing only 9. They have the effects of cleansing marrow and extending life. This is a legendary divine object. The crowd erupted in chaos. The longevity pill box in Jiang Ying's hand dropped to the ground with a thud. Her face turned pale, her lips trembled, and she couldn't utter a word. Blood Jade Spirit Dates. Her own gift compared to the one from Chu Fan was simply a joke. Chu Fan looked at Jiang Ying, his tone still calm. Now who pretends to understand? Jiang Ying's face burned her. It felt as though she had been slapped without warning, and she wished she could find a hole to hide in. He then looked at Lin Tiance and Su Wan, who came here empty-handed. Finally, his gaze swept over Chang, Jiao Qinfeng, and Zheng Miaomiao, who was barking like a dog. The banquet hall fell silent. A pin drop could be heard. Song Guozhong cautiously cradled the 3 dates in his palms, his old eyes turning red, and deeply bowed to Chu Fan. Mr. Chu, this gift is too generous. I feel unworthy. Chu Fan supported him. Old Song deserves it. Su Huiran did not expect Chu Fan to be so extravagant, gifting Song Guozhong 3 Blood Jade Spirit Dates, which made his eyes gleam with excitement. Song Guozhong was in tears, holding the 3 spirit dates tightly, unable to express his feelings. Su Huiran looked on, eagerly swallowing hard. After all, those were Blood Jade Spirit Dates. A priceless treasure with no market value. He had only seen descriptions of them in a tattered, ancient book throughout his life. Yet Chu Fan appeared as if he were giving away 3 ordinary red dates, his expression showing no sign of disturbance. Lin Tiance's face had turned extremely grim. He stared at the 3 spirit dates, then at Chu Fan, his eyes filled with surprise, unwillingness, and a hint of jealousy. Su Wan opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found she couldn't utter a single word. She looked at Chu Fan's calm profile, feeling an intense sense of strangeness and regret for the first time. Jiang Ying trembled all over, feeling utterly humiliated. Her prideful longevity pill became a joke in front of a true divine object. Chang Jiao Qinfeng and Zheng Miaomiao shrank back into the crowd, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. What are you all standing there for? Song Weigua timely broke the silence with a booming voice. Hurry and properly receive Mr. Chu's birthday gift. Use the finest jade box. A servant quickly stepped forward, carefully placing the spirit dates into a smooth, white jade box. Song Guozhong took a deep breath and tightly grasped Chu Fan's hand. Mr. Chu, from today on you are the greatest benefactor of the Song family. From now on in Jiangnan, for any needs, the Song family will do everything possible to assist. This statement carried immense weight, essentially making it clear that the Song family regarded Chu Fan as their most esteemed ally, even a protected individual. Lin Tiance's pupils constricted. The Song family was firmly determined to protect Chu Fan. Chu Fan slightly nodded. Old Song speaks too highly of me. He turned his head, his gaze once again landing on Lin Tiance and the others. His eyes were calm, yet they felt like invisible whips striking the faces of several people. Old Song's birthday banquet is meant to be peaceful. Too much barking has disturbed the birthday star's enjoyment, which is not good. He looked at Song Guozhong. Old Song, what do you think? Song Guozhong immediately understood, his expression darkening as he addressed Lin Tiance. Young Master Lin, I am not feeling well today. Oh, I fear I may not have hosted you well. Servants, see the guests out. This was essentially a direct dismissal. For someone of Song Guozhong's status, to treat a junior this way was almost equivalent to tearing the facade. Lin Tiance's face instantly turned the color of pig's liver. He had never experienced such humiliation in his life, but he dared not explode in anger. The Song family held substantial power in the military, and even his grandfather had to give them some face. Moreover, with the blood jade spirit dates that Chu Fan had just presented and the appearance of General Zhao Gang, this Chu Fan was definitely not as simple as he appeared. All right. Lin Tiance squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. Old Song today. I apologize for the disturbance. He glared fiercely at Chu Fan, his eyes filled with malice, then turned and left without looking back. Su Wan bit her lip, casting a complicated glance at Chu Fan before hastily following him. Jiang Ying, Chong Jiao, and the others felt as if they had received a pardon, scurrying away with their tails between their legs. Watching their awkward retreat, many people in the banquet hall secretly shook their heads. The young master of the Lin family had truly lost all face today. Su Huiran leaned towards Chu Fan, lowering his voice, filled with admiration. Mr. Chu, this is truly a grand gesture. Those blood jade spirit dates. Chu Fan glanced at him. Old Su, do you want some? Upon hearing this, Su Huiran looked embarrassed. After all, they were blood jade spirit dates capable of cleansing bones and extending life. Who wouldn't want them? But in front of so many people, he felt embarrassed to ask for them, lest he made himself look ridiculous. Chu Fan, with his keen insight, quickly noticed Su Huiran's embarrassment. I just happen to have a few more at home. I'll have Yuan Tu bring them to me later. Su Huiran's eyes widened in shock, and his breathing quickened. Mr. Chu, you mean? His voice trembled, hardly daring to believe his ears. Chu Fan nodded. Old Su is also a hero of Huaxiao. A few blood jade spirit dates are nothing to mention. Once these words were spoken, the entire hall fell into a terrifying silence. The phrase hero of Huaxiao, spoken from Chu Fan's mouth, carried immense weight. Su Huiran trembled all over, his old eyes instantly moistening. He had traversed life and death, joining the army at the age of 16, participating in countless battles, killing innumerable enemies, and achieving great merit. His body bore numerous wounds, tortured by countless days and nights. Su Qingya stood behind her grandfather, her beautiful eyes firmly locked onto Chu Fan. Growing up listening to her grandfather's stories of the battlefield, she understood the bloody storms behind those scars, and what the words Huaxia hero meant to her grandfather. This seemingly young man, barely in his 20s, not only possessed miraculous medical skills, but also wielded the legendary blood jade spirit date. This was a tremendous benefit for her grandfather. Who exactly is he? Chu Fan seemed to sense her gaze, and slightly turned his head. Their eyes met. Su Qingjia's heart inexplicably skipped a beat, her face flushed, yet she saw Chu Fan merely nodding gently at her before averting his gaze. His expression was calm and indifferent, as if he had merely seen an inconsequential stranger. Su Qingya bit her lip, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss arise within her. Song Guozhong timely broke the silence, laughing heartily. Today is a double celebration. Mr. Chu's miraculous hands have revived, and Elder Su has obtained a spiritual herb, which is worth celebrating. Come everyone, let's raise our glasses. The atmosphere warmed up again as everyone lifted their glasses, but their gazes towards Chu Fan had changed completely from the beginning. Ding! The crisp sound of clinking glasses was interrupted by Chu Fan's phone vibrating. He glanced at the screen, seeing an unknown number. Chu Fan answered the call, listening to the screams on the other end, his expression gradually growing colder. What happened? Seeing Chu Fan's unusual demeanor, Su Qingya put down her chopsticks, feeling a tightness in her heart. Su Huiran and Song Guozhong also put down their glasses. Song Weigua and Su Yuantu immediately lowered their voices. Chu Fan's expression remained indifferent. Aunt, wait for me at the bank. He'll be there soon. Chu Fan hung up the phone, his face unnervingly calm. Old Song, lend me a car, it's urgent. Song Weigua immediately stood up. Mr. Chu, I will drive you. No need. Chu Fan firmly refused, waving his hand. I can handle it myself. Without waiting for the crowd's reaction, he strode out. His steps were swift, carrying a suppressed chill. Su Yuantu wanted to chase after him, but was held back by his grandfather. Qingya, you go. Su Huiran shook his head, his expression grave. In case Mr. Chu needs help, you can assist him. Su Qingya understood her grandfather's intention, so she stood up and chased after him. Song Guozhong said in a low voice, Weigua, go with the Su girl to ensure Mr. Chu's safety. Understood. Chu Fan drove away in a black sedan from the Song family garage. Pressing the accelerator to the floor, the engine roared, and the car shot into the night like an arrow. He held the steering wheel with one hand while dialing a number with the other. Check the Happiness Road branch of a bank in Jiang City. Within 5 minutes, I want to know everything. Yes, young Master Chu. Young Master Chu, we have found out. Your aunt went to the bank to withdraw money, but the teller deemed the large sum of money in her account as unexplained, and had the security guards detain her. Is it the 10 million I transferred? Yes. The voice on the other end carried a trace of coldness. The teller is a newly hired intern who thinks that your aunt's low salary couldn't possibly account for such a large deposit. The teller also froze your aunt's bank card and had the manager use security to control her. Chu Fan's expression turned cold. You understood. Boom. The car's engine roared like a beast. The black sedan tore through the night like a bolt of black lightning heading straight for the Happiness Road branch. Inside the car, Chu Fan's gaze was as cold as iron. 10 million. To him now it was a trifling sum, but for his aunt Xin Yuru, who had struggled at the bottom for half her life and was accustomed to frugality, it was an astronomical figure, a sum large enough to make her anxious. He had specifically told her when transferring the money to use it freely and not to be frugal. Little did he expect that this goodwill would become a weapon for others to make things difficult for her. Screech. The car made a sharp stop, stabilizing in front of the bank, emitting a harsh screeching sound with smoke rising from the tires. The car door slammed shut. Chu Fan stood at the bank entrance, glancing up at the bank sign. His gaze was icy as he pushed the door open. Inside the hall, several security guards were gathered at the entrance of the VIP room, whispering to each other. Seeing Chu Fan enter, one security guard stepped forward to block him. Sir, please take a number to conduct business. Before he could finish, Chu Fan had already walked past him. The security guard felt an invisible force push him aside, staggering back several steps, his eyes wide with shock. Chu Fan walked straight to the entrance of the VIP room. The door was ajar, and inside, Xin Yuru's voice, choked with tears, could be heard. Do you have no sense of reason? That money was given to me by my nephew. A young woman in a bank uniform, arrogant and heavily made up, sneered. Nephew? Is your nephew a money printer? 10 million can just be given like that. Who do you think you're fooling? Chu Fan raised his foot. Bang! The heavy wooden door burst open with a crash, slamming against the wall. Instantly the room fell silent. On the sofa, Xin Yuru's face was pale, her cheeks swollen, eyes red, tightly clutching a faded cloth bag. Opposite her stood a young female teller in a bank uniform, brazen and arrogant with heavy makeup. Zhongli. Next to her was a middle-aged man in a suit, his face oily, the branch manager Zhao Chong. Two burly security guards stood on either side of Xin Yuru, seemingly protecting her, but in reality controlling her. Everyone froze upon seeing Chu Fan burst in. Xiao Fan. Xin Yuru was the first to react, tears streaming down her face. Chu Fan's gaze fell on her pale face, then swept over the two security guards, finally fixing on Zhang Li and Zhao Chong. His gaze was terrifyingly cold. You are Chu Fan. The manager steadied himself, recalling Buddha's orders, and assumed an authoritative stance. You arrived just in time. Your aunt's 10 million is of unknown origin. You must explain this. Chu Fan ignored him. He walked to Xin Yuru's side, gently holding her cold hand. And don't be afraid. Just 3 words, yet they instantly relaxed Xin Yuru's tense nerves, her tears flowing even more fiercely, but now they were tears of grievance and relief. Only then did Chu Fan raise his eyes and look at the manager who made the complaint. What? The manager's expression darkened. What are you saying? Let me tell you, this is a bank. You. Slap. Chu Fan slapped him, flying, then grabbed the ashtray from the table. The manager let out a horrified scream, shouting in panic. What are you doing? Call the police. Quickly call the police. The teller Zhang Li was completely stunned, trembling with fear. Seeing Chu Fan's brutality, her hair stood on end and her legs went weak. She even forgot to call the police. Chu Fan seized the manager's arm, forcibly pressing his palm onto the table. No, please, spare me. I'm the bank manager. Bang. The ashtray smashed heavily onto the manager's hand. The sound of bones fracturing, accompanied by the manager's pig-like screams, echoed throughout the entire office. Blood instantly splattered, staining the smooth surface of the table. Zhang Li let out a sharp scream, collapsing onto the ground, a wet patch rapidly forming in her pants. She had actually peed herself from fear. The security guards outside heard the commotion and rushed in, only to see the bloody scene before them, ferociously pouncing forward. Chu Fan gripped the manager's arm as immovable as a steel clamp. No, spare me. The manager shrieked, his face smeared with snot and tears. Chu Fan's gaze was icy as he picked up the ashtray. Bang! A bone-crunching sound erupted. The manager's right hand instantly twisted out of shape, blood gushing forth. Oh! A scream like that of a slaughtered pig tore through the air. A few security guards rushed in from the doorway, their eyes reddening at the sight. Kill him! The leading security guard swung a rubber baton towards the back of Chu Fan's head. Chu Fan did not look back, swiftly grabbing the guard's wrist. Crack! The guard's wrist snapped with a sound. The rubber baton landed in Chu Fan's hand. Bang, bang, bang. 3 dull thuds echoed. The remaining 3 guards were sent flying simultaneously, crashing against the wall, sliding to the ground, blood pouring from their mouths and noses, unable to rise again. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Chu Fan discarded the rubber baton and looked at Zhang Li, who was collapsed on the ground, frozen in fear. You? Don't come near me. Zhang Li's pants were soaked, shaking like a leaf. Chu Fan approached her, crouching down. Which hand hit him? His voice was cold. Zhang Li shook her head frantically. No, not me. I. Slap. A resounding slap left one side of Zhang Li's face instantly swollen, 2 teeth flying out. Ah, she cried out, covering her face. Chu Fan grabbed her hair, forcing her to look at the writhing manager. Zhang Li was terrified, her spirit shattered and warmth spread in her pants again. Chu Fan released her, as if discarding garbage. The manager, having regained some composure, pulled out his phone with his left hand, trembling as he dialed a number and hit the speaker. The call connected. Hello, Manager-san. Has that woman been dealt with? An arrogant male voice came through. Zhang Xingchong. The manager sobbed, his voice trembling. Something's wrong. Someone is causing trouble in the bank. My hand has been smashed. What? The voice on the other end suddenly rose. Who dares to be so bold? Just wait. They'll be there right away. The call disconnected. The manager glared at Chu Fan with resentment, regaining some bravado. Kid, you're dead meat. Manager Zhang is coming. Let's see how arrogant you can be. Chu Fan pulled over a chair, helping the still trembling Shin Yuru to sit down. Auntie, sit for a moment. His voice was gentle, a stark contrast to earlier. Enjoy the show. Less than 5 minutes passed. Several black sedans screeched to a halt at the bank entrance. A middle-aged man in a designer suit with a prominent belly stormed in with 7 or 8 bodyguards. It was branch manager Zhang Degui. Upon seeing the devastation in the VIP room, Zhang Degui's face turned ashen. Who did this? He shouted harshly, his eyes fierce. The manager pointed at Chu Fan. It's him. It's him, Manager Zhang. Zhang Degui looked at Chu Fan, noticing his ordinary clothing and youth, a flash of disdain crossing his eyes. Kid, do you know what kind of place this is, eh? Zhang Degui sneered, his gaze dismissive. To dare act wild here, you must be tired of living. Chu Fan raised his eyes. You are Manager Zhang. Impudence. You think you can call Manager Zhang's name? A bodyguard stepped forward, ready to grab Chu Fan by the collar. Chu Fan waved his hand casually. Bang! The bodyguard was sent flying, crashing into a row of chairs and fell unconscious. Zhang Degui's eyelids twitched as he took a step back, his bravado faltering. Good. Very good. It seems you really want to die. He pulled out his phone. Everyone come in. A dozen more security guards rushed in from outside, each armed with electric batons, surrounding Chu Fan. Zhang Degui grinned maliciously. Beat him to death. They'll take the blame for anything that happens. The guards surged forward. Chu Fan moved. He was like a ghost weaving through the crowd. Wherever he passed, figures flew. Bang, 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 bang. Each punch found its mark. The sound of bones cracking filled the air. 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds. All the guards lay on the ground, groaning and rolling, unable to stand. The sneer on Zhang Degui's face froze. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Is this really human? Chu Fan dusted off non-existent dust from his hands and looked at Zhang Degui. Is there more? Zhang Degui gritted his teeth and dialed another number, this time his tone much more respectful. Master. It's me, Xiao Zhang. There's trouble in the bank. My brothers are down. Yes, please send some men over. After hanging up, Zhang Degui regained some confidence, eyeing Chu Fan with malice. Kid, just wait. Master's men will be here soon. If I don't kill you today, I won't carry his surname. Chu Fan raised an eyebrow. Master. Are you scared? Zhang Degui was smug, arrogant, the local emperor of the underworld in Sioux City. With a word from Master, you can disappear. Chu Fan smiled. A smile filled with meaning. 5 minutes later, 5 vans screeched to a halt at the bank entrance. More than 30 tattooed strongmen rushed in with machetes and steel pipes, led by a bald man with a scarred face exuding a fierce presence. Which blind fool dares to cause trouble in Master's territory? The scar-faced man bellowed. Zhang Degui hurriedly approached. Brother Dao. Finally, you've arrived. It's this kid. The scar-faced man looked at Chu Fan, his eyes fierce. Kid, which path are you from? State your name. Chu Fan glanced at him. You don't deserve to know. Damn. The scar-faced man laughed angrily, quite the arrogant one. Brothers, chop him up. More than 30 strongmen charged forward with knives and clubs. Chu Fan's gaze turned cold. He moved. This time he held nothing back. His figure was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Crack. Oh. Bang. My leg. The cries of anguish merged into one. The sound of bones breaking was as dense as exploding beans. In less than a minute, more than 30 strong men lay on the ground, severed limbs, and cries echoing throughout. The scar-faced man was held by the neck by Chu Fan, lifted into the air, his face turning purple, legs kicking wildly. "Is it master?" Chu Fan's voice was icy. "Let him come see me." After speaking, he casually tossed him aside. The scar-faced man crashed against the wall like a rag doll, sliding to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he frantically dialed a number. Zhang de Gui was already paralyzed on the ground in fear, his pants soaked. Trembling, he dialed another number, this time to the higher-ups, crying out, "Director Wang, something big has happened. The bank has been smashed. Master's men are all down. You have to think of a way." An old yet authoritative voice came through. "Useless. You can't even keep a venue under control. They'll call the city bureau right away." Soon outside, police sirens blared. A dozen police cars surrounded the bank. A middle-aged officer in uniform, looking stern, led a large group of police officers rushing in. It was Deputy Director Zhou Zheng of the City Bureau. "Who was causing trouble? Who was causing trouble?" Zhou Zheng shouted sternly. Zhang de Gui, seeing a savior, crawled over. "Director Zhou, you've come. It's him. He injured so many people. He even threatened to kill me." Zhou Zheng looked at Chu Fan, frowning. "Young man, you have quite the audacity. Arrest him and take him away." Chu Fan glanced at him. "What level do you think you are to arrest me?" Zhou Zheng's expression darkened. "You're outrageous." He waved his hand. "Cuff him." Several police officers stepped forward to take action. Chu Fan, however, laughed, his smile tinged with sarcasm. "Director Zhou, without understanding the situation, without distinguishing right from wrong, you come in and arrest people." He pointed at the gangsters and the bank staff on the ground, wailing. "These people are armed and violent, colluding with the underworld, framing innocent citizens, yet you don't arrest them." He then pointed at Zhang de Gui, who was sprawled on the ground. "This bank president abuses his power for personal gain, and you don't arrest him. Yet you want to arrest me, the victim." Chu Fan's gaze turned cold. "Doesn't the national emblem on your head feel hot?" Zhou Zheng's face changed colors in anger, embarrassed and enraged. "Stop the nonsense. Seeking trouble, gathering to fight. No reason needed. Take him away." Just then, "I dare anyone to move." A cold shout came from the entrance. Everyone turned to see Song Weigua in military attire, leading a team of fully armed soldiers, striding in. Behind him followed Su Qingya, her expression icy. "Song, young master." Zhou Zheng was taken aback. "What brings you here?" Song Weigua ignored him and walked straight to Chu Fan, giving a standard military salute. "Mr. Chu, am I late?" This salute left everyone stunned. The young master of the Song family, a resolute military commander, actually saluted this young man. Chu Fan nodded slightly. "Not too late." Only then did Song Weigua turn around and coldly look at Zhou Zheng. "Director Zhou, you want to arrest Mr. Chu?" Zhou Zheng's forehead was sweating. "Young master Song, this is a misunderstanding. He is suspected of seeking trouble." "Seeking trouble?" Su Qingya stepped forward, her voice icy. "Director Zhou, I advise you to speak the truth." She took out a document and slapped it on the table in front of Zhou Zheng. "This is an urgent document just issued by the headquarters. Zhang de Gui is suspected of serious disciplinary violations. Immediate dismissal. All related personnel must be thoroughly investigated." She pointed at the gangsters on the ground. "These people are involved in organized crime with conclusive evidence." Finally, she looked at Zhou Zheng, enunciating each word. "And you, Deputy Director Zhou, are suspected of abusing your power, sheltering criminals, and perverting the law." Zhou Zheng's legs went weak. "Miss Su, I didn't. Whether you did or not, you know in your heart." Song Weigua said coldly. "I have already notified the Mingyi Guard. They will be here shortly." Zhou Zheng's face turned ashen, his heart plummeting, feeling as if it had turned to ashes. Mingyi Guard. The mere mention of those two words thundered in Zhou Zheng's ears. His legs buckled, collapsing to the ground, his face devoid of color, his lips trembling, yet he couldn't utter a single word. "It's over. Completely over. The Mingyi Guard's involvement means the matter has escalated beyond control. Let alone a mere director like him, even provincial leaders would be in deep trouble." The others present gasped at the mention of the Mingyi Guard, their eyes on Chu Fan, filled with shock and disbelief. The others present gasped at the mention of the Mingyi Guard, their eyes on Chu Fan, filled with shock and disbelief. Even the gangsters on the ground instinctively lowered their voices, fearing trouble would come their way. Just then, an unusual engine sound came from outside, deep, rich, with a metallic quality. 3 pure black, specially modified SUVs silently slid to a stop at the bank entrance. No police lights, no markings, entirely pitch black. Even the windows were tinted with dark privacy film. The doors opened simultaneously. 8 figures clad in black special operations gear, their faces covered with tactical masks, swiftly exited the vehicles, positioning themselves precisely to block all exits. Their movements were clean and efficient, exuding an aura of iron-blooded ruthlessness distinctly different from ordinary police officers. The leader, tall and imposing, also wore a mask revealing only a pair of sharp hawk-like eyes. He strode into the bank, scanning the scene, and instantly locked onto the collapsed Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng. His voice came through the mask, sounding somewhat muffled, yet carrying undeniable authority. Zhou Zheng trembled all over, scrambling to kneel upright. Yes. It's me, sir. The black-clad leader did not look at him again, but turned to face Chu Fan. The moment his gaze met Chu Fan's, it paused slightly. Then he took 2 steps forward and slightly bowed. Mr. Chu, I apologize for alarming you. This bow, though not deep, was immensely significant. The Mingyi guard showed such respect to Chu Fan. Everyone was left speechless. Song Weiguo and Su Qingya exchanged glances, seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. They knew Chu Fan had an extraordinary background, but it was rare for anyone to command such respect from the Mingyi guard. Even the top aristocratic families in Jiangnan province have never received such respect from the Mingyi guard. Within the entire Huaxia, only a handful of individuals in the capital could make the Mingyi guard bow their heads. The air in the bank seemed to freeze. Everyone instinctively held their breath, fearing to make the slightest. Song Weiguo's throat went dry. Coming from a military background, he understood better than anyone else the weight of the words, Mingyi guard. They are the nation's blade, a knife hanging over the heads of all demons and monsters. They operate independently of all systems, answer only to the highest echelons, and possess the privilege of acting first and reporting later, directly reaching the ears of the heavens. Even the old master of the Song family, a veteran general with a storied past, must maintain basic courtesy in front of ordinary members of the Mingyi guard. Yet at this moment the leader of the Mingyi guard actually bowed to Chu Fan. Su Qingjia's heart surged with emotions. She recalled her grandfather Su Waren's earlier private comments. Mr. Chu is like an abyss, deep and unfathomable. Qingya, if possible, befriend him and do not make an enemy of him. At the time, she thought her grandfather was merely appreciative of Chu Fan's skills and medical expertise, but looking at it now, her grandfather must have sensed layers of depth she could not even begin to comprehend. Chu Fan received the black-clad leader's respect calmly, merely nodding slightly. Thank you for your efforts. The black-clad leader straightened up, his sharp eyes sweeping over the utterly collapsed Zhou Zheng, his voice devoid of any emotion, yet carrying a coldness of judgment. Zhou Zheng, we have filed your case. Take him away. 2 black-clad team members stepped forward, their movements concise and efficient, lifting the completely broken Zhou Zheng, who couldn't even plead for mercy. Unlike the previous police arrests, their actions carried a procedural coldness, as if Zhou Zheng was no longer a living person but a corpse. Arrest the others as well, and take them back for thorough investigation. The black-clad leader's gaze swept over the trembling Zhang Degui, the manager Zhang Li, and the gangsters with broken limbs. There was no opportunity for any defense, not even a single extra word. All the involved personnel were quickly cleaned up like trash and stuffed into the 3 pitch-black SUVs. The entire process was silent, efficient, exuding a chilling indifference. The black-clad leader led the team, leaving as silently as they came. The bank lobby suddenly felt much emptier, leaving only Song Weiguo's soldiers, the chaos on the ground, and a group of ordinary bank employees still in shock. The oppressive atmosphere did not dissipate. Instead, it added a sense of mystery and awe after the Mingyi guard's departure. All eyes focused on the young figure still calmly seated in the chair. Chu Fan put down his teacup, looking at the pale-faced Shin Yuanshu, who had been gripping his arm tightly, and spoke gently. And it's all right now, let's go home. Shin Yuanshu looked at Chu Fan, her lips moving. Xiao Fan, I still need to withdraw some money. Nuan needs to pay 50,000 for her school fees. Chu Fan's gaze sharpened. Thinking of that endearingly clumsy little girl, he smiled faintly. Due to household registration and school enrollment issues, an additional school selection fee needed to be paid. This matter had been mentioned by Shin Yuru before, and Chu Fan had kept it in mind, specifically transferring the money. It seemed that his aunt was still too frugal. She didn't dare to touch that 10 million, and only thought about using the little savings she had accumulated. Auntie, Chu Fan held her hand, his voice softening. That 10 million is for you and Nan to use. Tuition and living expenses will all come from that, so don't be stingy. Shin Yuru's eyes reddened again, shaking her head. But that's your money, I can't. What's mine is yours. Chu Fan interrupted her, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Without you, I wouldn't be here today. You can use this money without worry. He paused, looking at the bank employee beside them, who was still frozen in shock from the earlier scene with the Mingy guard. A middle-aged woman who looked like a supervisor caught his gaze, shivering all over. She quickly jogged over, wearing the most respectful smile, her voice trembling. Mr. Chu. Ms. Shin, how may I assist you? Chu Fan replied calmly. My aunt would like to withdraw 100,000 in cash right now. Yes, yes, at once. The female supervisor responded, repeatedly turning to the dazed tellers and scolding, What are you still standing there for? Quick, open the VIP channel. Withdraw cash for Ms. Shun. Make sure it's new bills. The entire bank immediately sprang into efficient action, as if the earlier bloodshed and conflict had never occurred. In less than 2 minutes, 10 stacks of crisp, neatly wrapped $100 bills were placed in a delicate bank tote bag, which the female supervisor held with both hands, respectfully presenting it to Shin Yu-ru. Ms. Shin, here is your 100,000. Please count it. Additionally, we sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused earlier. This is a small token of compensation. The female supervisor said, handing over a thick envelope which looked like it contained at least another 20,000. Shin Yu-ru looked at Chu Fan, somewhat at a loss. Chu Fan glanced at the envelope and said to the female supervisor, We'll take only what we are entitled to. Yes, yes, yes. The female supervisor dared not insist, hurriedly retracting the envelope, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Chu Fan took the tote bag and handed it to Shin Yu-ru, saying, Annie, hold on to this. Shin Yu-ru received the heavy bag, her heart filled with mixed emotions. In her life, she had never been treated with such respect, even fear. Chu Fan helped her to her feet and turned to Song Wei-guo, saying, I'll leave this to you. Rest assured, Mr. Chu. Song Wei-guo replied, standing straight. Only then did Chu Fan lead Shin Yu-ru out of the bank under the awed gazes of all the bank employees, walking slowly away. As they exited the bank, the afternoon breeze was slightly cool. Shin Yu-ru looked at the money in her hand, then at Chu Fan, who appeared calm beside her. Finally, unable to hold back, she whispered, Xiao Fan. Those people in black. Who are they? They seemed very afraid of you. Chu Fan scratched his head. Auntie, I'm not that important. They probably treat everyone like that. Shin Yu-ru looked at Chu Fan with skepticism. Although she was an ordinary woman, she had lived for many years and could read situations. The way those people looked at Chu Fan was clearly one of respect, even fear. How could that be the case? But she also sensed that Chu Fan did not wish to elaborate, so she stopped pressing, tightly clutching the bag of money, feeling significantly more at ease. Regardless of everything, Xiao Fan had succeeded and could protect this family. Let's go home, Auntie. Chu Fan smiled and opened the car door for her. Upon returning home, when Shin Yu-ru opened the security door, she was stunned by the scene in the living room. Chu Fan frowned. Auntie's husband. In the living room sat a disheveled, middle-aged man with stubble on his chin, looking haggard, seated on a stool with a bag of peanuts and beer on the dining table. Shin Yu-ru's face turned pale instantaneously, her grip on the money bag tightening, her knuckles. The disheveled man in the living room drinking beer with peanuts was none other than her husband, Chu Fan's uncle, Tang Xinghua, a man who was a compulsive gambler and heavy drinker who had vanished after losing the last bit of their savings in gambling years ago. You? Why are you back? Shin Yu-ru's voice trembled, filled not with joy but with fear and despair. Tang Xinghua lifted his head, his bleary eyes glancing at her, then at the bag in her hand, finally settling his gaze on Chu Fan as he grinned, revealing yellowed teeth. Oh, I thought who it was. Turns out our college student nephew is back. I heard. Just got out, huh? His tone was flippant, dripping with unreserved mockery. Chu Fan's expression grew colder. This so-called uncle had never left a good impression in his childhood memories. Lazy and incompetent, he would come home drunk and often beat and scold Shin Yu-ru after losing money. Eventually, after losing all their savings and running away, Shin Yu-ru had raised her daughter alone, enduring much hardship, all of which Chu Fan had seen. Xinghua, why are you back? Shin Yu-ru stood in front of Chu Fan, her voice tight. The family has no money left, really. No money. Tang Xinghua scoffed unsteadily, standing up while pointing at the bag in Shin Yu-ru's hand. What's that? Huh? Do I look blind? He walked over, his expression fierce, reaching to snatch. Give it to me. I've been hiding outside for years and suffered. I come back, and there isn't even a hot meal. What's wrong with taking some money? That's Nan's tuition. You can't touch it. Shin Yu-ru held the bag tightly, tears welling in her eyes. Tuition? What school would a worthless loser like her go to? Just wasting money. Tang Xinghua cursed, trying to pry Shin Yu-ru's hands apart. I'm your husband. Your money is mine. Enough. Chu Fan stepped forward, standing in front of Shin Yu-ru. Tang Xinghua's hand was grasped by Chu Fan as if it were caught in a vice, unable to move. You bastard. Tang Sangwa wanted to curse, but as he raised his head and met Chu Fan's icy gaze, he inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine, sobering up slightly. Uncle. Chu Fan spoke calmly, a cold smirk playing at his lips. It's been years since we last met, and your temper is still as bad as ever. He tightened his grip slightly. Oh, let go. Let go. Tang Sangwa grimaced in pain, feeling as if his wrist might shatter. Chu Fan released his grip, causing Tang Sangwa to stumble back a few steps, crashing into the table, sending beer bottles clattering to the floor. Chu Fan. You dare hit me. Tang Sangwa was both shocked and furious. You've gone too far. I'm your elder. Elder. Chu Fan looked at him, his expression indifferent. Do you even deserve that title? Tang Sangwa's face turned red from being choked, pointing at Chu Fan. Good. Very good, Chu Fan. You've been in prison for a few years, and think you're tough now, huh? Let me tell you, this family is still under my control. He turned to Xin Yu, snarling, Xin Yu, give me the money. Otherwise I won't leave today. Let's see how you all get by. Xin Yu trembled all over, both angry and frightened. Chu Fan patted her shoulder. Auntie, you go inside and check on Nan Nan first. But it's fine, leave it to me. Chu Fan's tone was unyielding. Xin Yu glanced at Chu Fan, then at the menacing Tang Sangwa, biting her lip. She hastily entered the inner room with the money bag and locked the door. Only Chu Fan and Tang Sangwa remained in the living room. Seeing that Xin Yu had taken the money away, Tang Sangwa grew even angrier. Chu Fan, what do you mean? This is our family matter. It's none of your business. Family matters. Chu Fan sat down beside the sofa, looking at him leisurely. You gambled away the family fortune, abandoned your wife and children, disappeared for years, and still have the audacity to return home asking for money. Have you ever cared about how my aunt has been doing these years? When she and her daughter were being bullied, where were you? The Tang Sangwa was choked by Chu Fan's words, his face turning pale and flushed with anger as he shouted, What do you know? I was out there hiding from debts, protecting them. Protecting them? Chu Fan laughed, his laughter filled with sarcasm. Tang Sangwa, do you really believe? He stood up, stepping closer to Tang Sangwa. Protecting them means letting them live in this dilapidated house where they suffer from the winter winds and summer rains. Protecting them means making my aunt stand for 12 hours in a factory during the day and then sell goods at the night market just to save up for Nan Nan's school fees. Protecting them means when Nan Nan fell ill with a fever, my aunt had to rush her to the hospital in the middle of the night, unable to even afford a taxi fare, begging for help. With each word Chu Fan spoke, Tang Sangwa's face turned whiter. Behind the door in the inner room, Xin Yu listened to these words, covering her mouth as tears streamed silently down her face. The bitterness and grievances that had been deliberately forgotten were now brutally torn open by Chu Fan, causing her heart to ache painfully. I had my reasons. Tang Sangwa, infuriated, stubbornly argued. Those debt collectors are desperate. If I return, and they would implicate Yu and Nan Nan. In any case, you must give me money, or I will sell Nan Nan. Sell Nan Nan. Chu Fan's eyes instantly turned icy, and the temperature in the entire living room seemed to drop. In the inner room, Xin Yu trembled all over, suddenly flinging the door open, her face devoid of color, her voice sharp, as she exclaimed, Tang Sangwa. You dare? She is your own daughter. Tang Sangwa was startled by Chu Fan's gaze and Xin Yu's scream, but the madness born from alcohol and despair made him shout back defiantly. So what if she is my own daughter? I can't afford to raise her. Selling her can at least get me some money to survive. It's better than starving to death with you in this wretched place. Besides, I took Nan Nan for a checkup, and she has an extremely rare diamond blood type. Do you know what this diamond blood type represents? Nan Nan's blood is worth an immeasurable fortune. You beast. Xin Yu trembled with rage, rushing forward to hit him, but was gently stopped by Chu Fan. Chu Fan shielded Xin Yu behind him, looking at the twisted face of Tang Sangwa, his voice unusually calm. Tang Sangwa, you are truly unscrupulous for money, willing to abandon your own flesh and blood. Aren't you afraid you'll die without a burial place? Don't scare me. Tang Sangwa blustered. I have a worthless life, what is there to fear? Nan Nan is your own blood. Xin Yu was in tears, pointing at Tang Sangwa. Tang Sangwa, are you still human? When I married you, you were poor and destitute, and I didn't mind. You said you would give me a good life, and I believed you. But what about you? Gambling. You gambled away everything and lost your conscience. Now you want to sell our daughter. Faced with his wife's reproach, Tang Sangwa not only did not change, but instead grew more furious as he shouted, Xin Yu, don't talk nonsense. When I married you, I gave you 8,000 yuan as betrothal gifts, and a Xian Yu turtle worth 15,000. Betrothal gifts. Xian Yu turtle. Shin Yu trembled with anger, her voice changing pitch. Tang Songhua, do you still have the face to bring this up? Why shouldn't I have the face? Tang Songhua held his neck high, his face flushed. 8,000 yuan was not a small sum back then. That Shin Yu turtle was a family heirloom from my parents. You promised it was for my future wife. Now that life has come to this, I won't live with you anymore. Divorce. Return my betrothal gifts. Return my Shin Yu turtle. You. Shin Yu's vision darkened with rage, pointing at Tang Songhua. That 8,000 yuan betrothal gift was gambled away by you the following year. You forgot. At that time you knelt before me swearing never to gamble again, which is why I didn't tell my parents. The Shin Yu turtle. Shin Yu's chest heaved violently. That was given to me by your mother personally. She said it was for the bride of the Tang family. It was for Nan's dowry in the future. Do you want it back now? Tang Songhua, do you have no shame? I don't care. Tang Songhua completely tore off the facade, starting to create a scene. In any case, the things are mine. You must return them. And Nan, she is also of the Tang family blood. The custody must belong to me. You give me the Shin Yu turtle, and give me Nan, and we will settle this. You wish. Shin Yu screamed, blocking the door like a protective mother beast. You want to take Nan. Unless I died. Shin Yu, don't push your luck. Tang Songhua was burning with rage, kicking over a nearby stool. I'll lay it down here today. If you don't give me the Shin Yu turtle, I will take my daughter as well. Otherwise I will come to disturb you every day. I will make your lives a living hell. As he spoke, his eyes began to dart around, looking for something valuable. Upon seeing a glass ashtray on the coffee table, he grabbed it, ready to smash it. You dare. Chu Fan stepped forward and seized his wrist. The grip was not strong, but left Tang Songhua unable to move. Chu Fan. Let go. This is my family matter. It's none of your business. Tang Songhua struggled. Family matter. Chu Fan's gaze was icy. When you said you wanted to sell Nan, didn't you think it was a family matter? Now you want to rob family heirlooms and take custody rights, and that's suddenly a family matter. He exerted a slight force. Ah, it hurts. Let go. Tang Songhua grimaced in pain. Chu Fan released him, but stood in front of Shin Yu. Tang Songhua, if you want a divorce, fine. If you want to reclaim the betrothal gifts, that's fine too, just sue me. As for the Shin Yu turtle. Chu Fan looked at Shin Yu. And is that thing still here? Shin Yu nodded, through her tears trembling, as she pulled out a red cloth bag from her inner pocket. Unwrapping it layer by layer, inside was a palm-sized, deep green, smooth, and translucent jade turtle, intricately carved, clearly not an ordinary item. Tang Songhua's eyes immediately widened, reaching out to snatch it. Give it to me. Chu Fan was quicker, taking the jade turtle in his hand, feeling its cool and delicate texture, confirming it was indeed an antique. Tang Songhua. Chu Fan toyed with the jade turtle, speaking lightly. This item was given by your mother to your wife, which means it was given to my aunt. Legally, this is considered a gift and is already her personal property. You have no right to take it back. Nonsense. That belongs to the Tang family. Tang Songhua became anxious. What's wrong with the Tang family's possessions being given to the Tang family's wife? Chu Fan coldly glared at him in reply. When your mother gave it to me back, then she said it was to be passed on to my daughter-in-law. Why should I give it to you? Tang Songhua was left speechless. He still clearly remembered the serious look on the old lattice face when she handed the jade turtle to Shin Yu. This thing has been passed down through several generations in the Tang family, a family heirloom for the daughter-in-law. It must be inherited from generation to generation. I don't care about those old sayings. He was infuriated and stubbornly insisted. Anyway, the item belongs to the Tang family, so it must be mine. Chu Fan, don't think that just because you can fight you're impressive. If you don't give me the item today, I won't let you off. He cursed foully, his eyes turning red, suddenly reaching for his lower back. Swish. A shiny fruit knife was drawn out, its tip trembling as it pointed at Chu Fan. Hand over the Shin Yu Gui, he shouted, veins bulging on his forehead. Or else I'll really stab you. Do you believe me? Tang Songhua. Are you crazy? Put down the knife. Shin Yu's face turned pale as she exclaimed in shock. Chu Fan's gaze turned icy in that moment. Playing with a knife with me? His voice was not loud, but his expression carried a hint of disdain as he stepped forward and snatched the knife with empty hands. In the next second, Tang Songhua felt a sudden numbness in his wrist, an irresistible force rushing towards him. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was clear. A piercing scream burst forth as the fruit knife clattered to the ground. Tang Songhua clutched his wrist, writhing in pain, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Chu Fan kicked him down to the ground, stepping on his other intact hand and slowly applying pressure. Chu Fan looked down at him, his gaze devoid of warmth. Still want it? No more? I don't want it any. It hurts. Let go. Please let go. Tang Sangwa wept in terror reduced to mere wails. Chu Fan removed his foot, picked up the undamaged Xian Yu Gui from the ground, and turned to hand it back to Shen Yuru. And keep it safe. This is what your mother-in-law left for you. No one can take it away. Shen Yuru hurriedly accepted it, clutching it tightly to her chest, as if it were not a piece of jade, but something she had earnestly protected. Chu Fan's gaze returned to the trembling Tang Sangwa. Tang Sangwa, listen carefully. I will only say this once. First, the Xian Yu Gui belongs to Aunt. If you dare touch it again, I will disable both your hands. Second, you can forget about custody of Nuan. From the day you abandoned them and ran away, you became unworthy. Third, divorce. Go through the legal process. Everything that needs to be divided, every compensation you want, lose a cent. If you dare appear in front of them again, I will make you truly regret it. Tang Sangwa was so frightened by his words that he could only nod vigorously like a garlic peeler. I won't dare. I won't dare anymore. I'll leave. I'll leave right now. Get out. Tang Sangwa, feeling as if he had received a great reprieve, scrambled up and fled with his painful wrist, not daring to look back as he rushed out the door, looking utterly disheveled. The room fell silent again, with only Shen Yuru's suppressed low sobs remaining. She clutched the Xian Yu Gui and slumped down onto an old chair, her shoulders trembling slightly. Chu Fan walked over and gently placed his hand on her thin shoulder. And it's all over now? It's all in the past. Shen Yuru looked up, her tearful eyes gazing at this nephew who had grown up and could provide her with support. Her voice choked. Xiao Fan. If it weren't for you today. Chu Fan shook his head, not letting her finish. His gaze swept over the Xian Yu Gui that Shen Yuru was tightly clutching. The moment he held it earlier, a fleeting, extremely chilly aura that passed through was certainly not something an ordinary ancient jade could possess. The Tang family's ancestors might have some background, but now that is not the point. Amp this thing, he advised kindly. You and Nuan must keep it safe, and don't let outsiders see it easily. Shen Yuru nodded vigorously, tears welling up again. I know. This is the last bit of longing left by my mother-in-law. Chu Fan said no more, having already committed this matter to memory. Didn't I ask Chen Feng to take you and Nuan to the Jiangshui River? How did you end up back here, he asked. Shen Yuru wiped her tears, not answering directly, but tremblingly reaching into her inner pocket to carefully pull out a well-sealed photo. It was a yellowed family photo. In the picture, Tang Sangwa looked quite young, wearing faded work clothes, grinning with a naive smile that was almost silly. He had one arm around the then happy Shen Yuru, while the other awkwardly cradled the infant Nuan, whose little face was the only visible part. The sunshine was bright, and the three of them squeezed together in the frame, looking like the most ordinary, yet hopeful little family. Shen Yuru's fingers brushed over Tang Sangwa's face in the photo, her tears falling heavily onto it. He really wasn't like this before. Her voice choked, as if she had fallen into a distant memory. When we first got married, he worked as a bricklayer at the construction site. The work was hard, the pay was little, but he was honest. Every day after work, covered in dust, he would always remember to buy Nuan a little windmill or some candies by the roadside. He said he would work hard, save more money, and rent a brighter house in the city early so that Nuan could attend a nearby kindergarten. But later, I don't know how he learned to gamble from those guys on the construction site. At first, it was just a few tens of dollars. Then he started to gamble bigger, refusing to listen no matter what we fought and quarreled. I even cried and begged. But it was useless. Our savings were exhausted, relatives and friends were avoided, everyone would hide when they saw us. And then, he just ran away without a word, disappearing without a trace. Shen Yuru looked up, tears wetting her cheeks. I told Nuan that Dad went far, far away to earn money, and he would come back when he had enough. When Nuan was little, she would always lean by the window to watch. Later, as she grew up and became more sensible, she stopped asking. But I know she has always remembered this Dad. Today when he came back, Nuan heard his voice from the room, her eyes full of fear, yet unable to stop herself from looking out. Just now when the commotion happened, she was so scared she cried, but still, peeking through the door gap to see him. She finally couldn't continue, covering her face, her suppressed sobs, making Chu Fan's heart ache. Xiao Fan, how can a person change so completely? The one who said he would protect us from the wind and rain back then. How did he end up like this? Chu Fan listened in silence, his heart swirling with complicated emotions. Desire and degeneration can truly consume a person entirely. People do change yet. His voice was low as he softly comforted her, especially after seeing too much of the world. Desires will slowly grow. When he was good, it showed that Tang Sangwa was indeed sincere towards you and Nuan. But now he has become utterly rotten, completely despicable. Soft-heartedness and nostalgia will only drag you deeper into the mire. He took the tear-stained photo from Shun Yuru's trembling hands, looked at it for a moment, then gently put it back on the coffee table. The photo can be kept. It gives Nuan a memory, letting her know that her dad once sincerely wanted to be a good father. But we must accept that that person is already dead. The one who is alive now is just a bad person who happens to have the same appearance. We must look forward and live well for those who are alive. Shin Yuru slowly stopped crying, nodding firmly. I understand. It just feels like my heart is being twisted. It hurts. If it hurts, then just cry it out, Aunt. Chu Fan supported her to sit steadily. After crying, life still has to go on, and it must get better and better. Nuan still needs you, and now you must support this family. The arrangements over by the Jianshui River have been made. The house isn't big, but it's clean and bright. The security is good, and the key point is that it's close to the primary school Nuan attends. Tonight we will move over, completely severing ties with this place and the past. Pack up the important things, especially Nuan's books, clothes, and your essential items. Shin Yuru took a deep breath, her expression gradually becoming clear and resolute. Okay, Xiao Fan, I will listen to you. She stood up and began to pack efficiently, mainly packing Nuan's belongings, a few precious albums, and some simple clothes. Chu Fan also helped, silently, moving quickly and methodically. Just as they were almost done packing, with a small bag of luggage placed at the door to the inner room that had been tightly closed quietly opened, revealing a crack. Nuan, holding an old worn-out rabbit toy with torn ears, Reedy timidly poked her little head out. She looked at her mother, then quickly glanced at the empty doorway, and finally her gaze landed on Chu Fan, asking softly and nasally, Mom. Uncle, are we leaving? Dad, will Dad come back? Shin Yuru felt a pang in her nose as she walked over, crouched down, and embraced her daughter. Nuan, be good. Daddy has gone far away and won't be back for a while. Mom and cousin will take you to a new home, okay? It has beautiful rooms and is close to school. Nuan bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, but she nodded understandingly. I will listen to Mom. She looked at Chu Fan again and whispered, Thank you, cousin. Chu Fan walked over and patted her head. Nuan, don't be afraid. Cousin will protect you from now on. With their simple luggage packed, Chu Fan picked up a suitcase, while Shin Yuru held Nuan's hand, taking one last look at the old house that had been filled with bittersweet memories for over a decade. There was not much nostalgia, but more a sense of relief. The car slowly departed from the dilapidated community. Shin Yuru hugged Nuan, watching the rapidly receding street scenery with mixed emotions. Ending a painful past, and starting a new life filled with uncertainty, yet hope required courage. And by her side there was her increasingly strong and reassuring nephew. That was enough. Chu Fan drove his gaze deep as he watched the old neighborhood fade away in the rearview mirror. He took out his phone, edited a message, and sent it along with the photo of the Xianyu turtle he had just covertly taken. Investigate the origin of this item quickly and thoroughly. The message was sent. Meanwhile, Tang Sangua grimaced in pain, limping into a filthy alley. The alley was filled with the stench of urine and the foul smell of garbage, with a few rats scurrying in panic. Damn it, Chu Fan, you little beast. You really went too far. He leaned against the cold wall, sliding down to the ground, grimacing in pain, cold sweat mixed with dirt on his forehead, looking utterly disheveled. Shin Yuru. And that loser. They are all bad luck stars. He spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, his eyes filled with resentment. Once I recover, I will never let him go. He began to plot malicious ideas in his mind. He couldn't fight Chu Fan, and Shin Yuru was now protected by him. But that little girl Nuan. Right? That girl has diamond blood. A glimmer of greed and madness flashed in Tang Sangua's murky eyes. He recalled hearing someone boast while drinking before. Some wealthy individuals acquired strange illnesses, needing special blood sources, especially that of children, sometimes worth more than gold. Though uncertain of its truth, what if Nuan was his biological daughter, so her blood type would surely match? Stealing her away, drawing some blood to sell, without anyone being the wiser. This thought took root, spreading like poison in his heart. It could not only avenge Chu Fan and Shin Yuru, making them suffer immensely, but also procure money. Killing two birds with one stone. Just as he became more and more excited, even starting to fantasize about how to spend the money he would acquire. At the alley's entrance, a blinding car light suddenly illuminated the scene. A black van quietly parked at the alley's entrance, blocking out most of the light. Tang Sangua squinted, his heart racing as he thought it might be debt collectors or Chu Fan again, and he instinctively shrank back. The van's door opened. A man wearing a black leather jacket and a cap stepped out. The brim was pulled low, obscuring his face, revealing only a stubbled chin. He walked straight to Tang Sangua, crouched down. Tang Sangua, The man's voice was slightly hoarse, as if deliberately lowered. Who are you? Tang Sengwa looked at him warily, his other good hand stealthily reaching for his waist, where only a rusty key remained. Who I am is not important, the man said flatly. What matters is, do you want to take revenge on the kid who broke your hand? And also get back what you deserve, like money and your daughter. Tang Sengwa's heart raced, but suspicion dominated. How do you know? Who exactly are you? A human trafficker? The man seemed to chuckle lightly mockingly. He didn't answer, but took out a bulging brown paper bag from his pocket and casually tossed it at Tang Sengwa's feet. The bag opened, revealing stacks of brand new neatly bundled 100 yuan bills. At a glance there were at least 200,000. Tang Sengwa's eyes widened instantly. His breathing became heavy. He had never seen so much cash all at once in his life. This is... His throat went dry. He wanted to grab it, but hesitated. A deposit, the man's tone remained flat. After the job is done, there will be 800,000 more. A total of 1 million. Let's work together to get something done. 1 million. Tang Sengwa's breath completely lost its rhythm, his eyes fixed on the bag of money, any suspicion or fear instantly drowned by greed. What do you want me to do? His voice trembled, filled with uncontrollable excitement. The man stood up, looking down at him. Let's get in the car and talk, or you can stay here and wait to be found by Chu Fan, or have your other hand broken by your creditors. Tang Sengwa hesitated not at all, grabbing the money bag with his good hand and holding it tightly against his chest, as if clutching a lifeline. He'll go with you. He scrambled to his feet, enduring the intense pain from his broken hand, staggering as he followed the man into the black van. The door closed. The engine rumbled deeply, and the van slowly drove away from the dim alley, merging into the enchanting night and traffic of the city. Inside the vehicle, Tang Sengwa clutched the money bag, his heart racing. He stole a glance at the man beside him, who had closed his eyes, and then looked at the silent driver ahead, feeling both excited and a bit uneasy. Was this 1 million really that easy to get? What did they want from him? But soon the heavy sensation of cash in his arms overwhelmed all his anxieties. Who cares? With money I can turn my life around. I can take revenge on Chu Fan. I can make that stinky woman Shin Yuru regret it. A distorted smile filled with greed, hatred, and madness gradually appeared on Tang Sengwa's face. Soon the van stopped at the entrance of a luxurious estate. Tang Sengwa got out, shocked by the security of the estate before him. The sight made him instantly forget the pain in his wrist, his mouth agape. The towering black iron gates seemed heavy enough to block a tank. Behind the gate was a wide lawn, trimmed as if it were a green carpet, extending to a brightly lit European-style main building. Around the main building, armed security guards could be seen patrolling, their movements precise, and their eyes sharp, clearly not ordinary community security. Everywhere was filled with surveillance cameras, and some corners had snipers hidden. This is fucking a palace. Tang Sengwa trembled inside. The most extravagant place he had ever seen was the entrance of a 4-star hotel in the city. Stay close, don't look around. The man in the cap whispered, approaching a hidden identification device next to the gate, seemingly scanning his iris or fingerprint. With a soft beep, the heavy iron gate slid open silently. Tang Sengwa swallowed hard, clutching the money bag, following closely behind the man, not daring to breathe. The ground beneath them was unnaturally flat, soft yet firm underfoot, made of an unknown material. They crossed the lawn and passed a dazzling fountain before arriving at the main building. At the entrance stood 2 tall bodyguards dressed in black suits and wearing earpieces, their gaze sweeping over Tang Sengwa like falcons, making him feel as if he were stripped bare, exposed. The man in the cap nodded at one of the bodyguards, who stepped aside. The man led Tang Sengwa through the opulent living room, entering a corridor lined with thick carpets, finally stopping in front of a heavy wooden door. Wait here, the man said, knocking on the door before pushing it open, leaving Tang Sengwa outside. Tang Sengwa stood in the empty corridor, the silence allowing him to hear his own heartbeat. He felt both excited and afraid, glancing around, wanting to take in more of this luxurious place, while fearing to breach any rules. After a while the door opened. The scene that unfolded before his eyes instantly made his blood boil, filling him with heat and desire. A vast hot spring pool emanated steam, where over a dozen beautiful women frolicked in the water or danced at the pool's edge. Most importantly, these women were scarcely clothed, possessing exquisite figures, fair skin, and long legs. Tang Sengwa was a young man full of vigor. He had never witnessed such a sight before. He felt a buzzing in his head, blood rushing to the top. His eyes widened in shock, fixating on the pale bodies in the water. His breathing became heavy, and he forgot the intense pain in his wrist. The most beautiful women he had seen in his life were the newlywed brides from his village, and those ordinary women he encountered later in a hair-washing shop. Little did he expect that this scene before him was akin to falling into the spider's lair. No, it was even more exhilarating than that. Those women resembled movie stars, their skin dazzlingly fair with well-defined curves and graceful figures that shimmered in the mist, twisting waists and long, beautiful legs. He gulped, a reaction stirring in a certain part of him. "Have you seen enough?" A cold voice rang in his ear, dousing him like a bucket of icy water. Tang Sangwa snapped back to reality, realizing that a man in a duckbill cap was staring at him coldly, his eyes filled with unabashed disdain. The women in the pool seemed to have noticed the disheveled man intruding. Some giggled behind their hands, some shot flirtatious glances, but most merely cast a disinterested look before returning to their playful antics, as if he were an inconsequential ornament. Tang Sangwo's face turned crimson, feeling both embarrassed and excited, instinctively bowing slightly to conceal his awkwardness. "The Lord is over there." The man in the duckbill cap lazily pointed to the other side of the pool. "The Lord? That Lord, one of the underworld emperors of Sioux City. What did he want with him?" Tang Sangwa's gaze shifted slightly, a flurry of thoughts arising in his mind. He then noticed at a relatively quiet spot at the far end of the pool the Lord was half reclining in the warm water, eyes closed in repose. Two stunning beauties knelt beside him, one gently massaging his shoulders, while the other fed him peeled grapes with delicate fingers. Now this was the life of a deity. Tang Sangwa stared, feeling a mix of envy and jealousy. "Come here," the Lord said without opening his eyes, merely uttering a faint command. Tang Sangwa hurriedly collected his thoughts, cautiously circling the edge of the pool, stopping a few meters in front of the Lord, not daring to get too close. "How's your hand?" The Lord still kept his eyes closed. "It's still a bit painful," Tang Sangwa replied honestly. The Lord gestured to the beauty massaging his shoulders. The beauty stood up, picked up a small jade bottle from a nearby exquisite tray, and walked in front of Tang Sangwa. "This is Jade Mellow Healing Ointment, effective for external injuries." The bowtie's voice was soft as she handed him the jade bottle, her gaze carrying a hint of subtle seduction. Tang Sangwa fumbled to take it, his fingers accidentally brushing against her smooth hand, causing his heart to flutter. "Apply it, and it will stop hurting in a while." The Lord finally slowly opened his eyes. His slender gaze held no hint of desire, only an unfathomable calculation and coldness. "Sit." Immediately someone brought over a soft leather stool. Tang Sangwa sat down in astonishment, unscrewed the jade bottle, and a refreshing medicinal fragrance instantly filled the air. He carefully poured some emerald green ointment onto his injured wrist. Indeed, the fiery pain swiftly subsided, replaced by a soothing coolness, significantly reducing the swelling. "Good stuff. Truly wonderful stuff," Tang Sangwa exclaimed. The Lord waved his hand, and the beauties in the pool, along with the nearby maidens, silently withdrew, leaving only him and Tang Sangwa, along with a shadowy figure almost invisible in the darkness. "Now we can discuss serious matters." The Lord sat up straight, droplets of water sliding down his muscular chest. The look of enjoyment on his face vanished, replaced by his previous coldness and authority. "Chu Fan broke your hand, stole your heirloom, and forced you to divorce Xin Yuezhu. You hate him, don't you?" "Hate. I wish I could skin him alive." Tang Sangwa gritted his teeth, old and new grievances flooding his heart. "Very well." The Lord nodded, his expression indifferent. "You want revenge? I can help you. But you must understand, Chu Fan is not an ordinary person. The Song family, the Su family, and even, it seems, the Ming Yi Guard has connections with him. Thus a heating confrontation is a poor strategy." The Lord lowered his voice. "If we act, we must strike at what he cares about most, his softest spots." "Are you saying his family?" Tang Sangwa asked cautiously. "Not only that." The Lord's eyes glinted, coldly sneering. "Also your ex-wife Xin Yuezhu, and that Xianyu turtle." Tang Sangwa's heart skipped a beat. "Xianyu turtle? That thing is worth more than you imagine," the Lord interrupted him. "Chu Fan must have sensed something, otherwise he wouldn't be so concerned. Therefore our plan will be in two steps." He leaned slightly forward, his voice slick as a serpent's hiss. "First, you need to find a way to get close to your daughter, earn her trust, or directly take her away. No need for you to resort to such lowly tactics as drawing blood for money. I have other arrangements. Second, find a way to retrieve the Xianyu turtle from Xin Yuezhu. But Xin Yuezhu is currently protected by Chu Fan, and that Xianyu turtle, she must be hiding it very well." Tang Sangwa said, feeling troubled. "That's why I need you." The Lord looked at him meaningfully. "You are the child's biological father. At least legally you have the right to visit her, and in certain circumstances, you could take her away. As for the Xianyu turtle, Xin Yuezhu may be wary of outsiders, but would she let her former husband, who has suddenly repented and just wants to see his daughter, lower her guard?" Tang Sangwo's eyes lit up. Are you suggesting I should act? Make it convincing. The Lord rose from the pool, and a servant was already there holding a bathrobe for him to wear. I will provide you with all the support, money, people, and weapons. For example, a forged serious illness diagnosis that proves you have little time left and only wish to see your daughter one last time before you die to repent for your wrongs. Or perhaps a high-priced purchase intention from a mysterious buyer giving you an excuse to persuade Xinyueju to hand over the Xianyu turtle in exchange for money to save you. Tang Sangwa felt a surge of excitement. This plan sounded simply flawless. After it succeeds, the Lord walked up to him, patting his shoulder, a meaningful smile on his face. Not only will the remaining 800 be yours, but I can also give you an additional 3 million. I will arrange for you to leave Sioux City, even go abroad, giving you a new identity and enough money to squander for the rest of your life. The premise is that you must keep your mouth shut. Don't worry, master. I will definitely handle this beautifully. Tang Sangwa exclaimed, almost kneeling down. It's just about Chu Fan. As for Chu Fan, I have my own arrangements. A glint of murderous intent flashed in the master's eyes, coldness evident on his face. He will be very busy, too busy to care about you. He waved his hand. Take him away, teach him well how to speak and act. Also find 2 clean ones to help him relax. The last sentence made Tang Sangwo's heart race, and the desire he had just suppressed surged back up. The man in the duckbill cap responded expressionlessly. Then, lost in thought and filled with images of beautiful women and mountains of gold, he left the luxurious and tempting hot spring room with Tang Sangwa. The master walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the dazzling lights of the estate and the dark mountain silhouettes in the distance. Chu Fan, he murmured to himself, his face icy cold. Dare to touch my people. I want you to witness the ones you care about die one by one. Under the night sky, the estate was serene, yet luxurious, resembling a waking beast with its gaping maw full of sharp teeth. Meanwhile, Tang Sangwa excitedly followed the man in the duckbill cap towards the gentle realm prepared for him. Everyone is inside. You can go in by yourself. The man in the duckbill cap led Tang Sangwa deep into the estate in front of a standalone 2-story villa, pointing to a slightly ajar door on the first floor. Everyone is inside. You can go in by yourself. The man's voice remained calm as he reminded him, remember, don't come out before dawn and don't wander around. After saying that, he turned and left, quickly disappearing into the night. Tang Sangwa could hardly pay attention to any more reminders. His mind was filled with the images of those stunning beauties from the hot spring pool. He swallowed hard, using his uninjured hand to eagerly push open the door. A wave of warm air mixed with high-end perfume and the scent of women rushed over him. The room was softly lit and ambiguous, with a thick wool carpet laid out. What came into view were 2 young women dressed in almost transparent silk nightgowns. One was reclining on the sofa, her chestnut hair slightly curled, lazily swirling the wine glass in her hand, her eyes dreamy with enticing red lips. The other was kneeling on the carpet, fiddling with a uniquely shaped aroma burner, with wisps of green smoke adding to the allure. She lifted her head, saw Tang Sangwa, and smiled, her brows and eyes curved, exuding a mix of purity and seduction. The 2 women, each with distinct styles, were both exquisite beauties. Tang Sangwa felt a rush of blood to his head, his eyes widening as he felt parched. Oh, you came. The woman on the sofa set down her wine glass, barefoot on the carpet, gracefully walking over. The sheer nightgown couldn't conceal her enchanting curves as they became more apparent with her movements. She approached Tang Sangwa and nearly pressed against him, extending her finger to lightly trace his dirty cheek, a hint of disdain mixed with more teasing. The master instructed us to treat you well. The woman kneeling on the ground also stood up, gently wrapping her arms around Tang Sangwo's waist from behind, her warm breath brushing against his neck, her voice sweet and tinged with seduction. Big brother, you're so dirty. Should we take a bath first? Embraced on both sides, soft and fragrant. Tang Sangwa had never enjoyed such treatment before. His bones felt weak, his mind went blank, leaving only the most primal urges. Fake. A bath. Sure. Let's bathe. His voice was hoarse, his throat rolling. The 2 women exchanged a smile, one on each side, almost lifting the wobbly-legged Tang Sangwa towards the bathroom deep inside the room. The bathroom was enormous, featuring a round massage bathtub large enough for 4 or 5 people, currently filled with hot water with rose petals and bubbles floating on the surface. We will help Big Brother take off his clothes. The chestnut-haired woman giggled, reaching to unbutton Tang Sangwo's dirt-stained outer coat. No, it's all right. They'll do it myself. Tang Sangwa said this, but his hands didn't move at all, enjoying the women's service. Once the outer coat was removed, it revealed a similarly filthy sweater and shirt underneath. However, the two women seemed oblivious to the odor, still smiling brightly, gently helping him remove each piece. When the last piece of covering was stripped away and Tang Sangwo's body was exposed to the air, a barely perceptible hint of disdain flashed in the women's eyes, quickly overshadowed by even more pronounced smiles. "Big brother, get into the bathtub. The water temperature is just right." The pure-looking woman pulled him into the warm water, enveloped his body, the fragrance of the petals mingling with the woman's subtle scent, causing Tang Sangwa to moan in comfort, feeling as if he had ascended to heaven. The two women also shed their silk nightgowns, revealing their flawless forms, sliding into the bathtub beside him. The chestnut-haired woman picked up a bath ball, covered in foam, gently rubbing his chest and back. The pure-looking woman leaned against his shoulder, her delicate hand teasing over his thigh. Tang Sangwa was pampered to the point of ecstasy as the fear, pain, and humiliation of the past few days seemed to meld away in this gentle embrace. Unable to resist, he reached out, hugging one woman with each arm, his rough palms greedily kneading their smooth skin. Big brother, you're so bad," the chestnut-haired woman teased, yet pressed her body even closer. "Big brother, are you comfortable?" the pure-looking woman whispered in his ear. "Comfortable? So damn comfortable." Tang Sangwa gasped, his eyes reddening, desire igniting completely. "Shut up." Feng Yanran coldly interrupted, a layer of frost covering. "Don't rush, big brother." The chestnut-haired woman handed over a glass of red wine. "Drink some wine first to get in the mood." Tang Sangwa didn't think twice, took the wine glass, and downed it in one go. The wine was rich with a hint of exotic fruit aroma. Soon he felt a more intense wave of heat surge from his lower abdomen, rushing straight to his head. The scene before him seemed to be enveloped in a pink haze, the faces of the two women becoming even more enchanting, their bodies more alluring. "Come on, big brother." The women's voices seemed to carry hooks. Tang Sangwa let out a low growl like a beast in heat, completely surrendering to the endless madness. In the bathroom, the sounds of water and seductive whispers intertwined, both lewd and frenzied. He was like a furious beast, out of control, venting all his dissatisfaction towards Xinyuru and his hatred for Chu Fan at this moment. For years he had been like a rat crossing the street, hiding and dodging, eating in shifts, never feeling as comfortable as he did today. Tang Sangwa lay sprawled at the edge of the slippery bathtub, gasping for breath like a fish that had just been pulled ashore, nearly draining his already weak body after several rounds of frantic demands. Yet his mind was abnormally exhilarated, filled with a long-lost sense of satisfaction and control. The two women had already risen, discreetly donning bathrobes with a professional, slightly weary smile, and exited the bathroom. Tang Sangwa lay for a while before struggling to climb out of the bathtub, hastily drying himself with a towel, wrapping himself in a bathrobe, and wobbling toward the bedroom outside. The bedroom was equally opulent, with a soft, large bed and exquisite decorations. A brand new phone and several stacks of cash lay on the bedside table. Pretending to be a dying man to deceive Xinyuru for sympathy and reclaim the Xianyu turtle. It didn't sound difficult. That woman Xinyuru had a soft heart, after all, Nan was his biological child. However, recalling Chu Fan's cold eyes and terrifying skills made Tang Sangwa shudder involuntarily. No, relying solely on the Buddha's plan was not safe enough. Chu Fan was like a sword hanging over his head. Until he was eliminated, Tang Sangwa could never find peace. He needed more help. He needed to borrow a knife to kill. A name suddenly flashed through his mind. Song Tai, a young wastrel from the Song family, someone he had met at the casino. This guy was lecherous and greedy, arrogant due to the Song family's name, but he did have some power behind him. Moreover, he was a blood brother of Song Zhe. Song Zhe and Song Tai were both sons of Song Guozhong and his ex-wife, who later abandoned him for another high-ranking official in the capital. In contrast, Song Weigua and Song Qingyao were born of his current wife. He picked up the phone and dialed a number from memory. The phone rang 7 or 8 times before being answered, and loud music and laughter echoed on the other end, creating a chaotic background. "Who the hell is this? What the fuck are you calling at this ungodly hour?" A very impatient young male voice shouted, none other than Song Tai. Tang Sangwa adjusted his breathing, trying to make his voice sound flattering and mysterious. "Yo, young Master Song, are you busy?" "It's me, Tang Sangwa." There was silence for 2 seconds on the other, and the music seemed to soften a bit, and Song Tai's voice was filled with confusion and disgust. "Tang Sangwa, you dare to contact me again? When are you going to pay back the 300,000 you owe me?" "Young Master Song, please calm down." Tang Sangwa felt a surge of panic, but quickly recalled the Buddha, regaining his confidence. "Money is easy to talk about. Brother, I am now with the Buddha. I have plenty of cash on hand." 300,000 is a small matter. The Buddha oi. The music on Song Tai's side quieted down a bit, his tone filled with surprise. You got in touch with the Buddha? Absolutely. Tang Sangwa straightened his back, filled with bravado. Otherwise, how would I dare to call you young Master Song? Not only that 300,000, but I also have a big business deal and want to collaborate with you. What kind of business? Song Tai's voice exhibited a hint of interest, but remained cautious. Young Master, you still remember that brat Chu Fan, right? Tang Sangwa lowered his voice. Chu Fan. Song Tai's voice abruptly rose, filled with deep-seated hatred. What the hell are you bringing up that bastard for? At that time my men were in prison and nearly killed him. A Chu Fan is really damn lucky. Upon hearing this, Tang Sangwa's eyes brightened even more. So Song Tai had already tried to deal with Chu Fan. This was a ready-made ally. Tang Sangwa spoke with a flattering tone. Then this is indeed a heavenly opportunity. Chu Fan was lucky enough to escape death, and now he is even more arrogant. He dares to offend the Buddha too. Young Master Song, let's settle both old and new scores together. Song Tai was panting heavily on the other end, clearly stirred by dark memories and murderous intent. Back then he had paid a significant price to bribe people in prison, hoping to accidentally kill Chu Fan inside. Unexpectedly, that brat was hard to kill and had escaped several times. Later, he somehow got out early. Let's settle the score. Of course we need to. Song Tai's voice was venomous and chilling. Tang Sangwa, are you sure the Buddha really wants to move against him? Don't tell me you're just using me as a pawn. Absolutely. Tang Sangwa patted his chest. The Buddha personally instructed me. Young Master, think about it. If I didn't have the Buddha backing me, would I dare to touch Chu Fan? Would I dare to contact you? I am right here in the Buddha's manor. Song Tai fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly digesting this information and weighing the risks. In the end, his hatred for Chu Fan, his thirst for profit, and his fear and longing for the Buddha's power overwhelmed his last trace of hesitation. All right. Song Tai gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Tang Sangwa, I'll trust you this once. You say, how do we do this? Young Master Song, you are straightforward. Tang Sangwa felt ecstatic in his heart and continued. I have a daughter. Young Master knows her right. That little girl. What are you bringing her up for? Song Tai reflexively questioned. Tang Sangwa replied solemnly. My daughter has diamond blood, extremely precious, a rarity in the world. Diamond blood? Song Tai's voice suddenly rose, even overpowering the faint music in the box, filled with disbelief and greed. The so-called diamond blood is a euphemism for a rare and precious blood type in the black market. This blood contains certain special antibodies or factors. It has an almost miraculous healing effect on some extremely rare genetic diseases or specific conditions, and its value is comparable to diamonds. There have even been rumors that some top billionaires are willing to pay exorbitant prices for this blood to extend their lives. The clients who collaborated with Song Tai were such billionaires eagerly seeking this diamond blood. You're not fooling me, are you? Song Tai's breathing grew heavy, his heart racing. If this were true, then kidnapping a little girl would not just be a tool for revenge against Chu Fan, but a moving vault. Absolutely true. Tang Sangwa swore, pounding his chest for assurance. I discovered it accidentally after taking her for a checkup at the hospital. Young Master, think about it. If we have this girl, will we still worry about money? Drawing her blood, we could sell it for hundreds of thousands, or even millions each time, like child's play. And it can keep flowing. Song Tai was so excited on the other end of the line that his hands were trembling. Hundreds of thousands. Millions. And it's ongoing. This was more than he got in a year from his biased father. No, it was more than all his possessions combined. Good. Good. Song Tai exclaimed 3 times, his voice slightly distorted with excitement. Tang Sangwa, you've done a great service. If this works out, I'll ensure you live a life of luxury for the rest of your days. Thank you, young master. Tang Sangwa was equally excited. So, see you tomorrow. Come to the Huangdu entertainment tomorrow. Song Tai said decisively. You must get that little girl out as soon as possible. I'll immediately arrange the most professional personnel on my side. Remember, she must be alive. And ensure her health. If she loses even a hair, I'll skin you alive. Young master, don't worry. Tang Sangwa readily agreed, but he secretly sneered inside his own daughter. In the face of profit, she was nothing. The next day, the sun was shining brightly, and Auntie and the young aunt got up early to prepare breakfast for the family. After breakfast, Uncle still went to work as usual. Even though Chu Fan transferred 10 million yuan to the couple, they were still reluctant to spend it. Shen Qingshuan, now in high school, faced immense academic pressure and rode her bicycle to school after breakfast. Shen Yuru was going to the school to pay her daughter's tuition. Each family member had their own matters to attend to, leaving Chu Fan with some leisure time. Ding! At that moment the phone on the table rang. Chu Fan answered, "Brother, you got out of prison and didn't even tell me. You really are something. Aren't you serving in the Northwest? When did you come back?" Chu Fan rubbed his temples, chuckling bitterly. Xiao Lei was one of Chu Fan's few friends, and also 7 years ago Chu Fan was imprisoned due to a false accusation of rape by Su Wan, and Xiao Lei, relying on his father's connections, helped Chu Fan navigate the situation. Unfortunately, Chu Fan was still sentenced to 7 years. While Chu Fan was in prison, Xiao Lei was sent by his father to serve in the Northwest. Xiao Lei laughed heartily. "I heard in the Northwest that you made a scene at Wang Lin and Qin Yu's wedding and even killed Zhou Ming." Chu Fan's expression tightened slightly. Xiao Lei's information was even more accurate than he expected. Although the incident at Wang Lin and Qin Yu's wedding caused quite a stir, it had been mostly suppressed due to the Zhou family and his own actions, leaving few people aware of the details. Not only did Xiao Lei know about it, but he was also aware of Zhou Ming's death. "You know everything." Chu Fan's voice was calm. "Of course. Zhou Ming got what he deserved. Damn that pair of scoundrels Wang Lin and Qin Yu. If I hadn't left in a hurry back then, I would have certainly killed them." Xiao Lei's tone was filled with resentment, followed by a chuckle. "But brother, you're impressive. You made such a big splash as soon as you got back. The whole circle is buzzing saying you've climbed the social ladder. Even the Song family and Su family are treating you nicely. Is that true? Just some coincidences, really?" Chu Fan didn't elaborate and instead asked, "Are you back on leave?" "Leave my ass," Xiao Lei said boisterously, which suited his character. "I've spent years in that desolate place in the Northwest, and my bones are nearly rusting. My old man finally relented, letting me come back to do whatever I want. As soon as I heard you were out and causing such a stir, I immediately called you. How about that, buddy? I'm a good friend, right?" Chu Fan smiled slightly. Xiao Lei was still the same Xiao Lei, straightforward and loyal. "Very good. When are we getting together?" "Right now." Xiao Lei raised his voice excitedly. "Where are you? I'll come find you. Damn, it's been 7 years since we last met. We have to drink a few. I know a new place that's amazing." Chu Fan glanced at the time. It was just past 9 in the morning. Xin Yuru went to pay for her daughter's tuition, and Xin Qingxiu went to school, leaving him alone at home. "All right, send me the address." "Sure. I'll send it to you right away." Xiao Lei hung up the phone. Soon a location was sent. Huangdu Entertainment. Chu Fan changed into simple clothes, went downstairs, and drove towards Huangdu Entertainment. Huangdu Entertainment was a newly opened top-notch club in Sioux City, said to have a deep background and extravagantly decorated, making it a popular gathering place for many rich second-generation and children of the elite. Chu Fan parked his car and had just walked to the entrance when a tall, dark-skinned young man dressed in a casual jacket approached with a hearty laugh and lightly punched Chu Fan on the chest. "Damn, Chu Fan, you haven't changed a bit. Wait, you seem even more handsome. Damn, did you secretly get plastic surgery in prison?" It was Xiao Lei. His years in the military made him look even more robust than before, with bright eyes exuding the charm of a soldier mixed with a hint of recklessness. Chu Fan laughed back, punching him lightly. "You've gotten quite tan. Must have taken a lot of sandstorms in the Northwest." "Absolutely." Xiao Lei put his arm around Chu Fan's shoulder and dragged him inside without hesitation. "Let's go. I've reserved a private room. We must drink till we drop today. Let's have a proper welcome for you." As they walked into the brilliantly decorated lobby, a tall woman in a qipao, clearly recognizing Xiao Lei, respectfully led them to the reserved room. In the corridor, well-dressed men and women could be seen from time to time, and the air was filled with the scent of expensive perfume and alcohol. Just as they were about to reach the private room, a noisy group emerged from around the corner of the hallway. At the forefront was a young man in a floral shirt wearing a gold chain, with a somewhat pale complexion, holding a heavily made-up woman in his arms. It was Song Tai. He was accompanied by a few clearly untrustworthy friends and 2 burly bodyguards with vigilant expressions. The 2 groups collided in the hallway. Song Tai, with bleary eyes, was teasing the woman in his arms when he looked up and saw Chu Fan approaching. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Song Tai's smile instantly froze, his pupils dilating as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Chu Fan. How could he be here? And he was with Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei, that impulsive guy from the Xiao family who was sent to the Northwest. When did he come back? And now he was involved with Chu Fan. Last night, they had been plotting to kidnap Chu Fan's relatives for blood money, and today, they ran into each other right on his territory. Chu Fan also saw Song Tai, his expression calm and indifferent, as if he were merely looking at an inconsequential passerby. Xiao Lei furrowed his brows, clearly recognizing Song Tai, the infamous wastrel, and quietly told Chu Fan, "That's Song Tai, the spoiled son of the Song family. I heard that shortly after you were imprisoned 7 years ago, someone wanted to harm you, and I found out it was arranged by Song Tai. Chu Fan's eyes turned cold the moment Xiao Lei said this. Song Tai, was he involved in this? Xiao Lei said solemnly. I found out half of the details 7 years ago, but then my old man forced me to the northwest, so I didn't delve deeper. If I had known it was him, I should have killed that bastard Song Tai back when I went to the northwest. Are you sure it was him? Chu Fan frowned. I have no grievances or hatred with him. Why target me? Xiao Lei's expression darkened as he added, no grievances or hatred. Brother, do you not remember that time years ago when you beat him up? Chu Fan raised an eyebrow. Back at the Royal Palace Casino, he had indeed taught a lesson to a spoiled brat who had been harassing a waitress. It had been a long time, and since the other party was just a minor character back, then he hadn't taken it to heart. So it was him. Chu Fan's tone was flat, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. Was it really just because of that little conflict that he bribed people in prison to go for the kill? It seemed that this Song Tai was more vicious and vindictive than he had imagined. Xiao Lei nodded. That's him. I later used connections to inquire, and although the evidence was cleaned up quite well, it pointed directly to him. Damn, that bastard is ruthless and has a terrible reputation in the circle. He plays with women, sets up gambling schemes, lends at high interest, and does all kinds of dirty work. If it weren't for the Song family's name, he would have been killed many times over. He paused and lowered his voice. Moreover, I've heard that he's not favored at home because he and Song Weigua aren't from the same mother. The old man doesn't think highly of him either, which is why he's become more reckless, trying to prove himself and make more money. This time he came back, he probably didn't come with good intentions. Brother, you need to be careful. This bastard holds grudges and is unscrupulous. Chu Fan scoffed. I am even more unscrupulous than he is. What the hell? What are you planning to do? We came here to drink. Xiao Lei immediately grabbed Chu Fan, his eyelids twitching. Chu Fan waved his hand. I'm going to take revenge. Let's get him. The moment Chu Fan's voice fell, he had already moved. No extra actions, no wasted words. Like an arrow released from its bow or a hunting cheetah, he charged towards Song Tai with an icy momentum. The air in the corridor seemed to freeze under this sudden killing intent. Song Tai, still in shock and confusion, had not fully reacted when he saw Chu Fan's cold face rapidly enlarging before him. You? He could only utter a single word. Chu Fan's fist had already shot out like a cannonball, smashing harshly into his face. Bang! A muffled sound accompanied by the clear crack of bone. Blood splattered everywhere. Song Tai hadn't even screamed in agony before he was thrown backward, crashing heavily against the wall of the corridor, then rebounding, collapsing to the ground like a dead dog. The woman in his arms was so frightened that she let out a sharp scream and fell to the ground. His friends and bodyguards behind him were all dumbfounded, momentarily forgetting to react. Everything happened too quickly in the blink of an eye. Xiao Lei was also stunned. Although he had just shouted to deal with Song Tai, he did not expect Chu Fan to act so decisively and so ruthlessly. Damn, Xiao Lei muttered, but soon excitement and ferocity flashed in his eyes. Damn it, let's do it. Without saying another word, he stepped forward and kicked down a bodyguard who had just reacted and was about to draw his weapon. After Chu Fan sent Song Tai flying with a punch, he didn't pause for a moment. His foot slid as he reached another bodyguard. That bodyguard was a trained fighter and quick to react, letting out a low growl as he aimed a fierce straight punch at Chu Fan's face. Chu Fan did not dodge or evade. His left hand shot out like lightning, accurately grabbing the opponent's wrist and twisting downward. Crack! The sound of bone breaking. The bodyguard let out a miserable scream as Chu Fan's right knee slammed into his abdomen. Ugh! The bodyguard's eyes bulged, his body bent like a shrimp, the contents of his stomach mixed with bile spewed out, and he fainted directly. The remaining friends were already terrified, their legs turning to jelly, unable to move. Chu Fan didn't even glance at them as he walked straight to Song Tai, who was curled up on the ground, bloodied, groaning in pain. He crouched down, grasping Song Tai's hair, lifting his face. Song Tai's face had swollen to the size of a pig's head, his nose crooked, blood smeared all over, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Chu Fan, you dare to hit me. I am Song. He threatened, his words unclear. Slap. Chu Fan responded with a backhand slap, sending Song Tai's head jerking to the side, spitting out 2 bloody teeth. Song Tai. Chu Fan's voice was cold as ice, like the stillness before a storm. 7 years ago in prison, was it you who arranged for it? Song Tai trembled all over, his eyes filled with fear. You. How do you? Is it or is it not? Chu Fan applied more force, making Song Tai feel as if his scalp was about to be torn off. So what if it is? Do you dare to kill me? Song Tai's face showed ferocity, blood frothing from his mouth. Chu Fan, fuck you, do you have the ability to kill me? Chu Fan smiled. That smile was faint, yet it made Song Tai's hair stand on end, as if he had been targeted by the most venomous snake. Kill you. Chu Fan's voice was as soft as a whisper. That would be too kind for you. He released Song Tai's hair, and Song Tai slid down to the ground like a pile of mush. Chu Fan stood up looking down at him with a gaze devoid of any emotion, only an absolute indifference. Song Tai, do you know what is more terrifying than death in this world? Song Tai clutched his painfully throbbing wrist, bloodied and battered, his eyes filled with resentment and a hint of suspicion. Chu Fan did not wait for him to answer, slowly stating, "It is losing everything you have. It is your proud identity as a member of the Song family turning into your death warrant. It is the wealth, connections, and status you have scraped together over the years under the Song family name turning into nothing overnight. It is becoming a stray dog that everyone shouts to hit, where even the beggars you look down on can spit at you. It is to live watching everything you cherish shatter before your eyes piece by piece. Finally, in endless fear and despair. Living is worse than death. Are you trying to scare me?" Song Tai shouted with a fierce yet cowardly voice. "I am a member of the Song family. My dad is Song Guozhong. My brother is Song Zhe. Do you dare to touch me? The Song family won't let you go. Buddha won't let you go." Chu Fan raised his foot and kicked it straight into Song Tai's face. Crack. The sound of his nasal bone collapsing completely mixed with Song Tai's sudden halted scream. His entire face sunk in blood mixed with mucus, and tears smeared all over, the intense pain almost causing him to faint instantly, but an even greater fear yanked him back to consciousness. Chu Fan's foot pressed down on his intact hand, slowly grinding. "The Song family. Buddha." Chu Fan's voice was indifferent, revealing no emotion sharper than the most cutting knife. "Do you think they can protect you now, Song Tai trembled violently, not from pain, but from Chu Fan's utterly dismissive attitude. That absolute indifference that regarded him, the Song family, and even Buddha as nothing. Fuck you. Song Tai squeezed out these words from the blood, his voice filled with horror. In that moment he realized with utter clarity that the Chu Fan before him was definitely not the same one he could easily manipulate 7 years ago. In fact, he might be countless times more terrifying than he imagined. Chu Fan did not respond, just exerted slight pressure with his foot. "Oh!" Song Tai screamed again, feeling as if the bones in his fingers were about to be crushed. "Make a call." Chu Fan released his foot, his tone flat. "Call your most trusted person, the one you think can save you." Song Tai's eyes were filled with terror, not understanding what Chu Fan intended to do, but under that icy gaze he did not dare to defy in the slightest. With his only somewhat functional bloodstained hand, he trembled as he pulled out his cracked phone from his pocket, struggling to unlock it. The call connected. Song Tai, like grasping at a final straw, cried out on the phone, Brother, it's me. Come save me. Chu Fan wants to kill me. He broke my hand, and he wants to ruin me. Brother, hurry." On the other end of the line, Song Zhe was silent for a few seconds. This silence made Song Tai's heart skip a beat. Song Zhe's voice came through, no longer filled with the previous rage, but exceptionally calm, even carrying a hint of exhaustion and indifference. "Brother, hurry and bring someone. I'm at the Royal Capital Entertainment." Song Tai shouted anxiously. "I can't go." Song Zhe's voice was cold. "What? Song Tai thought he had misheard. Song Zhe spoke clearly, word by word. "Father said that no one from the Song family is allowed to have any involvement with you anymore. You have offended the wrong person and committed a grave mistake. The Song family cannot protect you, nor do they wish to protect you. No, that's impossible. Brother, I am your biological brother. How can Dad?" Song Tai's voice trembled, filled with Chu Fan coldly stared at him. "Good. Very well. Song Zhe, you have some guts. You don't care about my life, do you?" Song Tai shouted angrily, blood filling his mouth. "Then don't blame me if I don't recognize you as my elder brother. Our brotherhood is severed." Song Tai's anger boiled over as he hung up the phone, then dialed another number. The call connected, and a crisp yet clearly impatient female voice came through. Song Tai, "What trouble have you gotten into again?" "I'm in a meeting. I don't have time for your nonsense." "Sister, this time it's real. Someone wants to kill me. At the Royal Capital Entertainment. You quickly bring people to save me." Song Tai's voice was laced with a sob filled with despair and urgency. There was a moment of silence on the other end, and Feng Yanren's voice became slightly more serious. "Kill you? Who's so bold? Has the Song family's reputation not spread?" "It has, but he doesn't fear it at all. His name is Chu Fan. He's the one who broke my hand. Sister, hurry. Otherwise I really might die here." Song Tai cried out, his voice piercing. "Chu Fan." Feng Yanran repeated the name, her tone tinged with a hint of doubt and coldness. "I've never heard of him. No matter who he is, anyone who dares to touch my brother Feng Yanran is seeking death. Where are you at the Royal Capital Entertainment? I'm coming over immediately. Sister. I'm in the corridor on the first floor. Hurry. He's right next to me. Song Tai seemed to see a glimmer of hope and shouted excitedly. Just wait. Feng Yanran decisively hung up the phone. Song Tai put down his phone, a twisted smile of hatred and anticipation appearing on his face. He looked at Chu Fan, his gaze turning vicious once more. Chu Fan. Did you hear that? My sister is coming. My sister Feng Yanran. She is a prominent figure even in the provincial capital. There are plenty of capable people under her. You're finished. Just wait until my sister arrives and see how you die. He seemed to regain some confidence, even though his face was swollen like a pig's head and his wrist was in agony. His eyes were filled with resentment and delight. Chu Fan looked at his smug expression. His eyes remained calm, even carrying a hint of mockery. He slightly tilted his head, looking at Xiao Lei. Lazy, do you know this person? Xiao Lei scratched his head, looking perplexed. Feng Yanran. I've never heard of her. Is there a prominent Feng family in the provincial capital? It seems there isn't a notable one, although there are a few families with the surname Feng, but they don't rank high. Wait, Song Tai, which surname does your sister have, Song or Feng? Have you been hit so hard that you forgot your sister's surname? Song Tai was taken aback by the question, and then his face turned red, angrily shouting, Nonsense. My sister's surname is definitely Feng. It's my mother's surname. Xiao Lei was startled and instinctively looked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan's gaze shifted slightly to Song Tai. You follow your father's surname Song, and your sister follows your mother's surname Feng. What does it matter to you? Song Tai retorted, but his eyes flickered. Chu Fan understood in his heart. It seems that the situation in the Song family is more complicated than he had thought. Song Tai and Song Zhe were born of Song Guzhong's ex-wife, while the ex-wife's surname is Feng. Feng Yanran. Chu Fan repeated the name softly, still unable to recall this person. Xiao Lei leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Brother, I think I might have some impression. The Chao family in the provincial capital, Chao Lingyun's wife, is said to be surnamed Feng, named Feng Yanran. It's said that she's quite a formidable character, has a lot of say in the Chao family, and is quite ruthless. If it really is her, this could be troublesome. The Chao family is a true power in the provincial capital with deep roots far beyond the families in Sioux City. Chao Lingyun, being one of the leading figures of the Chao family this generation, naturally has a wife who is not an ordinary person. Chao family. Chu Fan's eyes were calm as he smiled faintly. So what? Xiao Lei was taken aback, looking at Chu Fan's nonchalant demeanor, feeling perplexed. Brother, you are indeed impressive, but the Chao family is a massive entity in the provincial capital. At that moment, a more intense and steady sound of footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Clearly, the people Feng Yanran brought were of a much higher caliber than Song Tai's group of friends and ordinary bodyguards. Soon a group of people appeared in view. The woman leading them was none other than Feng Yanran. She wore a well-fitted beige suit, tall and slender, with a stunning appearance radiating the sharpness and competence of someone used to being in power. Her gaze was sharp as a knife, quickly sweeping over the scene, finally landing on Song Tai's miserable state, her brow furrowing tightly, a flash of anger passing through her eyes. But when she saw Chu Fan standing opposite Song Tai, a hint of surprise and solemnity flickered in her eyes. Damn, so it really is the wife of that leading figure from the Chao family. Xiao Lei's expression changed slightly as he recognized her. Feng Yanran's gaze lingered on Chu Fan for a few seconds, seemingly trying to discern something from his calm face. Then she turned her gaze back to the disheveled Song Tai on the ground. What happened? Feng Yanran's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority as her cold eyes swept over Song Tai. Song Tai grasped at the chance for salvation, crying out, Sister, quickly have someone take care of him. Feng Yanran did not respond to Song Tai immediately, instead looking at Chu Fan again, her tone unreadable. To take care of him. Xiao Lei's expression changed. Miss Feng, wait, there's been a misunderstanding. Feng Yanran's gaze shifted from Chu Fan to Xiao Lei, her eyes sharp as a knife. Xiao Lei. She recognized him, her tone carrying a hint of surprise and scrutiny. A member of the Xiao family. You also participated in attacking my brother. Xiao Lei's heart tightened, but thinking of Chu Fan being right beside him, he gathered his courage and replied calmly. Miss Feng, Song Tai was beaten because he brought it upon himself. Shut up. Feng Yanran coldly interrupted, a layer of frost covering her face. My Feng family's matters are not for an outsider like you to judge. Xiao Lei, for the sake of old Master Xiao, if you leave now I can pretend I didn't see you. She obviously valued the influence behind the Xiao family, leaving Xiao Lei with a bit of leeway. However, her attitude towards Chu Fan was entirely different. She looked back at Chu Fan, her gaze icy. As for you, Chu Fan, right? Hitting my brother Feng Yinran is tantamount to slapping the Chao family in the face. Today you must pay the price. She slightly raised her hand. The man referred to as Edea, who had been silent as a mountain with a heavy presence, immediately stepped forward. He stood nearly 2 meters tall, muscles bulging, stretching his black suit taut, with a fierce gaze that clearly indicated he was someone with blood on his hands. To disable his limbs. Feng Yanran's voice was devoid of any emotion, as if ordering something utterly mundane. Yes, miss. Ade replied in a deep voice, cracking his knuckles as he stepped toward Chu Fan. Heavy footsteps thudded dully upon the carpet, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. The corridor's atmosphere plummeted to freezing stillness. Onlookers recoiled in terror, desperate to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Feng Yinran's other bodyguards subtly fanned out, sealing off Chu Fan and Xiao Lei's escape routes. Xiao Lei's face paled. He knew of Da's reputation, one of the Chao family's elite martial cultivators. Rumored to hail from a reclusive, enigmatic lineage, his cultivation prowess was unfathomable. He once claimed 30 consecutive victories in the provincial underground arena, a feat bordering on legend. Brother, watch out. Da is no ordinary opponent. Xiao Lei growled low, stepping squarely before Chu Fan and assuming the opening stance of military combat boxing. Though he knew he stood little chance against such a foe, he would never let his brother face peril alone. Yet Chu Fan gently pressed a hand onto Xiao Lei's shoulder and calmly drew him behind himself. Stand behind me. Chu Fan's voice remained calm, his gaze steady and unflinching as he met Da's advancing figure, towering, relentless, brimming with raw menace. Da's eyes flickered with disdain at Chu Fan's unruffled composure. To him, this was merely a cocky youth with modest skill, naive enough to underestimate the heavens and earth. Kid, you've angered Miss Feng. Your luck has run out. Da's voice boomed like distant thunder. His palm, broad as a fan, whistled through the air, lunging straight for Chu Fan's shoulder, intending to seize him like a chick and methodically crush his bones. The strike appeared deceptively simple, yet concealed immense power and refined grappling artistry, utterly inescapable for any ordinary man. Yet, just as Da's fingertips grazed the fabric of Chu Fan's sleeve, Chu Fan moved. No dazzling flurry, only a subtle sidestep, a raised arm, a precise parry. Slow in appearance, yet flawlessly timed, his forearm locked firm against Da's crushing grip. A flicker of astonishment crossed Da's eyes. His hand felt as though it had struck tempered steel, immovable, unyielding. He instantly shifted tactics, his other fist coiled like a warhammer and slammed toward Chu Fan's temple. A direct hit would shatter a common skull. Chu Fan's gaze turned faintly cold. Da's ruthlessness was unmistakable. His opening move was outright lethal. Instead of retreating, Chu Fan slid forward, his body gliding like a silver fish into Da's guard, narrowly evading the fatal blow. Simultaneously, his rising elbow shot forth like a cannonball, sharp, swift, unerring, striking just squarely beneath the ribs. Thud! A muffled impact reverberated through the air. Da's massive frame jolted violently. Pain contorted his features, unbelieving raw. At least 2 ribs had snapped. Agony and surging chi flooded his entire being. How could this be? His hardened body cultivation approached invulnerability. Even heavy, blunt weapons rarely left a mark. How could a single elbow strike deliver such devastating force? Before shock or pain could fully register, Chu Fan's assault descended like a typhoon, elbow strike followed by knee thrust. A brutal upward drive slammed into Da's lower abdomen. Da grunted, instinctively doubling over. Seizing his arm, Chu Fan spun, fluid centrifugal, as if pivoting around his own axis. Shoulder throw. Da's colossal frame lifted clean off the ground, arcing high before crashing down like a meteor onto the corridor's hard marble floor. Boom! The entire corridor trembled. Dust billowed upward. Da lay sprawled, blood seeping from nose and mouth, his gaze vacant, unable even to rise. Silence. Absolute suffocating silence. Every onlooker stared dumbstruck. Feng Yinran's infamous enforcer, the fearsome Da, had just been felled in a single exchange, and with such utter dominance. Xiao Lei stood frozen, stunned. He knew Chu Fan was formidable, but never imagined this level of mastery. Could Da, a master-tier warrior, truly be as fragile as paper before Chu Fan? Feng Yinran's icy arrogance froze mid-expression, replaced by stark disbelief, and then a chilling predatory glint. Da was among her strongest retainers, her very confidence in Suzhou's cutthroat hierarchy. Now, she fixed her gaze on Chu Fan, her eyes narrowing with genuine wariness, grave and calculating for the first time. Who was this Chu Fan? Heir's pupils contracted sharply. Miss. Go. Feng Yinran's voice regained its detached hauteur. Don't embarrass me. Air stepped forward from behind Feng Yinran. Unlike Da's bear-like bulk, Air was lean and compact, clad in an unremarkable black jacket. Unassuming, almost silent. The moment he emerged, his focus locked unerringly onto Chu Fan. His muscles appeared relaxed, but every fiber was... The moment he emerged, his focus locked unerringly onto Chu Fan. His muscles appeared relaxed, but every fiber was coiled, primed for lethal action. Clearly he'd witnessed Da's swift defeat, and showed no trace of arrogance. Be cautious, Xiao Lei murmured urgently behind Chu Fan. Air fights dirtier, joint locks, assassination techniques. I've seen fighters like him in the Northwest. They're treacherous. Chu Fan gave a slight nod, his expression unchanged, serene, unmoved. Air uttered no challenge, assumed no stance. He simply circled Chu Fan slowly, deliberately, his gaze scanning joints, pressure points, vulnerabilities, measuring, probing. It was a masterful tactic of psychological pressure. Most would falter under such scrutiny, their movements betraying tension and hesitation. Chu Fan remained utterly still, then closed his eyes. Air's gaze sharpened, Feng Yinran, and the crowd exchanged baffled glances. Closing his eyes. Was this arrogance, or something else? Only Xiao Lei sensed the possibility Chu Fan might be employing a rare heightened mode of perception. Air completed half a circuit. Yet Chu Fan stood motionless, eyes shut, posture seemingly slack, offering no opening. Uncertainty flickered across Air's face. No more waiting. Air's eyes flashed. Then he struck. Not with brute force, but with terrifying absence. Like a wraith, he closed in from Chu Fan's left. His left hand curved into a claw, silently seizing for Chu Fan's left shoulder joint. His right hand, hidden at his side, darted like a venomous serpent, aiming straight for Chu Fan's vital lumbar point. One attack, overt, one concealed. Perfectly synchronized, angled with lethal precision, blurring into a faint afterimage. Too fast. Xiao Lei's heart lurched. Even Feng Yinran's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Air's signature technique, tendon-disrupting grasp, paired with veiled strike, was a true death blow. Countless masters had fallen to it. Yet, just as Air's left hand neared Chu Fan's shoulder and his right venomous strike reached its apex, Chu Fan's eyes snapped open. No fury burned within them. Only profound, bottomless calm, as if he had foreseen every motion, every intention. He moved, swift as a phantom, yet somehow impossibly ahead of Air's strike. His left shoulder sank slightly, as slippery as an eel, causing Air's grasp to miss its mark. Meanwhile, his right hand had unknowingly raised, with his index and middle fingers aligned. Like a precise scalpel, at a critical moment it struck the inner side of Air's right wrist as he aimed for his will. A faint sound of air breaking was barely audible. Air felt a numbness in his right wrist as a sharp force pierced like a steel needle, instantly dissipating the strength throughout his arm. That vicious acupoint striking technique was broken through with even greater precision and ferocity. What a... Air was horrified. Not only did the opponent see through his technique, but he could also counter it in such a way. What terrifying understanding and control did this require over the human Bodis acupoints and flow of power? He reacted swiftly, transforming his left hand from a claw to a palm, delivering a fierce hand chop towards Chu Fan's neck, simultaneously pushing off the ground to create distance. But Chu Fan's speed was even faster. His right hand, which had struck Air's wrist, did not retract, but instead moved upward, coiling around Air's left wrist like a spirit snake, giving it a gentle shake. Crack. A faint sound of bone cracking. Air's left wrist joint instantly dislocated. A sharp pain surged, and Air let out a muffled grunt, but he was tough and endured the agony, his right leg sweeping towards Chu Fan's lower body like a silent steel whip. This kick was angled lower and more insidious, aimed directly at the side of the knee. Chu Fan, however, seemed to have anticipated this, raising his left leg without dodging, instead meeting Air's sweeping leg with a kick of his own. Bang! The two legs collided fiercely in midair. The dull sound of impact echoed like two solid wooden rods striking together. Oh! Air finally could not suppress a short, pained cry. He felt as if his calf had been struck by an iron rod, losing all sensation instantly, with excruciating pain, causing cold sweat to break out on his forehead. Chu Fan's leg, however, seemed as immovable as forged steel. After the clash, he did not pause, seizing the moment. Air was unsteady and distracted by pain. His other hand shot out, like lightning, gripping Air's throat. Ugh! Air was suddenly choked. All resistance ceased instantly, his eyes filled with horror and despair. It was too fast. The entire process took only 2 or 3 seconds. In the blink of an eye, all of Air's intricate killing moves were countered and suppressed by the opponent's even more exquisite, and domineering methods, ultimately leaving him easily subdued at his vital point with life and death no longer in his control. If Ada lost due to sheer strength and skill, then Air lost in a more comprehensive and deeper sense, being outmatched, technically utterly defeated. Chu Fan held Air's throat, lifting him slowly. Air's feet left the ground, his face turning red as he struggled in vain, unable to move that hand which felt as unyielding as a vice. Chu Fan's gaze passed over the dying Air and fell on the indifferent Feng Yinran. Miss Feng. Chu Fan's voice remained flat, yet it struck like a hammer upon everyone's hearts. Now can we speak properly? Feng Yinran raised her eyes. They'll give you a chance to become my servant, and this matter will be forgotten. Sister. Song Tai instinctively wanted to call out, but was frightened into silence by Chu Fan's icy glare, only daring to look at Feng Yinran with pleading eyes. However, Feng Yinran did not even glance at Song Tai. She simply regarded Chu Fan calmly with a gaze that held a sense of superiority, as if the recent defeat of Ada and Air had not impacted her at all. A servant. Chu Fan's gaze turned slightly cold. This woman, even at this point, still put on such a condescending attitude of charity. A servant. A smirk appeared at the corner of Chu Fan's mouth. I will also give you a chance to become my maid, to submit to me. He tightened his grip slightly. Ugh. Air let out a painful gasp, his face shifting from red to purple, his eyes rolling back. Chu Fan, do you dare? Feng Yanran's expression finally changed, her voice sharp. Killing my people means enmity with the Chao family. Chao family. Chu Fan chuckled lightly. Is that something impressive? As he spoke, he casually tossed. Air was thrown out like a broken sack, crashing heavily against the distant wall, sliding to the ground, and coughing up blood. Though not dead, he had clearly lost all fighting capability. How bold! My lady is of such high status. She is the future young mistress of the Chao family. What are you? A girl beside Feng Yanran scolded, her words dripping with disdain. Chu Fan's gaze shifted from the pale, yet defiantly proud Feng Yanran to the girl who had just scolded. The girl was young, in her early 20s, stylishly dressed and meticulously made up, but her brows and eyes carried an air of spoiled arrogance, clearly a follower or close friend of Feng Yanran. Future young mistress of the Chao family. Chu Fan repeated the title with increased sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. So you haven't even married in yet you carry such an attitude. He looked at Feng Yanran. It seems that those around you believe that your future in-laws are your greatest support. Feng Yanran pressed her lips tightly together, her eyes icy, remaining silent, yet her lofty demeanor resembled that of a proud phoenix, unwilling to lower her noble head. Chu Fan, don't push your luck. The girl, seeing Chu Fan's attitude, became even more enraged, shouting sharply, for Yanran to take a liking to you and make you her servant, that's a blessing you earned over several lifetimes. You, coming from a small place like Sioux City, dare to be arrogant with just a bit of mediocre skill. Do you know what kind of existence the Chao family is? Crushing you is easier than squashing an ant. Sister Yanran will be the future mistress of the Chao family. You. Noisy. Chu Fan lightly uttered 2 words, flicking his fingers. A nearly invisible thread of energy shot out like a steel needle. Oh. The girl, mid-sentence, suddenly felt a numbness in her cheek, followed by a fiery sting. Instinctively, she covered her face, looking at Chu Fan in terror, wanting to curse again, but found that half of her facial muscles had stiffened, rendering her unable to speak a complete sentence, only able to emit huff-huff sounds. This attack, striking from a distance, was silent and unseen, further intimidating the entire room. Even Feng Yanran's pupils shrank sharply. External energy release. This was no longer within the realm of ordinary experts. Her heart surged with fear and dread, reaching a peak in an instant. At the same time, she became more certain of her earlier suspicion. This Chu Fan's background was certainly not simple. What? What did you do to me? The girl finally managed to speak, her voice a mix of shock and anger, but predominantly fear. A little lesson. Chu Fan did not even glance at her, his gaze returning to Feng Yanran. Keep a tight rein on the mouths of those around you, or next time it won't just be that you can't speak so simply. Feng Yanran's chest heaved, clearly furious. Her best friend beside her represented her dignity. Chu Fan slapping her friend in public was equivalent to slapping her face. However, the situation was stronger than the individual. With Ada and Air incapacitated and Chu Fan showcasing his terrifying strength, the people she had brought were utterly insufficient. Moreover, the other party seemed completely unconcerned about the Chao family. Chu Fan. Feng Yanran suppressed her fury, her voice still icy and arrogant. I admit you have some skills, but this world cannot be ruled by mere violence and bloodshed. The power of the Chao family is far greater than you can imagine. Chu Fan remained unfazed. Are you done with your nonsense? Feng Yanran was interrupted rudely by Chu Fan, her face flushed with alternating colors of anger and embarrassment, her chest rising and falling violently, her eyes almost bursting with rage. The bodyguards beside her and her friend, whose cheek was swollen, glared at Chu Fan with anger, yet dared not approach him, fearing his strength. Chu Fan. Feng Yanran squeezed out her words through clenched teeth, her gaze growing sharper. Do you really want to completely sever ties with the Chao family? Sever ties? Chu Fan chuckled lightly, his smile filled with mockery. Do you think you are qualified to represent the Chao family? Feng Yanran, do you really think that just because you carry the title of future Mrs. Chao you can act with such arrogance and disdain? Don't say that you haven't yet married into the Chao family, even if you were the mistress of the Chao family. He paused, speaking each word clearly. In my eyes, you are nothing more than that. I can step on you whenever I want. Even if the Chao family wants to protect you, they must consider whether they have the strength to do so. This was the height of arrogance. It was also the height of dominance. It was as if the colossal Chao family was merely a stone that he could manipulate at will. Feng Yanran's beautiful eyes narrowed. Oh, she was on the verge of exploding with anger. She had never heard anyone dare to evaluate the Chao family in such a way. No one had ever dared to disdain her. Feng Yanran. What a bold claim. If you dare to mess with my Mrs. Chao, you can try. Suddenly a deep and authoritative voice thundered like a rumble of thunder at the door. Everyone turned to look, only to see a middle-aged man wearing a dark gray Zhongshan suit, with a square face exuding an aura of authority without anger. He strode in, flanked by a group of equally imposing hockeyed bodyguards. The man was around 50 years old, not particularly tall, but when he stood there it was as if he was a steady mountain radiating an overwhelming momentum that instantly overshadowed everyone present. His gaze was like lightning sweeping across the crowd, lingering for a moment on Feng Yanran's slightly disheveled, yet proudly maintained face, revealing a hint of displeasure. Then his sharp gaze firmly locked onto Chu Fan. Chao! Uncle Chao! Feng Yanran was momentarily stunned upon seeing the newcomer, then her eyes sparkled with joy and grievance, as if a bullied child had finally seen their parent. The newcomer was Chao Jingxiong, the third brother of the current head of the Chao family. He held a prestigious position within the Chao family, wielding real power as one of its core figures. In the provincial capital, he was a big shot whose footsteps could shake the ground. How could he suddenly appear in Sioux City? And at this very moment, Feng Yanran's heart was filled with both shock and joy, as she was surprised that Chao Jingxiong personally intervened, which meant the situation was likely to escalate. But she was glad that with Chao Jingxiong present, Chu Fan would have to bow his head. Uncle Jingxiong. Feng Yanran rushed forward, her eyes slightly red, her voice choked with emotion. Why? Why are you here? Chao Jingxiong glanced at her, his brow slightly furrowing, but his tone remained relatively calm. I happened to be handling some matters in Sioux City and heard you were in a bit of trouble, so I came to see. Trouble? Feng Yanran felt bitter inside. This was no mere trouble. With a Da and air incapacitated and herself publicly humiliated, it was as if the Chao family's face had been rubbed into the ground. But she dared not say more, only lowering her head in grievance. Chao Jingxiong turned his gaze back to Chu Fan, his eyes gradually turning cold. Young man, were those words you just spoke? Chu Fan looked at the suddenly appearing big shot from the Chao family, his expression still calm, even carrying a hint of amusement. Yes, I said that. And what of it? What of it? Chao Zengxiang's eyes flashed coldly, adopting a lecturing tone. It's understandable for a young man to have some ability. But being overly arrogant and unaware of your own limitations is a path to self-destruction. He stepped forward, the aura of someone who has long held power becoming even more imposing. My Chao family has stood in the provincial capital for 600 years, and no one has ever dared to speak so brazenly. Today you will not only pay the price for injuring my Chao family members, but also kneel and apologize for your earlier arrogance. The bodyguards behind him immediately moved forward, subtly surrounding Chu Fan and Xiao Lei. These bodyguards exuded a much deeper and more restrained aura than the bodyguards Feng Yanran had brought, their eyes sharp, their temples slightly bulging, clearly all seasoned fighters, possibly even top-level experts. Xiao Lei's expression changed, his palms sweating. With Chao Jingxiong personally involved, and so many experts present, it seemed unlikely that today's matter would end peacefully. He secretly tightened his fists, preparing to fight desperately. However, Chu Fan seemed oblivious to the experts surrounding him, and simply looked at Chao Jingxiong, suddenly smiling. That smile, however, sent an inexplicable chill down Chao Zengxiang's spine. Chao Jingxiong. Chu Fan slowly spoke leisurely, third of the Chao family in charge of some overseas businesses, and the unsavory tasks, right? Chao Zengxiang's pupils suddenly constricted. It was public knowledge that he managed some overseas businesses for the Chao family, but it was one of the highest internal secrets of the Chao family. How could this young man know? Who exactly are you? Chao Xingxiang's voice took on a tone of gravity and caution. Who I am is not important. Chu Fan replied calmly and unhurriedly. What matters is, are you sure you want to sever ties with me for the sake of your yet married niece? He paused, his voice turning cold. Or should I say, are you sure the Chao family can bear the consequences of severing ties with me? Chao Xingxiang's expression darkened. Chu Fan's calmness and mystery made him feel a surge of doubt. The other party not only knew the Chao family's secrets, but also appeared so fearless. Could it be that he truly had some astonishing background? But in front of everyone as a core figure of the Chao family, if he were to be intimidated by a young man, with just a few words, what face would the Chao family have left? How could he continue to stand in the provincial capital? Bluster. Chao Xingxiang snorted, coldly suppressing his inner doubts, and sternly said, no matter who you are today, if you harm a member of the Chao family and insult the Chao family's name, you must give an explanation. Take him down. He no longer hesitated and directly gave the order. The experts surrounding Chu Fan immediately sprang into action. Their movements were as swift as a cheetah, coordinating seamlessly, attacking Chu Fan's vital points from different angles. The wind from their fists and legs created sharp sounds of breaking air. Clearly they intended to use lethal moves right from the start, aiming to subdue or even kill Chu Fan as quickly as possible. Suddenly the glass door of the royal entertainment shattered with a loud crash, shards of glass flying everywhere. Following that, hundreds of soldiers armed with submachine guns surged in, each one exuding a deadly aura. What does the Chao family's overreaching dragon want? They aren't qualified to act fierce in Sioux City. Chao Xingxiang, if you dare to harm a single hair on Chu Xiaoyu today, the guns in the hands of my soldiers are not for show. Accompanied by a commanding shout, a middle-aged general in a crisp military uniform sporting the star insignia and a resolute face with sharp eagle-like eyes strode in with a commanding presence. Behind him were hundreds of elite soldiers, fierce and menacing as wolves. The dark muzzles of their guns instantly locked onto Chao Xingxiang and all those accompanying him. The entire first floor of the royal entertainment was enveloped in an atmosphere of iron-blooded oppression. The masters brought by Chao Xingxiang turned pale, their movements froze, and they dared not move an inch in front of this true war machine. No matter how skilled they were, they could not withstand the torrent of bullets. The expression on Chao Xingxiang's face turned extremely ugly at the sight of the newcomers. Su Hongfeng. This name is a terrifying symbol in the military circles of Huaxiao, and even in some special international arenas. He is the youngest general of the Su family without exception, renowned for his glorious military achievements, iron-blooded style, and reckless actions. The Longfeng Special Operations Brigade he leads is one of the most mysterious and elite special forces in Huaxia. Having executed numerous high-difficulty overseas missions with brilliant results, yet due to his ruthless methods, he is known as a war madman. It is rumored that during a mission in the Middle East, after the sacrifice of a comrade in a fit of rage, he single-handedly pursued the enemy leader for 300 miles, slaughtering dozens of elite guards, and ultimately presenting the target's head to the public, instilling fear in the region. From then on, his notorious name spread far and wide. Such a killing god appears in Sioux City, and it seems he has come specifically for Chu Fan. What is the origin of this Chu Fan? How could he summon the killing god Su Hongfeng to personally intervene? Feng Yinran was so terrified that she trembled, not daring to lift her head. Su Hongfeng's infamous reputation was known to her. He was a person her father-in-law treated with utmost caution. Su Hongfeng didn't even glance at Chao Xingxiang or Feng Yinran, as if they were merely ants on the ground. He walked straight up to Chu Fan, and on his face, which was as sharp as if carved from stone and marked with faint scars, a rare smile of respect appeared. Mr. Chu, I hope I'm not late. Su Hongfeng's voice was low but carried a metallic quality, each word seemingly infused with the scent of gunpowder. Chu Fan looked at the military legend who had suddenly appeared, his eyes flickering slightly as he understood. The only reason Su Hongfeng would personally come was likely due to an introduction from old Su. You're too kind, General Su, you've come at just the right time. Chu Fan nodded in acknowledgement. What general? Just call me old Su. Su Hongfeng waved his hand grandly, appearing quite generous. The old man instructed that in Jiangnan, anyone who dares to go against you is going against me, Su Hongfeng. It's like going against the entire Longfeng. He suddenly turned around, his eagle-like sharp eyes sweeping over Chao Xingxiang, and his voice turned cold like an arctic wind blowing through. Chao Laosan, do you want to harm Mr. Chu? He suddenly turned around, his eagle-like sharp eyes sweeping over Chao Jingxiong, and his voice turned cold like an arctic wind blowing through. Chao Laosan. Chao Zhengxiang's reaction surprised everyone. Faced with the notorious military killing god Su Hongfeng and the hundreds of gun barrels aimed at him, he surprisingly did not cower in fear as before. Instead, he stood tall, his gaze sharp, even carrying an air of confrontation. The masters he brought with him looked solemn, but there was not much fear of the firearms in their eyes. They continued to lock on Chu Fan, their killing intent unwavering. Su Hongfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of surprise and vigilance passing through his pupils. A battle-hardened veteran, he immediately sensed something amiss with Chao Jingxiong and these masters. This was not just bluster, it was more like they had some backing. Interesting, Su Hongfeng's voice remained icy. Chao Laosan, it seems you brought quite a few people with you to Su City this time. Chao Jingxiong snorted coldly, not denying it. He indeed had his trump cards, otherwise he wouldn't dare to be so aggressive for Feng Yinran Sake, knowing well that Chu Fan was no easy opponent. Su Hongfeng. Chao Zhengxiang's tone grew serious. Chu Fan injured someone from my Chao family, insulted my future daughter-in-law, and even spoke disrespectfully, challenging my Chao family's authority. This matter cannot just be brushed aside. Even if you intervene, it won't work. He paused, a wave of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. My Chao family is not a soft persimmon that can be squeezed at will. Chu Fan said indifferently, do you think I am a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? His words were nonchalant, but made Chao Zhengxiang's brow twitch, intensifying his unease. But after glancing at the several experts beside him still exuding killing intent and steady in their breathing, and recalling the backup he had prepared for this trip, he steadied his heart. Chu Fan, I know you have some abilities, Chao Jingxiong said coldly, but do you think just because you can fight and Su Hongfeng brought a few people here you can intimidate my Chao family? That's a bit naive. He stepped forward, exuding an imposing aura. Today you must give my Chao family an explanation. Otherwise, even with Su Hongfeng here, I will demand an explanation. The masters he brought with him, upon hearing his words, once again locked onto Chu Fan, subtly forming it. They clearly had received special training and were not as fearful of firearms as ordinary people. Their eyes were sharp, searching for the right moment to strike. A cold glint flashed in Su Hongfeng's eyes as he grinned coldly. Then let's see who is really hard-headed, you or my bullets. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand. Crash! The Longfeng Special Forces soldiers outside instantly changed formation, the front row kneeling on one knee. The back row stood upright, all gun muzzles simultaneously locking on a Chao Jingxiong and the 7 or 8 masters beside him with extreme precision. Their movements were uniform and as swift as lightning, showcasing their terrifying military discipline. Even more terrifying was the cold, indifferent expression in the eyes of these Special Forces soldiers. There was not a hint of emotion. It was as if they weren't aiming at living beings, but rather at a pile of targets that needed to be eliminated. This pure, emotionless aura of a killing machine was even more chilling than mere ferocity. The faces of the elite masters brought by Chao Jingxiong finally changed completely. They might not fear the guns of ordinary police or soldiers, as they were confident in their speed to either dodge or take out the gunmen. But these Longfeng Special Forces soldiers were different. In such a narrow and dense space, their skills would be of no use. The iron-blooded killing aura they exuded proved that they were indeed elite among elites who had seen blood and killed. Being targeted by such people with guns made the feeling of impending death all too clear. Chao Zhengxiang's eyes darkened. He did not expect Su Hongfeng to be so reckless, so disrespectful, as to want to take action directly. Just as the tension reached its peak, Chao Zhengxiang's phone suddenly rang. The abrupt ringtone was particularly jarring in the dead silence of the corridor. Chao Zhengxiang's brow furrowed tightly, his heart filled with irritation. At such a critical moment, who the hell is calling? He did not want to answer, but the persistent ringing in the oppressive silence was especially grating. Su Hongfeng frowned slightly, but said nothing, merely watching him coldly. Chao Jingxiong felt countless gazes around him, especially Su Hongfeng's, and those soldiers' icy stares. Ultimately, under the public's watchful eyes, he took out his phone. The moment he saw the caller ID, his pupils contracted sharply and the muscles on his face involuntarily twitched. On the screen there was a number displayed that he knew by heart, though it had no stored name. This number belonged to the master of the East Hall stationed in the provincial city, and it was a private line. Chao Zhengxiang's heart felt as though it had been gripped tightly by an invisible hand, nearly ceasing to beat. The East Hall master. The one who governs the affairs of the East Hall across the entire Jiangnan region, possessing the authority to supervise capture and even in certain circumstances execute orders post-event, like a regional governor. Although the East Hall theoretically counterbalances the Ming Yi way, its scope of authority leans more towards internal oversight. Major case investigations and the handling of special matters also possess high independence and authority. The East Hall Master is undoubtedly a figure whose mere stamp of a foot could shake all of Jiangnan. Why would such a person call him on a private line at this moment? Could it be, also for Chu Fan? A more terrifying and unbelievable thought ravaged his mind. No, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. No matter how capable Chu Fan is, how could he possibly attract the attention of someone like the East Hall Master? Su Hongfeng's involvement was already outrageous enough. But if it wasn't for Chu Fan, why would the East Hall Master reach out to him at this critical moment? Could it be that he or the Chao family has been targeted by the East Hall? For a moment, Chao Zhengxiang's heart was in turmoil, his expression fluctuating. Answer it. Su Hongfeng's icy voice interrupted his thoughts. Put it on speaker. Chao Zhengxiang jolted, snapping back from his shock. He looked at Su Hongfeng's unyielding gaze, and then at the dark muzzles of the guns around him, knowing he had no choice. Trembling, he pressed the answer button, while also activating the speaker. Hello. East Hall Master. Chao Zhengxiang's voice was dry and tense, filled with anxiety and reverence. On the other end of the line came a calm, steady voice imbued with an invisible authority. A middle-aged man, it was East Hall Master Sun Jinbang. Chao Zhengxiang. The East Hall Master's voice revealed no hint of joy or anger. Are you currently in the entertainment district of Su City? Yes, East Hall Master. I immediately cease all your activities. The East Hall Master's voice suddenly turned cold, carrying an undeniable commanding tone. Take your people and leave Su City at the fastest speed, returning to the provincial city. Chao Zhengxiang was completely stunned. He never expected the East Hall Master would start off by commanding him. East Hall Master, why is that? Chao Zhengxiang still wanted to struggle a bit. There is no why. The East Hall Master's voice grew stern, and through the phone one could feel the suffocating pressure. Chao Zhengxiang, you only need to execute the order. This is a supreme command. If you dare to defy it, I guarantee, in the name of the East Hall, that you, along with the Chao family behind you, will completely vanish from Jiangnan within 24 hours. Do you understand? Boom! Chao Zhengxiang's mind went blank, with only the word supreme command and completely vanish echoing madly in his head. Supreme command. A supreme command personally issued by the East Hall Master. Even though the East Hall Master never mentioned Chu Fan, it was more terrifying than if he had. What exactly is this Chu Fan? That he could prompt the East Hall Master to utter the word supreme command. This was no ordinary regard or caution. It elevated Chu Fan's status to a height beyond his imagination. To completely vanish, based on his understanding of the East Hall's operational style, this was definitely not a mere threat. The East Hall possessed both the capability and the resolve. Whatever the East Hall wished to do, even the Ming Yui's involvement would be futile. A bone-chilling cold spread from his spine to every corner of his being. He had just been confronting such a terrifying existence. He even wanted to eliminate him. This was akin to dancing madly at the gates of hell. I understand. Chao Zhengxiang's voice quivered with tears and extreme fear. I will return to the provincial city right away. Remember, you must apologize to Chu Fan. The East Hall Master added a final note before hanging up. Chao Zhengxiang's mind buzzed, completely exploding. Not only did the East Hall Master order him to return to the provincial city immediately, but he also explicitly demanded that he apologize to Chu Fan. On what grounds? I, Chao Zhengxiang, am someone with standing in the provincial city. As the third master of the Chao family, wherever I go, I am respected. Even if the East Hall Master wields immense power, to ask me to publicly apologize to a mere youth is too humiliating. What about the face of the Chao family? A wave of intense humiliation and resentment surged like a boulder in his heart, temporarily overshadowing his fear of the East Hall Master. He grasped the phone, frozen in place, his complexion a mix of pale and green, his gaze flickering. To apologize. Not to apologize. If he doesn't apologize, the East Hall Master's threat still loomed. The Chao family might truly disappear. To apologize, especially in front of so many people, especially with Su Hongfeng, his rival, also present. How could Chao Zhengxiang continue to mix in these circles? Where is the dignity of the Chao family? Just as he was in the midst of a fierce internal struggle, Chu Fan mockingly said, "Isn't Third Master Chao going to apologize?" Chao Zhengxiang felt his chest nearly explode from Chu Fan's mocking tone, his face burning with anger. He clenched his teeth tightly, blood seeping from his gums, veins bulging on his forehead, and ultimately, he bowed his once proud head in humiliation. Slowly, with great difficulty, he bent towards Chu Fan's direction. "Chu, Mr. Chu. His voice was dry and hoarse as if squeezed out from his throat. Today, I Chao Jingxiong have offended you. I apologize to you and sincerely hope you can forgive me. Each word felt as if it were stained with blood, full of unwillingness and humiliation. Yet in the end he still managed to say it. After speaking, he maintained his bowing posture motionless like a frozen statue of shame. The experts he brought with him quickly followed suit, bowing deeply, not daring to breathe. The corridor was deathly silent. Only Chao Xingxiang's heavy and suppressed breathing could be heard. Feng Yinran looked at her third uncle from the Chao family whom she relied upon, actually bowing to apologize to Chu Fan, her eyes filled with disbelief and immense resentment. Xiao Lei swallowed hard, feeling as though his heart was about to leap out. This was too damn thrilling. Too damn impressive. What exactly has this brother gone through in the past 7 years? Even the East Hall master was stirred into action, forcing the third master of the Chao family to bow publicly. This is the East Hall master, a legendary figure. To think he personally called Chao Jingxiong, ordering him to apologize to his brother. This is utterly insane. Although Su Hanfeng had anticipated this, witnessing the scene still filled his heart with deep emotion. Chu Fan's power had repeatedly shattered his understanding. Chu Fan looked at the bowing Chao Jingxiong with a calm expression. Chao Jingxiong, remember today's lesson. Take your people and leave Su City. Do not let me see you again. His flat tone carried an undeniable authority. Chao Jingxiong trembled, feeling as if he had received a reprieve, quickly straightening up and repeatedly saying yes. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chu. We will leave immediately. He dared not linger any longer, not even glancing at Feng Yinran. He signaled to his companions, who immediately understood, and restrained Feng Yinran, who wanted to say something. Like a stray dog, they fled from the royal capital entertainment, in a panic, their backs appearing pitifully disheveled. Song Tai, lying on the ground, stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. His proud sister, the future lady of the Chao family, was leaving in such a disgraceful manner. The third master of the Chao family, a figure so powerful in the provincial city that even a stomp of his foot could shake the city, changed his attitude just from receiving a phone call. Was he actually bowing and apologizing to Chu Fan? What about him? Sister, don't go. What will I do if you leave? Song Tai's desperate cries echoed in the empty corridor, yet they did not make Feng Yinran and Chao Jingxiong pause for even a moment. Feng Yinran was even silenced by her subordinates, only able to emit muffled sounds, her eyes filled with unwillingness and resentment. The Chao family members, as if being chased by evil spirits, disappeared, without looking back outside the royal capital entertainment, leaving Song Tai alone, lying on the ground like an abandoned stray dog. The shock and disbelief on Song Tai's face were gradually replaced by boundless fear and despair. His greatest reliance, his sister, who was to be the future lady of the Chao family, and the third master of the Chao family, whom he regarded as a savior, had just run away. Moreover, the third master of the Chao family even bowed and apologized to Chu Fan. What in the world was going on? What was said on that phone call? What kind of background does Chu Fan have that could make the third master of the Chao family behave like a grandson? A huge question and fear wrapped around Song Tai's heart, nearly suffocating him. He struggled to lift his head, looking at Chu Fan, who stood calmly not far away. At this moment, Chu Fan no longer appeared to be an easily manipulated labor reform inmate in his eyes. Instead, he appeared as an insurmountable mountain exuding a cold majesty. All of his previous arrogance, resentment, and scheming seemed so laughable and trivial before this mountain. Brother, how should we deal with this fool? Xiao Lei walked over to Song Tai, kicking his limp body with unabashed disdain on his face. Song Tai groaned from the kick, fearfully looking at Xiao Lei, and then at Chu Fan, his eyes filled only with the most primitive fear and pleading. Chu Fan looked at Song Tai, who resembled a dead dog, with no trace of pity in his eyes. Break his limbs, give him a broken bowl, and let him beg for food properly in Sioux City from now on. No, Chu Fan. Spare me. I will go to prison. I am willing to compensate. Please don't. Song Tai, terrified, lost his composure and cried out for mercy. Breaking his limbs. Begging on the street. That would be more painful than death. It would be an endless humiliation and torment. From the lofty young master of the Song family to a crippled beggar reliant on alms. Just thinking about it made him shudder. However, Chu Fan's gaze showed no signs of wavering. Do it. Chu Fan gestured to Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei's eyes flashed with a cold light, showing no hesitation. All right. With a wicked grin, he walked in front of Song Tai. Song Tai was terrified and shrank back desperately, but there was nowhere to hide. Xiao Lei, having come from a military background, executed the action cleanly and efficiently. Crack. Oh. The first strike precisely broke Song Tai's left shin bone. The sound of bones breaking and Song Tai's horrifying screams rang out simultaneously. Next it was the right shin. Crack. Ah, my leg. Then came the left arm and the right arm. Crack. Crack. Spare me. Please. Ah. The 4 crisp sounds of bone fractures accompanied by 4 heart-wrenching screams. Song Tai lay on the ground like a dog who had its bones taken out, his limbs twisted at unnatural angles. The excruciating pain caused him to convulse all over, tears streaming down his face, his cries turning weak, reduced to despairing whimpers. Xiao Lei completed all of this clapping his hands as if he had merely done something trivial. He found a chipped, broken porcelain bowl from who knows where and threw it in front of Song Tai. Here, use this to beg from now on, Xiao Lei said coldly. Song Tai's gaze was vacant, filled with endless fear and despair, and he could only instinctively nod slightly. Chu Fan no longer looked at him, as if the puddle of mud on the ground had ceased to exist. He turned to Su Hongfeng and Zhao Gang, saying, "Brother Su, let's go." Su Hongfeng looked at the pitiful sight of Song Tai on the ground. His heart also felt a chill. Chu Fan's methods were indeed ruthless, but Song Tai had brought this upon himself. "Let's go." Su Hongfeng nodded. The 3 of them lingered no longer and left the Royal Capital Entertainment side by side. Song Tai, discarded on the street, looked miserable, his eyes filled with resentment, his mouth frothing with blood, pounding the ground as he watched Chu Fan's departing figure. He was unwilling. Like a dying maggot, he twisted and convulsed in pain on the cold, filthy pain. The intense pain in his limbs nearly tore his nerves apart, but what he found even harder to bear was the overwhelming humiliation and boundless unwillingness. He was Song Tai, the young master of the Song family. Though not well regarded, he was still a child of a wealthy family. When had he ever suffered such humiliation since childhood? When had he been thrown on the street like garbage, begging with a broken bowl? Chu Fan. Chu Fan. He let out a beast-like roar from his throat. Blood froth flowed from the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with resentment, nearly dripping blood. "I will make you die. I will ensure that you die a horrible death." He used the only part of his neck that could still move to desperately and futilely pound the ground, as if this would vent the hatred in his heart. "Sister. Chow family. Why won't you help me? Why won't you care for me?" Passers-by were frightened by his tragic and insane appearance, keeping their distance and whispering amongst themselves. Some felt sympathy, some revulsion, but no one dared to step forward. The pain in Song Tai's body became sharper due to the cold, and the loss of blood and weakness caused his consciousness to start fading. "I can't die. I can't just end like this." He mumbled to himself, a glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes. "I still have a chance. I still have." He struggled, using his chin and body to move a little at an incredibly slow pace. "Young Master Song. How is young Master Song? Quick, contact an ambulance. Young Master Song, you have to hold on." The few bodyguards of Song Tai who had been forgotten in the Royal Capital Entertainment and previously hid in the corners finally mustered the courage to rush out. Seeing Song Tai in such a tragic state, limbs broken and flesh mangled, lying on the street like a pile of mud, the bodyguards turned pale with fear, trembling in terror. They had previously been intimidated into immobility by the soldiers brought by Su Hongfeng and the imposing presence of Chu Fan. Only after seeing that Chu Fan and his group had left did they dare to come out and check. "Song Xiao. How are you, Song Xiao?" One bodyguard hurriedly crouched down, but did not dare to touch Song Tai's twisted limbs. "Quick, call 120. Another bodyguard fumbled to take out his phone. "We also need to contact the Song family. Inform young Master Song Zhe and Miss Feng." The third bodyguard was in a panic, unsure of what to do. Just then a van pulled up. The door opened, and Tang Songwoo, dressed in his suit, jumped out of the vehicle. When he saw Song Tai in such a ghastly state, Tang Songwoo's eyes nearly bulged out. He had received a distress message from Song Zhe, who told him that something had happened to Song Tai at the Royal Capital Entertainment and urged him to come quickly with help. He thought this would be a great opportunity to curry favor with Song Tai, and perhaps he could even gain some benefits from the Lin family. So he quickly found a van and brought along 2 newly recruited lackeys who also had no moral boundaries. But what was happening before his eyes? Song Tai, the once domineering young master of the Song family standing before him, was now lying on the ground like a dead dog, his limbs twisted, face covered in blood, barely breathing, looking as if he was about to die. And the bodyguards around him were all like startled birds, afraid to even touch Song Tai, only calling for an ambulance. "What? Who did this?" Tang Sangwa exclaimed in shock, his voice trembling. A bodyguard with a mournful face lowered his voice and said with endless fear, It was Chu Fan. And Su Hongfeng and the East Hall Master seemed to have also gotten involved. "What a..." Tang Sangwa felt as if struck by lightning. His whole body froze in place. Chu Fan, Su Hongfeng, and the East Hall Master. Each of these names felt like a heavy hammer striking his heart, especially the words East Hall Master, which nearly made him wet his pants. He was just a petty thug living by deceiving and gambling, who, although he had connected with the Buddha Lord, he had never interacted with people of such caliber. The East Hall Master, that was a terrifying existence, said to hold the power of life and death capable of competing with the Mingi Guard. Even the East Hall Master intervened. All for Chu Fan. What kind of monster is Chu Fan? Tang Sangwo's legs trembled, a chill running from his soles to the top of his head. He suddenly regretted coming here so much. This was not an opportunity to curry favor with Song Tai at all. This was clearly a death warrant. Tang Sangwo was instantly soaked in cold sweat. No, I can't stay here. He frantically shouted in his heart, turning to run back to the van. Tang Sangwa. On the ground, Song Tai seemed to hear Tang Sangwo's voice, using his last ounce of strength to let out a faint cry. Save me. Otherwise, I will tell Chu Fan about our conspiracy. You bastard. Tang Sangwa cursed angrily, his eyes fierce, wanting to kill him to silence him. But this thought was quickly dispelled when a car from the Song family arrived in the distance. Tang Sangwa looked up and saw a figure getting out of the car. It was Song Zhe. Song Tai. Seeing his younger brother in such a miserable state, Song Zhe's face changed drastically as he hurried over. The bodyguards who came along also quickened their pace. Song Zhe's arrival was like a bucket of ice water poured over Tang Sangwo's head, instantly extinguishing the murderous intent that had just arisen in his heart. Kill to silence. In front of Song Zhe. He wasn't done living yet. Tang Sangwa quickly forced a smile that looked uglier than crying and approached Song. Young Master Song. You're finally here. Song Xiao. He's seriously injured. Song Zhe didn't even glance at Tang Sangwa, directly crouching beside Song Tai, his brow furrowing. Looking at his younger brother's twisted limbs and bloodied state, a complex expression flashed in his eyes, filled with pain and anger. But more than that, was a deep sense of helplessness and exhaustion. Brother. Song Tai, seeing Song Zhe, ignited the last glimmer of hope in his eyes, grasping Song Zhe's pant leg with all his strength. Save me. Don't speak anymore, Song Zhe interrupted him, his voice low. I already know. He had already received news and was aware of everything that had happened at the Royal Capital Entertainment. He knew that the East Hall Master had personally called Chao Jingxiong and was aware of the terrifying influence of Chu Fan. He rushed over, not to save Song Tai, but to handle the aftermath. Has the ambulance been called? Song Zhe asked the nearby bodyguard. Yes, it has been called and should arrive soon, the bodyguard hurriedly replied. Song Zhe nodded, looking at the barely breathing Song Tai, and said in a deep voice, Song Tai, from now on keep your mouth shut. Wail. Soon the ambulance arrived, and Song Zhe directed the bodyguards to lift his brother onto the ambulance. Song Zhe no longer looked at him, standing up to address Tang Sangwa. You are Tang Sangwa. Yes. It's me, young Master Song. Tang Sangwa trembled. I already know about the conspiracy between you and my brother. Song Zhe's gaze was sharp as a knife. From now on keep your mouth shut and disappear immediately. I will contact you if needed. Tang Sangwa trembled in fear, quickly nodding and bowing. Yes. Young Master Song, rest assured. I don't know anything. Am leaving right now. He dared not stay any longer, wishing to disappear immediately. He hurriedly crawled back to the van, urging his lackeys to drive quickly, escaping this troublesome place. Song Zhe looked at Song Tai being lifted into the ambulance, sighed with a complex expression. This useless younger brother had ultimately brought disaster upon himself, shaming the family and leading himself to a dead end. Song Tai, the elder sister, called and asked me to help you find peace, Song Zhe said expressionlessly in the ambulance. At the moment he heard the word peace, Song Tai's eyes, which had been dull from pain and blood loss, suddenly widened in shock. In the depths of his pupils surged an indescribable horror and fear, along with an extreme anger and despair from being betrayed by a close relative. What did you just say? He let out a strange sound from his throat. Song Tai wanted to struggle, but his broken limbs could only twitch weakly like a maggot, his body trembling with rage. Elder sister. She wants to kill me. Seeing his brother's terrified expression, a flicker of reluctance flashed in Song Zhe's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a cold, killing intent. Song Tai, don't you understand? Song Zhe's voice was low, audible only to the two brothers. The trouble you caused is too great. Your death will ensure that the Chao family is not implicated. No. Wu. I am your beloved little brother. Song Tai's eyes widened in horror as he spoke haltingly, overwhelmed with dread. We are of the same blood raised together on our mother's milk. How can my elder sister want you to kill me? Mother will never forgive her. Shut up. How dare you mention our mother? Song Ze's gaze turned cold. Mother nearly died at the hands of the Chao family because of you. My elder sister must marry into the Chao family. You cannot disrupt this matter. Mother owes you nothing. When we were young, she said you were frail. Did she not tell you to drink more milk? Was I not the one who starved alongside my elder sister? Even when mother divorced Song Guozhong, she kept me and you in the Song family to provide for you a good life, allowing us to enjoy luxury and abundance. How can you still mention our mother? Over the years all you've done is bring trouble to her. Was it not mother who had me clean up after you? Suddenly Song Ze stood up, growing more agitated as murderous intent surfaced, gripping Song Tai's throat tightly. It felt as though the person before him was not his little brother, but an enemy with a blood feud. Song Tai's eyes widened in terror, his mouth agape as he desperately gasped for air, but his throat was firmly constricted, unable to produce coherent sounds, only able to emit a heh noise. His limbs were completely incapacitated. He had no strength to resist. He could only exert all his strength to frantically twist his neck, his eyes filled with disbelief, the despair of betrayal by his own kin, and the ultimate fear of death. He could never have imagined that his own elder brother and sister who had grown up with him would personally send him to his demise. Wu, brother, let me go. He struggled in vain, tears mingled with blood smearing his cheeks. Elder brother, I was wrong. Spare me please. Listening to his little brother's pleas, Song Ze's expression remained icy, showing no signs of wavering. The veins on his hands bulged as he exerted more force. Song Tai, do not blame me. Blame yourself for being unworthy, for offending those you should not have. Song Ze's voice was low and cruel as he tightened his grip. For the sake of my elder sister's future, for the future of the Feng family, you must die. Rest easy in your next life. Be a wise person. Crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed. Song Tai's eyes bulged, his pupils dilated in an instant, the last glimmer of light rapidly fading away. In his dying moments, he never expected to die, not at the hands of Chu Fan, but rather at the hands of his own blood brother. He stared intently at Song Ze as if to engrave that cold face deep into his soul, taking it with him to the afterlife. Then his head tilted, and he completely ceased to struggle. Song Ze slowly released his grip, looking at his little brother's unblinking face. His chest rose and fell violently for a few moments, the last shred of compassion vanishing entirely, leaving only the coldness and fatigue of having completed his task. He reached out and closed Song Tai's wide-open eyes. Then, addressing the doctors and medical staff who were already pale and trembling from fear, he instructed, in a moment send the corpse to this address. Announce to the public that the patient died due to severe injuries leading to multiple organ failure, and resuscitation was unsuccessful. Yes, young master. Several of them hurriedly replied, their voices trembling. Song Ze no longer looked at Song Tai's corpse, turned around, and stepped off the ambulance, pulling out his phone to dial a number. I have arranged for someone to send Song Tai's body over. You peel off his skin and notify me promptly. Meanwhile, Chu Fan was unaware of Song Tai's death. When he received a call from Shun Qingxue, he drove to the school. Cousin, Wu, I've been bullied. Shun Qingxue's voice on the phone was choked with tears, sounding very distressed. Chu Fan's expression suddenly turned icy. His cousin was also one of the closest relatives he cared for the most. Although this little girl was somewhat introverted and shy, she was very sensible and would never easily provoke trouble. Take your time and tell me what happened. Where are you in the school? Cousin will be there soon. Chu Fan's voice softened instantly, but the coldness in his eyes grew more pronounced. I'm in the alley behind the school. They took my money in. They want to tear my clothes. On the other end of the line, Shun Qingxue's voice carried suppressed fear and sobbing. A surge of rage instantly welled up in Chu Fan's heart. A chilling, killing intent nearly burst forth. Stay where you are, don't move. Find a corner to hide. I'll be there in 5 minutes. After finishing, Chu Fan hung up the phone and said to Su Hongfeng and Xiao Lei, Brother Su Lei Zi, I have something urgent, I'll go ahead. What happened, brother? Xiao Lei asked anxiously when he saw the change in Chu Fan's expression. My cousin is being bullied at school. Chu Fan's voice was cold. What a... Damn it. Which bastard dares to touch our sister? Let's go. Together. Xiao Lei immediately stood up, rolling up his sleeves. Su Hongfeng and Zhao Gang's expressions darkened. Chu Xiaoyo, do you need our help? No need, it's a small matter. I'll handle it myself. Chu Fan waved his hand. He did not want to make the matter too big. All right. Call if you need anything. Su Hongfeng knew Chu Fan's abilities and said no more. Chu Fan nodded, and quickly left the private room. He went downstairs to drive, flooring the accelerator. The black sedan shot forward like an arrow towards the school where Shin Qingxue was. All the way, Chu Fan's gaze was icy, his heart boiling with anger. No matter who the opponent was, or what their purpose today, they must pay a painful price. In less than 5 minutes, Chu Fan's car made a sharp stop near the back door of the school. He flung open the car door and swiftly ran towards the dimly lit alley. Deep in the alley, he could vaguely hear the arrogant laughter of several girls and the suppressed sobs of a girl. Damn it, little wretch. Do you think having a cousin makes you special, eh? Exactly. What did Zhao Qian do to you? She's too scared to come to school now. We are all classmates, and we're all girls. How can you bully Zhao Qian? Smack. What are you crying for? What a White Lotus act. Hurry and hand over the money. Didn't your cousin transfer 10 million to your family? Hearing these words, Chu Fan instantly understood. This wasn't a simple robbery, it was school bullying. Moreover, it was targeted at Shin Qingxue. The reason seemed to be because of someone named Zhao Qian. His gaze instantly sharpened like a blade. Zhao Qian. That Zhao family young lady he had taught a lesson at Wangjiang Tower. She was afraid to come to school and sent other female classmates to bully Qingxue. It seemed that the Zhao family was still harboring ill intentions. Chu Fan's speed increased as he dashed into the alley like a phantom. There were 4 or 5 girls dressed fashionably, with heavy makeup, clearly not good students, surrounding Shin Qingxue, who was in a school uniform, her hair disheveled, a clear palm print on her face, tears welling in her eyes, but stubbornly refusing to fall. The tallest girl among them raised her hand, seemingly wanting to slap her again, cursing foully, "You little bitch. Are you mute? I'm asking you. Where did you hide the money? Also immediately call your convict cousin and have him go to the Zhao family to apologize to Sister Qian. Otherwise." A cold voice devoid of any warmth echoed behind her like it came from the depths of the 9 hells. The tall girl was startled and turned around abruptly, only to see a young man with a terrifyingly gloomy expression standing behind her, his eyes cold enough to make her hair stand on end. Who are you?" The tall girl instinctively took a step back and shouted in a fierce yet timid manner, "This is none of your business. It's between us girls." The other girls glanced over, but were too frightened by Chu Fan's icy gaze to say a word. Chu Fan did not even look at them, his eyes fixed on Shin Qingxue's swollen cheek, his anger surging like a volcano. He stepped forward, crouched down, and gently touched the injury on her face. "Qingxue, does it hurt?" Chu Fan's voice was unusually gentle, as if he were a different person. Seeing Chu Fan, the tears she had been holding back finally fell, and she shook her head vigorously. "No, it doesn't hurt. Cousin, they want to rob me." "I know." Chu Fan interrupted her gently, pulling her behind him for protection. Then he slowly stood up and looked at the group of girls. "Who hit her?" Chu Fan's voice was low but carried a suffocating sense of oppression. The girls were intimidated by his aura and dared not speak, their gazes instinctively darting to the tall girl. Chu Fan's gaze locked onto her. The tall girl felt a chill run down her spine, but thinking of Zhao Qian's background, she felt emboldened and puffed her chest out. "I did it." "So what?" she exclaimed. "She bullied Sister Qian, shouldn't I hit her? Let me tell you, we are avenging Sister Qian. Can you afford to offend the Zhao family?" "The Zhao family." Chu Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. "Very well." He moved swiftly. Slap. A resounding slap struck the tall girl's face hard. The force was so great that it spun her around twice before she fell to the ground, half of her face instantly swollen, like a bun, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, her ears ringing and stars dancing before her eyes. She was stunned by the blow, covering her face in disbelief as she looked at Chu Fan. You dare hit me?" "Hit you?" Chu Fan's eyes were indifferent. "This is just the beginning." Suddenly a woman's voice came through, filled with anger. Chu Fan immediately turned his head to look. It was none other than Su Wan. "Aunt." The beaten Su Xiaoyan ran forward, crying with her face covered. "Aunt. He hit me. Look at my face." Su Wan felt heartbroken seeing her niece's swollen cheek and the blood at the corner of her mouth. She suddenly looked up at Chu Fan, her eyes filled with disgust and anger. "Chu Fan, how could you be so brutal to a little girl? Are you still a man?" Chu Fan looked at her with an indifferent gaze. "She didn't treat herself as a little girl when she hit my cousin." "Your cousin?" Su Wan finally noticed Shin Qingxue, who was behind Chu Fan, her hair disheveled and cheek slightly swollen. She paused for a moment, but then became even angrier. "Even if Xiaoyan was wrong, you can't hit people. She's just a child. Can't anything be discussed properly? Why resort to violence? Discuss properly." Chu Fan sneered. "Su Wan, haven't you played this double standard for 7 years already?" "What do you mean?" Su Wan's expression changed. "Back then when you slandered me, did you ever think about discussing?" Chu Fan's tone was flat, yet each word cut like a knife. "Now your niece brings people to gang up on my cousin, robbing and insulting her, resorting to violence, and bullying her at school, and yet you want to discuss it properly. You. Su-won was left speechless, her face changing colors. Su Xiaoyan shouted from the side, "Don't listen to his nonsense. We were just joking with Shin Qingxue. She was the one who bullied Zhao Qian first. What's wrong with us avenging Zhao Qian? Moreover, she was the one who hit me first." Joke. Avenging. Chu Fan's eyes turned colder, and he couldn't help but sneer. Su-won, did you hear that? This is your niece's attitude. It seems your Su family's upbringing leaves much to be desired. Chu Fan. Shut up. Su-won trembled with anger. Our family's matters are not for you to meddle in. If Xiaoyan is wrong, I will educate her. But you hitting people is wrong. You must apologize to Xiaoyan and compensate for medical expenses and emotional damages. Apologize. Compensate. Chu Fan seemed to hear the biggest joke in the world. Su-won, have you forgotten that 7 years ago your family owed me an apology, 7 years of youth and a sense of justice? He stepped forward, exuding an intimidating aura. What qualifications do you have now to stand here and demand an apology and compensation for a perpetrator? Faced with Chu Fan's questioning and imposing presence, Su-won's face paled slightly, but her gaze did not falter. Instead, she raised her chin, displaying an indifferent demeanor as if she had done nothing wrong. Chu Fan, a matter is a matter. Su-won's voice turned cold, carrying a deliberately maintained sense of distance. The matter from 7 years ago will be judged by the law. Your imprisonment is the result. I don't want to bring up old matters anymore. She glanced at Su Xiaoyan, who was hiding behind her, covering her face, and then cast a glance at Shin Qingxue. Xiaoyan and her friends may have gone about it the wrong way, but the cause was your cousin Shin Qingxue, bullying Zhao Qian first. Xiaoyan and her friends were just standing up for Zhao Qian. Although it was extreme, their intentions were good. She paused, her tone taking on a condescending, reasoning stance. Now that you've hit Xiaoyan, and so heavily, that's where you went wrong. Violence does not solve problems, it only exacerbates conflicts. I demand an apology and compensation from you which is reasonable. She articulated her points clearly and calmly, as if she stood on the moral high ground, merely addressing the matter at hand. Su Xiaoyan nodded repeatedly as she listened, her gaze toward Chu Fan filled with resentment. Shin Qingxue, however, was so angry her face turned red, wanting to retort, but was gently restrained by Chu Fan's hand on her shoulder. Chu Fan looked at Su-won's self-righteous demeanor, and the chill in his eyes deepened. He suddenly laughed. His smile was full of sarcasm. Su-won, you haven't changed at all. Chu Fan's voice was soft, yet it pierced like a needle. You only see what you want to see, and only hear what you want to hear. Perhaps the methods were wrong, overly extreme, but the intentions were good. How casually dismissive. He pointed at Shun Qingxue's swollen cheek. Do you see the marks of the slap on my cousin's face? Where were you when they ganged up on her, hurled insults at her, and tried to steal her money? Now that your niece has received a slap, you suddenly leap forward to uphold justice. Why does Zhao Qian dare not attend school? Because she bullied my cousin and I caught her in the act. So I gave her a stern lesson. How then has it become my cousin who bullied her? In your telling. Su-won, upon whose account do you base your so-called reason? The Zhao family's? Or your own niece, who excels at twisting truth into falsehood? Su-won was left momentarily speechless by Chu Fan's rapid-fire accusations, her expression growing even more grim. Indeed, she had only heard her niece Su Xiaoyan's one-sided sobbing account, and had made no effort to verify the truth of the matter. Regardless, striking another person is never justified. Su-won insisted, deflecting the core issue, especially when the victim is a girl. What kind of skill is this Chu Fan? Skill? Chu Fan fixed her with a cold, mirthless stare. I possess no such skill. I only know this: whoever dares harm someone dear to me will pay the price, regardless of gender, age, or station. Su-won's face hardened. Fine. Since you refuse to apologize to my niece, let us take this to the teacher. Agreed. Chu Fan took Shin Qingxue's hand and strode directly into the school grounds. Seeing him actually lead Shin Qingxue inside, fully prepared to march to the faculty office for a formal reckoning, Su-won froze, startled. Her earlier threat to involve the teacher had been little more than bluster, an attempt to force Chu Fan into submission. She had never expected him to abandon all convention and proceed in earnest. Su Xiaoyan too grew anxious. Her cheeks still bore the stark imprint of the slap. If the matter truly reached the teacher, Chu Fan would indeed bear fault for striking first. Yet their ambush of Shin Qingxue, shouting abuse, attempting robbery, and delivering blows, could no longer be concealed. Once exposed, right and wrong would blur. She herself might well face disciplinary action. Auntie, perhaps we should drop it. Su Xiaoyan tugged gently at Su-won's sleeve, speaking softly, her gaze evasive. My face hurts. I'd like to go to the hospital first. Suwon studied her niece's guilty expression and instantly grasped the truth. 7 or 8 parts of it at least. Clearly the incident was far less straightforward or blameless than Su Xiaoyun had claimed. Yet pride had already been staked, and Chu Fan's arrogant, dismissive demeanor inflamed her fury beyond endurance. What is there to fear? Suwon drew a sharp breath, suppressing her misgivings, and spoke with icy resolve. Let's go to the faculty office. I'll see just how brazen he dares to be, face-to-face with the teacher. She refused to believe that Chu Fan, a man with a known record, could distort reality so brazenly before a teacher. The two hurried after Chu Fan and Shun Qingxue as they entered the school, heading toward the faculty office in the teaching building. It was dismissal hour. Many students still lingered on campus. Seeing Chu Fan holding Shun Qingxue's hand trailed by the glowering Su Wan and the visibly distressed Su Xiaoyun, students paused, curiously whispering among themselves. Isn't that Shun Qingxue? Who's the man behind her? I think he's Shun Qingxue's cousin. Rumor says he's formidable. Look at Su Xiaoyun. Why is her face swollen? There's a clear handprint. Wow. Did they fight? And now it's escalated to the school. The murmurs burned in Su Xiaoyun's ears. Her cheek flared not only from pain, but from shame. She shot a fierce, resentful glance at the gawking classmates, then lowered her head and quickened her pace. Soon the group arrived at the Senior 3 faculty office. Li teacher, their homeroom instructor, sat at her desk, glasses perched on her nose, mid-40s, stern-faced, reviewing student assignments. Upon seeing Shun Qingxue enter hand in hand with an unfamiliar man, and followed closely by Su Wan and Su Xiaoyun, Li teacher frowned and set down her pen. Shun Qingxue, Su Xiaoyun, and who might you be? Li teacher turned her gaze toward Chu Fan and Su Wan. Teacher Li, I'm Shun Qingxue's cousin Chu Fan. Chu Fan spoke first, his tone calm and measured. Teacher Li, I'm Su Xiaoyun's paternal aunt Su Wan, added Su Wan, her voice edged with resentment. Li teacher nodded. Parents and students alike, what brings you here today? Shun Qingxue, what happened to your face? Shun Qingxue glanced nervously at Chu Fan, who gently patted her shoulder in silent reassurance. Teacher Li, Chu Fan stepped forward, slightly positioning himself protectively before Shun Qingxue. Here is what occurred. This afternoon after school, my cousin Shun Qingxue was cornered in the alley behind the school gate by Su Xiaoyun and several other girls. They verbally abused and threatened her, struck her across the face, and attempted to seize her belongings. I arrived just as Su Xiaoyun raised her hand to strike again. In that moment of urgency, I intervened, and may have struck her rather forcefully. Chu Fan gestured towards Su Xiaoyun's reddened, swollen cheek. That I freely admit. Should medical expenses arise, I accept full responsibility. His account was lucid and dispassionate, clearly establishing Shun Qingxue as the victim while openly acknowledging his own physical intervention. Li teacher's expression darkened instantly as she turned to Su Xiaoyun. Su Xiaoyun, is what Shun Qingxue's cousin has stated true? Did you and your friends surround Shun Qingxue and assault her? Su Xiaoyun retorted defiantly. No, Teacher Li, it was Shun Qingxue who struck me first. Su Xiaoyun's counteraccusation left Shun Qingxue crimson with rage, yet tongue-tied, tears brimming helplessly in her eyes. Chu Fan's gaze turned glacial, but before he could speak, Li teacher furrowed her brow, fixing Shun Qingxue with a scrutinizing, distinctly displeased look. Shun Qingxue, is Su Xiaoyun telling the truth? Did you strike first? Teacher Li, I didn't. It was them, they. Shun Qingxue shook her head frantically. Enough. Li teacher cut her off, impatiently waving a dismissive hand. Both sides offer conflicting accounts. I cannot easily discern the truth. However, Shun Qingxue. She paused, her tone heavy with preemptive reproach. I've heard you've long struggled to integrate within your class. Your peer relationships remain strained. Might this incident too stem from choices of your own? The implication was unmistakable bias favoring Su Xiaoyun and shifting culpability onto Shun Qingxue. Shun Qingxue stood stunned. She had never imagined Teacher Li, usually fair-minded, would utter such words. Yes, she was reserved, quiet by nature, but she had never provoked anyone, never sought conflict. A flash of triumph lit Su Xiaoyun's eyes as she quickly chimed in. Exactly. Teacher Li, Shun Qingxue is utterly isolated in class. She scowls at everyone. This time she insulted Zhao Qian first and shoved me. That's why I retaliated. Su Wan added supportively. Teacher Li, our Xiaoyun may be spirited, but her heart is sound. She wouldn't bully classmates without cause. Some students, however, come from complicated family backgrounds. Their temperaments may indeed predispose them to provocation. As Chu Fan listened to this cascade of distortion and collusion, his eyes grew colder, sharper. He understood now Teacher Li had likely already been approached by either the Su or Zhao families. Otherwise, such blatant partiality would be unthinkable. Teacher Li Chu Fan's voice rang out, carrying a hint of coldness. The truth of the matter cannot be defined by just you or their few words. The injuries on my cousin's face are very real. The slap mark on Su Xiaoyan's face was also struck by me. I admit both of these points. However, what was the cause? It was Su Xiaoyan who first surrounded, insulted, and attacked. I only intervened to stop it. This point apart from my cousin, there were other girls present at the time. Teacher Li might as well call them all in, and if Teacher Li finds it inconvenient, or dares not to ask, then we can find another way to resolve this. For example, calling the police. Let the police come to retrieve nearby surveillance footage, question witnesses, and conduct a fair investigation. I believe that the law will provide an explanation for everyone. Call the police. Hearing these words, Teacher Li's expression changed slightly. The school is most afraid of making things bigger, especially when it involves calling the police. Once the police are involved, many things can no longer be hidden, and as the biased homeroom teacher, she might also have to take responsibility. Alright, Su Xiaoyan slapped your cousin, and you also slapped her. In my view, let's just leave it at that. What else do you want to pursue? Teacher Li rolled her eyes and casually threw the pen on the table. Xin Xue, you should apologize to Su Xiaoyan. After all, your cousin is an adult and slapped her. Moreover, can a slap from a minor be compared to a slap from an adult? If you don't want your cousin to end up in prison, just do as I say. Otherwise, just wait to process your withdrawal. Xin Xue was so angry that her eyes turned red, filled with tears, full of grievances. Why should I? It was Su Xiaoyan and Li Xiaona who bullied me. I won't apologize. Chu Fan stopped the agitated Xin Xue. According to Teacher Li's words, does that mean that minors hitting minors means that the victim should endure? Don't misinterpret my words. I never said that, alright. Teacher Li's expression changed slightly as she immediately retorted sharply. Slap. Chu Fan suddenly slapped Teacher Li across the face, looking at her with mockery. So I can bully you too. Shouldn't you fight back? In an instant, silence filled the office. Teacher Li looked dumbfounded, covering her reddened face, glaring at Chu Fan, completely dazed by the slap. Su Wan and her niece were equally stunned, staring at Chu Fan in disbelief. He actually dared to hit a teacher. And in the school office. Su Xiaoyan shrank back in fear, covering her still aching face, and suddenly felt that the slap Chu Fan gave her seemed quite mild. Teacher Li was stunned for several seconds before feeling the fiery pain on her face and an unprecedented humiliation. You dare to hit me? Teacher Li's voice changed pitch, sharp and piercing. Her trembling finger pointed at Chu Fan. This is rebellion. How dare you, a social individual, hit a teacher in school? I will call the police. I will have you imprisoned. She angrily moved to grab the phone on the desk. But Chu Fan pressed down on the phone, looking at her with cold eyes. I slapped you, and you know to call the police to seek justice. Should my cousin just be bullied? You. Teacher Li was choked into silence, her face turning a deep shade of purple. Su Wan looked displeased and reproached Chu Fan. Chu Fan, you are too violent. How can you hit Teacher Li? Chu Fan ignored Su Wan and continued to stare at Teacher Li. Teacher Li, do you now think that facing bullying should be tolerated, or should it be fought back? You are being unreasonable. You are committing intentional harm. Teacher Li trembled. Unreasonable. I am merely using your logic to reason with you, yet you can't accept it, right? According to your logic, when an adult hits a minor, it is a more serious offense. Then what about me, an adult, hitting you, an adult teacher? Is that not worse than when Su Xiaoyan and her group hit my cousin? Shouldn't you be the one to endure? Or are you planning to call the police to have me imprisoned? Teacher Li opened her mouth, but found herself completely unable to refute. Chu Fan's words were like the spit she herself had spat out, now being forcefully smeared back on her face. That feeling of being countered by her own logic made her almost spout blood. Su Wan watched from the side, her heart also turbulent. She had not expected that Chu Fan could corner Teacher Li with just a few words. This Chu Fan was truly like a different person from 7 years ago. Enough, Chu Fan, what logic loopholes are you discussing with Teacher Li? Su Wan impatiently pushed Chu Fan's shoulder. Now you have physically assaulted Teacher Li, that is a fact. Violence cannot solve problems, it will only make things worse. Chu Fan, you have disappointed me too much. 7 years have passed, and you are still so impulsive and angry, only knowing how to speak with your fists. Chu Fan looked at her pretentious demeanor and found it laughable. Su Wan, you always like to stand atop a moral high ground, pointing fingers at others. You were like this 7 years ago, and you are still like this now. Now your niece is leading a group to bully my cousin, and the teacher is biased and unfair. I am merely using the most direct method to seek justice, yet you jump out to talk about violence and disappointment. Chu Fan shook his head, his eyes filled with mockery. Su Wan, doesn't your moral standard only target others, never reflecting on yourself? Su Wan was pricked by Chu Fan's words, her face alternating between red and pale. I can't be bothered to continue arguing with you. What do you want to do? What do I want to do? Chu Fan's tone became increasingly indifferent. Very simple. Su Xiaoyun must publicly and sincerely apologize to my cousin. Not here, but in front of the entire class. Su Xiaoyun's expression changed, wanting to refute, but was fiercely glared at by Su Wan and dared not speak. Chu Fan continued, guarantee that from now on she will not harass or bully my cousin in any form. Taking a deep breath, she forced down the anger and humiliation that almost spewed out, squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. Fine. I agree. Xiaoyun. Su Wan turned her head, sternly instructing Su Xiaoyun, tomorrow morning in front of the entire class apologize to Shin Qingxue. The attitude must be sincere. Do you understand? Su Xiaoyun looked unwilling, but under Chu Fan's cold gaze, she ultimately nodded reluctantly, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. Understood. She did not dare to refuse. Fearing that Chu Fan would slap her again, it would not be worth the loss. But whether to apologize or not was still up to her decision. Chu Fan spoke to Shin Qingxue. Qingxue, are you satisfied with this result? I have no objections. Shin Qingxue forced a smile, her cheeks flushed, feeling a warmth in her heart. In the past, she was bullied at school. Although her parents had approached teachers and even reported to the Education Bureau, each time it resulted in nothing significant. This time, under her cousin's thunderous methods, Shin Qingxue felt that Su Xiaoyun was genuinely frightened. Chu Fan nodded and said, in that case, let's go. Thank you, cousin. Shin Qingxue affectionately linked her arm with his, tilting her head up, her eyes filled with reliance and admiration. Silly girl, why be polite with your cousin? Chu Fan ruffled her hair gently, his gaze warm. The two of them ignored the varied expressions of Su Wan, Su Xiaoyun, and Teacher Li behind them and walked out of the office together, leaving the teaching building. In the campus, the afterglow of the setting sun bathed them, enveloping them in a warm golden hue. Shin Qingxue tightly held onto Chu Fan's arm, feeling an unprecedented sense of safety and stability. With her cousin around, it felt like there was nothing to fear. Cousin, you are really amazing. Shin Qingxue couldn't help but whisper. Even Teacher Li was intimidated by you. And Su Xiaoyun and her aunt, their faces turned green just now. Chu Fan smiled and said, to deal with such bullies who fear the strong and bully the weak, sometimes you have to be tougher and more unreasonable than they are. Of course, the premise is that you must have enough confidence and strength. In the corridor of the teaching building, watching Chu Fan lead Shin Qingxue away, Su Xiaoyun screamed angrily, her expression frightening. She smashed things and kicked the office door furiously to vent her anger. Aunt, damn it. That Shin Qingxue, how dare she make me apologize? What gives her the right to look down on me? Enraged, Su Xiaoyun grabbed Teacher Li's teacup and smashed it on the ground with a loud crash. The teacup shattered into pieces. Instantly, it frightened Teacher Li, who hid aside, his face pale. Kill her. And that Chu Fan, I want to tear him apart and scatter his ashes. Smack. Su Wan's expression turned cold as she slapped her niece. Haven't you caused enough trouble yet? Look at you now, you don't resemble a student at all. You don't even look like a girl. With your talk of killing, do you think you're part of a gang? Over the years, your third brother and sister-in-law have spoiled you rotten. Aunt, why are you hitting me? Su Xiaoyun cried out, aggrieved and furious. Do you still want to reconcile with that Chu Fan? He is a rapist and is not worthy of you. Why are you still thinking about him? How is he better than Zhang Hao, brother-in-law? Is Chu Fan richer than Zhang Hao? Or is his family background more illustrious? He isn't even worthy to carry shoes for the Zhang family. Shut up. Su Wan's beautiful eyes glinted coldly, sharper than a knife, captivating. Focus on your studies and behave yourself. I warn you, this is a private matter between me and Chu Fan. It's none of your business. Su Xiaoyun glared with wide eyes, puffing her cheeks defiantly. Teacher Li, please take Xiaoyun back to her classroom. If there are any issues, call me immediately. Su Wan instructed Teacher Li, leaving her phone number. Hearing this, Teacher Li forced a smile and walked over, trembling. Miss Su, I'm not going back to class. I want to go to the basketball court to watch my idol play. Su Xiaoyun pouted defiantly, storming out angrily. She saw Teacher Li looking hesitant. Forget it, let her be. This girl has been spoiled by my third brother and sister-in-law. Su Wan shook her head helplessly and turned to leave. As soon as Su Xiaoyun arrived at the basketball court, she saw her crush, who was holding a bouquet of roses and talking to Shin Qingxue. Qingxue, do you have any time this week? The boy was handsome, with a clean-cut appearance, tall and neat, smiling brightly. He was the captain of the school basketball team and the idol of many girls, Murong Hao. Su Xiaoyun's eyes instantly turned red. Her crush, the captain of the school basketball team, the sunny and handsome Morong Hao, was currently holding a large bunch of red roses, wearing a smile she had never seen before, blocking Shin Qingxue, who had just arrived at the basketball court. And that little vixen Shin Qingxue, slightly lowering her head, her cheeks flushed, seemed a bit at a loss, but did not immediately refuse. What right does she have? Shin Qingxue, that bumpkin, that punching bag who was bullied by me and doesn't dare to speak up. What gives her the right to be favored by Morong Hao? Is it because she likes to act innocent? Morong Hao should clearly be mine. Su Xiaoyan's. A surge of jealousy, anger, and humiliation instantly clouded Su Xiaoyan's mind. All the frustration she felt in the office and the fear of Chu Fan turned into the most venomous hatred towards Shin Qingxue. Shun. Qing. Shui. Su Xiaoyan screamed, charging forward like a mad lioness. She shoved aside Morong Hao, who was still waiting for Shin Qingxue's answer, and looking somewhat bewildered, raised her hand, and with all her might swung it towards Shin Qingxue's face. You shameless little harlot. Trying to seduce my man. I will kill you. This slap carried all her hatred and madness. Morong Hao completely did not expect that Su Xiaoyan would suddenly appear and attack, and it was too late to stop her. The surrounding classmates were also stunned by this sudden scene. Just as the slap was about to land on Shin Qingxue's face, a steady and powerful hand like an iron clamp firmly grasped Su Xiaoyan's wrist in midair. It was Chu Fan, who had just gone to drive and walked over. His gaze was as cold as ice, looking at Su Xiaoyan, whose expression was contorted from the force. It seems you still haven't learned your lesson from earlier. Chu Fan's voice was low, but it instantly silenced the surroundings. Su Xiaoyan's wrist was in so much pain, but at this moment she was already blinded by jealousy and anger, not caring about the pain at all. Chu Fan, let go of me. You rapist. You and your sister are both no good. That Shin Qingxue is a bitch trying to seduce my boyfriend. I want to tear her face apart. She struggled, desperately, cursing foully. Su Xiaoyan, what nonsense are you spouting? Morong Hao also reacted, shocked and angry. Who is your boyfriend? We are not familiar at all. I only admire Shin Qingxue and just wanted to be friends with her. How could you be so venomous? Su Xiaoyan heard Morong Hao publicly deny any relationship with her and defend Shin Qingxue, making her even more furious. Morong Hao, you bastard. I've pursued you for so long, and you actually helped that bitch speak up? You all— She waved her other hand, trying to scratch Chu Fan. Chu Fan's gaze turned cold as he applied a slight force. Aunt! Su Xiaoyan screamed in agony, feeling as if her wrist was about to be crushed. The excruciating pain brought her back to a semblance of consciousness, her face revealing fear. Bastard, let me go. Chu Fan, you hurt me. My aunt hasn't left yet, and you dare to bully me like this. Oh, I will kill you. It seems reasoning with you is futile. Chu Fan released his grip, and Su Xiaoyan staggered back a few steps, clutching her wrist, her eyes filled with pain and fear as she looked at him. Shin Qingxue hurriedly clutched Chu Fan's arm, behaving unusually intimately. Cousin, just let it go, as she's just a mad woman. Did Morong Hao see that? Shin Qingxue doesn't like you at all. She likes Chu Fan. She likes her cousin. Su Xiaoyan directly began to slander, hoping to dishearten Morong Hao. Shin Qingxue was infuriated by Su Xiaoyan's malicious slander. Her small face flushed red, her chest heaving violently, and the hand holding Chu Fan's arm unconsciously tightened. Su Xiaoyan, you are spouting nonsense. Her voice trembled with anger as she explained, he is my cousin. He is my closest relative. How could you say such disgusting things? Chu Fan's gaze had already plunged to freezing point the moment Su Xiaoyan uttered those words. The surrounding students were also in an uproar, looking at Su Xiaoyan with eyes full of disdain and disgust. Such baseless black and white reversal slander was truly vile. Mu Rongho's face turned ashen, and he sternly said, Su Xiaoyan, that's enough. If you're filthy-minded, why do you think others are like you? What's wrong with Qingxue having a good relationship with her cousin? That's familial love. Do you think everyone is like you, with only filthy thoughts in their head? At this moment his disgust towards Su Xiaoyan had reached its peak, and he felt a sense of dread for almost being entangled with such a woman. Su Xiaoyan, reprimanded publicly by Mu Ronghao, had her face alternating between green and white. Upon seeing the disdainful gazes of those around her, the last shred of rationality completely shattered. Am I filthy? You are the filthy ones. She screamed hysterically, pointing at Chu Fan and Shin, a lonely man and woman with no blood relation, hugging and cuddling all day long. Who knows what unspeakable deeds they are doing behind closed doors. Shin Qingxue, what are you pretending to be pure? Others may not know what you are like. I know how promiscuous you are. What is Mu Ronghao pretending to be foolish? Have you ever seen such close cousins? Let me tell you, maybe Shin Qingxue, and Chu Fan have slept together several times. Slap. A louder and heavier slap landed hard on Su Xiaoyan's face. Chu Fan slapped her away. This time the force was substantial. Su Xiaoyan fell to the ground like a broken doll, her cheek instantly swelling and her mouth tore open. Blood mixed with two bloody teeth spilled out. She felt as if the world was spinning, her vision going dark, half of her face seemingly losing sensation, leaving only searing pain and bone-deep terror. Chu Fan walked towards her step by step, his pace slow, yet every step sounded like the footsteps of death, each one heavily striking the hearts of all present. The chilling, killing intent emanating from him seemed to freeze the surrounding air. The students were frightened and kept retreating, not daring to even breathe, and some timid girls even covered their eyes. Mu Ronghao also turned pale with fright, instinctively wanting to step forward, but was frozen in place by Chu Fan's icy gaze, unable to move. Your mouth is truly foul. Full of filth. Uncultured wretch. Time and again you challenge my bottom line. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Chu Fan looked down at Su Xiaoyan, his overwhelming killing intent engulfing her. Even so, Su Xiaoyan still glared at Chu Fan with a resentful gaze, raising her neck. Ridiculous. What are you pretending to be? You want to kill me? Who do you think you are? A mafia boss? Do you really see yourself as a Buddha? Chu Fan, take a look at yourself in the mirror. Do you think you are worthy to be compared to a Buddha? This is a law-abiding society. Dare you try to kill me? If anything happens to me, the Su family will not spare you, believe it or not. Do you think I was intimidated like my aunt? 7 years ago you raped my aunt, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. And now you dare to threaten to kill me. This young lady will not let you rot in prison. I will take your surname then. You are worthy to share my surname. Chu Fan looked at her with mockery. Want to die? I will fulfill your wish. Su Wan, who had rushed over, was even more terrified. She had no doubt that if she did not stop him, Chu Fan would indeed kill Su Xiaoyan on the spot. Chu Fan, don't. Su Wan screamed, disregarding everything as she rushed forward, blocking between Chu Fan and Su Xiaoyan, arms outstretched, her face as pale as paper. Chu Fan, please, calm down. Xiaoyan, she is just temporarily out of her mind. She spoke without thinking. I beg you, for the sake of our past, spare her this once. I promise. I promise to discipline her strictly in the future. I will never let her appear in front of you again. Please. Her voice trembled, tinged with a sob, truly afraid. She had never seen Chu Fan look so terrifying, his gaze cold and ruthless. Chu Fan stopped, looking down at Su Wan standing in front of him, his gaze still icy. For the sake of the past. Chu Fan's voice was indifferent, and he laughed at himself. Su Wan, what past is there between us? Su Wan trembled, all over, speechless. Yes, 7 years ago she had severed all ties with him. She had personally sent Chu Fan to prison. Now what right did she have to mention the past? Chu Fan, I know I wronged you. Su Wan's tears streamed down her face, her voice choking. But Xiaoyan is still my niece, she is still young. I beg you, give her another chance. Chu Fan looked at Su Wan, who was begging with tears in her eyes. Then he glanced at Su Xiaoyan on the ground like a dead dog, her eyes vacant and full of fear, and the killing intent in his heart slightly diminished. He was not someone who craved killing. Although Su Xiaoyan was detestable, her crimes did not deserve death. More importantly, killing in public would bring a lot of unnecessary trouble. However, while the death penalty could be avoided, the living punishment was unavoidable. Su Wan felt as if she had received a great reprieve and was about to thank him. But Chu Fan's tone turned cold. That mouth of hers is too filthy, keeping it is a disaster. Suddenly Su Wan's expression changed. Chu Fan casually flicked his fingers, and a faint, almost invisible stream of qi shot into Su Xiaoyan's throat like a steel needle. Su Xiaoyan suddenly covered her throat, making strange coughing sounds. She was terrified to discover that she could not speak. No matter how hard she tried, all she could produce were some gasping sounds. It felt as if a stone was lodged in her throat, causing excruciating pain. Chu Fan had ruined her vocal cords. Although it wasn't permanent, she would at least be unable to utter any foul language in the short term. This is a punishment for her filthy words, Chu Fan said coldly. Su Wan looked at her niece, who was painfully clawing at her throat, but could not make a sound, and felt a deep sorrow in her heart. Su Wan cast one last glance at Chu Fan, her expression filled with complex emotions, fear, regret, and sorrow, which ultimately transformed into a long sigh as she turned and hurried away. The farce finally concluded with Su Xiaoyan being silenced. The basketball court was enveloped in a dead silence. Everyone was stunned by Chu Fan's thunderous and ruthless methods. Mu Ronghao looked at Chu Fan with awe in his eyes. This man not only had an unfathomable background and terrifying strength, but also acted decisively and mercilessly distinguishing between friends and foes. Absolutely do not provoke him. Chu Fan ignored the crowd and walked over to the still dazed Shun Qingxiu. Taking her hand, his tone instantly becoming gentle. Little girl, were you scared? Shun Qingxiu shook her head and tightly grasped Chu Fan's hand. No. Cousin, thank you. She understood that her cousin was avenging her and protecting her. Let's go home, Chu Fan said, putting his arm around her shoulder as they walked toward the school gate. As they passed, the crowd parted to create a path, and no one dared to obstruct them. Junior Qingxiu, what about this week? Mu Ronghao sighed in relief and hurried to catch up. Shun Qingxiu stopped and smiled. Senior Mu Rong, my studies are my priority. I don't want to rush into a relationship yet. Mu Ronghao was momentarily taken aback, looking at the polite, yet distant smile on Shun Qingxiu's face. He felt a pang of disappointment, but more so a sense of relief. I understand, Junior Qingxiu, Mu Ronghao said, forcing a sunny smile. I wish you success in your studies. If you ever need help in the future, feel free to reach out to me. His words were measured, expressing goodwill without overstepping boundaries. Shun Qingxiu nodded. Thank you, Senior Mu Rong. Chu Fan glanced at Mu Ronghao and slightly nodded. This kid was somewhat perceptive and knew when to advance and retreat. Let's go, Chu Fan said, not saying more, and left with Shun Qingxiu. Mu Ronghao stood in place, watching their retreating figures, feeling a myriad of emotions. He knew that he and Shun Qingxiu would perhaps forever remain in the relationship of senior and junior. That Chu Fan was like an insurmountable mountain looming there. Yet he had no significant regrets. At least he had once mustered the courage to express his feelings and received a clear response. All that remained was to wish her well. Goodbye, Qingxiu, he said softly before turning and leaving the basketball court. At the school gate, Chu Fan and Shun Qingxiu got into the car. Cousin, just now, was my refusal of Senior Mu Rong too harsh? Shun Qingxiu asked anxiously. Although she didn't like Mu Ronghao, she didn't want to hurt him either. Not at all, Chu Fan said as he started the car, his tone gentle. You did well. Not liking someone means you shouldn't feel obligated. A clear rejection is being responsible for yourself and for others. Being ambiguous might lead to misunderstandings and hurt instead. Shun Qingxiu nodded vigorously, feeling more at ease. However, Chu Fan shifted his tone with a hint of teasing. My dear Qingxiu is so outstanding, many boys will surely like you in the future. Cousin must keep an eye on you. Shun Qingxiu's face flushed, and she pouted. Cousin, what are you saying? I'm still young. Haha, alright, I won't say anymore. Chu Fan laughed, his mood lightening considerably. After the earlier commotion, though Shun Qingxiu was somewhat shaken, she had finally resolved the trouble with Su Xiaoyan and had clearly rejected Mu Ronghao. In the following time, she should be able to enjoy more peace at school. As Chu Fan drove Shun Qingxiu toward the banks of the Jianshui River, at the People's Hospital of Su City, on the 10th floor of the Internal Medicine Department, Shen Yuru anxiously paced outside the CT room waiting. She received a call from Tang Songwa saying he had lung cancer, liver cancer, stomach cancer, uremia, and pancreatic cancer. Upon hearing that her husband had 5 major cancers, Shen Yuru initially couldn't believe it. But as the examinations progressed, one glaring report after another was handed to her. The black and white reports, cold as ice, struck her heart like heavy hammers. Advanced lung cancer, multiple metastatic tumors in the liver, advanced stomach cancer with peritoneal metastasis, end-stage uremia, later-stage pancreatic cancer. Each item, each detail was shocking. Although she had mentally prepared herself upon seeing these reports stamped with the hospital's red seal and clear images, Shen Yuru felt her vision blur, nearly losing her balance. Shen Yuru tightly clutched those cold reports, her knuckles turning white from exertion. Tears had long dried up, and at this moment all that remained in her eyes was a chilling coldness and a trace of satisfaction. Karma. This is all karma, she murmured softly, her voice carrying suppressed emotions that had finally found release after many years. Tang Songwa, you have your day too. The suffering she endured over the years, the beatings she took, the tears she shed, the helplessness when her daughter had a fever in the middle of the night, the fear of being blocked by creditors. Each scene flashed before her eyes like a revolving lantern. For this man she had long lost love, leaving only hatred and a numb despair. Now seeing him reduced to such a state, tormented by various terminal illnesses and hanging by a thread, Shen Yuru felt not sympathy but a sense of relief. She even felt that dying like this would be too merciful for Tang Songwa. Had it not been for his phone call crying and pleading for her to come, Shen Yuru would have been too lazy to come to the hospital for his checkup. At this moment the CT room door finally opened and the nurse wheeled out Tang Songwa, who was lying on. In just half a day, Tang Songwa seemed to have aged 10 years, his complexion ashen, his eye sockets sunken, breathing heavily and laboriously enveloped in a shadow of death. Upon seeing Shun Yuru, tears immediately welled up in his murky eyes. He reached out a thin, trembling hand, wanting to grab her. Yuru. Yuru. Save me. I really don't want to die. Shun Yuru sidestepped his hand, her gaze as cold as if she were looking at a stranger. She handed him a stack of reports, her voice devoid of any emotion. Look for yourself. Lung cancer, liver cancer, stomach cancer, uremia, pancreatic cancer. Tang Sangwa, the gates of hell opened for you are truly comprehensive. Tang Sangwa stared at the terrifying words and images on the reports, his pupils constricting suddenly, his body trembling violently, making strange sounds in his throat, not knowing whether it was crying or fear. Mistake. Shun Yuru scoffed, her expression full of sarcasm. The preliminary screenings from 3 hospitals combined with the in-depth examination here all yield the same result. Tang Sangwa, you have done countless bad deeds. Even heaven can no longer overlook it. This is your retribution. Watching Shun Yueyu's expression of hatred, Tang Sangwa's lips twitched faintly, a cold sneer rising in his heart. What a contemptible wretch. Does she truly believe I'm terminally ill? It was all a ruse, to deceive her and reclaim their daughter Nanette. Tang Sangwa's mind raced swiftly, yet his outward demeanor grew even more pitiful. Tears welled up thickly, and violent coughs racked his frame, as though death hovered just one breath away. Cough, cough, cough. Clutching his chest, he gasped for air like a drowning man, struggling for long moments before finally regaining his breath. His voice hoarse, frail, and trembling. I know you despise me. Look at me. I've been diagnosed with 5 cancers. Shun Yueyu crossed her arms, watching his performance with icy indifference, then cut him off impatiently. Enough, Tang Sangwa. Stop acting. Just tell me, what do you want, eh? He choked on his own words, fell silent mid-caw, and slowly sank onto the nearby bench, his hunched back radiating profound desolation. With a heavy, weary sigh, he raised his clouded eyes to meet hers, his tone steeped in resigned humility. Before I go, I only wish, could you just once bring Nan and spend my birthday with me? Your birthday, eh? Shun Yueyu's brow furrowed deeper as suspicion sharpened her gaze. Isn't it next month? Yes, it hasn't arrived yet. Tang Sangwa lowered his head, rubbing his bony fingers together, his voice dropping to a whisper. But who knows if this body will last until then? Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps the day after. Lifting his face, tears brimmed in his eyes, his voice breaking. You. Just grant me this final wish. Will you? When a man stands at death's threshold, his words turn sincere. I, Tang Sangwa, have lived a wretched life. I wronged you both beyond redemption. Yet, I am still Nanan's birth father. He leaned forward, voice cracking with raw emotion. Can you truly bear to let me carry this last regret into my coffin? Let Nanan grow up knowing her own father begged to see her once more, to share one simple birthday, and was refused. Would she resent you? He spoke those final words softly, yet they pierced Shun Yueyu's heart like a needle, striking the tenderest place within her soul. Shun Yueyu's expression shifted subtly. She could hate Tang Sangwa with every fiber of her being, she could remain unmoved by all he said or did. Yet when Nanan was involved, she dared not gamble. Nanan was still young. Perhaps she understood nothing now. But when she grew older, wiser, what if she learned from others how wretchedly her birth father had died, and that her mother had denied him even this single humble request in his final hours? How would she feel? Would she blame her mother for such merciless refusal? Tang Sangwa instantly sensed the flicker of uncertainty in Shun Yueyu's eyes. His heart surged with quiet triumph. Seizing the moment, he deepened his tone with even greater pathos. I ask for no grand ceremony. Just the 3 of us, just as we once did. A simple meal. A slice of cake. I only wish to see Nan again. To hear her call me Dad. One last time, you, please. Struggling to rise, he staggered as though attempting to kneel before her. But weakness betrayed him, and he collapsed back onto the bench. He covered his face helplessly, shoulders shuddering as muffled sobs escaped him. Seeing Shun Yueyu remain silent, torn and conflicted, Tang Sangwa knew the moment had ripened. Lowering his hands, he revealed a face streaked with tears, despair etched deep, yet lit by a fragile, pleading hope. He said nothing more, only gazed at her, eyes wide with mute entreaty, waiting for her answer. Gazing upon Tang Sangwa's shattered, pitiful figure, Shun Yueyu felt as though cotton had lodged itself deep in her chest. He was Nanan's birth father, a truth hammered into her heart like an iron nail. He was nearly gone, diagnosed with 5 cancers, declared untreatable by doctors. If she denied Nanan this final meeting, would her daughter years later hold her mother's coldness against her? Shun Yueyu bit her lip, fingers twisting unconsciously at her sleeve, her expression shifting like storm clouds. The corridor fell deathly silent. At last she drew a long, steadying breath. as if steeling herself for an irrevocable decision. When? Where? Her voice was glacial, devoid of warmth. Only dinner. We leave immediately after. Tang Sangwa replied, tomorrow evening, at the restaurant where we held our wedding banquet. Yueyu, please don't tell Xiao Fan. He harbors fierce hostility toward me, wants me dead. I fear he'll oppose this if he finds out. Tang Sangwa stepped forward and grasped her hand, his eyes beseeching. You say nothing. I say nothing. And Nanan is too young to speak of it. Leaning closer, his voice dropped lower, just the three of us, quietly, secretly sharing one meal. Let me retain this last shred of dignity, and spare us unnecessary complications, yes. I understand. Shen Yuyu turned her face aside, voice stiff. Just manage yourself. The weight lifted from Tang Sangwa's chest, yet he dared not let joy surface. Only nodded repeatedly, tears streaming down his cheeks in feigned gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. You have my word. I'll behave impeccably. I won't tarnish Nanan's memory of me. Shen Yuyu cut off his rambling and strode away without another glance. Only when her silhouette vanished did Tang Sangwa fully relax, slumping against the wall, exhaling deeply, his face finally revealing unmasked triumph and venomous cunning. Chu Fan. Humph. No matter how formidable you are, your aunt is nothing but a witless fool. Pulling out his phone, he double-checked the time and venue, his eyes blazing with rapacious hunger and fevered obsession. Soon, it's almost mine. Meanwhile, outside the hospital, Shen Yuyu stepped into the chill wind, the feverish haze in her mind beginning at last to clear. She slid into her car, gripping the steering wheel, but hesitated, engine unstarted. Was concealing this from Xiao Fan truly right? What if Tang Sangwa schemed something foul? Yet he was already half dead. Doctors had given him days, not weeks. Frustrated, she rubbed her temples, and finally turned the key. Fine. Just this once. After this meal, it would be over, forever severed from Tang Sangwa. Meanwhile, Chu Fan drove Shen Qingsno back to the banks of the Jianshui River. Mom, what delicious dish is that? I smelled it all the way from outside. Like a sprightly kitten, Shen Qingsno bounded through the front door, tossed her school bag carelessly onto the sofa, and darted straight for the kitchen. Shen Qingsno's mother looked up from tidying the coffee table, her smile gentle and warm. Back so soon? Your cousin said you had a rough day at school. I've simmered a calming herbal soup and prepared your favorite sweet and sour spare ribs. Shen Qingsno wrapped her arms around her mother from behind, nuzzling playfully. You're the best, Mom. That little incident's already forgotten. Cousin Chu is here, so everything's fine. Chu Fan entered behind her, slipped off his shoes, and gave a respectful nod. Auntie. Shen Qingsno's mother turned to him, eyes brimming with heartfelt gratitude. Xiao Fan, today we owe you everything. It's nothing, Auntie, don't worry. Chu Fan offered reassuring words. Shen Qingsno chimed in eagerly. Exactly. Cousin is amazing. He silenced her with one slap. Shen Qingsno's mother sighed softly, stroking her daughter's hair. Still be more cautious at school. Now, go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. At the dining table, warmth filled the air. The sweet and sour spare ribs gleamed richly. The calming soup exhaled its soothing, fragrant steam. Shen Qingsno chattered brightly about school antics, trying gently to dispel the afternoon's shadows. Her mother listened with quiet affection, occasionally lifting chopsticks to place delicacies on her daughter's plate. Chu Fan spoke little, but his posture was relaxed, his responses thoughtful and unhurried. Midway through the meal, Shen Qingsno's mother paused, as if recalling something, and hesitated before speaking. Oh, Xiao Fan, your uncle's family visited today. What are they here for? Shen Qingxue frowned, her expression displeased, and mockingly said, They can't be here to borrow money from my cousin, can they? Shen's mother sighed and nodded. Exactly, they came for the matter of Yuan going to university. Your uncle said that Yuan did well in her exams and can get into a decent second-tier university, but the tuition is a bit tight. Shen Qingxue pouted and muttered quietly, Here we go again. When my cousin had his accident back, then they were quicker to hide than anyone else. Now that my cousin is better, they come crawling back. Chu Fan's expression remained unchanged as he calmly asked, How much do they want? Shen's mother appeared somewhat troubled and put down her chopsticks. Your uncle didn't specify an exact amount. The implication was to see if you could help first covering the first year's tuition and living expenses. Your aunt was even more. Sigh, her words weren't very pleasant, saying that it was unavoidable back then. We're all family now, and since you have the means, you should help your relatives. Help it? Shen Qingxue angrily put down her bowl, mocking coldly. When have they ever treated us like family? Did they even come to see my cousin once during those 7 years he was inside? Did they ever help my mother and me with even a penny? Now they want to act like family. Chu Fan raised his hand, signaling Shen Qingxue to calm down. He looked at Shen's mother. Aunt, what do you think? Shen's mother rubbed her forehead, looking very tired. What? I'm not happy inside. That child Yuan, she used to call me Aunt when she saw me, and she seems to understand things better than her parents. It's just this tuition. She hesitated, clearly struggling internally. On one hand, she resented her uncle's family's indifference back then, and on the other hand, she couldn't dismiss the feelings of kinship, especially when it came to such an important matter as the child's education. Chu Fan pondered for a moment. He had little emotional connection to his uncle's family. He clearly remembered their opportunism back then. Chu Yuan, the little cousin who once timidly called him Fan Gu, was not deeply impressed. But she didn't seem as petty as her parents. Not long after he was imprisoned, Chu Yuan secretly took 500 yuan and visited him in prison. At that time, Chu Yuan was crying her eyes out. She gave all her hard-earned 500 yuan to Chu Fan. Just based on this kindness from Chu Yuan, he couldn't ignore her college situation. Even though on the day he was released from prison, he went to his uncle's house to borrow money, but was mocked and even driven away by his uncle and his wife. Chu Fan didn't have many thoughts about Chu Yuan. And as for his aunt, not only did she refuse to lend him money, but she also hurled all sorts of vulgar insults, extremely unpleasant. Only his second uncle had never changed towards him. Money can be given, Chu Fan spoke calmly. Shen Qingxue and Shun's mother were taken aback and looked at him. But it won't be given to your uncle and his wife. Chu Fan continued, in my name establish a scholarship account that directly connects with the school to pay for Chu Yuan's tuition and basic accommodation fees for 4 years of university. As for living expenses based on the average standard for college students in the area, it will be sent monthly to her personal card designated for that purpose. He paused and looked at Shun's mother. The premise is to sign an agreement. The money is solely for Chu Yuan's education. Your uncle and his wife are not allowed to misappropriate it for any reason. Shun's mother's eyes brightened. This method is good. It not only solves the child's education problem, fulfilling the last bit of kinship, but also avoids being endlessly entangled and solicited by his uncle's family, while also constraining Chu Yuan to study diligently. This method is good. Xiao Fan, you really thought it through. Shen's mother nodded repeatedly. Shen Qingxue thought for a moment and nodded as well. This works too. We're helping Yuan, not her parents. Yeah. Chu Fan responded. They'll take care of this. Aunt, just have Chu Yuan send me the school's account later. As for your uncle and their side, just tell them the result, directly sign the agreement, and the money will be there. If they don't sign, then forget it. His tone was flat, but carried an unyielding determination. Shun's mother sighed in relief, feeling a weight lifted from her heart. By handling it this way, she wouldn't have to face her brother and sister-in-law's pestering directly, nor go against her conscience, and she wouldn't have to worry about Xiao Fan being dragged down by insatiable relatives. Good, I'll call them tomorrow to clarify. A relieved smile appeared on Shun's mother's face. Quick, eat the food, is getting cold. The atmosphere at the dining table became relaxed again. Shen Qingxue started chattering about other topics, while Shun's mother listened with a smile, occasionally serving Chu Fan some food. After lunch, Chu Fan drove Shen Qingxue back to school. As soon as he got into the car, he received a call from Chen Feng. Young Master Chu, we've clarified the matters regarding your sister and cousin. Chen Feng's voice was respectful, pausing slightly before continuing. 7 years ago, after you went to prison, the Chu family was suppressed, and the company's stock was shorted overnight. There were also accusations against the Chu family group alleging massive tax evasion, and most of the group's assets were divided up. After the Chu family went bankrupt, your parents mysteriously died, and the eldest and third young ladies were forced into prostitution and drug use. Chu Fan's hand gripping the steering wheel tightened imperceptibly, his knuckles turning slightly white. Although the air conditioning was on in the car, it felt as if cold air was seeping out from every crack. He didn't speak, just listened. Chen Feng's voice continued on the other end of the phone, heavy with anger. The third young lady was still young at that time, and was forced into the flesh trade, and was coerced into becoming addicted to drugs. Those people also forcibly injected the third young lady with a new type of drug, and removed 2 of Chen Feng's voice carried an indescribable sorrow and anger, because they thought the eldest young lady still had value. They removed 1 kidney from the eldest young lady, as well as her cornea. Chen Feng's voice carried an indescribable sorrow and anger, because they thought the eldest young lady still had value. They removed 1 kidney from the eldest young lady, as well as her cornea and uterus. Uterus. Chu Fan's voice suddenly rose an octave, icy and piercing. What did they remove my sister's uterus for? Chen Feng fell silent for a moment before speaking laboriously. According to the information we found, those people said they were afraid that the eldest young lady might accidentally get pregnant, while entertaining clients which would delay business and cause trouble, so they just had it removed directly. The two ends of the phone fell into a deathly silence. Only the raging inferno of fury within Chu Fan was boiling. Afraid of pregnancy, delaying business. So they just removed a young girl's uterus. Beasts. A bunch of beasts in human skin. Chu Fan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again his gaze was already a sea of crimson, the murderous intent almost tangible, causing the temperature in the car to drop a few degrees. "Where is my mother?" he asked, his voice becoming increasingly cold. "Which bathhouse was she working at after I went to prison 7 years ago?" Chen Feng immediately replied, "The lady was sent to a bathhouse called by Hai Yun Tian in the west of the city." On the surface it was a bathhouse, but secretly, it was a high-class brothel catering to guests with special preferences. She only stayed there for less than a month before contracting syphilis, and in the end, Chen Feng did not continue. But Chu Fan had already understood. Less than a month. In such a place facing those who were less than beasts, it was a fate worse than death. He dared not think about how his mother spent that last month. His father was silenced. His mother was forced into prostitution, suffering humiliation until her death. His elder sister had her organs removed, stripped of her very essence as a woman. His younger sister was injected with drugs, her kidneys ripped out, a sight too horrific to bear. Chu Fan slowly loosened his grip on the steering wheel, his palms marked with deep blood grooves from his nails. But he felt no pain, only hatred. "Notify Kuei Nyo and In Hu." Chu Fan's voice came through the receiver, calm and unwavering, yet it sent an inexplicable chill down Chen Feng's spine on the other end. "I've been waiting at by Hai Yun Tian, they'll be there shortly." "Yes, young Master Chu." Chen Feng dared not delay, immediately complying. The call ended. Chu Fan casually tossed his phone onto the passenger seat. He did not start the car immediately, but slowly turned his head to look out the window. The sun shone brightly, and students brimming with youth entered and exited the school gate, their laughter faintly audible. His world should have been like this. Loving parents, a gentle elder sister, a lively younger sister, and a flourishing family business. But all of this was ruthlessly crushed 7 years ago. His father's cold corpse, his mother struggling in despair, his elder sister's heart-wrenching cries as her organs were removed, and his younger sister's life gradually wilting under the influence of drugs. Scenes like a cruel movie cycled in his mind. He restarted the car. The engine roared like a beast, and the black sedan shot out like an arrow, merging into the flow of traffic. Direction west of the city. Meanwhile, in the west of the city, the Bai Hai Yun Tian bathhouse stood. It was a lavishly decorated and sizable entertainment venue. At the entrance, 4 burly security guards leaned against the doorposts, smoking and exhaling clouds. Their eyes brazenly scanned the men and women entering and exiting, especially lingering on some women dressed provocatively, their expressions tense or numb, accompanied by lewd laughter. "Tsk tisk, did you see that girl who just went in? She's really something. That slim waist, those long legs, so fair and straight." A buzz-cut security guard licked his lips, his eyes shining. "Hee, she must be new, looks pretty innocent, wonder how long she can last." Another scar-faced guard chuckled. "Last long. Once you're here you either become a dragon or lie down like a tiger." A stout man with a face full of flesh sneered, "Brother Long's territory has the strictest rules. Those who disobey, there are plenty of ways to deal with them until they obey." Exactly. Didn't someone try to run away a few days ago? They were caught and had their legs broken, and now they are working inside obediently. The buzz-cut man chimed in, his tone devoid of any sympathy, only a numb pleasure in controlling life and death. They laughed and chatted, treating this place as their kingdom. Not a single one noticed the shadow of death quietly descending. Chu Fan's car silently parked in the shadows at the street corner opposite by Hai Yun Tian. He did not get out of the car immediately, but coldly gazed through the window at the dazzling golden door and the 4 arrogant security guards at the entrance. His gaze was like that of a person looking at 4 stinking bugs about to be crushed. He picked up his phone and dialed Kuei Nyo Inhu. "Young Master Chu, we are at the back door, controlling the internal passages and the monitoring room." Kuei Nyo's deep voice immediately came through. Chu Fan responded, his gaze still locked on the entrance. "There are 4 guards at the front, quite noisy." He did not say more. But Kuei Nyo and Inhu immediately understood. "Understood, young Master Chu. We will make them quiet right away." Inhu's voice carried a hint of cold, killing intent. The call ended. Chu Fan pushed open the car door and stepped out. He approached the entrance with steady strides, as if strolling leisurely. At the entrance, the 4 security guards were still discussing animatedly. The buzz-cut man was animatedly describing the process of educating a certain disobedient girl from the previous night, eliciting lewd laughter from the other 3. Suddenly, bang, bang, bang. Bang! For muffled sounds rang out almost in quick succession. The four security guards felt an irresistible force strike their necks, their vision darkened, and before they could even grunt, they collapsed to the ground like four heavy sacks, completely losing consciousness. Kuei Nyo and In, who appeared behind them like ghosts, expressionlessly retracting their hands. In, who crouched down, quickly searched the four men, pulling out walkie-talkies, electric batons, and other items, tossing them into a nearby trash bin. Trash, he spat. Kuei Nyo then looked up towards the direction from which Chu Fan was walking, slightly bowing his head. Chu Fan approached, not even glancing at the four collapsed figures on the ground, his gaze directed at the open door that seemed to devour all light. Chu Fan nodded, stepped forward, and entered the Baihai Yuntian. Inside, the warm and murky air was filled with a strong scent of incense. The hall was lavishly decorated with young women in revealing uniforms, wearing professionally stiff smiles, yet their eyes were hollow and numb. A middle-aged man in a suit looking like a manager saw Chu Fan, a stranger, enter alone. His eyes lit up, and he hurriedly approached with a smile. "Hello, sir. Welcome to Baihai Yuntian. Is this your first time here? What services would you like to experience?" His words were cut off abruptly, because he saw the look in Chu Fan's eyes. What kind of eyes were those? Cold, lifeless, unfathomable. It was as if they contained a boundless sea of blood, who just a fleeting glance made the manager feel a chill shoot from his feet straight to the crown of his head. His heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't utter a single word of his sales pitch. Chu Fan ignored him, his gaze sweeping across the hall as he headed straight for the elevator. "Hey sir, you need an internal card for the elevator." The manager instinctively tried to stop him. Kuei Nyo stepped forward, his massive frame blocking the manager like a wall, his fan-like hand casually resting on the manager's shoulder. The manager immediately felt as if his shoulder was clamped by an iron vice. His bones groaned, and cold sweat instantly broke out, rendering him speechless. Chu Fan pressed the elevator button. The elevator door opened to reveal an empty space inside. He stepped in, followed closely by Kuei Nyo and In, who. Chu Fan watched the floor numbers rise without a hint of emotion. Yet the chilling, murderous aura surrounding him made the cramped elevator feel like an icehouse. Ding! The top floor arrived. The moment the elevator doors opened, two bodyguards chatting in the hallway instinctively turned to look. Chu Fan paid no attention to them and walked straight ahead, his goal clear. The ornate wooden door at the end of the corridor, through which the faint sound of a woman's voice could be heard. "Stop!" The two bodyguards, seeing they were ignored, shouted angrily and rushed forward. In Hu's figure flickered, approaching like a ghost. Crack! The two bodyguards didn't even see the move clearly. Their armed arms twisted at an odd angle, pain seizing them, and as their screams escaped, they were struck down by In Hu's swift hand, chopped to the side of their necks, collapsing limply to the ground. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. Chu Fan's steps didn't even pause. He arrived in front of the ornate wooden door. From within, the faint sounds of a woman begging for mercy and a man's heavy breathing could be heard. Inside the luxurious suite, on the spacious bed, a middle-aged man, overweight and sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle, was pressing down on a young girl with rough movements. The girl's frail body trembled incessantly, her face marked with tear stains, and her lips were bleeding from having bitten them. Yet she dared not make too much noise, only emitting faint cries for mercy. Please let me go. I can't take it anymore." The girl's voice was hoarse and filled with despair. "Shut up. I haven't had my fun yet." The middle-aged man panted heavily, his greasy excitement evident, his actions becoming even more unrestrained. "Why are you still acting pure at this point?" Suddenly, Chu Fan raised his foot. No build-up, no hesitation. Boom! A loud crash. The heavy solid wood door, along with its frame, was blasted off the wall by a terrifying force. Wood splinters flew, dust filled the air. "Oh!" The girl on the bed was so scared she nearly lost her mind, letting out a shrill scream and instinctively curling up her body. The middle-aged man was also startled by the sudden change, shaking with fear, his arousal disappearing instantly. He looked up in shock. After a brief moment of terror, rage took over. How could someone barge in during his moment of pleasure in his own territory? "Damn it! Who the hell are you? Where are the bodyguards? Are they all dead?" Lu Long roared, hurriedly grabbing a nearby scattered towel to wrap around himself, his face turning a purplish hue from anger and fright. The girl on the bed took the opportunity to roll to the corner, desperately covering herself with a torn sheet, staring fearfully at the doorway. Chu Fan's gaze lingered on the girl for a moment. Then his eyes fell on Lu Long. "Lu Long." Chu Fan's voice was cold. Lu Long's expression turned horrified, his voice trembling. I am, but who are you?" 7 years ago, the Chu family. Chu Fan's voice was low but struck Lu Long's heart like a hammer. A woman with the surname Shun was sent here. Her name is Shun Wanro. Shun Wanro. Lu Long's entire body shook violently, his pupils constricting instantly, his face turning pale, even worse than before. Of course he remembered. The woman of exceptional grace he had toyed with several times, one he could never forget in this lifetime. What did she experience here? What do you want to do? Chu Fan asked again, his tone even colder. Lu Long's scalp tingled as he looked at the figure turned away from him, his Adam's apple bobbing. What? What do you want? I warn you. This is the territory of Buddha Yi. If you dare to mess around Buddha, Yi will not let you. Buddha Yi. Chu Fan slowly turned around, his gaze landing on Lu Long's terrified fat face. You mean Tianjiao Fo? Lu Long saw that he seemed to know the name of Buddha Yi and grew bolder, shouting weakly, yes. That's right. Buddha Yi is the king of the underground world of Sioux City. This by Hai Yun Tian is protected by Buddha Yi. If you dare to act against me here, you're slapping Buddha Yi in the face. With a single word from Buddha Yi, your entire family will be buried without a trace. Chu Fan slightly nodded to Yin Hu. Yin Hu's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he approached like a ghost. Lu Long did not even see the move clearly before he felt a heart-wrenching pain in his arms. Crack, crack, the crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. Lu Long's arms were forcibly bent backward at an odd angle, hanging down limply. Ah! The shrill scream burst from his throat as he rolled on the ground in agony. His hefty body knocked over a nearby low table, glasses and bottles shattering everywhere. Chu Fan stepped forward, placing his foot on Lu Long's face, twisted in pain, pinning him firmly to the carpet. Now can you answer my question properly? Chu Fan looked at him, his voice indifferent. What did Shun Wanrong experience here? Speak without missing a word. If you miss a single word, you'll break a bone. At that moment, Lu Long dared not have the slightest hint of luck or arrogance. The piercing pain and the fear of death completely shattered him. I'll tell you. Please. He was in tears, his face pale, his mouth trembling. Shun Wanrong was sent here 7 years ago, and when she arrived, she was covered in wounds. Who sent Shun Wanrong here? Yin Hu snorted coldly. It was Zhang Tianda and his son. They said the Chu family group went bankrupt and all the Chu family's assets were divided by the other families, with the Zhang family gaining nothing. The various families in Sioux City divided a lot of resources and industries from the Chu family, and the Zhang family, feeling wronged, captured Shin Wanro. Lu Long explained tremulously, not daring to lie. They forced her into prostitution and received more than 300 clients a day. Even if she had her period or was sick, she couldn't take a break. Even when the Zhang family conducted business and needed to entertain foreign clients, they brought people here to have Shun Wanrong serve them. Chu Fan suppressed the murderous intent in his heart. Who has Shun Wanrong served? Write down the names, not missing a single one. Lu Long's complexion changed, and he opened his mouth, not daring to comply, fearing he could not stay in Sioux City after this. Yin Hu's eyes sharpened as he grasped one of Lu Long's fingers and forcefully bent it upward. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking accompanied Lu Long's pig-like scream. Right or not? Yin Hu's voice was like a cold wind from hell. All right, everything. Lu Long writhed in pain, his mental defenses completely collapsing. He finally understood that these 3 people before him were the kings of hell, come to collect a debt. If he did not cooperate, not only would he not be able to survive in Sioux City afterward, but he would also become a corpse immediately. Yin Hu released his grip, pulled over a relatively clean tablecloth, and found a pen that had fallen on the ground, tossing it in front of Lu Long. Lu Long, using his trembling, intact left hand, dipped it in the blood from his forehead and began to write names in a crooked manner. Each name, each identity was shocking. Not only were there local tycoons and celebrities from Sioux City, but also prominent figures from nearby cities, including several seemingly upright officials with real power. With each name he wrote down, Lu Long's heart sank a little deeper. He knew that once this list was leaked, not only would he find no burial place, but it would also stir up a massive storm throughout Sioux City and the surrounding areas. But he knew even better that if he didn't write, he would die right now. Chu Fan quietly watched, his gaze as cold as ancient ice. The inhumane torment his mother endured was the doing of these well-dressed beasts. After Lu Long finished writing the last name, he was nearly exhausted, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud. Chu Fan picked up the blood-stained list, his gaze slowly sweeping over it. Very good. His voice was flat, showing no joy or anger, yet it filled Lu Long with a sense of overwhelming despair. Chu Xiao, I've written the list, everything I know is on it. Please let me go, I'm just a caretaker, I'm also just following orders. Lu Long pleaded with tears streaming down his face. Chu Fan ignored his pleas and tossed the list to Kuan Yo. Aside from the Zhang family father and son, the Zhou family, the Wang family, the Zhao family, and some other families kill everyone else on the list, not leaving a single one. Suddenly Lu Long's expression turned to one of shock, his hair standing on end, his throat tightening, and his heart racing. To follow the list and kill. What an arrogant statement. Unforgivable. Those wealthy and powerful figures, officials who among them isn't a prominent character. With just a casual remark, Chu Fan sentenced these people to death. It was as if these individuals were nothing more than insignificant ants in his eyes to be crushed at will. Before Lu Long could regain his composure, Chu Fan continued to question him. Have you ever encountered Shen Wanrong? No, I haven't. Young Master Chu, how could I dare? Lu Long frantically shook his head, cold sweat pouring down as a puddle of yellow liquid trickled down his pants. Yin Hu saw this and let out a cold laugh. Young Master Chu, he is lying. I am not lying. Young Master Chu, I swear I have never touched your mother. I swear. Young Master Chu, I swear. Lu Long cried bitterly, wishing he had 10 mouths to plead. Young Master Chu, I just forgot to mention a name, it's Buddha Yi. Tianjiao Fo. Chu Fan's eyes narrowed, elaborate. Lu Long was drenched in cold sweat, swallowed nervously, thankful to have a glimmer of hope for survival. Shen Wanrong was sent here by the Zhang family, and the first guest she received was Tianjiao Fo. Moreover, I unexpectedly learned that the person who reported the Chu Corporation for tax evasion 7 years ago had a close relationship with Buddha Yi. Every time that woman came to see Buddha Yi, she was draped in a black robe, wearing a terrifying mask, and possessed extraordinary skills. Dozens of Buddha Yi's personal bodyguards had been subdued by her single hand. Young Master Chu, I only know this much, please spare me. Spare me. Chu Fan furrowed his brows. What does that woman have to do with the Chu family? I don't know. Lu Long shook his head in confusion, pondering for a moment. Buddha Yi and that woman were having a secret discussion in the room. I didn't even have the qualification to get close. Chu Fan waved his hand, and Yin Hu immediately understood, stepping forward to shove a rag into Lu Long's mouth. Young Master, how should we deal with him? Kuei Nyo asked respectfully. Chu Fan casually inquired, how long has the Huang been hungry? Almost 3 days. Yin Hu chuckled, revealing a row of white teeth, excitedly rubbing his hands together. Lu Long's face showed terror, his complexion pale, and he could only utter muffled sounds, crying profusely. He felt that the Da Huang mentioned by Chu Fan must be a vicious wild dog, one that could eat people. Then let's feed Da Huang. Chu Fan nodded. Yin Hu smiled, directly shouldering the unconscious Lu Long striding out of the suite. Kuei Nyo stepped forward. Young Master, should we deploy the Shadow Killers or the Underworld Palace? Let's go with the Underworld Palace. The vengeful spirits collect souls, demanding payment for what they owe the Chu family. I want it back 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Chu Fan commanded. Yes, young master. Kuei Nyo's eyes flashed with cold light as he immediately stepped aside and took out his phone to relay instructions. The Underworld Palace, a top-tier assassin organization that instills terror in the underground world, globally operates in secrecy with unpredictable methods, known for their mantra of vengeful spirits collect souls, unrelenting in their demands, only recognizing the commands of Chu Fan. Its members are scattered across various locations, their identities shrouded in mystery. They could be inconspicuous vendors on the street or high-end socialites at exclusive parties, ready to transform into harbingers of death at any moment. Young Master, where to next? Kuei Nyo followed. Chu Fan snapped a cigarette lighter, exhaling thick smoke. Let's go meet this rumored Buddha Yi. Kuei Nyo stepped forward, presenting a tablet. Young Master, here is the information on Tianjiao. Chu Fan took the tablet, swiping his finger across the smooth screen a few times, a mocking smile appearing. Tisk, the Qing dynasty has fallen, and Tianjiao still clings to his money rat tail. How nostalgic. Hearing this, Kuei Nyo chuckled. Tianjiao's background is not simple. His ancestors belonged to the plain yellow banner, and during the Qing dynasty, he was part of the royal family. The most ridiculous part is that 3 years ago, Tianjiao's elder brother passed away from illness, so he married his sister-in-law and then married his brother's daughter. This man has committed countless evils, and the industries under his name are extremely extensive, involving loan schemes, real estate, film, and entertainment, stock trading, catering. Chu Fan's lips curled into a cold smirk. He really doesn't have any taste at all. Where is Tianjiao now? I've just checked. Tianjiao is at the Brilliant Billiards Hall playing billiards with several leaders. Kuei Nyo explained leisurely. Let's go. Chu Fan tossed the tablet to Kuei Nyo, stepping outside. Kuei Nyo followed closely behind. As Chu Fan and Kuei Nyo made their way to the Brilliant Billiards Hall, in a bath center on the 3rd floor massage area, a 50-year-old man lay on a VIP couch, humming a little tune in satisfaction. A woman in a cheongsam approached, exuding elegance with fair skin and a tall figure twisting her slender waist while holding a small box. "Sir, technician number 9528 is at your service." The female technician smiled seductively, placing the small box aside, sitting next to the man, and the open cheongsam slipped down, revealing her long and fair thighs. The man's eyes immediately brightened. He put down his phone, leering at her long, fair thighs, instinctively swallowing his saliva, his gaze intent. "Sir, what would you like to experience today?" The female technician's voice was sultry, her fingertips lightly brushing against the man's calf. The man was indeed one of those on the list, the vice president of a certain bank, Zhao Qiming. He usually presented himself as a gentleman, but privately, he was a frequent visitor to the underworld, especially fond of the pure and shy type. When Shen Wanrong was around, he had visited her several times. He had even brought people to the Chu family to carry out violent collections, ruthlessly slapping Chu Zhenghua while he played with Shen Wanrong. At this moment, he was drunkenly entranced, stirred by the female technician's teasing. He chuckled, "Little beauty, just tell me what to do today. I'll reward you handsomely for serving me well." The female technician smiled seductively, yet a sliver of cold, murderous intent flickered in her eyes, too quick to catch. "Then, let me help you relax your muscles first." As she spoke, she took out a bottle of essential oil, poured it into her palms, warmed it up, and began to massage Zhao Qiming's shoulders. Her technique was professional, and the pressure just right. Zhao Qiming groaned in comfort, completely lowering his guard, even starting to make advances. He would occasionally touch the woman's long, fair thighs, and then brush through her hair, his hand further probing. The female technician did not flinch or evade, only her smile grew more enchanting, yet her technique subtly changed. When she pressed on a certain acupoint, her fingertips applied a slight force, a nearly undetectable energy penetrating. Zhao Qiming felt a wave of tingling spread throughout his body, very comfortable, but then his heart suddenly jolted. He groaned softly, feeling a bit breathless. "Sir, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" The female technician asked with concern, yet her massage did not stop, pressing on another acupoint. Fine, just a bit tired." Zhao Qiming waved dismissively, assuming it was merely the aftereffect of too much alcohol. Yet the sensation of palpitations and chest tightness grew increasingly pronounced. He tried to sit up, only to discover his limbs had grown unnervingly weak. The female therapist's smile remained sweet, yet her gaze was as cold and venomous as a serpent's. From her small case, she withdrew a silver needle as fine as a cow's hair, and with Zhao Qiming watching in terror, gently inserted it into a precise acupoint at his neck. Zhao Qiming tried to scream, but no sound emerged. He strained to move, yet his body refused all command. Only his eyes rolled wildly wide with dread. Leaning close, she whispered softly into his ear, her voice audible only to him, "Vice President, Zhao, do you remember by Hai Yuntian and Shen Wanrong?" His pupils contracted violently. Boundless terror instantly engulfed him. She continued, her voice descending like a whisper from the underworld, "The Hall of Yama sends its regards. Ghostly envoys have come for your soul. The debt you owe, it is time to settle." This time agony struck, not sharp or piercing, but deep and suffocating, as though his heart were being crushed in an iron fist. Zhao Qiming's eyes bulged grotesquely, his face flushed crimson, then rapidly darkened to violet. His body convulsed violently, yet not a single cry escaped his lips. "Medicine, medicine," he choked out, with his bulging eyes frantically pointing toward the pocket of his jacket. The therapist watched his torment with icy detachment. From her case, she withdrew a white cloth and gently laid it over his face. Then, with unruffled composure, she packed her belongings, restoring every detail to its original state, as if nothing had ever occurred. She rose, smoothed her cheongsam, and gazed into the mirror at her flawless reflection, offering herself a faint, serene smile, before turning and gliding gracefully out of the private room. Outside, the corridor lay silent. She merged seamlessly among the other therapists, calm, unremarkable, vanishing into the third-floor throng, as though she were merely another attendant finishing routine service. Inside the private room, beneath the white cloth, Zhao Qiming's body gradually ceased its violent tremors. A corpse! Someone quickly! Someone quickly! A cleaning staff member, sensing something amiss, shrieked in panic. Identical scenes unfolded simultaneously, in restaurants, corporate offices, golf courses, airplanes, and high-speed trains. Within a single day, multiple deaths occurred, among them high-ranking officials, bank presidents, and corporate CEOs, prompting immediate scrutiny from law enforcement authorities. Huiwang Billiard Hall. Vroom. A pristine white BMW halted smoothly. Chu Fan and Kuei Nyo stepped out and lifted the curtain before entering. "Good afternoon, sir. Would you like to play billiards?" The waitress offered a gentle smile. I'm looking for someone, Chu Fan replied. Softly, yet his voice sent a shiver through her. Her smile stiffened momentarily. She sensed something unsettling, an aura that stirred primal unease within her. And the two bodyguards who should have stood guard at the entrance were nowhere to be seen. Sir, may I ask whom you're seeking? The venue has been reserved for private use today. She attempted to block his path, yet her body instinctively shifted aside. Chu Fan said nothing more. He strode directly toward the innermost billiard table. As he drew nearer, the scene around the table came sharply into focus. A middle-aged man with a Q hairstyle, dressed in a dark gold tang suit embroidered with coiling dragons, bent slightly forward, gripping an exquisitely crafted custom-made cue, his aim fixed upon the cue ball. His posture was poised, his gaze razor-sharp. Jin Jiufeng himself. Beside him stood three distinguished middle-aged men, elegantly attired, smiling warmly. Clearly high-status guests Jin Jiufeng had personally escorted. Each guest was flanked by a stern-faced, hyper-vigilant bodyguard. Two young women in alluring cheongsams stood nearby, gracefully serving tea and cigarettes, their laughter soft and low. One figure caught Chu Fan's attention, familiar, unmistakable. Su Feng. When had he returned home? Su Feng, the elder brother of Su Wan, had studied abroad for years. He must have just come back recently. Su Feng, spotting Chu Fan, scowled and demanded, "What are you doing here, Chu Fan?" 7 years earlier, when Chu Fan was imprisoned, Su Feng had secretly fanned the flames, orchestrating whispers, stoking rumors, even manipulating evidence. From the very beginning, Su Feng had sown discord between Chu Fan and Su Wan, and had vehemently opposed their relationship. Chu Fan cast a sidelong, contemptuous glance at Su Feng. "What's that mangy dog barking about?" "You." Su Feng's eyes turned icy, his expression threatening. Jin Jiufeng chuckled softly, polishing his cue with a white cloth. "Xiao Feng. Do you know him?" "Yes, Master Buddha," Su Feng replied loudly, his tone dripping with disdain, yet laced with obsequious reverence, ensuring everyone heard. "This is Chu Fan, my sister's former boyfriend. 7 years ago he attempted to rape her, and failed. Sentenced to 7 years. Jin Jiufeng paused mid-polish, his eyes flickering with sudden recognition, then deeper, more calculating amusement. "Oh, so that's how it is." His voice stretched slowly, deliberately, as he appraised Chu Fan from head to toe. Attempted rape, and 7 years behind bars. "Xiao Feng, your former brother-in-law, doesn't seem like a man of virtue." Though his words appeared to echo Su Feng's, they carried subtle provocation and an unmistakable air of condescending judgment. The other officials exchanged knowing glances, their expressions shifting to smug disdain. After all, in their eyes, any man bearing a criminal record was irredeemably tainted. Buoyed by Jin Jiufeng's tacit endorsement and the other's visible alignment, Su Feng's confidence swelled. His contempt curdled into open triumph. "Exactly, Master Buddha. This man is filth, scum unfit to walk the streets." Chu Fan remained impassive. "Su Feng, 7 years ago you know better than I do what truly happened. Why feign ignorance?" "What do you mean?" Su Feng's glare sharpened into frost-laced fury, mocking, cutting. "This place isn't for you. Get out now." Chu Fan ignored him entirely, fixing his gaze steadily on Jin Jiufeng. "The unspoken message clear, I've come for you." Jin Jiufeng spoke with unhurried precision. "Today this hall is closed to outsiders. I didn't come to play billiards. Jin Jiufeng, you know why I'm here. Don't waste my time with pretense." Chu Fan casually picked up a cue, approached the table, and with one clean, decisive strike sank the cue ball perfectly. A red ball dropped straight into the pocket. Crisp, flawless, absolute. Jin Jiufeng froze. His polishing motion halted entirely. His eyes narrowed, dark and dangerous, locking on a Chu Fan. "So, you've come for that foot masseuse?" Chu Fan did not answer. Bending low, cue in hand, he struck again. Snap. And 7 colored balls vanished into pockets in rapid succession. "Jin Jiufeng, I offer you one chance. Take your own life. Don't force me to act." Those words struck like a boulder hurled into still water, shattering the silence, igniting chaos across the entire billiard hall. "Take your own life." Jin Jiufeng blinked, then erupted into raucous, incredulous laughter, his facial muscles twitching with rage twisted into mirth. "Ha ha ha. Chu Fan, have you gone utterly mad in prison? You dare demand Jin Jiufeng take his own life? On what authority?" Su Feng snapped out of his shock and shrieked in fervent agreement. "Chu Fan, who do you think you are? How dare you order Master Buddha to die? You've clearly grown bored of breathing." Several other high-ranking officials furrowed their brows, deeming the young man outrageously arrogant. "Demand that Jin Jiufeng commit suicide. Utter delusion." One man in a Zhongshan suit barked, "Young man, do you even comprehend the weight of your words? You have 3 breaths to leave. Now? You speak with such audacity for one so young. 7 years in prison, and still no lesson learned. Another woman sneered with disdain. Bring him down, break his legs and throw him out. Let him learn some humility. Instantly dozens of black-clad henchmen surged forward from within the billiard hall, eyes blazing with menace, fists clenching, surrounding Chu Fan. Finally a gray-haired elder cleared his throat and ambled slowly toward Chu Fan, urging gently, young Master Chu, know your place. Restraint is the mark of youth. Chu Fan cast him a single piercing glance. Are you instructing me? Dare you speak thus to the city chief? Su Feng's face flushed with fury as he lunged forward, nearly striking Chu Fan. Step aside. This is none of your concern. Chu Fan fixed Su Feng with a scorching glare. Before I decide to kill you, leave. Now. Or else. Or else what, you bastard? Who do you think you are? Su Feng exploded in rage, jabbing a finger so close to Chu Fan's nose it trembled. Have you read too many Dragon King War God novels? Come here to play the fool. Who is the Buddha? The philanthropic patriarch of Sioux City, chairman of the Compassion Foundation, founder of Tianjiao Group. Do you know how much tax the Buddha paid for Sioux City this year? 600 billion. A fortune you couldn't earn in 10 lifetimes. Leave while the Buddha still holds his temper, otherwise. A sharp, resonant slap echoed across the silent billiard hall. Chu Fan had sent Su Feng flying. Annoying. Su Feng spun violently midair, like a man struck sideways by a speeding truck, then crashed diagonally into a nearby snooker table before tumbling onto the floor. Half his face swelled crimson before his eyes, his lips split open, blood mingling with saliva as a deafening roar filled his skull. Stars burst before his vision. For a moment, he could not even scream, only writhe on the floor in mute agony. That sudden brutal slap stunned everyone into silence. The officials gaped in disbelief. They had never imagined Chu Fan would erupt so violently, striking without warning and with such devastating force. Even the dozens of black-clad enforcers hesitated. Then their eyes flared with renewed ferocity as they advanced in unison, radiating overwhelming menace. The gray-haired elder, the so-called city chief, turned ashen, his expression dark as storm-laden clouds. Even the dozens of black-clad enforcers hesitated. Then their eyes flared with renewed ferocity as they advanced in unison, radiating overwhelming menace. The gray-haired elder, the so-called... It was a naked, humiliating slap to his dignity. Chu Fan, the city chief, thundered, his voice thick with suppressed fury. You have gone too far. Violence in public. Assault upon another. Do you hold no regard for law and order? Law and... Chu Fan flicked his hand as if brushing away a fly, then turned sharply toward the city chief, his gaze razor-sharp. 7 years ago, when the Chu family was falsely accused and destroyed, where was your law then? Where was it when my mother endured unspeakable humiliation at Bai Hai Yuntian? Where was it when my sisters were violated? He stepped forward, locking eyes with the city chief. Now, you dare speak to me of law? The city chief recoiled half a step instinctively, his face burning with shame and wrath. That was the past. Justice will investigate thoroughly. Investigate thoroughly. Chu Fan scoffed coldly, utterly unmoved. That line may pacify a 3-year-old, but spare me your condescension. Jean Jiofeng. Chu Fan's voice fell like a death knell. It seems you refuse to depart with dignity. Su Feng roared, scrambling upright, seizing a cue stick and swinging it downward at Chu Fan's skull. The cue whistled through the air. Su Feng's eyes seethed with venom and madness. He loathed Chu Fan for the public humiliation, for stripping him of all dignity. Yet to Chu Fan his movements were clumsy, riddled with openings, slow, feeble. Without even turning, Chu Fan raised his left-hand fingers, splayed like iron vices, and caught the cue's tip mid-flight. Snap! The solid hardwood cue groaned under unbearable pressure, then shattered cleanly beneath Chu Fan's clenched fist. Su Feng felt an irresistible force surge up the cue, jolting his palms, numbing his wrists, nearly wrenching the weapon from his grip. His forward momentum halted abruptly, his furious expression dissolved into shock, and then something deeper, raw, primal fear. Chu Fan twisted the broken cue, yanking Su Feng off balance. He stumbled headlong, collapsing face first onto the floor. Only then did Chu Fan slowly pivot, his glacial gaze settling upon Su Feng, sprawled and humiliated. I offered you mercy. His voice betrayed neither anger nor joy, yet it chilled the marrow. I told you to leave. You refused. Now, you cannot leave at all. What do you plan to do? Chu Fan, I warn you. I am of the Sioux clan. Harm me, and the Sioux clan will obliterate you. Su Feng shrieked, scrambling backward on hands and knees, desperate to escape. The Sioux clan. A frostbitten smirk curled Chu Fan's lips. Soon, Even the Su clan will struggle to survive. Chu Fan slammed the broken Q's tip against Su Feng's skull. Blood erupted instantly. F. Su Feng screamed, pain exploding across his crown, as if his skull were splitting open. Blood drenched his face, mingling terror and fury. Jin Jiufeng immediately commanded, "What are you waiting for? Seize this madman." Dozens of black-clad thugs snapped into action, hired mercenaries loyal only to gold. Though momentarily cowed by Chu Fan's aura and ruthless efficiency, their master's command, and their overwhelming numbers, reignited their brutality. Attack! Break him! Amid roaring threats, the mob surged forward like a black tide, most brandishing clubs or short blades, faces twisted with savage intent. The city chief and his entourage paled, retreating hastily behind layers of bodyguards, fearful of being swept into the maelstrom. Su Feng, clutching his bleeding head, crawled frantically beneath a billiard table, his eyes wide with hatred and dread locked onto the chaos beyond. Faced with the onrushing horde, Chu Fan did not flinch, not a muscle shifted. Only a glacial, contemptuous gleam flickered in his eyes. Beside him, Kuei Nyo exhaled a low, thunderous growl, then stepped forward, his mountainous frame instantly shielding Chu Fan's front. The first man charged forward, swinging a thick steel pipe accompanied by a howling wind, striking fiercely towards the head of Kuei Nyo. If this blow landed, it would shatter the skull of an ordinary person. Kuei Nyo did not flinch. His right hand shot out like a fan, precisely grabbing the descending steel pipe with lightning speed. The man felt as if the steel pipe had struck an iron wall, shocking his arm to numbness, followed by an irresistible force that instantly changed the ownership of the pipe. Kuei Nyo seized the steel pipe and immediately swept it horizontally. Whoosh! The pipe, accompanied by a terrifying sound of slicing through the air, swept across the 3 or 4 men charging from the side. Bang! 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 The dull thuds of impact coincided with the sound of bones shattering. Those men were like being hit by a speeding car, screaming as they flew backward, overturning nearby tables, and chairs, blood spewing from their mouths, unable to rise, clearly having broken several ribs. Having landed a successful blow, Kuei Nyo did not hesitate, charging like a tiger into a flock of sheep. The steel pipe in his hand became the scythe of death, each strike powerful and precise. Crack! A strike landed on a man's arm holding a knife, shattering the bone with a resounding snap, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Thud! The pipe pierced another man's abdomen, impaling him, blood flowing freely. The man immediately curled up like a shrimp, blood gushing from his mouth, losing his combat ability. Boom! A sweeping strike sent 2 men attempting to sneak attack from behind flying directly into the wall, sliding down softly. Kuei Nyo's movements were not flashy, yet they were efficient and deadly, exuding pure strength and the ferocity of battlefield combat. He was like a human tank rampaging through the crowd, unstoppable. Those henchmen, usually considered fierce, were utterly powerless before him, often knocked down with just one encounter. Meanwhile, Chu Fan remained in place, occasionally leaning slightly to avoid 1 or 2 stray attacks from the slashing knives. Kuei Nyo spread his arms wide like a kunping, spreading its wings, gripping the heads of 2 men on either side, with a crack. Blood sprayed from their mouths and noses, leaving them lifeless. Jin Jiufei and the city head were astonished. Under such a siege, they hadn't even touched the corner of Chu Fan's clothing. That giant was too formidable. The city head's face showed anger as he coldly said, "Chu Fan, you are arrogant. You dare disregard me." The city head. "City head," Chu Fan replied, sarcastically mocking him, "you won't be one for long. You're boasting." Su Feng crawled out from under the pool table, shouting with a fierce tone, "Chu Fan, you dare kill in front of the city head and threaten him? Do you really think you are someone important? You think you can just replace the city head? Do you think you are the son of a sovereign? Look in the mirror before boasting." Whoosh! Suddenly the broken Q stick shot forth like an arrow with a piercing sound, accurately penetrating Su Feng's shoulder, blood splattering everywhere. "Ah!" Su Feng screamed, his face pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. He was pinned to the wall by the broken Q stick, the excruciating pain nearly causing him to faint, blood streaming down the wall, staining the area red. His eyes were filled with pain and fear. His throat could only emit gasps, unable to utter a single word. This bloody and ruthless strike completely subdued everyone present. The henchmen still standing were terrified, their faces drained of color, their hands trembling around their weapons, involuntarily retreating, no longer daring to advance, even slightly. The city head's expression turned extremely grim, his lips quivering, pointing at Chu Fan. "You are simply lawless, committing murder in public, seriously injuring others." "Shut up," Chu Fan suddenly turned his head, his gaze like lightning piercing toward the city head. The cold, killing intent in his eyes and the overwhelming power made the city head, who had held his position for many years, feel a chill rising from his heart. The rest of his words stuck in his throat. Sensing something was off, Jin Jiufei narrowed his eyes and instinctively took a few steps back, surrounded by several bodyguards wanting to escape. Do you think you can escape? Chu Fan's attention remained fixed on him, his expression indifferent. Some people must pay the price for their wrongdoings. Kuei Nyo moved sideways, blocking the escape route of Jin Jiufei and the bodyguards. Faced with the overwhelming pressure from Kuei Nyo, Jin Jiufei had no choice but to turn around, snorting coldly. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The four great kings are coming to stretch their muscles. At the staircase, four imposing figures descended, all of them dark-skinned foreign men. City head, the upcoming scene will be bloody. Shall we go upstairs for a cup of hot tea? Jin Jiufei's tone appeared relaxed, but deep in his eyes lay a trace of ruthlessness and final madness. His last trump card was these four great kings he had hired with a hefty sum, each one a top-notch mercenary, their hands stained with blood, their strength far surpassing that of his ordinary henchmen. He did not believe that these four could not handle Chu Fan and his giant subordinate. The city head was also looking to seize the opportunity to escape. He didn't want to stay in this bloody scene for a moment longer, hastily nodding. All right, let's go upstairs first. As he spoke, he hurriedly walked toward the staircase, flanked by his bodyguards, and couldn't help but feel a shiver as he passed by the four towering foreign men. Su Feng, still pinned to the wall, had lost too much blood, his face pale, his consciousness somewhat blurred, but upon seeing the appearance of the four great kings, a glimmer of resentment and hope ignited in his eyes. Protected by a few close bodyguards, Jin Jiufei also retreated near the staircase, distancing himself from Chu Fan and Kuei Nyo. He coldly watched them, his face regaining its habitual sinister expression, mixed with a trace of pride. These four men were his last resort. The four foreign men stood side by side, each over 6 feet tall, their muscles bulging, straining against their specially designed tactical vests. Their eyes were cold, staring at Chu Fan and Kuei Nyo like prey, exuding the bloody aura of seasoned warriors. They didn't even use weapons, merely flexing their wrists and necks, producing the crackling sounds of joints filled with a sense of power and pressure. Boss, are these the two little bugs? One bald man with a gruesome scar on his face asked in broken Chinese, his tone dismissive. Yes, Fernando, take them out. No matter life or death. Jin Jiufei gritted his teeth. Leave it to us. The bald man Fernando grinned, revealing a set of white teeth that made his scar seem even more sinister. The four men stopped wasting words and slowly closed in on Chu Fan and Kuei Nyo in a fan formation. Their steps were steady and powerful, their gazes sharp, clearly a well-coordinated combat team. Facing these four opponents, who were clearly several levels stronger than the previous henchman, Chu Fan remained calm, even nodding slightly to Kuei Nyo. It's good to stretch a bit. Kuei Nyo's eyes flashed with a hint of excited battle intent, and he let out a low growl, charging forward first. Though his physique was not as exaggerated as the four opponents, his aura surged like a fierce tiger. The bald man Fernando moved with the greatest speed, throwing a powerful straight punch that whistled through the air, aimed directly at Kuei Nyo's face. If this punch landed, it could dent steel. Without flinching, Kuei Nyo retaliated with a punch of his own. The two fists collided midair. Bang! It sounded like two iron hammers striking together, producing an extremely dull roar. Fernando's sinister grin instantly froze, turning into shock. He felt an overwhelming force surging from the opponent's fist as his knuckles emitted a groan of unbearable strain, and his entire arm throbbed with pain, forcing him to stagger back 3 steps. Meanwhile, Kuei Nyo merely swayed slightly, his feet rooted to the ground, not moving an inch. Interesting, he remarked, shaking his wrist, his fighting spirit intensifying. The other 3, witnessing Fernando's predicament, changed their expressions slightly, no longer underestimating him, and simultaneously let out a low roar, lunging at Kuei Nyo from different angles. One swept low to attack the legs, another elbowed at the ribs, while the last charged in like a bull. Their coordination was impeccable, the assault fierce. Surrounded, Kuei Nyo remained calm. He deftly sidestepped the low sweep, his left hand blocking the elbow strike like an iron gate, while his right hand opened wide, grabbing the shoulder of the incoming attacker. Up! Kuei Nyo exhaled, sharply channeling power from his waist, lifting the over 200-pound man like a sack, and smashing him towards the rushing Fernando. Fernando and another man quickly dodged. The lifted man crashed heavily to the ground, shaking the floor, unable to get up for a while. Taking advantage of his momentum, Kuei Nyo launched himself at Fernando, the two instantly engaging in a fierce melee. Their fists and feet clashed with loud thuds, moving at a breathtaking speed with immense power that made each collision heart-stopping. The other two also rejoined the fray. For a moment, Kuei Nyo faced three opponents, yet did not. His moves were simple and ruthless, devoid of any flourish, entirely reflecting the skills of life-and-death combat on the battlefield. His power, speed, and reflexes reached inhuman levels. The three foreign mercenaries, though battle-hardened, were subtly suppressed by Kuei Nyo when it came to physical prowess and individual combat strength. Jin Jufu watched in shock, his jaw dropping. The four great warriors he had paid handsomely for were being held off by just one person. They were even at a disadvantage. How is this possible? Meanwhile, Chu Fan watched the battle with composure, as if enjoying a thrilling combat performance. He had absolute confidence in Kuei Nyo's strength. The four great warriors might appear monstrous to ordinary people, but in front of Kuei Nyo they were insufficient. The battle did not last long. Kuei Nyo seized an opening and executed a fierce shoulder throw, sending one man flying, spitting blood, crashing into half a billiard table, unable to rise again. Next, he took a punch from Fernando Hedin, then quickly locked the opponent's wrist, performing a clean shoulder throw. Boom! Fernando's massive frame slammed into the ground, producing a loud thud, causing cracks to appear in the floor. He let out a muffled groan, struggling to get up, but Kuei Nyo stepped on his back with a foot, the immense force forcing him down again, unable to escape. The last man, seeing this, finally revealed a look of fear and turned to flee. Would Kuei Nyo let him get away? In a swift motion, he closed the distance, choking the man's neck from behind and yanking him back. Crack! The crisp sound of a neck breaking echoed. The man's eyes bulged, his body crumpling to the ground lifeless. In just a few minutes, the infamous four great warriors were reduced to one dead and three injured, completely losing their combat capability. Kuei Nyo clapped his hands as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, turning to look at Chu Fan. Jin Jufu was utterly dumbfounded, his face as pale as paper, his legs weak, barely able to stand. His final reliance was so easily crushed. What on earth is this Chu Fan? How could he have such a monster under him? The city head trembled in fear, causing his teacup to shatter on the floor. He knew that Jin Jufu was doomed today, and he himself would likely face disaster. Retreat! Jin Jufu commanded, not the type to sit idly by. Whoever kills Chu Fan will be rewarded 10 billion. With a heavy reward, brave men would surely emerge. The bodyguards and the remaining four great warriors revealed frenzied expressions at the mention of 10 billion. Kuei Nyo, hold them off. They'll go kill Jin Jufu. Chu Fan commanded, his body flashing as he, quick retreat. This way, master. You few stay behind to cover us, shoot him down. A man beside Jin Jufu quickly issued orders. Amidst the throng of bodyguards, Jin Jufu hastily entered the elevator, the doors shutting quickly, ascending straight up. Just as the city head was about to take action, his phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, the city head froze, his face turning ashen. Chu Fan's figure moved like a specter, shooting towards the elevator like an arrow as Jin Jufu ordered a retreat, the crowd stirring into a frenzy over the 10 billion. Block him. Shoot. The bodyguards assigned to hold the line wore fierce expressions, unhesitatingly pulling out their pistols, their dark muzzles instantly trained on the rapidly approaching Chu Fan. Bang, 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 bang. The deafening gunfire erupted in the enclosed billiard hall. Bullets screamed through the air, tearing towards Chu Fan. However, as Chu Fan sprinted, his figure bizarrely distorted. His steps appeared chaotic, yet he resembled a flickering ghost. Bullets grazed his clothing and hair, striking the wall and floor behind him, creating sparks and debris, yet not a single shot found its mark. The shooting bodyguards widened their eyes in disbelief. At such close range, with so many guns firing simultaneously, how could they miss a running person? This defied all logic. Just as they were stunned, Chu Fan closed in, as if teleporting. Crack, crack, crack. A series of crisp, bone-breaking sounds rang out. Chu Fan's palm struck with precision like a knife, severing the wrist bones of several armed bodyguards in an instant. The handguns fell from their grasp. Then Chu Fan moved rapidly like a whirlwind, darting through the group, elbowing, kneeing, and shoulder-checking. Each contact accompanied by dull thuds and breaking bones. The bodyguards at the back fell as if struck by a train, screeching as they flew, upending tables and chairs, unable to rise again. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. From the moment Chu Fan took off to breaking through the gunfire and resolving the issue with the bodyguard, it was all over in just 2 or 3 seconds. At this moment, the elevator door that Jin Jufeng was in had already closed, and the floor numbers were rapidly flashing, indicating that it was ascending. Chu Fan glanced at the elevator numbers without a moment's hesitation. He turned and dashed toward the nearby fire escape. He knew that Jean Jiofeng, this old fox, would never take the elevator straight to the top floor or the underground parking lot. He would definitely change elevators or take another route midway. In the stairwell, Chu Fan's speed surged once again. He moved like a bolt of black lightning, racing up the stairs, leaping 7 or 8 steps at a time, his figure so fast it almost left an afterimage. Meanwhile, in the billiard hall, Kuei Nyo had already become a god of death, taking down all the bodyguards who attempted to rush at him for the 1 billion bounty. The ground was covered with moaning figures, blood staining the smooth floor. The so-called 4 great kings were now left with only Fernando barely standing, but he was also covered in injuries, panting like a bull, his eyes filled with terror. Kuei Nyo glanced in the direction of the stairwell where Chu Fan had disappeared, but did not follow. He had absolute confidence in Chu Xiao's strength. His task was to clear out the small fry here, ensuring there were no worries behind him. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, the mayor hurriedly entered a secret room, trembling as he connected to the phone that made his heart race. "Hello." The mayor's voice was extremely dry. A cold voice came from the other end with no pleasantries, going straight to the point. "Mayor Wang, you have been dismissed. We are the Minjiawai." Buzz. The mayor felt his mind go blank. The phone slipped from his hand and smashed to the ground, the screen shattering. "It's over. All over." What Chu Fan said was actually true. He really has that kind of ability. The mayor's legs went weak, collapsing onto the cold floor, his face ashen, his eyes hollow, no longer possessing the earlier authority and grace. At this moment, Chu Fan had already dashed up to the 5th floor along the fire escape. His perception was like an invisible radar, quickly scanning the environment on this floor. The 5th floor seemed to be an office area, currently empty, clearly cleared in advance. Chu Fan's gaze locked onto a seemingly ordinary office door at the end of the corridor. Under the door crack, faint light seeped through, and there were fresh footprints on the carpet at the entrance. This is it. Without a moment's pause, Chu Fan charged forward, and just 2 or 3 meters from the door, he kicked out violently. Boom! The heavy, solid wooden office door, along with the latch behind it, was directly blown off by a violent force. Wood chips flew everywhere. Inside was a lavishly decorated office. Jean Jiofeng stood by the huge floor-to-ceiling window with his back to the doorway, seemingly speaking urgently on a satellite phone. Hearing the sound of the door being smashed, he turned in shock, his face filled with fear and disbelief. "How could you be so fast?" Jean Jiofeng exclaimed, almost dropping the satellite phone. He had arranged for backup, chosen to switch to another concealed staff elevator midway, and had even specifically come to this office with a secret passage. He thought he could at least delay for a few minutes to buy time for escape or negotiation. Unexpectedly, Chu Fan had chased him down like a relentless parasite so quickly. "I told you can't escape." Chu Fan's voice was cold as he stepped into the office, casually closing the now deformed door, isolating the outside noise. Jean Jiofeng was backed against the floor-to-ceiling window with nowhere to retreat. He looked at the approaching Chu Fan, his eyes filled with despair and madness. "Chu Fan, don't come any closer. I've already contacted my people behind me, the big shots of Jiangnan province. If you touch me, you won't have it easy either." Jean Jiofeng shouted fiercely, waving the satellite phone. "We can talk. I can give you money. Lots and lots of money. I can also help you reclaim part of the Chu family's assets. As long as you let me go." Big shots of Jiangnan province. Chu Fan's eyes glinted like a blade, showing no signs of stopping. "Even if the King of Heaven comes, you will still die today." "Do you think you can make me die? Then I will take you down with me." Suddenly, he pulled out a remote control for a timed bomb from his coat pocket. Chu Fan frowned. "You seem well prepared." I've been in Sioux City for many years. What kind of storms have I not Jean Jiofeng coldly smiled, tightly gripping the remote control. "I installed a ton of explosives in this office. Why don't you try it?" Chu Fan stopped in his tracks. His gaze swept around the office. "A ton of explosives?" His tone calm, he looked at him with sarcasm. "Aren't you afraid of blowing yourself up?" Jean Jiofeng's facial muscles twitched. "Either way, it's death. Taking you down with me is worth it." He pressed his thumb firmly on the red button of the remote, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. "You wouldn't dare," Chu Fan suddenly said. "What?" Jean Jiofeng was taken aback. "If you really had explosives," Chu Fan slowly stepped forward, "you should have detonated it when I broke through the door." Jean Jiofeng's pupils constricted sharply. "You're gambling." Chu Fan's voice was cold, a hint of amusement curling at the corner of his mouth. "Gambling that I'm afraid of death, gambling that I will retreat. Unfortunately, you bet wrong." Just as his words fell, Chu Fan's figure suddenly vanished. Jean Jiofeng felt a blur before his eyes, and a sharp pain shot through his wrist. Crack! The remote control flew out of his hand. Chu Fan caught the remote with one hand while the other hand had already seized Jin Jufeng's neck, lifting him off the ground. Huh, huh. Jin Jufeng's feet left the ground, his face turning purple as he struggled desperately. Chu Fan glanced at the remote. The display screen was pitch black with no activation signal at all. It was indeed just a bluff. I gave you a chance, but you were useless. Chu Fan's grip tightened. Jin Jufeng's eyes were filled with despair, and he desperately squeezed out a voice from his throat. Don't kill me. Spare my life. Chu Fan's eyes flashed with cold light, murderous intent surging. When my mother pleaded for mercy, did you ever spare her? His fingers suddenly tightened. Crack. The sound of his cervical vertebrae breaking was clearly audible. Jin Jufeng's body stiffened suddenly, then slumped down. In his wide-open eyes, the last image reflected was Chu Fan's cold face. Chu Fan released his grip. The corpse collapsed to the ground, the money braids soaked in a pool of blood. Suddenly, Chu Fan's gaze sharpened, and he reached over to check the side of Jin Jufeng's neck. He indeed had no pulse, and his body was rapidly cooling. However, the unnatural wrinkles on his face caught Chu Fan's attention. Shoo! With a soft sound, he peeled off a very thin human skin mask from Jin Jufeng's face. Beneath the mask was a completely different face. About 50 years old, with a fair complexion, ordinary features, his eyes hollow from death, and his mouth still holding a trace of horror. This person was not Jin Jufeng at all. Chu Fan's pupils constricted slightly, and he immediately stood up, his sharp gaze sweeping the entire office. Suddenly, he noticed marks on a row of iron shelves indicating they had been moved. Chu Fan stepped forward to push them aside, and found a secret door. Chu Fan opened the secret door, and what came into view was a spiral staircase, the inside dark and damp. He turned on the flashlight on his phone, and slowly descended the stairs, quickly reaching the ground. Chu Fan found that the space here was not large, and there was also a secret room sealed with an iron door and locked with a heavy padlock. He reached out and tugged at the rusty padlock, which snapped with a loud crack. Creak. The iron door slowly opened on its own. Suddenly, a figure burst out of the secret room, fast as lightning, disheveled, and judging by the build, it seemed to be a woman. This startled Chu Fan. Leave me alone. Chu Fan reacted swiftly, extending his arm like a flash of lightning, just as the figure was about to brush past him, his fingers curling like hooks, precisely gripping the opponent's wrist. The touch was icy, the wrist slender, yet the strength was unexpectedly great, filled with a frantic struggle. Let go of me. Let go. A hoarse and sharp female voice rang out, filled with terror and despair. However, the woman was immensely strong, instantly breaking free from Chu Fan's grasp and darting up the stairs in the blink of an eye. Chu Fan followed closely behind, taking a step forward and swiftly leaping over 8 steps. He felt a sense of familiarity with the woman, yet she was moving too fast. By the time Chu Fan returned to the office, the woman had long vanished. Young Master Chu Kuei-nyo walked in. Chu Fan asked him, "Did you see a woman run out just now?" "A woman?" Kuei-nyo scratched his head, looking confused. "No, I've been here all this time, and didn't." At once Chu Fan frowned. Could it be that he was seeing things? After pondering for a moment, he rubbed his forehead, believing that Kuei-nyo must have overlooked the woman. "Where's Su Feng?" Chu Fan asked him. Kuei-nyo replied without hesitation, "That kid slipped away while I wasn't paying attention." "Young Master Chu, what about Jin's UFO?" "A fake. That old fox is indeed cunning." Kuei-nyo's eyes widened as he walked over to the corpse, glancing at it a few times, and remarked in surprise, "Young Master Chu, this person looks somewhat familiar to me." "Oh, you know him?" Chu Fan asked with keen interest. Hearing this, Kuei-nyo scratched his head, suddenly slapping his thigh in realization. "I remember, now this guy is from the Death God organization. I think his name is something like Do." Chu Fan's gaze sharpened. The Death God organization was something he had heard of after going to prison. It was a group that took pleasure in murder. They were notorious worldwide, ready to take on any task, as long as the price was high enough. Even if it involved assassinating a country's president, the Death God organization would do so without hesitation. If one assassination attempt failed, they would make a second or third attempt. This organization was a mix of all kinds of people. During missions, they wore human skin masks, making it impossible for anyone to recognize them. The Death God organization was wanted by countries around the globe, with its backers and funding being extremely mysterious, remaining hidden from sight. This organization was resilient, having survived even after being besieged by troops from 17 countries, emerging unscathed. What stirred global attention regarding this organization was an assassination attempt on a country's president years ago, where the Death God deployed 12 top assassins. At that time, an important figure from Huaxia was visiting that country and nearly fell victim to the chaos. Had it not been for the presence of 2 top masters from the human world, the outcome would have been unimaginable. After the incident, 10 top masters from the human world launched a full-scale attack, destroying several strongholds of the Death God organization, forcing a high-ranking member to come forward bowing and scraping, saying all the right things before they finally let it go. Chu Fan never expected to be outsmarted by the old fox Tianjiao FO. He bent down to pick up the human skin mask, studying it closely for a few minutes, and was astonished to find that it was indeed made of real human skin. The texture felt completely different. No wonder he hadn't noticed anything amiss at first. If it weren't for being close to Tianjiao FO, it would have been difficult for anyone to detect this detail. This only served to illustrate how treacherous and cunning Tianjiao FO was, being able to navigate the dark underworld of Sioux City for decades, his mind far from ordinary. Otherwise, he would have long been eliminated by those officials in the political arena. Old Neo notified the Tianji building to search for Tianjiao FO's whereabouts in Sioux City. Oh, I want to see how he can still move freely. Chu Fan instructed, putting away the human skin mask. Kuei Neo responded with a sound, immediately pulling out his phone to send a message. In an instant, the Tianji building sprang into action. Stepping out of the brilliant billiards hall, Chu Fan drove back towards the Jianshui River. Just as one leg stepped out of the car, beep, a police car sped up and came to a rapid stop right in front of Chu Fan. From the lead police car, 3 officers emerged, 2 men and 1 woman. The woman had sharp eyebrows and phoenix-like eyes, her skin fair, with a tall and capable figure, exuding a strong presence comparable in height to Chu Fan. Are you Chu Fan? The female officer stepped forward, her aura formidable as she scrutinized Chu Fan. Chu Fan furrowed his brow. Yes, officers, is there something you need from me? The female officer replied coldly, I am Shun Jingyan, the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team at Sioux City Police Station. We received a report accusing you of intentional injury. Was it Su Feng who reported it? Chu Fan countered, knowing exactly how things stood. Shin Jinghan did not respond, but instead spoke to a colleague beside her. Cuff him and take him away. Chu Fan raised his hand, blocking the officer who was coming forward to cuff him. Captain Shen, do you have any evidence? Shin Jinghan's gaze was sharp. Su Feng's injury report is evidence. That's just one-sided testimony. Chu Fan maintained a calm demeanor, a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. If he accused me of murder, would you believe him too? Shin Jinghan frowned. Let's discuss this back at the station. What if I refuse to go? Chu Fan looked at her indifferently. Then we'll take you by force. Shin Jinghan's hand rested on her gun holster at her waist. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Kuei Neo stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Chu Fan with a fierce gaze. The 2 male police officers behind Shin Jinghan immediately grew cautious. Chu Fan patted Kuei Neo on the shoulder, signaling him to step back. They'll go with you. Chu Fan said calmly, however, Captain Shun, I hope you won't regret it. Shin Jinghan snorted coldly. Take him away. The police car sped away. By the Jianshui River, only Kuei Neo remained. His expression darkened as he immediately dialed a secure number. Young Master Chu was taken away by the city bureau. On the other end of the line, there was a moment of silence before a low and authoritative voice responded, understood. At the city bureau interrogation room, the light was stark white. Chu Fan sat in a chair, his hands cuffed to the table. Shin Jinghan sat across from him, opening a notebook. Name: Chu Fan. Age: 26. Occupation: unemployed. Shin Jinghan looked up, her gaze cutting. At 3 o'clock this afternoon in the brilliant billiards hall, did you beat Su Feng? Yes. Chu Fan admitted openly. Shin Jinghan paused, her pen. Why did you hit him? He deserved it. Chu Fan replied flatly. He deserved it. Shin Jinghan sneered. Did you set the laws? Chu Fan looked at her. Captain Shun, do you know about Su Feng? Do you know about the Chu family from 7 years ago? Shin Jinghan frowned. I'm asking you questions now. I'm asking you too. Chu Fan's eyes were deep, cold, and merciless. Is it too much to be beaten for framing someone else? Shin Jinghan felt a stir in her heart. She had heard of the incident involving the Chu family 7 years, but at that time she was just a police academy student and the details were not clear. She knew a bit about Su Feng's reputation. He was indeed not a good person. But a procedure is a procedure. Those matters will be specifically investigated, Shun Jinghan stated firmly. Right now you are suspected of intentional injury. Intentional injury. Chu Fan laughed, showing no care at all. Captain Shin, you're convicting me right off the bat. Isn't that a bit too decisive? Just then there was a knock on the interrogation room door. A young police officer peeked in, looking a bit strange. Captain Shun, there's a call for you outside. Who? It's from the director. Shin Jinghan's heart sank. She glanced at the still calm Chu Fan, seemingly realizing something. Stay here for now, she said quickly, leaving the interrogation room. Once in her office, Shin Jinghan picked up the phone. Director Sun, this is Shin Jinghan. On the other end, Director Sun's voice came hurriedly lowered. Little Shun, release Chu Fan immediately. Right now? Don't ask anything. Shen Jinghan frowned. Director Sun, he is suspected of intentional injury, and there is evidence. What evidence? Director Sun nearly yelled. This is an order. A direct call from above. Someone from Jiangnan province is personally intervening. Release him immediately. Don't get me into trouble again. But, no buts. Shen Jinghan, do you want to take off your police uniform? Do it now. Release him. Bang. The phone was slammed down forcefully. Shen Jinghan clutched the receiver, her knuckles turning white. She took a deep breath, suppressing the shock and confusion in her heart. Jiangnan province is personally intervening. What on earth is Chu Fan's background? She put down the phone and quickly returned to the interrogation room. Pushing the door open, Chu Fan was still sitting there calmly, as if he had already anticipated the outcome. You can leave now. Shen Jinghan's voice was dry, her face showing reluctance. Chu Fan looked up. I told you earlier, but you didn't believe me. Don't be too proud. Sooner or later I'll have you arrested again. Shen Jinghan's expression was cold as she moved forward to unlock the handcuffs. Chu Fan flexed his wrist and stood up. As he reached the door, he paused and glanced at Shen Jinghan. You won't get another chance, or I won't allow the same thing to happen to me. Before his words fell, Chu Fan had vanished outside the door. Shen Jinghan was furious, slamming her fist on the table. What's all this arrogance about? But deep down she knew that Chu Fan's arrogance was backed by strength. Jiangnan province personally intervening. This power is terrifying. She forced herself to calm down and sat back down in front of the computer. On the screen was Chu Fan's basic information, excessively clean. 7 years of blank history. His prison record was completely wiped clean. This alone was abnormal. She accessed the internal system, trying to query with higher authority. Insufficient permissions. The warning in red was particularly glaring. Shen Jinghan's pupils constricted. Her permissions were already not low. How could they still be insufficient? This Chu Fan. She took a deep breath, shut down the computer, grabbed her coat, and hurried out of the office. Shen Jinghan wanted to find out why there was a complete blank in Chu Fan's record for the 7 years he was imprisoned. Xiaozhang, come with me on an external assignment. Where to, Captain? To the 7th prison. The police car left the city, heading to the outskirts and the 7th prison. On the way, Shen Jinghan's brows were tightly furrowed. Xiaozhang couldn't help but ask, Captain Shen, what are we checking in the prison? Shen Jinghan's gaze was fixed outside the window. Chu Fan. Chu Fan. The one we just arrested today. Xiaozhang was surprised, scratching his head. Isn't his record clean? Too clean. Shen Jinghan shook her head, suspecting something was amiss. 7 years of blank history is abnormal. Either someone erased it, or he was never in prison at all. Xiaozhang was startled. No way. Could it be a paper sentence? Shen Jinghan did not answer. She wanted to know as well. An hour later, the car stopped outside the 7th prison. Armed soldiers guarded the entrance, and an electronic radar scanned them. The wall was about 3 meters high, with electric nets spread across it, creating a solemn atmosphere. Shen Jinghan displayed her credentials and explained her purpose. Inside the prison administrative office, smoke curled up. A middle-aged prison guard with a rough face and a cigarette dangling from his mouth glanced at Shen Jinghan's credentials. From the city bureau, investigating Chu Fan. He scoffed and pushed the credentials back. You can't investigate that. Why not? Shen Jinghan frowned. No reason. The guard flicked his ashes, expression serious. This person's file is highly confidential, and you don't have permission. In the deputy captain of criminal investigation, I have the right to review the files of detained individuals. Shen Jinghan emphasized her identity. Deputy captain. The guard grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth, exhaling cigarette smoke. Even if your bureau chief came, he wouldn't be able to see it. Shen Jinghan's gaze turned cold. Who made the rules? Above, the guard pointed to the ceiling meaningfully. Little girl, take my advice. You shouldn't get involved with this person, or just leave quickly. Shen Jinghan stood her ground. Xiaozhang, feeling a bit nervous, tugged at her sleeve. Captain Shun, why don't we? I want to see the prison warden. Shen Jinghan's tone was resolute. The guard's expression darkened. You think you can just see the warden whenever you want? Then I will follow the procedure. I will apply for a formal investigation letter. Shen Jinghan was unyielding. The two were at an impasse. Just then the office door opened. A middle-aged man in uniform with shiny epaulets walked in, his expression stern. What's all the noise? The guard immediately stood up. Director Zhao, these comrades from the city bureau insist on checking Chu Fan's file. Director Zhao turned to Shen Jinghan, his gaze scrutinizing. Shen Jinghan. That's me. Director Zhao nodded and waved the guard out. You can leave. The guard hesitated for a moment before reluctantly departing. The door closed. Director Zhao sat down and lit a cigarette. Deputy Captain Shen, you cannot view Chu Fan's file. He stated directly, his attitude considerably better than that of the guard. Why not? Shin Jinghan was shocked and extremely angry, suppressing her fury. I just want to review the records of Chu Fan after he was imprisoned 7 years ago. I'm sorry, Captain Shun, it's not that I won't let you see it. Chu Fan's records here have long been transferred away. Director Zhao's expression was serious as he flicked the ash. Xiao Zhang was slightly taken aback. Transferred away. Who transferred it? This also puzzled Shin Jinghan. Was it necessary to secretly transfer the file of a rapist? Director Zhao pointed upward. Jiangnan Province. Xiao Zhang was dumbfounded, feeling incredulous. Shin Jinghan's beautiful eyes narrowed. Director Zhao shook his head slightly. No, it was someone from Kyoto who transferred it away. Kyoto. Shin Jinghan's mouth gaped slightly, completely stunned. Kyoto. Chu Fan's file was actually transferred to Kyoto. How could a rapist from Sioux City have such worth? Even though the Chu family was prominent in Sioux City back then. But with the Chu family status, they were not at a level to have connections with Kyoto. Shin Jinghan's heart sank to the bottom. Director Zhao, can you disclose who specifically transferred it? She asked with the last bit of hope. Director Zhao looked at her deeply and lowered his voice. Captain Shun, I can only say this much, some things are better left unknown. As for this person Chu Fan, you'd best stop investigating. Take my advice for your own good. Shin Jinghan bit her lip, not pursuing further. She knew that there would be no results if she kept asking. Thank you, Director Zhao, for your time. She nodded and left the office with Xiao Zhang. As they exited the prison gates, a cool breeze blew by. Xiao Zhang couldn't help but speak up. Captain Shin, this is too exaggerated. What on earth is Chu Fan's background? Shin Jinghan did not answer. Her heart was also filled with shock and confusion. A person who served 7 years in prison had their records transferred to Kyoto, and after being released, someone from above personally intervened to set him free. This is utterly illogical. By the banks of the Jianshui River, Chu Fan returned home. Stepping into the living room, he caught the fragrant aroma of dinner wafting from the kitchen. His elder aunt-in-law was surely preparing supper. Cousin, are you all right? Shin Kingsu, clutching a bag of potato chips while watching a short drama on the sofa, leapt up in relief upon seeing Chu Fan return unharmed. She had finished school at 5. Xiao Fan, what happened? His elder aunt-in-law rushed out from the kitchen, apron still tied mid-cooking. Qingsu told me you were taken away by police officers. I nearly died of fright. Chu Fan gently ruffled Shin Kingsu's hair and smiled reassuringly at his aunt-in-law's anxious face. It's fine, Andy. Just a misunderstanding already resolved. Really? She eyed him skeptically, scrutinizing him closely. Only when she confirmed he bore no sign of injury did her tension begin to ease. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Dinner will be ready shortly. Rest a while. Chu Fan nodded and settled onto the sofa. Shin Qingsu sat beside him and whispered, Cousin, is it because of the Su family? Chu Fan glanced at her. How did you know? I saw Su Feng outside the hospital gate after school, she replied with a mischievous grin. His head was wrapped in gauze, must have been beaten. Was it you? Chu Fan feigned innocence. I'm a model citizen through and through. Just then his elder uncle Shun Guohua returned, wearing a traditional Zhongshan suit, briefcase in hand. Shun Guohua was a son-in-law who had married into the Shin family. To honor local custom, he adopted the Shun surname, though his birth name was Wei. He had endured hardship in the Wei household since childhood. His mother, once a courtesan, bore him after an unexpected pregnancy, yet her low status subjected her to constant scorn and neglect within the Wei clan. His father, perpetually drunk and addicted to gambling, regularly abused his mother, whether intoxicated or sober. In the end, unable to bear the humiliation, she hanged herself. Shun Guohua himself suffered relentless ostracism from the Weis. When he wed his aunt-in-law, not a single Wei relative attended, treating him as if he were already dead. Later, through sheer determination, he secured employment at a municipal unit in Suching, earning 5,000 yuan monthly plus holiday bonuses and benefits. Though Chu Fan had transferred 10 million yuan to them, the couple refused to spend it, choosing instead to save every cent. Uncle's back. Chu Fan rose to greet him. Shun Guohua set down his briefcase, weariness etched across his face. Yet his expression softened into a warm smile upon seeing Chu Fan at home. Xiao Fan's here too. Actually, there's something I've long wanted to discuss with you. Uncle, we're family. No need for formalities, Chu Fan replied with a light laugh. Ha ha ha. You're absolutely right, Xiao Fan. You've been out for quite some time now, idling won't do. You ought to find steady work. Shun Guohua said. Shin Qingsu dutifully poured her father a glass of water. Dad, here's your water. Thank you, my dear. He accepted it, took a sip, and shrugged off his coat. Xiao Fan, don't take this as nagging, but money, however vast, will one day run dry. You worry over nothing, interjected his aunt-in-law, emerging from the kitchen with a dish. A man who can casually transfer 20 million. Do you truly fear he'll go broke? Besides, if Xiao Fan truly doesn't wish to work, I'll support him for life. Placing a plate of braised pork on the table, she shot Shen Guohua a sharp glance. Must you talk so much? Let Xiao Fan rest. He's just come home. Shen Guohua chuckled awkwardly. I only mean well. A gentle warmth welled in Chu Fan's chest. He knew, truly, that his uncle and aunt-in-law cared for him deeply. Unaware of his true identity or latent power, they simply wished, as ordinary elders, for his quiet, stable happiness. Uncle Andy, you may rest easy, Chu Fan declared earnestly. I've already given thought to employment. I won't remain idle indefinitely. Indeed, he already had a job. Revenge was his sole solemn vocation. Yet those words remained unspoken. Soon after, his maternal aunt and her daughter returned home. Yueru, take Nan Nan to wash hands. Then join us for dinner, called his aunt-in-law. Xiao Fan King Sadir, wash up and come eat. The family gathered around the dining table, bathed in quiet warmth. His aunt Xinyuru looked weary, yet her smile radiated tenderness. Her daughter Nanan, a first grader, bubbled with youthful energy, chattering animatedly about school. Nanan's wonderful. His aunt-in-law praised warmly. Shin Su added vegetables to her sister's bowl. Eat more, grow tall and strong. Watching them, Chu Fan's heart softened. This was home, the very warmth he would fight to the death to protect. Yueru, how was business today? Shin Guohua asked. Shin Yueru sighed. Modest at best. 2 new shops recently opened nearby, intensifying competition and diverting customers. She ran a small clothing boutique, barely scraping by. Chu Fan placed a piece of braised pork into Nanan's bowl. Auntie, didn't I transfer 10 million yuan to you? If the shop isn't profitable, close it. Shin Yueru gently shook her head. That money's being saved for your wedding. A complex wave of warmth surged within Chu Fan, tinged with helplessness and quiet sorrow. His aunt lived frugally, yet still hoarded funds for his future marriage. Auntie, that money is yours, to improve your life. Setting down his chopsticks, Chu Fan spoke with quiet gravity. I truly don't lack for funds. Please, don't deprive yourself, or Nanan. Shin Yueru smiled, fine lines crinkling tenderly at her eyes. I know you've grown capable, Xiao Fan, but holding that sum unsettles me. You'll need it for countless things ahead. Besides, this shop has stood for years. There's sentiment in it. Closing it would feel like losing a part of myself. I'll hold on a little longer. Perhaps business will turn around. Chu Fan knew his aunt's resolve was unyielding, persuasion would prove futile. After a moment's thought, he offered, then let me help. I know several friends who manage malls. I'll speak with them, see if we can secure you a prime location, with favorable rent terms. Or perhaps have the shop completely renovated, refreshed in style, elevated in appeal. Above all, don't exhaust yourself. Don't stubbornly endure. Shun Guohua nodded approvingly. Xiao Fan's suggestion is sound, Yueru. Don't push yourself too hard. Your health matters most. When difficulties arise, we face them together. Exactly, Yueru. Listen to Xiao Fan. You're not alone anymore. Nanan depends on you. Use that money. It's his heartfelt gift. Shin Yueru met their caring gazes, and her eyes grew misty. Raising Nanan alone had been no easy path. In that moment, enveloped by familial warmth and unwavering support, her heart swelled, aching yet profoundly tender. Then, thank you, Xiao Fan, she murmured, voice thick with emotion. No trouble at all. We're family. Chu Fan smiled, placing a rib onto Nanan's plate. Eat well, Nanan. Grow strong, and one day protect your mother. I'll grow as tall as cousin. The little girl waved her spoon triumphantly, full of boundless confidence. Yet she withheld the truth about Tang Song's cancer diagnosis. She refused to burden Chu Fan further. But just as serenity settled over the room, a shrill, piercing voice shattered the peace. Chu Fan, come out now. I know you're inside. Show yourself, immediately. The harsh, grating cry instantly ruptured the domestic warmth. Shun Guohua frowned, and both his sister-in-law and Shin Yueru's expressions changed. The little girl shrank her neck in fear, hiding behind her mother. Chu Fan's gaze turned icy. He recognized the voice. It was his third aunt, Chu Yueping. On the day he was released from prison, he had sought her out for a loan, only to be met with mockery and humiliation. Chu Fan, I know you're in there. Get out here. Chu Yuping's sharp voice continued, filled with a strong sense of arrogance and impatience. Chu Fan's eyes grew even colder. This so-called aunt had taken great advantage during the prosperous days of the Chu family, and his father Chu Jinghua had always treated her with kindness due to their familial ties. But when the Chu family fell into trouble, she was the first to distance herself, eager to avoid being implicated. Before entering prison, Chu Fan had approached her, hoping she could help look after his second uncle's family or lend him some money for emergencies, but she had mocked him and kicked him out, calling him the disaster of the Chu family. Now how could she have the face to come here? I'll go out and handle this, Chu Fan said to his uncle and others, his tone calm, but a chilling aura emanated from his eyes. Xiao Fan, she is still your aunt after all. Shun Guohua hesitated. He knew Chu Yuping's true nature, but she was still a relative of the Chu family. She doesn't deserve it, Chu Fan said, simply standing up and walking out. In the courtyard, Chu Yuping was dressed in a gaudy mink coat, holding a designer bag with her hair styled in exaggerated curls and a thick layer of makeup on her face, standing with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of arrogance. Beside her stood a middle-aged man in a suit, slicked back hair, who was her husband Lu Jigang. Next to him stood a meek-looking man. The man appeared honest and dirty, with mud on his clothes and handprints on his face. He was Chu Fan's second uncle, Chu Wenshan. Seeing the handprints on Chu Wenshan's face and his timid demeanor, Chu Fan's gaze turned even colder. This second uncle was entirely different from Chu Yuping. With a weak character and lacking assertiveness, he had always been an honest worker, just an ordinary employee during the Chu family's glory, and now, after the family's troubles, he was living a difficult life. From the looks of it, he had likely been bullied by Chu Yuping and her husband again. The last time Chu Fan visited him, his second uncle had given him 200 yuan, which he still kept in his pocket. "Uncle," Chu Fan called out, his gaze sweeping over the injuries on his face. Chu Wenshan looked up, his eyes darting away, his lips moved, but no sound came out, instinctively stepping back half a step. Seeing Chu Fan come out, Chu Yuping immediately turned her sights on him, sharply declaring, "Chu Fan, you're just in time. Look at your second uncle's demeanor. We the Chu family have been shamed by him." Lu Jigang chimed in sarcastically, "Exactly, Wenshan, am not saying you as a grown man, just knowing how to farm those 2 acres, what future can you have? You might as well let Xiao Fan help you, he has skills now." Chu Fan ignored them and walked up to Chu Wenshan, asking, "Uncle, what happened to your face?" "Nothing. Just an accident," Chu Wenshan mumbled, lowering his head, timid and hesitant. "What do you mean accident?" Chu Yuping interjected. "I did it." "So what? Did he give you 200 yuan? Chu Fan's eyes turned cold. "You hit my uncle over that 200 yuan. "What do you mean just 200 yuan? That 200 yuan was lent to him. He can hardly afford to eat, yet he gives my money to you. He really knows how to be a good person." Chu Yuping's eyes narrowed with a sarcastic glare, her tone sharp and biting. Chu Wenshan trembled, his face turning red, but he dared not rebut. He merely lowered his head further, as if wanting to disappear into the ground. Chu Fan suddenly turned to Chu Wenshan. "Uncle, do you need money? Why didn't you tell me?" I didn't want to trouble you. It's not easy for you just out." Chu Wenshan stammered, his voice "Nonsense." Chu Fan rarely cursed, his eyes reddening in an instant. "I am your nephew. Why would you treat me like a stranger?" He recalled the day he was released from prison, when his second uncle gave him the crumpled 200 yuan note, saying it was for him to buy something nice to eat. At that time, his uncle's clothes were already faded and washed out. He should have realized. Chu Yuping continued to sneer. "Oh, still acting out the deep bond between uncle and nephew. Chu Fan, if you have the ability, pay back my money right now, including principal and interest, 50,000. 50,000. Chu Fan's gaze sharpened, locking onto her. "Your uncle borrowed 200 and you want him to pay back 50,000. Chu Yuping, your usury is truly outrageous. Sucking the blood of others, and you still think you're a person, eh? What do you care about me?" Chu Yuping shot back, hands on her hips. "Debts must be repaid, it's only natural. Pay up." Lu Jigang added sarcastically, 2 years ago when Chu Xiang'a was hospitalized, her second uncle borrowed 20,000 from my family. You can ask him if that's true." "Exactly." Chu Yuping quickly picked up where her husband left off, continuing her sarcastic tone. "Last year, after Chu Xiang'a graduated from university, he wanted to apply to an art school, and your second uncle borrowed 30,000 from my family again. Including principal and interest, that's over 50,000, right? If I hadn't lent him money 2 years ago, Chu Xiang'a would have died in the hospital." But Chu Xiang'a didn't fare well. Not only did she fail to get into the art school, but she also fell into debauchery, spending all her time in nightclubs, and ended up with a foreign black man. She thinks she can compare to my daughter. With her level of education and ability, she isn't even fit to carry my daughter's shoes. Oh, by the way, the house your second uncle lives in now is also ours. What did you say? Chu Fan's anger surged as he retorted, "When did that house become yours?" Chu Yuping trembled at his glare, but remembering she held the property deed, puffed out her chest. "It's clearly written in black and white. Chu Wenshan voluntarily transferred the property under his name to us to settle part of the debt. There's a transfer agreement, and he even signed it. What do you want to default?" Lu Jigang quickly pulled out a crumpled agreement from his bag, unfolded it, and pointed to a vague red fingerprint at the bottom. Look carefully. This was signed by your second uncle himself. We didn't force him. Seeing the agreement, Chu Wenshan began to tremble violently, his face pale, his lips quivering. In no Xiaofan, they tricked me. Said it was just a temporary mortgage. That they would return it to me when they had money. I never said I wanted to sell. Chu Fan understood in an instant. Another trap. They used his second uncle's honesty and illiteracy, deceiving him into seizing the ancestral home. Chu Yueping. Chu Fan slowly spoke, wishing he could slap her to death. You are truly worse than a beast. Chu Yueping's face alternated between red and white from his insults, sharply retorting. Who are you insulting? The agreement is there, the house is ours. Hurry and pay up. Chu Yueping, do you still have any shame? Truly heartless. Shen Yuanzhu stormed out, pointing her finger at her nose and scolding her, unable to endure any longer. Back when Wanrong's family was thriving, your family benefited greatly, receiving company shares and year-end bonuses. How many times did you get an extra 30%? After Xiaofan was imprisoned, Zhengguo was driven to suicide. Wanrong once came to your home begging for a loan of 30 million, nearly kneeling down to you. But what did you do? You mocked Wanrong with sarcasm, using all kinds of words to belittle and insult her. You even secretly sold off part of the company's assets. Chu Yuping's face turned pale, and she immediately denied it. You are talking nonsense, Shen Yuanzhu. Watch your mouth, or he'll sue you for defamation. She's defaming me. She's defaming me. Lu Jigang cursed loudly. Shen Yuanzhu, shut your mouth. I never did anything with Yueping. However, Chu Fan merely coldly stared at the couple, Chu Yueping and Lu Jigang. Shen Yuanzhu, filled with rage, exclaimed, Chu Yueping, people are watching and heaven is watching. You two have done so many filthy things over the years. Don't think I don't know. Can't tell it all. Chu Fan helped his second uncle sit down in a chair and said, let's see who dares to stop us. Emotional and uncontrollable, Shun Yuan's his tears burst forth. The dirty deeds done by the two of them could take 3 days and nights to recount. What are you pretending for? Shun Guohua also stepped forward to help accuse Chu Yueping. When Wanrong asked you for money, not only did you refuse to lend it to her, but you also sent her to a bathhouse. When Wanrong disagreed, you secretly schemed using Xiaoxi and Xiaoye to threaten her, saying you would make Xiaofan spend a lifetime in prison. Lu Jigang's face turned pale. Shun Guohua, as a mere adopted son of the Shin family, what right do you have to preach here? Shut up. Chu Fan shot him a glare, a terrifying killing intent surging within him. If you dare to interrupt again, I won't hesitate to take you out. Lu Jigang paused, feeling as if a beast was staring at him, a chill running down his spine, and dared not speak further. You little bastard, are you trying to rebel? Dare to touch my husband, and see what happens. Chu Yueping shouted in exasperation, her neck stiff. Don't think that just because your father is gone the Chu family has no control over you. I tell you, as long as I Chu Yueping am alive, I will always be your elder. Chu Fan laughed coldly. You are worthy of that. Shun Yuan's voice was choked. At that time, Lu Jigang was infatuated with your mother's beauty and said he could lend money, but he wanted your mother to accompany him. What? Chu Yueping, shocked and furious, reached out and fiercely pinched Lu Jigang's ear. Lu, I really didn't see this coming. Have you been coveting Shen Wanrong for a long time? Ah, I didn't. Lu Jigang screamed, his ears turning red as he desperately denied it. Wife, don't listen to Shun Yuan's nonsense. Shun Guohua said in a deep voice, Chu Shi and Chu Yu were deceived by you. Shut up. Chu Yuping's voice turned sharp, her emotions suddenly spiraling out of control, as if she was afraid of something. Chu Fan's icy gaze swept over, causing Chu Yuping's following words to get stuck in her throat. Continue speaking. Chu Fan did not look at her, addressing Shen Guohua. Shen Guohua took a deep breath, clenching his fists. The disappearance of Chu Shi and her sister is inextricably linked to your third aunt's family. I even used connections to investigate. At that time, someone reported the Chu group for tax evasion, and the informant was mostly related to your third aunt's family. Moreover, there are many core documents of the group, as well as some funds misappropriated by the group, and many things are shrouded in fog. Chu Fan's eyes grew even more indifferent. Third aunt, will you not give me an explanation? Explain what? What is there to explain? Chu Yueping, full of arrogance, retorted, why should I admit to things I haven't done? Chu Fan, don't forget when your mother gave birth to you, and Chu Shi had no milk, and you two siblings were raised on my milk. By that logic, I am still half your and Chu Zai's mother. Filial piety is paramount. Do you dare to touch me today? The elder aunt was infuriated. When Wanrong gave birth to Xiaofan and Xiaoxi, why didn't she have milk? You know better than anyone. What nonsense are you talking about? Shen Wanrong is weak and sickly. What does that have to do with me? Why are you dumping all the blame on me? Chu Yueping was arrogant and seemed ready to fight. Chu Fan coldly stated, "Third, and if you admit to these things now, I can give you a graceful way out, otherwise I will act on behalf of my grandparents to cleanse the Chu family's reputation." "You dare?" Chu Yuping's voice was shrill like a hen with its neck stepped on. "If you dare to touch me, I am your elder. When your grandparents were alive, they didn't dare to speak to me like this." The more she spoke, the more confident she became, even stepping forward. "If you dare to touch me today, you will be unfilial. You will be ungrateful. You will be a wolf with a white eye. You drank my milk, your sister did too. I have a debt of gratitude for your milk. Now I still have your bite marks on my right breast from when you were a child. Do you want me to take off my clothes for everyone to see?" She pointed at her withered chest, and then fiercely poked Chu Fan's forehead, spitting as she spoke. Chu Fan quietly looked at her. "Elder aunt." He spoke without emotion. "Why didn't my mother have milk back then?" The elder aunt's eyes turned red, her hands gripping her apron trembled violently. "She wasn't born without milk." The elder aunt's voice was choked. "She was drugged." Chu Yuping's The elder aunt suddenly raised her head, pointing at her. "When you gave birth, you also had no milk. The lactation consultant was found for you by Wanrong. But what about you? You were jealous. You were jealous that Wanrong had enough milk, jealous that she could feed 3 children at once, jealous that your husband praised Wanrong for being able to raise children. So you bought milk-returning medicine and secretly put it in Wanrong's soup. She didn't know, thinking it was her physical condition, and foolishly let you help take care of the children, letting you feed the children." Chu Yueping glared, rolling up her sleeves in a fit of rage and charging forward. "You're talking nonsense. I'll kill you, you wretched woman." Slap. Chu Fan slapped her without a hint of regard for her status. "Do you really think I wouldn't dare to make a move?" Chu Yueping covered her face, completely dazed. That slap was too hard, instantly causing half of her face to swell, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She stared wide-eyed as if she didn't recognize Chu Fan. You really dared to hit me." Her voice trembled. Chu Fan said nothing, only looked at her. That gaze was not anger, not disgust. It was disappointment. It was a cold indifference that couldn't even summon hatred. Chu Yueping felt a chill in her heart from that gaze, but she still held her neck high, shouting sharply, "I am your aunt. Your biological aunt. Your mother is dead, your father is dead. Oh, I am your elder. If you dare to hit me today, I will sue you tomorrow. They'll make you spend a few more years inside. And you, that dead old hag, I wasn't afraid of her when she was alive, and I care even less now that she's dead. She didn't keep herself in check, marrying into the Chu family and fooling around, giving birth to you, little slap." It was even harsher than before. Chu Yueping was directly spun around and crashed into Lu Jigang, both of them falling to the ground. This time she couldn't even scream. She could only cover her face, staring in disbelief at Chu Fan, her lips trembling, her expression filled with dread. Chu Fan stepped forward. "Today, I will cleanse the Chu family." "How dare you? Who do you think you can cleanse?" A sudden roar came from the entrance, the speaker exuding an imposing presence that made Chu Fan halt in his tracks. At the gate stood an old man. In his 70s, with meticulously combed silver hair, he wore a faded blue Zhongshan suit, the top. He was lean, yet stood straight as a rod. Leaning on a blackwood cane, he stood at the threshold like an old tree struck by lightning, but still standing. When Chu Yueping saw him, she rushed over like a drowning person grabbing onto a piece of driftwood. "Old sir, you finally came." She clung to the old man's leg, crying hoarsely. "Look at him. Chu Fan wants to kill me. He slapped me. He wants to cleanse the family. Dad, Mom, open your eyes in the heavens and see. Wu, your good grandson, is not being a good son." The old man did not look at her. He lowered his eyes, his cane resting on the ground, motionless. Lu Jigang also crawled over, huddling behind Chu Yueping, not daring to make a sound. Shun Guohua's expression changed slightly as he whispered, "Old sir." Shun Yuru tightened her lips, supporting Chu Wenshan. Chu Fan's gaze sharpened as he looked at the elder from his memories, feeling a slight surprise. This elder was Chu Fan's late grandfather's brother, Chu Guohua, and Chu Fan's grandfather was named Chu Shana. The two brothers were born of the same mother. One chose to be a businessman, while the other chose to be a soldier. The name Chu Guohua signifies a heart for the country and protection for the people. When Chu Fan's grandfather was alive, the two families maintained a close relationship, gathering together during festivals. However, after Chu Fan's grandfather passed away, their interactions gradually diminished. Moreover, Chu Guohua's family had long moved to Jiangnan province. Chu Fan held no fondness for this elder. 7 years ago, when Chu Fan was imprisoned and the Chu family faced a life-and-death crisis, this elder's descendants did not offer any assistance. Additionally, Chu Fan had only met this elder 2 or 3 times in his childhood, so their relationship was not good. Chu Fan looked at this, elder memories swirling like faded old photographs flipping through one by one. The last time he saw him was at his grandfather's funeral. At that time, Chu Guohua stood at the front of the mourning hall, his back straight, as it was today. He offered a stick of incense and bowed 3 times. Then he turned and left. From start to finish, he didn't say a single word. Chu Fan was 13 at the time. He didn't understand why his grandfather's own brother wouldn't stay a moment longer at the funeral. Have you cried enough? Chu Guohua's voice was deep, his face stern. Get up. Kneeling on the ground looks disgraceful. Chu Yueping wiped her tears and quickly stood up. She dared not hesitate. This elder had instilled fear in her since childhood. When she was young during the new year, the elder would return from the army in full uniform, his shoulder insignia dazzling. She didn't even dare to raise her head. Now the elder had aged, his hair white, and his back no longer as straight as it once was. Yet when that piercing gaze swept over her, her legs still went weak. Meanwhile, Shen Guohua and his wife Shen Yueru respectfully stepped forward. Old sir, after all, within the entire Chu family, as long as a senior elder was alive, anyone had to lower their stance. Chu Guohua grunted, his gaze slowly sweeping over the 3 faces. It paused for a moment on Shen Guohua. You are the child from the Shen family. Shen Guohua paused slightly, then nodded. Yes, you have a good memory, old sir. What memory? Chu Guohua's tone was bland, revealing a hint of a smile. Am old, I forget what I should remember, and can't forget what I shouldn't. He paused. Your father once sent someone to tell me that his son was marrying into the Shen family, fearing it would embarrass the Chu family, and asked me not to blame him. I replied that what's wrong with marrying in? Marrying in is still a dignified way to live. It's 100 times better than those who eat from both sides and engage in deceit. He did not look at anyone when he said this. But Chu Yuping's face paled a few shades. Shen Guohua swallowed hard and finally said, Thank you, old sir. Thank you for what? Chu Guohua waved his hand. You have done better than I expected. He turned his gaze to Shen Yueru. You are Wanrong's sister. Yes, old sir. Shen Yueru's voice was somewhat tense. When Wanrong married into the Chu family, you were only this tall. Chu Guohua gestured at waist level, smiling kindly. You would braid 2 pigtails, hide when people approached, and blush when asked questions. Now you are a mother. Shen Yueru's eyes turned red and she lowered her head. Chu Guohua did not continue. He leaned on his cane and slowly stepped forward. This step brought him right in front of Chu Wenshan. Chu Wenshan stood up from his chair, hunched over, his lips quivering. Old sir. Chu Guohua looked at him. He looked for a long time. Long enough for Chu Wenshan to think he was about to be scolded again. Wenshan. Chu Guohua spoke, his voice much softer than before. Chu Wenshan lowered his head, tears dropping to the ground one by one. The year your father passed away, you were only 19. Before he died, he held my hand and said the second is honest and won't argue he will suffer in the future. He just wanted me to keep an eye on you for a while. Chu Guohua paused. I didn't take good care of you. Chu Wenshan shook his head vigorously, choked. It's not your fault, old sir. It's my own lack of ability. It's not that you lack ability. Chu Guohua interrupted him with a sigh. It's this world, honest people have it too hard. Chu Fan stood by watching this scene. He did not speak. When he was young, the elder once slapped Chu Fan's mother. Though he didn't know the reason, he would never forget this incident. After all, for him, there was no fondness for this elder in his memories. Chu Fan. Chu Guohua turned around, his deep gaze sweeping over him. Give the elder some face. Let this matter end here today. Upon hearing this, Shen Yueru's expression froze, her heart filled with reluctance, her fingers slightly tightening. Shen Guohua opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but was tugged by his wife. Chu Fan's expression was calm as he asked back, I don't understand the elder's words. Chu Guohua looked at him. In his gaze was fatigue, helplessness, and a hint of something indescribable. You don't understand? His voice was low, the aged features rippling. Or are you pretending not to understand? Chu Fan did not speak. The courtyard was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Chu Yueping shrank back in the corner, not daring to make a sound. The elder was going to protect himself. No matter how ruthless Chu Fan was, what could he do to her in front of the elder? She quietly arched her back. Lu Jigang also sensed something and discreetly tugged at the corner of her clothes. Chu Guohai did not look at them. He merely gazed at Chu Fan. No matter what she has become, she is still of the Chu family bloodline. When your grandfather was alive, he doted on this daughter the most. Chu Fan's expression was blank. Before the matter is clarified, I will not touch her. Do you really want to kill her? A glint of coldness flashed in Chu Guohai's deep eyes. The Chu family must never have infighting among its own. This is the family precept left by the Chu family. Chu Fan was utterly indifferent to the so-called family precept. It could not restrain him. The family precept also states that any descendant who frames a family member for personal gain can be expelled. Have you forgotten this, old master? Cough, cough. Chu Guohai cleared his throat twice, his attitude gradually growing firm. Even if Yue Ping has made a mistake, a family meeting must be held to discuss it rather than you deciding alone. Chu Fan looked at Chu Guohai. That gaze was like looking at a stranger. A family meeting? Old master, where were you when my family needed a family meeting 7 years ago? Chu Guohai was rendered speechless. He knew that his branch was at fault due to the events of 7 years ago. 7 years ago, when Chu Fan was imprisoned, Chu Zhenghua and his wife had begged for help over the phone. But he had refused on the grounds of being unwell, even ordering his children not to interfere. In the 7 years that followed, the people from Chu Guohai's branch had never set foot in Sioux City. Now that Chu Fan wanted to clean up the family, this elusive old master suddenly appeared. After a long sigh, Chu Guohai asked, Chu Fan, is there nothing to discuss? Are you determined to do this? Not giving the old master any face at all. Do you want the old master to kneel down and beg you before you will relent? Shen Yuru and Shen Guohua's couple felt a tightness in their hearts. Chu Guohai's status was esteemed, and if he truly knelt here, Chu Fan would undoubtedly become the target of everyone's criticism, unable to defend himself. Chu Wenshan quickly walked to Chu Fan's side, his voice lowered to a near whisper filled with pleading as he grasped Chu Fan's sleeve, trembling slightly. He had always been honest and timid, thinking only of appeasement when bullied. Xiao Fan, let's just let it go. Don't make things too tense with your old master. If this gets out, it will affect the reputation of the Chu family. Chu Fan looked at his second uncle's hunched back and quietly asked, Second uncle, does the Chu family still have a reputation? Chu Wenshan opened his mouth, but ultimately couldn't find the words. Indeed, what reputation does the Chu family have left these years? 7 years ago, when Chu Fan was imprisoned, the reputation of the Chu family had already plummeted. Chu Fan's family was destroyed. His father was driven to hang himself. His mother, humiliated and insulted while desperately borrowing money, ultimately had to wash feet at a bathhouse and was defiled. His sister and younger sister's whereabouts remain unknown. Chu Fan no longer pressed his second uncle, but turned to Chu Guohai. Old master, you want me to give face, but where were you 7 years ago when my family was trampled into the mud? Chu Guohai's hand gripping the cane turned blue with veins bulging, and he retorted, Back then I was gravely ill, constantly in the hospital. Only later did I learn of these matters. Chu Fan raised an eyebrow, his gaze devoid of any compassion, each word piercing. Old master, do you believe this yourself? You? Chu Guohai was left speechless, his face darkened like a pot bottom, the earlier restraint completely crumbling, his tone suddenly sharp. You brat, what do you want? Chu Fan smirked sarcastically. When you begged me, you called me Chu Fan, but when you want to save face, I'm just a brat. Old master, where did you learn this skill of changing faces? Chu Guohai's face instantly turned ashen, his hand gripping the cane, trembling fiercely. He never expected that the brat from back then would be so difficult to deal with now. No matter how many good words he said, drying his tongue, Chu Fan remained unyielding. He had served in the military for 50 years, his soldiers changed 8 times, and no one ever dared to speak to him like this. Presumptuous. Chu Guohai scolded loudly, stepping forward. How audacious. Do you want to rebel? Shen Guohua's face changed, quickly stepping forward. Old Master Xiao Fan didn't mean it like that. Shut up. Chu Guohai shot him a glare exuding a formidable aura. Shen Guohua opened his mouth, but dared not argue further. Chu Yueping cowered in the corner, her eyes glinting with delight. She knew this old master too well. When he got angry, even the King of Heaven was not recognized. Back then, her own father Chu Shanhe was scolded like a grandson by the old master, and still had to smile. How could a grandchild like Chu Fan compete with the old master? She subtly tugged at Lu Jigang's sleeve, the two of them shifting back slightly to avoid this tense battlefield. Chu Fan stood tall as a pine tree, facing Chu Guohai's reprimand without a hint of fear in his eyes. Rebel. Old master, you jest. I only wish to reclaim the justice that belongs to my family. The Chu family's precept restrains not only me, but should also restrain every person with the surname Chu, right? He raised his hand, pointing at Chu Yueping huddled in the corner, his voice suddenly rising, each word like a knife. Among those responsible for the disappearance of my sisters, Chu Yueping is included. Shouldn't this blood debt be counted? Chu Yuping's prior smugness instantly froze, her whole body shuddering, as she clutched Lu Jigang's clothing tightly, hiding behind him, not daring to breathe. Lu Jigang was also flustered, instinctively wanting to shift to the side, but she held him tightly, leaving him no choice but to stand his ground. Chu Guohai's face turned ashen, almost dripping with water. The cane struck the ground with a sound. Chu Fan. Do not slander. Even if Yue Ping is foolish, she would not do such a thing. Foolish. Chu Fan snickered. You haven't shared a bed with her, how do you know? You? Chu Guohai felt a wave of discomfort in his chest, his face turning pale, barely able to support himself with the cane. Shen Guohua hurriedly supported him, old master. Chu Guohai shook off Shen Guohua, his eyes fixed on Chu Fan, filled with immense rage. You. Are you implying that I am sheltering her? Chu Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. Old master, I did not say that. But you came today standing here to exonerate her. Is this not sheltering? Chu Guohai trembled, unable to articulate a response. At that moment, Chu Yueping seized the opportunity, kneeling abruptly at Chu Guohai's feet, holding his leg, and wailing, Old master. Look at him. Does he see you as his elder at all? He accuses me of being related to the disappearance of Chu Shi and Chu Yue. What evidence does he have? Chu Fan is trying to drive me to death. If you don't take care of me, you'll die here today. She cried more fiercely, her face smeared with snot and tears. Lu Jigang squatted to the side, pretentiously rubbing his eyes, but no tears fell after much effort. Has Chu Fan had enough of this? Do you have no sense of hierarchy at all? Chu Jianjun had arrived with a righteous demeanor. Immediately before the person arrived, the voice had already been heard. Dressed in a straight-cut Zhongshan suit, his brows were furrowed in a frown, and he immediately began to scold. Chu Jianjun walked to Chu Guohai's side and reached out to support him. Elder, your heart isn't well. Please don't argue with the younger generation. Chu Guohai shook off his hand, remaining silent, but his heavy breathing was evidently labored. Chu Jianjun's face stiffened as he turned to look at Chu Fan, his brows furrowing deeper. Chu Fan, you've only been out of prison for a few days, and you're already causing chaos at home. Your third aunt may have her faults, but she is still your elder. Your uncle has personally come to advise you. Oh, what else do you want? Chu Fan raised his eyes. His gaze swept past Chu Jianjun's face and fell on the two people behind him. Chu Lin, Chu Guohai's granddaughter, 3 years older than him, had met him a few times in childhood, and in his memory, she always held her chin high, like a proud peacock. Chu Biang, Chu Guohai's grandson, of similar age, handsome and extraordinary in demeanor. Chu Biang smiled as he stepped forward, reaching out to support Chu Yueping. Third aunt, what are you doing? The ground is cold, get up quickly. His tone was gentle, but there was a slight condescension in his eyes as he shot a glance at Chu Fan. Chu Fan, that's enough. Chu Biang patted the dust off Chu Yuping's arm, his tone neither heavy nor light. We are all family. Making such a scene is embarrassing and will lead to ridicule. Chu Lin crossed her arms, raising her chin, her voice bland. I said today was not the right day to come. Some people have spent years in prison and come out thinking they are someone important. She glanced sideways at Chu Fan, her red lips curling in disdain. Grandpa, why bother with ancestral teachings with him? His father isn't any good. Shen Guohua's face suddenly turned red, his throat rolling twice, ultimately clenching his fists in silence. Who considers you family? Chu Fan retorted without courtesy, glaring at Chu Yueping. Did I tell you to get up? Instantly, Chu Yuping's expression stiffened. She had just propped herself up halfway, stuck in a position, neither kneeling nor getting up. Seeing this, Chu Guohai exploded with anger. Chu Lin, Chu Biang, take your third aunt away. Oh, I want to see who dares to touch her today. The old man's command was a clear indication of his intention to protect Chu Yueping, determined to shield her no matter what. Chu Fan refused to back down, showing no respect to the elder. She won't leave until she explains everything today. Ha ha ha. Chu Biang laughed, his expression arrogant and flamboyant. Then go ahead and try. He clapped his hands. Suddenly, dozens of men in black surged in from outside, their eyes fierce, forming a protective barrier around Chu Guohai and the others. The black-clad men stood like an iron wall, their steps steady and breaths synchronized, exuding a hint of military menace. They were not ordinary bodyguards, but true elite forces who had been through battle and seen blood. Their appearance dropped the temperature a few degrees. Yet Chu Fan didn't even blink. He was never one to suffer loss easily. Shen Guohua and his wife turned pale in an instant. Shen Yuru even shrank back behind Chu Wenshan, gripping his arm tightly. Xiao Fan, enough is enough. Shen Guohua was the first to react, quickly rushing to Chu Fan's side, lowering his voice in urgent persuasion. They are many and all of them are reckless. You just got out of, don't cause more trouble. Yes, Xiao Fan. The eldest aunt also pulled at his sleeve with red-rimmed eyes. Even if Yue Ping is wrong, she is still your third aunt. If this escalates, it will not be good for you. Just bear with it for now, or we can discuss this later. Chu Wenshan frowned, his tone laced with unhidden worry. Xiao Fan confronting them heat-in won't yield any good result. Let them go, there will be a way to resolve this. Shen Yueru nodded along, her voice trembling. Xiao Fan, be obedient. The family members spoke one after another, filled with anxiety, fearing that Chu Fan would engage in a deadly confrontation with the elder, leading to an irreversible fate. But Chu Fan stood tall and firm, unmoved by his family's pleas, showing not the slightest sign. He raised his eyes, sweeping over the trembling Chu Yueping, then looking at the arrogant Chu Biang and Chu Lin, a cold smirk curving his lips. In my life, I have never learned how to endure. Chu Guohai's expression darkened. You dare to be stubborn. Chu Fan's gaze was sharp as a blade, fixed directly on Chu Yueping. Think what? He stepped forward, and the black-clad men instinctively moved half a step forward, their hands resting on their weapons at their waists, their eyes glaring fiercely at him, ready to pounce at Chu Biang's command. Under the persuasion of his aunt's second uncle, and eldest aunt, Chu Fan ultimately decided to take a step back. If you want to take Chu Yueping away, you can. Chu Biang raised an eyebrow, thinking he had softened his tone even more smug. Why didn't you say so early? But you must meet two of my conditions. Chu Fan's tone turned icy. First, you must return the house you took from my second uncle undamaged. He paused, his gaze landing on Chu Yueping's legs, a cold, killing intent emanating. And secondly, I want to break her legs to avenge my second uncle. You must be dreaming. Chu Yueping suddenly screamed, no longer caring about her fear, pointing at Chu Fan and cursing. Chu Fan, you ungrateful wretch. If it weren't for me feeding you when you were a child, you would have starved. Now you want to break my legs. Have you lost your conscience to a dog? So what if you fed me? Chu Fan's eyes turned colder. You took my second uncle's assets and caused him to live in hardship. This debt must be settled. Chu Lin stepped forward, arms crossed, her tone aggressive. Chu Fan, don't take kindness for weakness. How much did third aunt help your family back then? It's just a house. Do you really have to go to such lengths? I think you've gone insane from being locked up. Go to such lengths. Chu Biang scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Just based on you. Do you even realize the current situation? Today, don't even think about breaking third aunt's legs. If you dare touch a single finger, I'll make sure you leave lying down. Chu Guohai's face turned ashen, his chest heaving violently, clearly enraged by Chu Fan's defiance. He pointed at Chu Fan, each word dripping with undeniable severity. Chu Fan, I advise you one last time, back down. If you dare to break her legs, don't blame me for being unkind and ruining you. The menace from the black-clad men intensified, their eyes fixed on Chu Fan, waiting for a command. Shun Guohua and his wife turned pale with fear, wanting to persuade him again, but were stopped by a look from Chu. Facing everyone's gaze, Chu Fan showed no fear, instead slowly raising his hand, pointing at Chu Yueping, his voice calm, yet carrying the weight of thunder. I said her legs must be broken today. Even the King of Heaven can't stop me. Whoever stands in my way will be killed. Try me if you don't believe it. Chu Guohai, utterly enraged, laughed in anger. The Chu family is doomed. The Chu family is doomed. My brother was loyal and filial his whole life, and never did I expect that among his descendants there would be such a rebellious child. Red Dragon. The leading bodyguard stepped forward. The master has commanded. Disable him. Let this brat lie in bed for the rest of his life. Chu Guohai's voice was sharp and decisive. Red Dragon glanced at Chu Fan as if looking at a corpse, and waved his hand. Shun Guohua steeled himself and stepped forward. Elder, please calm down. Chu Fan quickly apologized to the elder. Hurry up. The eldest aunt was nearly in tears from anxiety. Shun Qingxue held the little girl, her eyes brimming with tears, biting her lip, feeling very aggrieved for Chu Fan. What are you still hesitating for? Red Dragon, you handle it personally. Chu Guohai scolded impatiently, showing his irritation. Today I will teach this rebellious descendant a lesson for my deceased brother and your deceased parents. Suddenly a small and delicate figure rushed out. It was the little girl. Innocent and naive, with big sparkling eyes and a tender little face, she was only about 5 years old, unsteady on her feet. The little girl ran to Chu Guohai, rice grains still clinging to the corners of her mouth, standing on tiptoe, and handed him a piece of candy. Grandpa, don't be angry, here's a candy for you. If you eat it, you can't bully Brother Fan anymore. Get lost. Chu Lin's sharp reprimand pierced the air, her eyes filled with disgust. Seeing that this 5-year-old dared to stand in front of her grandfather and offered a dirty piece of candy, her anger instantly clouded her judgment, and she lifted her foot to kick at the little girl's slender waist. The kick was swift and fierce, showing no mercy to a child. The little girl, already unsteady, was knocked back by this force, her small body flying straight backward like a kite with a broken string. A dull collision sound echoed as the little girl was kicked 3 meters away, her head hitting the flower bed with a heavy thud. Scarlet blood immediately gushed out, flowing down her smooth forehead, staining her brows, cheeks, and even soaking her little clothes from behind. Her big eyes, still gleaming with innocence, widened suddenly, then lost their sparkle as her small body slumped to the ground, unable to even let out a whimper, completely falling into unconsciousness. The candy on the ground had long been crushed under Chu Lin's foot. Nuan. Shen Yueru let out a heart-wrenching scream. She rushed over like a madwoman, trembling as she picked up her daughter, her hands covered in warm blood collapsing to the ground as her voice broke. Nuan. Mine Nuan. Wake up. Don't scare your mother. Shun Guohua and his wife turned from pale to dark green, their eyes filled with raging fury. Shun Guohua clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking ominously. The usual cowardice evaporated, leaving only pure rage. Chu Lin. Are you even human? She's just a 5-year-old child. Shen's mother trembled with anger, pointing at Chu Lin and cursing, poisonous woman. You poisonous woman. Nuan is so small. How could you be so cruel? Shen Qingxue also rushed over, kneeling beside Shen Yueru, tears streaming down as she reached out to wipe the blood from Nuan's face, but afraid to hurt her could only cry helplessly. Nuan, please be okay. It's all my fault for not watching you. Chu Fan hurried forward to check Nuan's injuries. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 silver needles shot out, protecting Nuan's heart pulse. And don't worry, Nuan just has some superficial wounds, she will be fine. Then Chu Fan turned around, coldly staring at Chu Lin. You deserve to die. Chu Lin arrogantly replied. Who let that little bastard give my grandfather candy? My grandfather has diabetes. That was just a child's innocent action, but you maliciously interpreted it. How could little Nuan know that grandpa has diabetes? Chu Wenshan was also infuriated. Chu Bian chuckled. It's just a little injury, as she won't die. Swish. Chu Fan vanished from the spot, as fast as lightning. Red Dragon, stop him. Chu Guohai's expression changed, his heart clenching as he sensed a terrifying killing intent. Red Dragon's pupils constricted, his body breaking out in a cold sweat. 13 years of battlefield instinct left him no time to think as his body instinctively lunged forward, yet it was still too late. Chu Fan appeared before Chu Lin like a ghost. There was an 8-step distance between them, with 4 or 5 burly men in black. No one saw how he got there. Chu Lin's arrogance had not yet subsided. The next second, boom, Chu Fan struck with just one kick. A muffled sonic boom exploded in the air, rumbling across the ground like distant thunder. Chu Lin didn't even see the kick. She only felt her abdomen empty. Then came the excruciating pain. It felt like being hit head-on by a speeding truck, her internal organs shifting instantly. Her whole body arched like a shrimp flying sideways. Wow. Chu Lin spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments, her expression weak as she collapsed to the ground, her beautiful eyes dimmed, lacking even the strength to move. Fourth sister. Chu Biang's expression changed drastically as he rushed over. Chu Fan stood still, slowly retracting his leg, his gaze as cold as ice. He scanned Chu Lin's curled-up body, then turned to Chu Guohai and Red Dragon, his voice calm, yet laced with chilling intent. Anyone who dares to harm even a hair on my family will face consequences far worse than this. Red Dragon's expression grew serious, the speed and power of that previous strike completely exceeding his expectations. He protected Chu Guohai, his entire body tense, as if facing a great enemy. The last person who could make Red Dragon feel this way was the woman who had once subdued 18 cities with a single sword. If he were to face that kick himself, could he withstand it? Red Dragon no longer dared to think further. Meanwhile, Chu Yueping was already too scared to think straight. Her soul felt like it had left her body. This was the first time she had seen such a terrifying Chu Fan. The power of that terrifying kick, even a steel plate wouldn't be able to withstand it, right? As for her husband Lu Jigang, he was directly scared to the point of wetting himself. Yellow liquid trickled down his pant leg, the smell of urine pervading the air. Chu Guohai trembled with rage, his finger pointing at Chu Fan, quivering. Rebellion. Rebellion. How could the Chu family give birth to such a rebellious son? Shun Guohua and his wife were terrified but did not dare to step forward to dissuade him. The killing intent radiating from Chu Fan was too terrifying. Even those burly men in black instinctively took half a step back. Chu Biang helped Chu Lin up, only to find she had fallen into a coma, her abdomen visibly sunken and severely injured. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with resentment. Chu Fan, you dare to hurt my fourth sister. I will make you pay with your life. Chu Fan coldly glanced at him. Pay with your life. You are worthy. You bastard. You even dare to harm your own cousin. Chu Jianjun's eyes widened in anger, his fur standing on end as he swung his palm towards Chu Fan's face. Smack. Chu Fan retaliated with a slap, hitting him first on the face. Chu Jianjun spun around half a circle on the spot, staggering 2 steps before steadying himself with the help of a bodyguard. Half of his face instantly swelled up, the 5-finger mark clearly visible. He covered his face, looking at Chu Fan in disbelief. You dare to hit me?" Chu Fan shook his hand as if brushing off something dirty. "You don't distinguish right from wrong. I'm hitting you, old man." Chu Jianjun covered his face, his expression shifting from shock to resentment, then from resentment to hysteria. "Good, good, good." He repeated "good" 3 times, his finger pointing at Chu Fan, trembling. "Chu Fan, you little brat who has been in prison. You can't tell right from wrong. You're third, and is still your elder. Your cousin only kicked that little wild child. You won her life. Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the ancestors of the Chu family. Your father wouldn't dare to be so arrogant back then." Chu Fan raised his eyes. "Little wild child." Chu Jianjun didn't stop getting more and more into it, spitting as he spoke. "The first rule of the Chu family: respect for the elders and a clear distinction between seniority. What are you? You spent 7 years in prison and became estranged from your family. You even dare to hit your own uncle. Let me tell you, this matter is not over. I will gather the whole clan for a family meeting. Let the ancestors see what kind of rebellious descendant the Chu family has produced." He cursed until his face turned red, his finger almost poking Chu Fan's nose. "You hit me. If you have the guts, hit me again. I am your own uncle. Hitting me is being unfilial. The heavens will strike you down." Smack. Chu Fan retaliated with another slap. Chu Jianjun spun around 360 degrees and fell to the ground. The other side of his face swelled up as well. "Nonsense about the family rules. Have you ever followed them yourself?" Chu Fan looked down on everything, a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. "Chu Jianjun, from today onwards I expel you from the Chu family." "Damn!" Chu Jianjun cursed angrily, his face turning pale. "You little brat, do you want to die?" In the next moment, Chu Jianjun's swollen face turned the color of a pig's liver. He sprang up from the ground, pointing at Chu Fan's nose and cursing loudly, spitting saliva that flew half a meter away. "What do you think you are? A bastard who spent 7 years in prison. How dare you say I am to be expelled from the Chu family? I am the legitimate eldest son of the Chu family. Your father was just an errand boy. Your mother was a foot masseuse." Slap. Chu Fan slapped back. Chu Jianjun turned halfway around on the spot. He hadn't steadied himself. Slap. Another slap. Just as he turned back. Slap. The third slap. Chu Jianjun's legs went weak, his cheeks swollen like steamed buns, and he sank to his knees. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth and 2 of his teeth were loosened. He covered his swollen face, looking up at Chu Fan, and fear finally appeared in his eyes. "Bastard! Bastard! You unfilial descendant!" Chu Guohua's face was flushed, and his neck thick, resembling an enraged lion, trembling all over. "You unfilial descendant! Ignoring the bonds of humanity. Losing all moral integrity. Even if your uncle has many faults, he is still your blood-related uncle. He is your father's own brother. Breaking bones connects to tendons. No matter how much you hate him, you cannot lay a hand on him. Even if he has done wrong these years. Even if you have grievances. That should be handled by clan rules. By the ancestral hall's public discussion. What do you think you are? You a junior, how dare you strike an elder? The Chu family has stood for 100 years, and never has such a rebellious descendant appeared. When your father Jingguo was alive, he valued filial piety above all. If he were still alive, he would be the first to break your legs today." Chu Guohua's anger grew more intense as he pounded his cane against the ground, his chest heaving violently, breathing heavily. "You hit your uncle today. Tomorrow will you hit me? The day after tomorrow will you burn the ancestral hall? How did the Chu family end up with such a beast as you? Let me tell you, today's matter is not over. When we return to the old residence, I will convene the ancestral hall. Request the clan genealogy. Expel you from the Chu family. Let you never again dare to bear the surname Chu in your life." He cursed with saliva flying everywhere, the flesh on his face trembling. The surrounding black-clothed strong men did not dare to breathe. Shun Guohua and his wife turned pale, wanting to advise, but not daring to do so. Chu Fan stood still, expressionless, allowing the spittle to spray onto him. Fourth sister. Fourth sister." Chu Biang held on to Chu Lin, his voice trembling. Chu Lin lay limply in his arms, blood still seeping from the corner of her mouth mixed with dark red fragments. Her abdomen visibly caved in, her breathing weak as if it could stop at any moment. He looked up, his eyes bloodshot as if ready to devour someone. "Ambulance. Hurry the hell up and call an ambulance." A bodyguard fumbled to pull out his phone. Chu Biang carefully placed Chu Lin on the ground and suddenly stood up. He pointed at Chu Fan, his fingers shaking uncontrollably. "Chu Fan, I'll fuck your mother. Are you even human? She is your cousin. Your own cousin. She only kicked that little bastard once. Did that little bastard die? No, right. Do you really want her life? He yelled with veins bulging, tears and snot smeared across his face. Bodyguards! Bodyguards! Get on me. Beat him until he's crippled. I'll take responsibility if he dies. 40 to 50 black-clothed strong men exchanged glances, but no one dared to move. They all saw the kick Chu Fan just delivered. The speed, the strength, was that something a human could kick out. Chu Biang saw that no one moved and went crazier. Are you all deaf? I told you to go. Go beat him to death. He rushed forward, grabbing a bodyguard by the collar and pushing him toward Chu Fan. Go? Why the hell aren't you going? The bodyguard was pushed 2 stumbling steps, standing still, not daring to move any further. Chu Biang completely lost control. He turned his head, staring fiercely at Chu Fan, his eyes full of hatred. Fine. If you all won't go up, then I will. He pulled out a folding knife from his waist, flipping it open with a snap, the blade glinting coldly. Chu Fan, I'll fucking stab you to death. He held the knife and charged forward. Chu Guohua calmed down, seeing Chu Biang losing control. All of you go together, take down this bastard. The sharp blade was aimed directly at Chu Fan's heart. Biang, come back. Chu Guohua's expression changed drastically, throwing down his cane. But it was already too late. Chu Fan didn't even move. Until the blade tip was only half a foot from his chest, he sidestepped. The blade grazed his clothing and missed. Chu Fan raised his hand. One slap. Slap. Chu Biang flew sideways like a fly swatted away. 3 meters away. He crashed heavily to the ground, rolled twice, and lay face down in the dirt. Uffed. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, mixed with 2 teeth. He braced himself to get up, but his arms went weak and his face hit the dirt again. Dizziness and vertigo overwhelmed him. Stars danced before his eyes. After struggling for a long time, Chu Biang still couldn't stand up. Biang. Chu Guohua's face was ashen, throwing away the cane, his hand shaking as he pointed at Chu Fan. All of you go up. Together. Take down this bastard. Take him down. 40 to 50 black-clothed strong men exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and charged together. Chu Fan stood still. He did not retreat. He raised his eyes, scanning the group charging at him. His voice was soft. Whoever dares to take a step forward, dies. The few bodyguards at the front hesitated for a moment, but it was just a moment. Behind them was Chu Guohua's furious roar and the weight of the Chu family's centuries. They gritted their teeth and continued to charge forward. Chu Fan's gaze turned completely cold. It was as if he was looking at a group of dead men. He did not move. He simply raised his hand. Snap. A finger snap. Suddenly, in the next second, swish. Countless small red dots of ultraviolet light appeared out of nowhere, dense and numerous, like a torrential rain of pear blossoms. From all directions, from the windows, from the doorway, from the edge of the rooftop, pointed at the heads of every single person. The bodyguard in the front suddenly found his feet nailed to the ground. On his forehead, right in the center, a small red dot was steadily fixed. Cold sweat dripped down. 40 to 50 black-clothed strong men each had a small red dot on their foreheads. They remained motionless. It was as if they had already locked onto their prey. No one dared to move. No one even dared to breathe. The sound of a bodyguard's throat swallowing was clear and piercing. Chu Biang, lying on the ground, had just propped himself up when a red dot landed on the back of his head. He froze. Maintaining a half-kneeling position, he dared not move. Lu Jigang's pants were wet again. Chu Yueping shrank in the corner, covering her mouth with her hands, tears streaming down her face, but not daring to make a sound. Shen Guohua and his wife were bewildered. They did not know what had happened, only that those strong men who were so fierce just now were now like a group of chickens with their throats pinched. Chu Guohua's hand, gripping the cane, trembled so much he could barely hold on. He stared fixedly at those red dots. Then he looked at Chu Fan. For the first time, there was a glimmer of fear in his eyes. You. His lips trembled, unable to utter complete words. He was a veteran of the battlefield and recognized these red dots. This is not an ordinary laser sight. This is standard military equipment. Who dares to move? In the next second, their head will be blown off. Qi Long's expression shifted slightly as he immediately positioned himself in front of Chu Guohai, saying in a deep voice, Chu Fan, do not act recklessly. Everyone take a step back. Do you want the Chu family to fall apart? What does it have to do with me? Chu Fan sneered, looking at Qi Long with disdain. I give you 3 breaths of time to take this old man and roll away, otherwise bear the consequences. As soon as the words fell, those small red dots of ultraviolet light moved forward in unison by half an inch. Qi Long's pupils constricted. Without a word, he turned around and hoisted Chu Guohai onto his back. He felt that if this continued, Chu Fan the madman would truly kill someone. The terrifying killing intent he emitted was even somewhat overwhelming compared to the woman who could press down on 18 cities with a single sword. What are you doing? Let me go? Chu Guohai struggled, his eyes wide with fury. I haven't finished speaking. Go. Qilong did not give him a chance to speak, bolting out with him on his back. As he passed by Chu Biang, he paused for a moment. Take your sister and go to the hospital. Chu Biang was still on the ground, stunned for a second. Then he scrambled towards the unconscious Chu Lin, dragging her out. A few bodyguards reacted quickly and rushed forward to help. A group of people supported Chu Lin and helped Chu Biang as they staggered towards the exit. Those red dots continued to follow them. Chu Guohai, being carried by Qilong, had already reached the door. He turned his head, wanting to say something. But upon meeting Chu Fan's eyes, the words in his throat were all choked back. He opened his mouth, but said nothing. Chu Yueping, huddled in the corner, nearly had her heart jump out at this sight. She tugged at Lu Jigang's sleeve. Go. Hurry. The two of them crouched low, sticking close to the wall, hoping to slip out amidst the chaos. Just as they moved a couple of steps, a voice rang out. Stop. Chu Fan's voice was neither heavy nor light. Suddenly, Chu Yueping froze in place. Lu Jigang's legs went weak and he leaned against the wall to avoid collapsing. Did I let you go? Chu Yueping's face turned pale, her lips trembling. Chu Fan. Third Aunt was wrong. Third Aunt was truly wrong. Let Third Aunt go. Third Aunt will never. Slap. Chu Fan slapped her across the face with great force. Chu Yueping fell to the ground, her face swelling, instantly blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She covered her face, stunned. You didn't know fear, Chu Fan said softly. You knew you were going to die. Chu Yueping's pupils constricted. All strength seemed to drain from her body as she collapsed on the ground, tears flowing silently. Lu Jigang knelt on the ground, knocking his head repeatedly. In just a few knocks, he broke the skin, blood seeping out. Nephew, we were wrong. We were truly wrong. We'll return the old house to Winshan. We don't want the money. Not a single cent. Just let us go. Let us go, will you? He knocked his head until his face was covered in blood, snot, and tears all mixed together. Chu Fan remained silent. At this moment, Chu Winshan hesitated and stepped forward. Xiao Fan, how about we let it go? Your third aunt's family has learned their lesson. Killing someone will land you in jail. Shen Guohua, fearing Chu Fan might act impulsively, couldn't help but advise him. Xiao Fan, let it go. Just let them leave. Chu Fan narrowed his eyes, sweeping his gaze over the kneeling Lu Jigang and the limp Chu Yueping. The coldness in his eyes had not dissipated, instead it intensified. You can leave. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable pressure, but some debts must be settled. Transfer part of your assets, including that old house, entirely into my second uncle's name. Lu Jigang felt as if he had received a great reprieve, repeatedly knocking his head. Sure. All of it. We will handle the paperwork right away. Chu Yueping's lips moved. She wanted to say something. Within those assets was her private savings accumulated over half her life, as well as the wedding house she prepared for her son. But as Chu Fan's gaze swept over just that one glance, terrified Chu Yueping so much that she trembled all over, swallowing back the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Chu Fan withdrew his gaze. Annie, little aunt. Auntie and Xin Yuru were taken aback and looked up at him. You two help keep an eye on this asset transfer for my second uncle. All necessary paperwork must be completed. Xin Yuru wiped her tears and nodded firmly. Xiao Fan, don't worry, this matter will be handled properly by your aunt and me. At this moment, puffed. In the corner, Chu Jianjun, leaning against the wall, had just gotten up. He opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. His face on both sides was swollen like steamed buns, his eyes squeezed into slits, and his lips turned inside out, causing him to leak air when he spoke. Yet he still struggled to stand firm, pointing at Chu Fan, his fingers trembling violently. You, little beast. His voice was muffled, yet every word dripped with deep-seated hatred. Wait for it. You just wait. I will return and open the ancestral hall. I will convene a meeting of the Chu clan. I want the whole family to see what kind of abomination has emerged from the Chu family. I will expel you from the clan. I will remove you from the family tree. You will never use the surname Chu for the rest of your life. He cursed, trembling all over with blood spraying from the corner of his mouth as he cursed. Chu Fan turned to look at him. Uncle, I will be waiting for you to open the ancestral hall. Remember to call me. Huffed. Chu Jianjun couldn't hold back and spat out another mouthful of blood. He staggered as he walked out, barely managing to support himself against the door frame to avoid falling. You. Just wait. Slowly, Chu Jianjun's figure disappeared outside the door. Shen Guohua looked worried as he approached Chu Fan. Xiao Fan, if your uncle truly opens the ancestral hall, he will undoubtedly invite your great-aunt. Chu Winshan sighed and rubbed his hands. Your great-aunt. Sigh. She's strong-willed and aggressive, Even when your grandfather was alive, he didn't dare to cross her. I saw her once when I was young, that aura. It was truly terrifying. Chu Fan frowned. He did remember this person, though his memories were too vague. Shun Guohua nodded. Your grandfather's biological sister, the only daughter of the Chu family matriarch. She married far away to Zhongdu, you know Zhongdu, right? He paused, lowering his voice. That is truly a place where dragons coil and tigers lie. The family she married into, last name Long. Chu Wenshan continued. In her lifetime, she bore 9 children. 5 sons and 4 daughters, each one a dragon among men and phoenix among women. In Zhongdu, when the Long family's 9 sons were mentioned, no one dared to look down on them. The eldest entered politics, the second engaged in business, the third was in the military. The rest also had their own foundations. 9 dragons coiled in Zhongdu. If one moves, the whole place trembles. Shun Guohua sighed. Your great-aunt has had poor legs in recent years. I've heard she has been in a wheelchair for quite some time. The climate in Zhongdu is good for the body, or she won't easily move. But if your uncle truly makes a big deal out of it, and opens the ancestral hall to consult the family tree, even if your great-aunt herself doesn't come, she will definitely send a dragon over.